as a dragon-afflicted beastmaster, and Hao's greatest aspiration after traversing into this realm was to forge a contract with a dragon-type familiar. Now, his wish has been realized. However, the reality of this wish has proven to be far more burdensome than he had anticipated. Gazing at the newly emerged clutch of dragon eggs within his beast space, the beleaguered dragon-afflicted beastmaster let out a rasping roar. No more. If you come again, I truly won't be able to sustain them. This is the arduous daily life of a dragon-afflicted beastmaster. Chapter 1. That night, he rejected 2 million. Sister's Noodle House is a modest yet renowned eatery in Z City. As the clock struck 9 p.m., the Noodle House was nearing closing time, yet customers continued to trickle in. Not far from the establishment, under the dim glow of a street lamp, a group of ruffians loitered. At the forefront stood a tattooed man, his brow furrowed, exuding an intimidating presence. He extinguished the cigarette in his hand, his tone laced with impatience as he remarked, "Skinny monkey, are you certain that fellow can leave work at this hour? This place seems to be thriving. They might have to keep the doors open for another 2 hours." The man referred to as Skinny Monkey replied, "Boss, I've done my reconnaissance. This guy only works part-time at night and never stays late." Upon hearing Skinny Monkey's words, one of the younger thugs inquired, "With so many people coming and going, are we at risk of missing him?" The tattooed man turned his gaze towards Skinny Monkey, who responded with a sly grin. "That kid has a striking appearance. You'll recognize him immediately. It's precisely because of his looks that he attracts customers, which is why the owner gives him special treatment, allowing him to leave on time." With this, Skinny Monkey's tone turned somewhat envious. "Previously, when I was staking out the place, a wealthy lady offered 2 million for him to accompany her for a night, yet he rejected her, insisting he would strive for success on his own." Damn! The spirits of the group fell into a gloomy state. However, the tattooed man, as the leader, attempted to uplift morale, stating, "As long as we carry out the young master's orders and eliminate this fellow's familiar, there will undoubtedly be rewards for everyone." The group steeled themselves and continued to wait. Before long, Skinny Monkey was the first to speak up. "Look, that's him." Following Skinny Monkey's gesture, the tattooed man quickly spotted his target amidst the crowd. It was a slender youth clad in a white shirt, resembling a character straight out of a manga, his warm smile as soothing as a spring breeze. No wonder the young master wants to deal with him. He indeed has a face that invites trouble. Let's surround him, don't let him escape. Today was supposed to be payday. Yin Hao's mood was far from cheerful. He had traversed this parallel world for 18 years in this realm. Upon reaching the age of 18, humans automatically awaken their beast space and randomly contract a beast egg from an alternate dimension linked to it. Theoretically, an individual can only bond with a single beast egg. Yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, and how had inexplicably contracted an entire clutch of eggs, and notably, a clutch of dragon eggs. Dragon-type familiars, as the pinnacle of combat prowess in the Beastmaster domain, were undoubtedly the objects of desire for countless Beastmasters. However, while possessing a single dragon is a boon, having an entire brood is nothing short of a nightmare. The staggering expenses not only forced Hao, at such a young age, into the workforce, but also made his daily life incredibly frugal. Were it not for the impossibility of dissolving the contract with his primary familiar, he would have already sold off these voracious little creatures. "Hey kid, stop right there." Upon hearing someone call out to him, and Hao's already dismal mood soured further, and he replied impatiently, "What do you want?" "Oh ho, this kid's got some bravado," the tattooed man jeered, his expression darkening. "You're the one causing us trouble." The tattooed man's lackeys seized the moment to disperse the crowd, encircling Hao. "Trouble for me?" And Hao glanced at the tattooed man, who seemed vaguely familiar. The tattooed man chuckled sinisterly. "Listen well, we are henchmen of young Master Zhang Tianyu. Kid, you can blame yourself for being an obstacle to our young master." And Hao understood at once these were the minions sent by his adversary, Zhang Tianyu, from school. With the campus ranking battles set for tomorrow, this fellow intended to make a preemptive strike. Enough with the chatter, let's go. With that, he snapped his fingers, and a tall figure emerged from the magic circle behind him. It was a silver-white dragon, its gracefully unfurling wings reminiscent of a reaper's, scythe cold and elegant. Indeed, a dragon-type familiar. What a pity that your azure-eyed white dragon has only just entered its juvenile phase. It barely reaches the initial level of bronze and stands no chance against me. The tattooed man had evidently conducted thorough research on Hao. Exuding confidence in his plan, he activated his magic circle and summoned his familiar, a wild boar the size of Van. The lackeys clapped in approval. "Kid, are you scared?" My boss's steel-toothed boar is a peak bronze-level beast, just a step away from silver. Beasts are classified into several major tiers: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, and diamond, with each tier further divided into initial, intermediate, advanced, and peak segments. A peak bronze beast is already quite formidable, and how scoffed disdainfully. The might of the Dragon Clan is beyond your comprehension. Arrogant. The tattooed man was infuriated. Steel-toothed boar, use charge. With the tattooed man's command, the steel-toothed boar charged towards the azure-eyed white dragon with the force of a thunderclap. Big White, use dragon's might. The azure-eyed white dragon roared, its forelimb muscles swelling as it seized the charging tusks of the steel-toothed boar, bringing it to an abrupt halt amidst the screeching of grinding teeth. Roar. Following this, the azure-eyed white dragon exerted its lower body, twisting and flinging the steel-toothed boar against a concrete wall with a thunderous crash. Seeing the steel-toothed boar's defeat, the tattooed man's expression darkened. He had not anticipated that a dragon-type familiar would be so formidable, easily besting his beast despite being 3 tiers lower. What are you standing there for? Get in there. At the command of the leader, the tattooed man's lackeys hastily summoned their familiars. The quality of their beasts varied, with most being at the peak black iron level, and only 2 reaching the initial bronze tier. Unfazed by the onslaught of a dozen familiars, the azure-eyed white dragon charged in, engaging them in fierce combat. The power of dragon-type familiars was indisputable. Soon, the azure-eyed white dragon drove back the throng of beasts with ease. Damn it, the tattooed man realized he had underestimated the formidable power of dragon-type beasts. Gritting his teeth, he shoved a pill into the mouth of the steel-toothed boar. As long as he could fulfill his master's task, everything would be redeemed. Upon consuming the pill, the steel-toothed boar let out a painful howl, its aura suddenly surging as it leapt from the pinnacle of bronze to the initial stage of silver. With crimson eyes ablaze, the steel-toothed boar charged directly at the great white. However, the azure-eyed white dragon, a creature of the dragon lineage, was not one to yield, once again unleashing its power with the skill known as dragon's might. Bang! This time, it was the azure-eyed white dragon that was sent flying. It rose to battle again. But due to the disparity in their ranks, it soon sustained considerable injuries, and the situation appeared dire. At this juncture, I have no choice but to employ that ultimate technique. A pained expression crossed Howe's face as he mentioned that move. After all, that technique required immense energy, and upon its execution, the azure-eyed white dragon would need copious amounts of food to replenish its strength. This would only serve to exacerbate the already dwindling state of his finances. Let us bring this to an end. Great White. Utilize Explosive Gale Orb. The azure-eyed white dragon soared into the air, a gleam of excitement illuminating its eyes, for its miserly master typically forbade it from employing such an energy-draining skill. At last, it could indulge itself. It opened its mouth, inhaling deeply, light gathering within as if a child returning home, gradually coalescing into a radiant orb akin to a miniature sun. What in the world is this? A group of onlookers, petrified, felt their hairs stand on end and fled in terror. A beam imbued with the essence of annihilation erupted from the azure-eyed white dragon's mouth. Sizzle. Wherever the beam passed, devastation ensued. The first to suffer was a steel-toothed boar, its clumsy form pierced directly through a vital point by the beam. One by one, the unsuspecting contracted beasts were vaporized as they failed to evade. Roar. After dispatching its foes, the azure-eyed white dragon landed, still yearning for more, and unleashed another robust beam into the sky. Dragon-type beasts are truly terrifying. The gathered crowd gazed on in envy, yet Howe's complexion turned a shade of green. Ignoring the danger of being accidentally injured, he rushed to Great White's side and delivered a swift kick. Don't you dare spray that everywhere. Did you hear me? Silence yourself. Great White halted, emitting a puff of white smoke, casting a disgruntled glance at Howe. Howe's temper flared. You comprehend how much meat you'll need to consume afterward to recover from all that spraying? 5,000 coins worth of meat. I only earn 3,000 from my part-time job in a month. Honestly, where did you learn to be such a show-off? The onlookers were visibly envious. If you cannot afford to keep it, then do not. Not long after Howe departed, the tattooed man and his group timidly crawled out from the ruins. One of the underlings inquired, "Boss, regarding the task assigned by the young master." "Silence. That azure-eyed white dragon has already been grievously injured by us. It will pose no threat to the young master in tomorrow's ranked battle." Our mission is accomplished. The group exchanged glances, but under the fierce gaze of the tattooed man, they could only muster the courage to comply. Chapter 2. My brother fell seriously ill. When Inhao returned home, it was already past 10 o'clock. Fortunately, his parents were often away, leaving only a reclusive younger sister at home, so no one would nag him about his late return. Upon entering his room, Inhao's first task was to feed the dragon. Originally, as a dragon-themed illustrator, his greatest wish after transmigrating was to contract a dragon-type beast. Now, that wish had come to fruition. However, it turned out to be a bit more complicated than he had imagined. After tossing the last bag of Qin Clan's exclusive beast food into the beast space, Inhao opened the shopping app. There was a grand sale today, and he wanted to see which beast food was the most economical. He browsed through the options, only to discover that they were all affordable, except for his empty pockets. He pondered that he might become the first beast master in history to let a dragon starve. Just as Inhao was wallowing in despair, a voice suddenly echoed from his sister's room. Thank you, Sword Brother Sword opens heaven's gate, for the rocket. Love you, moi. Inhao's eyes instantly sparkled. In the pink room filled with stuffed toys, a girl dressed in a pink armored dragon onesie was live-streaming at her computer. Her bright eyes resembled autumn waters, and her brows were like soaring swallows. Though still in the tender age of budding womanhood, she exuded an aura reminiscent of a goddess. Babies, did you know? My parents have gone far away, and at home, I have only a brother who suffers from bulimia. The key point is. And Pingyue choked up several times before finally articulating her thoughts. The beast I contracted is actually a gluttonous bear. Woe is me. It eats so much that we run out of rice. The comments flooded in. My poor little Inin, you've sacrificed too much for this family. Damn Inhao, just go die and stop dragging my little Inin down. I want to crowdfund hiring an assassin. The moderator had muted the comments. Although Pingyue's face was flushed and she had shed many tears, the audience continued to express their sympathy. And even a big shot in the ranking sent a rocket of support. Thank you, Sword Brother Sword opens heaven's gate, for the rocket. And Pingyue, amidst her choked sobs, didn't he forget to form a heart with her hands? Love you, moi. Knock, knock. The unexpected sound of knocking at the door startled Pingyue. Who on earth would knock on her door at this late hour? Could it be that their parents had returned? Who is it? It's me, big brother. And Pingyue was even more taken aback. What could that useless shut-in brother, who was only good for his looks, possibly want? Shouldn't he be holed up in his room drawing dragons? Babies, my poor brother's bulimia has flared up again. I need to hurry and feed him. And Pingyue explained to her audience before heading to the door. The comments read, Little Anon, protect yourself. Safety first. Upon opening the door, and Pingyue was greeted by Inhao's cheerful face, which instantly raised her suspicions. What do you want? Inhao looked at the blossoming girl before him and suddenly realized how much she had grown. The little girl who used to follow him around like a shadow was gone, replaced by a petite goddess. With their parents often away, Inhao felt he had never truly fulfilled his responsibilities as an older brother. A wave of paternal disappointment washed over him. I need to talk to you about something. What is it? I need to borrow some money. Borrow money. And Pingyue had envisioned countless scenarios before opening the door, even speculating whether her brother had hit puberty and wanted to ask for 2 photos. She hesitated over whether to lend him money, only to find he was asking to borrow it. No. And Pingyue decisively refused and began to close the door. Wait. And Inhao stretched out his hand to block the door. I really have an urgent matter. Please help me. And Pingyue shot him a sideways glance. Let go. What? Do you want to watch D-Country Orthopedics? And Inhao was startled and released his grip. He hadn't expected such bold words to come from his sister's mouth. Was this still the same girl who blushed just from a head pat? Seeing his flustered expression, and Pingyue chuckled and began to calculate with her fingers. Let us see. Every month our parents give you 3,000, you work part-time for 3,000, and you sell paintings for 4,000. You eat at school and don't chase brands. So you must be saving at least 7 or 8,000 each month. She crossed her arms, staring at Inhao as if trying to see through him. 7 or 8,000 a month. Forget about just a decorative dragon. You could afford a real dragon cub. Now tell me, what do you need the money for? Inhao was left speechless, but owning a nest of dragons was too outrageous to disclose, even to his sister. Faced with Inhao's silence, and Pingyue suddenly gasped. Brother, you're not in a relationship, are you? Huh? No. Stop pretending. You must be dating. Seeing the look in Pingyue's eyes, Inhao felt like crying. Fine. Let it be a misunderstanding, as long as I can borrow money. However, her next remark shattered his composure. Brother, with that face of yours, you must be getting free meals left and right. How pathetic. After saying that, and Pingyue looked at him with disdain. If I were you, I wouldn't even have to pay for a hotel room. What nonsense are you spouting? And Inhao playfully rapped her on the head. Are you going to lend me the money or not? If not, then forget it. And Pingyue covered her head. Fine, fine, fine. Don't be so fierce. I admit I'm not that great at cooking. After her complaints, She unzipped the front of her armored dragon onesie and pulled out a stack of cash. Here. And Hao was taken aback that she actually gave him the money, but after receiving it, he felt somewhat disappointed. "Isn't this barely 50,000? Not 50,000. And Pingwei exclaimed, "This is what I've saved through frugality." And Hao looked puzzled. "You make at least 100,000 a month from streaming, not counting the tips. The money our parents send you is just pocket change. Your contracted beast is merely a decorative one, the phantom color butterfly, right? How can you possibly spend so much? Shao Kai is not a decorative beast." And Pingwei quickly covered her mouth. Cough, cough. "What I meant is, girls have a lot of expenses." From within her armored dragon onesie, and Pingwei pulled out boxes that Hao had never seen before. "Beast food powder, have you seen this? It allows insect-type beasts to change colors at will. Beast camouflage, have you seen this? It allows insect-type beasts to randomly change colors. Beast illusion color, have you seen this? It allows insect-type beasts to change colors based on their surroundings. Is there any difference?" "Of course." And she proceeded to explain. And Hao felt a headache coming on. This reminded him of another type of product, lipstick. "It's my fault. I just don't understand these things." He offered a perfunctory excuse before trying to make his escape. He still needed at least half of the money to gather. He didn't have time to entertain a garrulous female. Watching Hao attempt to leave, and Pingwei breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, she had managed to deal with him. But why would her brother need so much money? And Pingwei was puzzled. Yet she decided to inquire further about the matter. She snapped her fingers, and several gray insects crawled out from the magic circle behind her. After summoning the insects, and Pingwei's eyes turned a cold gray, her voice laced with an icy undertone. "Go, my minions." The insects emitted a series of chirping sounds, swiftly burrowing into the crevices of the door, making their way towards Hao's room. Having completed this, Pingwei immediately reverted to her persona of a little goddess. Her expression was one of profound sorrow as she dashed towards the computer. "My dear friends, my brother, sob. He has fallen gravely ill." Sob. Chapter 3. To Hao's surprise, someone seeks his brother for a hefty sum. Upon returning to his room, Hao found himself unable to relax despite having borrowed money. Instead, he tossed and turned restlessly, struggling to find sleep. The appetite of the little dragon was increasing daily, and the 50,000 yuan gifted by his sister would barely sustain them for another month. It seemed that working alone could not support a dragon. He needed to discover a new source of income. But how could he possibly make money? While Hao was deep in thought, another excited shout emanated from his sister's room. Thank you, Sword Brother opens Heaven's Gate for the 10 super rockets." Upon hearing this, Hao was astonished. 10 super rockets. Goodness, how much could that be worth? He was barely scraping by with his labor and art sales, while his sister seemed to be collecting money effortlessly through her livestream. A wave of jealousy washed over him, and Hao opened the door and shouted towards Pingwei's room. "And Pingwei, could you please keep it down? How am I supposed to sleep? Mind your own business." And Pingwei retorted, flinging open the door, "Don't forget. You still owe me money." With a loud bang, the door was slammed shut, and Hao suddenly remembered that his sister was no longer a child. He felt a pang of discomfort. From her room, another cheer rang out. Thank you, Sword Brother opens Heaven's Gate for the super rocket. Love you, moi." His discomfort deepened. Was there truly so much money being thrown around in live streams? And Hao muttered to himself, perhaps I should try live streaming as well. Resolute, he set to work. After a series of clumsy maneuvers, Hao finally succeeded in registering an account on the Baojia Xiong livestream platform. He selected the lifestyle category and titled his stream Drawing Live. Without further ado, he pulled out his paper and pencil and began to draw intently. What to draw? Naturally, as a dragon artist, he would depict dragons. However, unbeknownst to him, several gray insects lurked in the corners of the room, observing him with their compound eyes. In her pink room, having ended her stream, Pingwei was reclining with her long legs crossed, employing her beast mastery skill, Shared Insect Eye, to monitor her brother's every move. Strange, why is he working so hard? Could he really be in such dire need of money? She pondered, stroking the head of her plush Baojia dragon, utterly perplexed. Oh well, who am I to judge? You are my brother after all. I suppose I should support you. With a satisfied grin, Pingwei entered Hao's livestream and casually sent a rocket. Hao soon received a notification from the livestream system. You have received a rocket from I am the Super Queen. He paused, astonished. There really are generous souls out there. The moment Pingwei heard this, her smile froze on her face. The phrase generous soul echoed repeatedly in her ears. Ugh, it infuriates me. Pingwei seized her pink Baojia dragon plushie and bit down on it, then began to violently tear at it, as if it were Hao himself. That foolish brother. He drives me mad. When she finally calmed down enough to glance back at Hao, she was dismayed to find that he had resumed drawing without even uttering a word of thanks. One rocket, what a pity, ugh. Pingwei felt a sharp ache in her chest, realizing she had become the very generous fool she had scoffed at. No. It must be that my brother is inexperienced at his first live stream and doesn't he know how to appeal to those big spenders. Oh, dear God, that's definitely it. And Pingyue inhaled deeply, nodding resolutely. Yes, that must be it. A fiery determination ignited within her. As a responsible sister, she felt compelled to guide her brother onto the right path in live streaming. She had borne too much for the sake of their family. That line is excellent. I can use it to charm those wealthy patrons. As she prepared to craft her message to impart some wisdom to her foolish brother, she discovered that he was already packing up, preparing to end the stream. What the? And Hao rubbed his sore neck and glanced at the clock, realizing it was already 2 in the morning. Looking at the solitary rocket in the gifts section, he shook his head in disappointment. It seems that there aren't so many generous souls in the world. Well, time to call it a night. Upon hearing this, Pingyue was once again furious. Rolling around in frustration, she hurled her Baojia dragon plushie and then executed a dramatic throw, spinning it 360 degrees mid-air as she continued to pound it. Just as Hao was halfway through ending his stream, the live stream system suddenly sent a notification with multiple exclamation marks. You have received 10 spacecraft from 200 million for a night with Hao. Simultaneously, this message was broadcast across the livestream platform. The entire Baojia Xiong livestream platform erupted with excitement as a plethora of night owls flooded into Hao stream. Comments flooded in. Spacecraft? Is that even a thing? I've never heard of it. Of course you Haven T. They cost 10,000 each. It's been months since this stuff appeared. A wealthy powerhouse. How terrifying. Am I the only one who notices how handsome the streamer is? And Hao stared at the ID, his mouth twitching. Could it be her? He immediately recalled the beautiful wealthy woman, Qin Yunlan, who had offered 200 million for a night with him. As Hao pondered, the livestream system sent another message. 200 million for a night with Hao, V20, requests to join the call. After a moment's hesitation, Hao decided to accept the call, as the offer was simply too generous. The connection was established. Good evening, Xiao Hao, do you remember me? The voice on the other end was somewhat languid, but unmistakably that of a mature woman. Upon hearing her voice, Hao realized it was indeed her. What does she want with me? I remember. That's good. I thought you had forgotten about me. Her voice was followed by a string of melodious laughter. By the way, could you reconsider my previous request? Absolutely not. Hao firmly rejected. What a joke. He was in Ritian, master of the 7 dragons. Though times were tough, he was destined to soar high eventually. How could he forsake his dignity for a mere 200 million? Well, it was indeed a considerable sum. How disappointing. Qin Yunlan's voice was laced with temptation, and just from her tone, Hao could visualize her furrowed brows. Comments flooded in. Her voice is so soothing. Since we cannot come to a deal, let us discuss feelings instead. Qin Yunlan smoothly shifted the topic. Discuss feelings? Hao was puzzled. How do we do that? I am offering 4 million for a child. Her words were clear and direct. Cough, cough. Hao choked on his breath. This woman was far too bold. The explosive dialogue sent the comments into a frenzy. Everyone chimed in. Rich lady, I want to discuss feelings too. Hao, feeling overwhelmed, called out to the moderator. Moderator, can't you silence her? The system responded. The moderator has denied your request. Hao was left dumbfounded. What on earth? Why? The super administrator paid no heed to Hao, yet Qin Yunlan continued. Little Hao, have you seen my VIP level? V20 surely cannot be muted, can it? No, it cannot. But why is that? Because I am a major shareholder of the Baoxiong livestream platform. They cannot silence my voice. The comments flowed in. Bullet screen, rich lady. Please accept my humble admiration. Bullet screen, super admin. You actually want me to silence the boss? Hao was left in disbelief. You're quite something, aren't you? But why did you just mention V20? I merely wished for you to admire the elegance of my V20's frame, she replied. Alright then. Hao found himself astounded by the peculiar logic of these wealthy individuals. By the way, tomorrow I will visit your school to present you with a gift. Can you guess what it is? As she prepared to showcase her financial prowess, Hao could not suppress his curiosity. Why was this woman so enthusiastic towards him? Was it merely a desire for his company? May I inquire why you are seeking me? Qin Yunlan answered with poise. Because you are quite handsome. The comments erupted. Bullet screen. Jealousy transforms me into an unrecognizable form. Bullet screen. Mom asked why I kneel to watch my phone. I am truly at a loss. Hao greeted her and promptly cut off the mic, for her reasoning was too compelling, and he feared he would falter. What? My brother is being offered 4 million for a child. At that moment, Pingyue, having finished watching the live stream, was wide-eyed. She wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. This was a lucrative opportunity, and it seemed she would have to treat her brother better henceforth. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she rushed to the kitchen to retrieve the KL from the refrigerator. Chapter 4. A peculiar day begins with my sister's noodles. Upon rising in the morning, Hao discovered that breakfast had indeed been prepared at home. A bowl of lovingly made egg noodles accompanied by a small note read, Big brother, remember to eat on time and take care of your health. I'm heading to school now, moi. Signed, your sister, bound by blood. I believe that not at all, and Hao chuckled, suspecting it was merely a prank by that mischievous girl. However, after tentatively tasting the dish, he found it devoid of excessive salt or toothpaste, and rather enjoyable. It was not a prank at all. Reflecting on how he had been bickering with his sister yesterday, only to find her suddenly considerate today, and how nearly believed he had been transported to another realm. He even decided on a title for his tale. A peculiar day begins with my sister's noodles. After finishing the noodles, he glanced at the clock and realized it was already 6:25. Oh no, he was going to be late. Without a moment to spare, he hurried downstairs. Although Hao rushed to school, he still arrived 10 minutes late. The thought of facing the same zombie-faced homeroom teacher for morning reading sent a chill down his spine. Indeed, when Hao reached the classroom door, he saw several classmates standing outside as punishment for tardiness. He figured he might as well blend in with them. Among the students being punished, a bespectacled boy provocatively addressed Hao. Oh, if it isn't the handsome man. What's this? You're late too. I suppose last night was quite eventful for you. Ah, it's Zhang Tianyu. My apologies, but I had a splendid night. And Hao replied with a hint of mockery. TSK. Some people seem keen to undermine me before the assessment, but sending some small fries my way won't suffice. Truly, one can discern the character of the dog by its master. You. Zhang Tianyu's face flushed with anger, yet being reminded of their homeroom teacher's presence, he gritted his teeth. Don't get too smug. Today's ranked match will have you regretting it. And Hao shrugged. You'll find out soon enough. Zhang Tianyu huffed, dismissing Hao's confidence, for he had heard from his subordinates that Hao's Blue Eyes White Dragon was gravely injured and would be no match for him today. The onlookers had grown accustomed to their verbal sparring. Their rivalry was straightforward, and Hao's superior looks outshone Zhang Tianyu's, stealing his spotlight. To be fair, Zhang Tianyu was quite handsome himself, only slightly less so than Hao. Had he been in another school, he would have certainly attracted admirers. Unfortunately for him, he had been Hao's classmate since kindergarten through high school. It seemed today's ranked match would be a fierce battle. Just as the students were relishing the sweetness of the morning's first gossip, a voice thundered through the air. What are you whispering about? The voice belonged to their homeroom teacher, Zhong Xinjing, a middle-aged man with thinning hair. It seems that regardless of the realm, teachers exert an undeniable authority over students. The moment Zhong Xinjing stepped out of the classroom, his footsteps sent shivers down the spines of those standing outside in punishment. Zhong Xinjing cast his signature death glare around the room and demanded, Speak. Who was whispering just now? The students parted, creating a path for Hao and Zhang Tianyu, the sworn enemies. Zhong Xinjing first fixed his gaze on Zhang Tianyu and slowly pronounced his name. Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu jolted, straightening up. Present. Late to class. Standing in punishment and chatting? Quite impressive, Zhong Xinjing remarked, his tone calm, yet foreboding. Everyone sensed the calm before the storm. Sure enough, with a booming voice, Zhong Xinjing unleashed a tirade that echoed through the corridor. What if your family is wealthy? With your careless demeanor, you'll squander every last penny. As a student, focus on your studies. If you continue to misbehave, I'll expel you without hesitation. Of course, I know your father is influential. Let him come speak with me if he dares. Zhong Xinjing banged on the window, fuming. Let me be clear. I, Zhong Xinjing, fear no one. Faced with Zhong Xinjing's outburst, Zhang Tianyu shrank back like a frightened ostrich. He thought to himself, of course, you aren't afraid. My father was once your student. If you call him here, you might just end up scolding him too. After you finish berating him, how will I return home? After finishing with Zhang Tianyu, Zhong Xinjing slowly turned his gaze to Hao. Even though Hao had lived 2 lifetimes, when faced with Zhong Xinjing's piercing eyes, his heart still trembled slightly. The students exchanged sympathetic glances, believing that Hao would receive an even harsher reprimand than Zhang Tianyu. At that moment, the previously silent Zhang Tianyu appeared as if he had awakened, watching Hao with glee. In the corridor, one could hear a pin drop. Even the summer cicadas dared not chirp. Just as the atmosphere reached a boiling point, Zhong Xinjing's zombie-like expression suddenly blossomed into a smile, as if a steel tree had sprouted flowers. Ah, it's you Hao. What are you doing standing outside? Hurry back to class. Zhong Xinjing's tone was now gentle, as warm and kind as a father's. Hao stood there in stunned silence. What? He wasn't being reprimanded? Hao, stop dawdling and return to your seat, Zhong Xinjing urged once more. Oh, Hao numbly acknowledged and walked back to his seat. The surrounding students rubbed their eyes in disbelief, unable to fathom the reality before them. Did our homeroom teacher perhaps take the wrong medication today? Or could it be that Hao is his long-lost illegitimate son? The most distressed among us was undoubtedly Zhang Tianyu, whose astonished expression seemed to scream, Impossible. This is absolutely inconceivable. The crowd directed sympathetic glances his way, murmuring, Poor child. Upon returning to his seat, and Hao found himself increasingly bewildered. The relationship he shared with this homeroom teacher could hardly be described as amicable. The reason was quite simple. He was simply too handsome. Gu Jingjing, the teacher, was always apprehensive that Hao would distract the female students, despite the fact that he had never courted any of them. During this morning's reading session, Hao was in a state of turmoil, unable to focus on a single word. It was only when the bell rang that he recalled there was a written test before the ranking match. However, Hao remained unperturbed, for his deskmate, Xiaomeng, was a top student. Xiaomeng, may I borrow your answers during the next exam? He asked. Not a chance, she retorted, and Hao stared at his usually soft-spoken deskmate in disbelief. He had previously borrowed her homework without her ever refusing. Xiaomeng, what has gotten into you today? Nothing much, she replied, her cheeks puffed out like buns. I'm just in a bad mood. And Hao scratched his head, pondering what was happening today. The people he encountered, his sister, the teacher, his deskmate, were all behaving strangely, with the exception of his arch-nemesis. Their essay saying that everything felt like the work of an invisible hand. Chapter 5. The sensational headlines run amok. And Hao shook off his wandering thoughts and focused on how to navigate the written test. Clearing his throat, he glanced at Xiaomeng. And Hao stammered, struggling to articulate his request. He suddenly realized with shock that he had grown so accustomed to being pampered that he lacked experience in asking for help. He sighed, resigning himself to the idea that he would likely fail the test. To his surprise, Xiaomeng was not about to let him off the hook. Why are you sighing? You won't have to worry about anything in the future anyway, she said, her tone tinged with jealousy, akin to a bottle of aged vinegar. Xiaomeng, what are you talking about? And Hao furrowed his brow, wondering what was wrong with her today. Little did he know, his inquiry only ignited her ire further. And Hao, what are you pretending for? You constantly say that high school students shouldn't date, yet you turn around and do this. I never expected you to be this kind of person. Xiaomeng pulled out her phone, opened it, and thrust it into Hao's face. Look at what it says here. What is this? And Hao was utterly bewildered, but when he saw the content on her phone, his jaw nearly dropped. The internet was flooded with sensational headlines, each relating to his live stream from the previous day. Zebra Headlines 1. Shocking. The live streamer Bear King received exorbitant gifts yesterday, aimed at securing a hefty sum for child support. Zebra Headlines 2. Earth-shattering scandal. The live streamer Dragon Cancer artist has been exposed for BY, with the amount reaching a staggering 2 million in a single night. Zebra Headlines 3. Experts tell you, should we refuse 2 million in one night? Looking at these, and Hao felt as though he had suffered a cerebral embolism, nearly losing consciousness. However, as he scrolled down, he realized that what he had seen was just the tip of the iceberg. Fast transmission media. That night, 2 million. Enjoying media while drawing love. And Hao casually clicked on one, only to discover that the male lead's silhouette bore a striking resemblance to him. He couldn't help but feel exasperated at these sensationalists for managing to concoct such absurdity in a single night. And Hao lamented, this is slander, pure and unadulterated slander. I clearly refused. For in Hao, the most distressing part was not the slander itself, but the fact that he had been falsely accused without any monetary gain. Freebie seekers. How shameful. Seeing in Hao's distressed demeanor, Xiaomeng was skeptical, asking, are you telling the truth? And Hao replied with unwavering conviction, of course I am. Xiaomeng nodded, a slight smile revealing her dimples. I believe you. And Hao's heart soared. Perhaps he had a chance at passing the written test. However, the commotion he had caused soon attracted the attention of their classmates. After a brief investigation, everyone pulled out their phones, eager to catch up on the gossip. Little did they know, the revelations were far more scandalous than anticipated. Who would have thought in Hao, who appears so polished, could be involved in such a scandal? One male student fumed, thinking to himself, why does such good fortune never come my way? A female classmate shrieked, covering her eyes. Oh my gosh, I can't believe I saw the video. It's so filthy. I can't look anymore. By the way, why doesn't Hao have a mole on his back? Her deskmate shot her a disapproving look. Seriously? Your hand is showing way too much. Just when Hao was about to explain himself, the wildfire of gossip had already spread uncontrollably. The discussions grew increasingly heated. Some classmates felt sorry for Hao, while others maliciously speculated that he was rejecting someone due to their age. However, the majority expressed feelings of envy and resentment, especially Zhang Tianyu, who had just returned to class after being punished to stand, his nose crinkled in irritation. This guy is only slightly more handsome than me. Why does he get approached by wealthy women? Although his family wasn't lacking in money, the mere notion left him feeling deeply unsettled. He stormed over to Hao, exclaiming, don't get too cocky. I will make sure to teach you a lesson in today's ranking match. And Hao turned pale, thinking to himself, what am I cocky about? I'm the one about to lose my mind. Just as Hao was about to retort, their homeroom teacher, Zhong Jingjing, entered the room. What on earth is happening here? You all look like zombies. The students quickly returned to their seats, behaving as obedient children. Many were puzzled, wondering why Zhong Zhengjing had returned when he was supposed to be supervising another classroom. Zhong Zhengjing wore a grim expression. He slammed his desk and thundered, "You all are so restless and unambitious. Just look at your demeanor. Are you even high school students? You are truly the worst class I have ever taught." An immediate hush fell over the room, the oppressive atmosphere palpable. However, while the students were frightened, they were not worried. For it was typically the mischievous students who bore the brunt of the teacher's wrath. Sure enough, Zhong Zhengjing launched an attack on Zhang Tianyu first. "Especially you, Zhang Tianyu. You were just punished for standing during morning reading. Don't you have any desire to improve?" Zhang Tianyu, feeling unjustly targeted, weakly protested, "But, teacher, this whole situation was instigated by An Hao. The news about him is everywhere online." Seeing him still defiant, Zhong Zhengjing unleashed another tirade. "I refuse to believe that An Hao could be capable of such nonsense." He pulled out his phone, and upon seeing the online buzz, his expression turned as if he had been choked by an unseen force. The students erupted in gleeful schadenfreude, while Zhang Tianyu's eyes sparkled with delight. "Huh, you've been slapped in the face." It was not that An Hao lacked friends. Rather, he was simply too handsome. Just when everyone anticipated Zhong Zhengjing would turn to reprimand An Hao, he uttered an utterly baffling statement. "There is more than one path to success. The journey of life is exceedingly long." A profound silence enveloped the room. What did we just hear? The students' minds were blown, leaving them questioning their very existence. An overwhelming sense of frustration engulfed An Hao to the point of nausea. He silently vowed that one day he would eradicate all the title chasers in this world. Little did they know, however, that Zhong Zhengjing's heart was equally tumultuous. Although the voices circulating online had been uniformly manipulated, Zhong Zhengjing immediately recognized the woman's voice. And when he recalled the notification he had received not long ago, the weight of this information was indeed quite substantial. He cast a fleeting glance at An Hao. To be honest, aside from having contracted a dragon-type beast, he could discern no remarkable traits in this young man. Zhong Zhengjing lifted an antique porcelain jar, sipped his tea to soothe his emotions, and announced another puzzling development. He had received an urgent notification stating that the written examination for the ranking battles had been cancelled, and all students were to gather and proceed to the Grand Duel Arena. At this, Zhong Zhengjing's expression hardened. A full-scale ranking battle was about to commence. The students erupted in an uproar. How could a routine class assessment suddenly morph into a monthly examination? The only one in the crowd who appeared unfazed was Zhang Tianyu. For everything was unfolding precisely as he had orchestrated. He glanced at An Hao, revealing a grin that betrayed his scheming intentions. "An Hao, today I shall repay every ounce of humiliation I have endured over the past decade." Chapter 6, The Campus Ranking Battle. As a key high school in City Z, No. 1 High boasts formidable resources and faculty. The school has constructed a building specifically for large-scale combat assessments, known as the Grand Duel Arena, resembling a bird's nest. The arena spans the equivalent of 8 football fields, divided into 4 sections, A, B, C, and D, enabling 16 simultaneous battles at a bronze level. Each zone is equipped with large display screens and several drones surveying the area for real-time commentary. Upon arriving at the Grand Duel Arena, the students were swiftly issued examination permits, the entire process seeming rather hurried. The suddenness of this assessment left not only the students, but also their supervising teachers in a state of confusion. What was even more bewildering was what transpired next. The normally loquacious Principal Li Zhuaming, instead of delivering a speech, simply seized the microphone and declared the commencement of the assessment. This left students, who had intended to strategize during his address, utterly flabbergasted. Fu Qin, Zhang Wang, stepped forward immediately. "What are you dawdling for? And you too as well? Hurry up," urged the supervising teacher in Area A. "Yes, teacher." The 4 students, caught off guard, hurriedly ascended the dual platform. In the waiting area, An Hao glanced at the number on his identification card, which read B17. This indicated that he would be entering the fray in Zone B, facing off against the student holding the B18 card. To An Hao, the battles within the arena held little significance, as they merely represented a clash of novices. After all participants were merely 18 years old, having awakened only recently, with some having only been Beastmasters for a mere month. Most students' beasts barely reached the Black Iron high tier, rendering their skirmishes akin to 2 dogs gnashing at each other. "Look, it's Kwang Xingyun." The crowd turned their attention to a robust young man in Group 3 of Zone B. Kwang Xingyun's beast, a muscular black lizard, perfectly matched his fierce demeanor, embodying the archetype of a strong warrior. Is that Kwang Xingyun's signature beast, the Iron Source Violent Lizard? That creature boasts a racial level of 5. The students expressed envy. For racial level is a crucial metric in assessing the strength of a beast. Typically, Each increase in racial level doubles combat effectiveness. A beast of racial level 2 can overpower 2 beasts of level 1, while a level 3 beast can defeat 4 level 1 beasts, and so forth. What's so impressive? Let's not forget we have someone here with a blue-eyes white dragon. That creature is a paragon of a level 7 beast. A boy proudly proclaimed, as if he himself owned the legendary creature. In an instant, several voices chimed in with disdain. We already know and how is here. You needn't remind us. It's just that and how tends to be aloof, which deters us from approaching him. Unbeknownst to them, the boy, Fong Qua, smirked and declared, I am but a humble servant of teacher Zhong Jinjing from class 3, 2, and also a classmate of the esteemed and Hao. The crowd fell silent in surprise. Oh, it's Brother Fong, my apologies. And Hao's mouth twitched slightly. Who are you again? Are we that familiar? He refrained from chastising Fong Qua for leveraging his name, as they were classmates, and the esteemed and Hao was magnanimous. A faint smile graced in Hao's lips, though he quickly composed himself. He reminded himself to maintain an air of aloofness befitting his stature. However, Fong Qua's next remark left him utterly bewildered. You may not know this, but despite Hao's usual cold demeanor, he has actually been humiliated by others. Really? The crowd's expressions morphed into disbelief. Fong Qua cautiously glanced in Hao's direction and whispered, I have videos to prove it. It cannot be false. At this revelation, the student's eyes gleamed with excitement. Quick, share it. Fong Qua promptly produced a QR code, 100 each, no haggling. How extortionate. Even Hao felt a twinge of desire to collect royalties, for they could hardly fathom the agony of 7 dragons. Nonetheless, Fong Qua wore an expression of triumph, asserting, don't even think about searching online. All videos were recently taken down. As of now, I am the sole possessor of this content. While many relinquished their interest, a few with deep pockets purchased a copy. Wait a moment, Fong Qua. If I'm not mistaken, your examination permit number is B18, while I just caught a glimpse of Hao's, which appears to be B17. What? Fong Qua's face paled, and he turned to Hao, only to find him casting a benevolent glance in his direction. What a coincidence, Fong Qua. I truly look forward to our encounter. Hao's soft voice sent many enamored girls into a swoon, yet only Fong Qua sensed the chilling undertone beneath. Hao. Before Fong Qua could finish, Hao turned away, leaving him with a back ablaze with indignation. Fong Qua thought to himself, this is disastrous. The surrounding boys erupted in laughter. You brought this upon yourself for being so arrogant. Just as everyone began pulling out snacks to wager on how swiftly Hao would dispatch Fong Qua, someone shouted, look, Kwang Xingyun is still battling. He hasn't defeated his opponent yet. How is that possible? The Iron Source Violent Lizard, a level 5 beast, should be virtually unbeatable at this stage. Except against monsters like Hao. The crowd's attention swiftly shifted. Even Hao turned his gaze to the duel arena, intrigued. Within the arena, the Iron Source Violent Lizard appeared somewhat beleaguered, with its skin cracked in numerous places. Its opponent comprised 3 beasts of the same combat level, but only possessing a racial level of 2. By standard calculations, the Iron Source Violent Lizard should have been able to effortlessly dominate these 3 beasts. However, for reasons unknown, the Iron Source Violent Lizard had not only failed to capture its target after prolonged assault, but it also seemed to be on the brink of defeat. Soon, a student well-versed in theoretical knowledge exclaimed in astonishment. It was, astonishingly, a peasant beast controlling lineup. Chapter 7. Beast Control Styles. The Commoners Faction, the Wealthy Faction, the Working Class. Is this truly the rumored peasant beast controlling arrangement? All eyes turned towards the student who had just spoken. The student nodded affirmatively. Indeed, this should be the peasant faction's beast controlling lineup, the seafood beast combination. This ensemble consists of at least 1 shield claw crab, 1 fist-holding shrimp, and 1 electric eel, all complemented by the item sea spiral shell. This combination can trigger the dual bonds of shrimp soldiers and crab generals in marine life. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals bond doubles the defense of both the shield claw crab and the fist-holding shrimp, while marine life allows the combat power of all 3 beasts to be doubled. After explaining, the student adjusted his glasses. Furthermore, the marine life bond possesses a certain probability of allowing the 3 beasts to master the combination skill, seafood combo. If this is indeed the case, it seems that Kwang Xingyun's Iron Source Violent Lizard is destined for defeat. The crowd was filled with disbelief, unable to fathom that a high-ranking beast could potentially be vanquished by the combined efforts of 3 low-ranking beasts. Hao, observing from the sidelines, nodded in agreement. To understand the concept of bonds, one must delve into the rules governing beast masters and their beasts in this world. Upon his arrival in this realm, Hao discovered that the beast masters here were entirely different from those depicted in the novels of his previous life. The number of beasts a master could control did not increase with each level gained, but rather depended entirely on their mental power level. Theoretically, A beast master could command a number of beasts whose combined mental power levels do not exceed their own. Additionally, the mental power level of a beast corresponds to its species rank. This system of beast mastery bears some resemblance to that of StarCraft. The mental power level of the beast master acts as the population cap, while the species rank of the beast denotes the population each beast occupies. Based on the formula that dictates combat power doubles with each increase in species rank, it becomes evident that the higher the species rank of a beast, the greater the value of the contract. Thus, each individual strives to contract beasts of higher species ranks whenever possible. However, nurturing these beasts is no simple task. For instance, Enhouse's 7 initial azure-eyed white dragons demanded at least 50,000 in resources monthly, a number that incrementally increased each day. Consequently, some beast masters whose primary beasts awakened poorly and lack financial means embarked on an alternative path of beast mastery, the peasant beast method. Those who employed this method became known as the peasant faction. Legend has it that long ago, a group of exceptionally gifted beast masters with subpar resources congregated. Through the arcane magic passed down from other realms, and after conducting numerous brutal biological experiments, they created a mechanism that allowed for special effects between beasts, which they dubbed beast bonds. Through these bonds, even a few low-ranking beasts could exhibit commendable combat prowess. The key advantage lies in its affordability, in stark contrast to the exorbitantly priced high-ranking beasts that one would hesitate to even gaze upon. Many low-ranking beasts are sold by the pound, and their demise evokes no sorrow. They are also easy to maintain. For example, the shield claw crab thrives on soil, while the electric eel simply requires water to survive. Naturally, this method of beast mastery also carries significant drawbacks. As time progresses, beast masters utilizing this approach become increasingly weaker. This is due to the low growth ceiling of low-ranking beasts. One cannot expect a fist-holding shrimp to ascend to the ranks of gold or platinum. In a certain sense, this complete abandonment of late-game potential in beast mastery is viewed as a form of giving up. Hence, these beast masters are humorously referred to as the giving up faction. Yet, they remain unfazed. Why should they care? They might very well be destined to remain in the ranks of black iron or bronze for life. What matters is their ability to dominate in the early stages and enjoy the thrill of victory. In contrast to the peasant faction stands the wealthy faction. This group comprises those whose primary beasts are exceptionally potent, hailing from affluent families, and possess fully equipped beast mastery from birth. Sandwiched between the peasant and wealthy factions is a third group, the working class. The working class consists of those who harbor dreams and strive diligently, yet are constrained by talent and financial limitations. The vast majority of beast masters fall into this category, and Hao pondered, with his initial 7 dragons. Which faction should he belong to? It was quite a vexing dilemma. Just then, a wave of cheers erupted in the arena. To their astonishment, the Iron Source Violent Lizard had been defeated. Goodness, this was a triumph of the peasant faction over the wealthy faction. I shall no longer be a working-class individual. I too wish to join the peasant faction. In the duel arena, Huang Xingyun wore a grim expression, imploring the Iron Source Violent Lizard, stand up, rise. Yet no matter how fervently he called, the Iron Source Violent Lizard remained incapacitated. The opponent's beast combination skill, Seafood Combo, had dealt it tremendous damage. At this moment, the supervising teacher addressed Huang Xingyun, saying, Huang Xingyun, concede. If this continues, your Iron Source Violent Lizard will suffer irreparable harm. Huang Xingyun knew the teacher spoke the truth. But as a member of the wealthy faction, his pride wouldn't allow him to relent, and he persisted in urging the Iron Source Violent Lizard to rise and fight. Seeing his obstinacy, the supervising teacher expressed exasperation. The victories in life are not determined by a single contest. Your journey ahead is long. If you cannot accept even one defeat, your path in beast mastery will be fraught with challenges. Upon hearing this, Huang Xingyun felt a wave of shame wash over him. Teacher, I understand. I concede. The supervising teacher nodded, recognizing that guiding students to succeed is as crucial as teaching them to grow as individuals. In this round, the Black Iron mid-tier beast master, Du Huai, emerges victorious. Du Huai, continue to strive. Each individual has their own choices. It is evident that you have put great thought into your arrangements, and I hope you carve out a unique path in beast mastery. The supervising teacher then turned to offer encouragement to Du Huai, as the journey of a beast master is indeed fraught with challenges. Starting from silver, at least 90% of individuals must be eliminated at each stage, rather than squandering financial resources and wasting time. Opting for the peasant beast method is not a misguided choice. Thank you, teacher. I shall continue to work hard, Du Huai replied, somewhat excited, having not anticipated the teacher's commendation. He had originally thought the supervising teacher would look down upon the peasant faction. The supervising teacher continued, next pair of candidates. B17 and Hao, beat 18 Fangqua. As the supervising teacher announced the names, Fangqua's legs nearly buckled beneath him. It's over. And Hao smiled kindly at him. Fangqua, it's time to take the stage. Fangqua quickly put on a forced smile. And Hao, take it easy, please. And Hao disregarded him and stepped onto the stage. Laughter erupted among the students in the waiting area. I bet 5 spicy strips for 10 seconds. I bet 10 for 5 seconds. Fangqua's face darkened like a pot bottom, angrily retorting, what are you so smug about? Don't forget, you're all in the same zone as Hao. Those with bad luck will be in the rematch together. Humph. Oh my gosh. I almost forgot about that. The students in the waiting area instantly lost their appetite for betting spicy strips and silently prayed to encounter Hao later rather than sooner. After venting some negative energy, Fangqua hummed a tune as he ascended the stage. I am not happy. You shall not be happy either. Chapter 8. Fangqua's Plan. Once Hao entered the arena, he wasted no time, snapping his fingers as the azure-eyed white dragon soared from the magic circle behind him. After performing a flamboyant lap around the arena, it landed with a thud, its azure eyes surveying the surroundings before emitting a resounding roar. Roar. The white dragon and the boy. The combination elicited enthusiastic cheers from Hao's legion of fans. My goodness, doesn't anyone find his summoning style incredibly impressive? Remarked a bystander. It's absolutely stunning. Compared to him, my previous summoning poses were utterly pathetic. The crowd collectively acknowledged the revelation. And Hao, too, nodded inwardly, among the 7 dragons. His most frequently summoned companion was the great white dragon, not merely for its affinity with him, but because it was the strongest of the lot. And Hao's entrance also captured the attention of many from other districts. In District A's waiting area, a chubby boy couldn't help but voice his disdain. This kid Hao is at it again, showing off. He always avoids battles when faced with formidable foes. Yet so many people still adore him. It's infuriating. Beside the chubby boy sat a handsome lad with enchanting peach blossom eyes. Rather than offer comfort, the boy chuckled at his friend's frustration. Ha, Mu Zhuang, what does being the top of your grade even matter? Your looks can't compete with his. And let's not forget, you're still a chubby boy. Hearing himself being called chubby, Mu Zhuang erupted with anger. Nan Gongsui, what are you so smug about? You're just a perennial 3rd place in the campus popularity rankings. Who cares? I'm just a slacker. Why bother with such things? A slacker? You must be joking. Believe what you want, Nan Gongsui shrugged, then continued teasingly. Besides, being perennial 3rd is still better than Zhang Tianyu being perennial 2nd. At the mention of Zhang Tianyu, Mu Zhuang couldn't help but chuckle. That unfortunate soul had been in the same class as Hao since kindergarten, all the way through to their senior year. What a psychological burden that must be. Hey, don't say it like that. They've been childhood sweethearts after all. Wow. Nan Gongsui, your wit is truly impressive. The two burst into laughter. In the duel arena, Hao calmly stated, Classmate Fangqua, I look forward to your guidance. Fangqua's lips twitched as he summoned his own beast, 3 black iron-tier ironhead frogs, a frog-like creature with iron in its head. 3 ironhead frogs. Could this be a civilian beast lineup? I've never heard of ironhead frogs having any special bonds, the crowd murmured. Just then, Fangqua summoned his signature beast, the peak black iron-tier monk frog. The monk frog stood upright, holding a string of unknown prayer beads. Yet, that was not the end. Fangqua immediately summoned a bronze-tier magic mouth frog. The magic mouth frog was notably characterized by its enormous mouth, which occupied nearly half of its body. And Hao raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Normally, a black iron-tier beastmaster's mental capacity should be below 10, excluding the signature beast that doesn't consume mental energy. Fangqua's displayed mental power had already reached 10. This indicated that Fangqua was merely a step away from the bronze tier, initially perceived as a mere novice. It turned out he was an elite. The other candidates who had just sat beside Fangqua gasped in astonishment. Fangqua commanded, Magic Mouth Frog, use Synchronized Devour. Monk Frog, use Chant. Croak. In the astonished eyes of the crowd, the Magic Mouth Frog opened its enormous maw and swallowed all 3 ironhead frogs whole. After devouring them, the Magic Mouth Frog's once cyan skin transformed into a dark green hue, its presence elevating from bronze tier initial to bronze tier mid-level. This was bronze mid-level. To think that even in their senior year, someone had already mastered the combat strength of a bronze mid-level beast. Wait, it's not over yet. The monk frog sat cross-legged, continuously croaking. Upon hearing its croaks, the Magic Mouth Frog seemed to receive some unknown enhancement, its power climbing another tier. Its skin transitioned from dark green to black, and its size ballooned to nearly 3 meters in height. Bronze high tier. What was initially thought to be an elite was now revealed to be a powerhouse. The candidates in District B's waiting area were left slack-jawed, adding Fangqua's name to their list of insurmountable opponents. And Hao remarked, Classmate Fangqua, I must say, you've hidden your talents well. Fangqua forced a smile, replying, Oh, not at all. I hope and how will show me mercy. As the two engaged in mutual flattery, the supervising teacher couldn't help but interject. You two, stop dawdling and get on with the battle. There are still many waiting behind you. And Hao and Feng Kuo exchanged awkward smiles and commenced their duel. As soon as the battle began, Feng Kuo quickly shed his playful demeanor. Magic Mouth Frog, use Water Bullet. And Hao directed the great white dragon to effortlessly evade as the water bullet splashed down, creating several shallow puddles. After the initial miss, Feng Kuo's expression shifted from urgency to a cunning smile. Magic Mouth Frog, use Dive. The Magic Mouth Frog leapt into the puddle, which surprisingly enveloped it like a bag. The azure-eyed white dragon swooped down, its claw striking the surface of the puddle. Water splashed up, yet the Magic Mouth Frog was nowhere to be seen. Roar? The azure-eyed white dragon expressed confusion, only to be suddenly struck by a water bullet from behind. Enraged, it turned to find the Magic Mouth Frog had emerged from its hiding place to launch a surprise attack. It lunged again, but once more it missed. After several failed attempts, the azure-eyed white dragon grew increasingly agitated. Although the water bullet was not particularly damaging, the humiliation was palpable. Through their beast contract, the azure-eyed white dragon sent a request to Hao. I want to launch an attack. And Hao furrowed his brow, surprised that his opponent was proving to be so formidable in this first round. In fact, a single, explosive gale bullet could easily resolve the issue. But it would be an exhausting endeavor, not to mention a strategic blunder. Great White Dragon, don't rush, ascend into the air. The azure-eyed white dragon took flight, successfully evading the range of attack. On the other side, Feng Kuo wore a grim expression, lamenting the undeniable prowess of dragon-type beasts, which indeed stood as the pinnacle of the Beastmaster world. With a staggering 7-level species rank, even when faced with beasts 2 tiers below, they could remain unscathed. However, Hao would not afford him the luxury of musing any longer. He commanded the azure-eyed white dragon to bypass the puddle and attack the monk frog directly. Faced with the swiftly approaching azure-eyed white dragon, the monk frog was understandably terrified, unable to maintain its grip on the beads in its hands. Return, monk frog. What? To the astonishment of all, Feng Kuo ordered the immediate recall of the monk frog. The azure-eyed white dragon, now in front of Feng Kuo, was momentarily taken aback, subsequently becoming irate, baring its fangs and preparing to retaliate against the audacious human. Stop, Great White Dragon! And Hao urgently called out, finally understanding Feng Kuo's intentions. Faced with the impending attack from the azure-eyed white dragon, Feng Kuo's face paled, yet a smile crept onto his lips. Everything was proceeding according to his plan. If this dragon dared to strike him, Hao would undoubtedly lose the match. For one of the fundamental principles of Beastmasters is that their beasts must never attack humans. As for his own safety, despite Feng Kuo's physiological fear, he remained unperturbed. With so many powerful individuals present, it was unlikely that a mere bronze initial-tier beast could not be restrained. Sure enough, at that moment, the supervising teacher had summoned his own beast, a peak silver-tier golden-winged eagle. With astonishing speed, the eagle appeared overhead, poised to unleash a tempestuous assault should the azure-eyed white dragon advance any further. Just then, the azure-eyed white dragon performed an unexpected maneuver that left the entire assembly astonished. Chapter 9. When ruthless, even one's own footage becomes a commodity. The blue-eyes white dragon gathered its breath, but instead of unleashing a fiery breath, it expelled a torrent of saliva. With a splatter, Feng Kuo found himself drenched. Equally affected was his smile, now obscured by the viscous liquid. In midair, the swiftly approaching golden-feathered eagle froze its wings, nearly plummeting to the ground. I've prepared my skills, and this is what you show me. The first to react was surprisingly the director, who zoomed in on Feng Kuo's sticky visage using a drone. Subsequently, the drone transmitted the image to the large screen. After a moment of stunned silence, the audience erupted into laughter. This is hilarious, I can't breathe. Haha, the blue-eyes white dragon remarked. Foolish humans, did you think you could trick me? Not a chance. Mom. Today I learned an idiom, stealing a chicken but losing the rice. How ironic, son, for I too learned an idiom today, losing the wife and the soldiers, you scoundrel. Trying to take advantage of me. Feng Kuo trembled uncontrollably. Even with his thick skin, he couldn't withstand such humiliation. With a hint of a whimper, he turned to the proctor. Teacher, I wish to complain about this dragon. The proctor covered his face and coughed twice, attempting to regain his composure. Feng Kuo, I'm afraid your complaint is invalid, as this blue-eyes white dragon did not attack you, it merely spat at you. Feng Kuo did not pursue the matter further, knowing that his grievance would yield no results. It was akin to a dog biting you. You could claim it was aggressive and petition for its demise. But if it merely spat at you, beyond feeling disgusted, you were truly powerless to act, unless you were willing to bite the dog, and even then, only if you were capable of doing so. Seeing him fall silent, the proctor could no longer contain himself, bursting into laughter. Ha, Feng Kuo. Are you continuing in the competition? Huh, teacher, did you just laugh? The proctor's expression hardened. Feng Kuo, you must trust that I am a professional. No matter how amusing it may be, I shall not laugh. Is that so? Fahaha, cough cough. Feng Kuo, if you intend to continue competing, I shall take my leave. No, I've lost all color, Feng Kuo replied. Teacher, I forfeit. As the star of the show, the blue-eyes white dragon displayed a surprisingly human-like grin, and then cheekily raised a middle finger at Feng Kuo before joyfully wagging its tail. Roar, what a delightful scene. The audience burst into laughter once more. At that moment, and Hao approached. I apologize, Feng Kuo. My beast has been rather unruly and caused you distress. I am truly sorry. Here, consider the dragon's saliva a fine dragon essence. I shall gift it all to you as an apology. And Hao feigned sadness, but inwardly he was elated. Serves you right for spreading rumors about me. Now you've embarrassed yourself. Feng Kuo's expression stiffened, his anger flaring, yet he recognized that he had instigated this situation. Gritting his teeth, he managed a forced, thank you. He then pulled out a plastic spatula from seemingly nowhere and began scraping the dragon essence off his face. I won't let this opportunity go to waste. I'll salvage whatever I can. The students gasped in astonishment. Wow, this guy is ruthless. Even the seasoned proctor couldn't help but marvel. This lad has a promising future ahead. Only in Hao felt he had acted hastily. After all, that mouthful of saliva could be worth a considerable sum, enough to buy some meat to supplement his household. He glared at the blue-eyes white dragon. Could you not scare him with a roar instead of spitting? The blue-eyes white dragon rolled its eyes in response. This master is so stingy. Controlling my cannon fire is one thing, but spitting is also under scrutiny. After finishing with the dragon essence, Feng Kuo fixed his intense gaze on the proctor, stating, Teacher, I require the footage of my match. The proctor paused, puzzled. What do you need that for? Such materials are to be archived, and besides, with so many drones filming, I wouldn't know which one to retrieve. The surrounding crowd was perplexed. But in Hao immediately comprehended Feng Kuo's intent. For in Feng Kuo's eyes shone a light, the light of poverty. It was drone number 38. Just now, it was the only one filming. Feng Kuo's tone was resolute. Teacher, you must help me locate this footage. If a comical video of me surfaces online, I shall sue the school for infringement. You wouldn't want to invite trouble, would you? The proctor was taken aback, anger bubbling within him. Yet, he found himself powerless. Should this escalate, it would also impact him, and he had no obligation to take the fall for the school's director. Feng Kuo, even if the video features you, it also showcases in Hao's beast. Shouldn't you at least consult in Hao about this? I agree. Before the proctor could finish, and Hao chimed in with approval. His gaze towards Feng Kuo had transformed entirely. This person was remarkably shameless, willing to sell even his own video for profit. A 50-50 split sounds fair. Deal. They exchanged knowing smiles, clearly understanding one another. The proctor, realizing their scheme, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. Are the youth of today truly this calculating? Always seeking to maximize their benefits. However, he soon found peace with it. The path of the strong cannot be bogged down by trivialities. These two lads have a bright future. You two be off. I'll send a beast to retrieve the video. Hee, thank you, teacher. In the subsequent rounds, and Hao encountered no particularly formidable opponents and swiftly progressed to the regional competition. The regional battle would select the top 4 from each district, followed by a round of 16 elimination matches. As the list was announced on the large screen, the top 16 of the campus competition was officially revealed. And Hao noticed that in his class, Senior 3, Class 2, there were as many as 5 participants among the top 16. Besides himself, there was his old rival Zhang Tianyu, the recently acquainted Feng Kuo, the prominent representative of Senior 3, Class 2, Xiao Meng, and a girl named Ran Shasha. Zhong Jinjing stood among a group of teachers, beaming with pride. With 8 classes in Senior 3, his class accounted for a third. How could he not be pleased? Hee. It's all due to their own hard work. To be honest, they are the brightest batch I've taught. The students of Senior 3, Class 2, exchanged glances in disbelief. Teacher, you didn't say that before. At this moment, Principal Li Jueming took the stage to address the audience. Congratulations to all students advancing to the regional competition. Please prepare diligently, as the battles will commence promptly at 1 p.m. The crowd erupted in uproar. Not only the students, but even some homeroom teachers approached Principal Li Jueming for clarification, including Zhong Jinjing. Principal, what's the rush for today's battles? Isn't it a bit too hasty? Seeing the seasoned Zhong Jinjing express such concern, other teachers chimed in as well. Indeed, Principal, my students have just endured a fierce battle, and their beasts have yet to recover. Exactly. There's only an hour left until 1 p.m. It's merely the time it takes for a meal. The most anxious was the homeroom teacher of Senior 3, Class 7, whose class had only 1 student in the top 16, and with their beasts still in a semi-damaged state, they were bound to be eliminated in mere seconds. I have my own considerations. Li Jueming replied curtly before addressing the advancing students. Is there anyone who wishes to forfeit? A heavy silence fell among the students. Today, everything seems exceedingly unusual, which suggests that this examination must be of significant importance. Having reached this juncture, to forfeit and consequently miss out on something would indeed be a lifelong regret. Well, since no one has opted out, the competition shall proceed as scheduled this afternoon. After delivering his remarks, Li Jueming swiftly departed, leaving a crowd of faculty and students exchanging bewildered glances. Chapter 10, Special Admissions and the Double Yolk Egg. At 1 p.m., following the intense lottery draw, Principal Li Jueming finally unveiled the enigma surrounding this campus ranking battle. To all the students who have advanced to the top 16, I implore you to give your utmost effort in the upcoming matches, as every action you take will be scrutinized by the Special Admissions Committee from the Tianqing Beastmaster Business Academy. Should any of you excel, you will be exempt from the National College Entrance Examination and be directly recruited by Tianqing Beastmaster Business Academy. This may be the singular opportunity of your lifetime. So seize it with unwavering determination. With that, he invited the head of the Special Admissions Committee, Minter Zhang Dan, to address the assembly. After hearing the principal's words, an overwhelming shock enveloped the crowd. They turned to the side of the principal, where they indeed spotted several beastmasters adorned in the academy's insignia. The foremost among them was a man with a square jaw and gold-rimmed glasses, unmistakably the head of the Special Admissions Committee, Zhang Dan. Evidently a man of efficiency, Zhang Dan briefly took the microphone to utter a few words before relinquishing the floor back to Principal Li Jueming. Heavens, I must strive even harder to reach the top 16. The atmosphere immediately descended into chaos, filled with cries of despair. Although there had been speculation that notable figures might attend the campus ranking battle, no one anticipated such a direct opportunity for special recruitment. It is well known that the competition for the National College Entrance Examination in Yinsha country is intensely fierce, with the admission rate for Beastmaster universities being a meager 5. For an average individual, merely gaining entry to a university is a considerable achievement, let alone to a prestigious institution like Tianqing Beastmaster Business Academy. Ranked within the top 50 nationally, if admission were based solely on typical examination scores, it is unlikely that even a single student from the entire school would qualify. Now, with such an opportunity laid before them, how could one not feel a sense of regret? While some lamented their fate, those who made it into the top 16 glimmered with excitement, each resolved to give their all. And Hao was equally exhilarated. If he were to rank the universities in Yinsha country, Tianqing Beastmaster Business Academy would undoubtedly claim the top position. The reason? Its wealth. Tianqing Beastmaster Business Academy is a university established through the collaboration of numerous financial magnates within the country, dedicated to incentivizing students to compete and excel through monetary rewards. Although its faculty resources may not rival those of some venerable institutions, the plethora of scholarships and competition prizes is astonishing. There are funds awarded based on class rankings, school rankings, and frequent contests, from speed competitions to combat tournaments. It can be said that if one possesses sufficient strength, one could amass wealth solely through prize money. Thus, this special recruitment opportunity was nothing short of a timely blessing for Hao, who was on the verge of financial ruin. He patted his chest and murmured, "Thank goodness this campus ranking battle wasn't like the usual events where I barely scraped into the top 50. I almost missed out." His classmates instinctively distanced themselves from him. Look at that. Is he even speaking coherently? The upcoming matches were to be conducted in 8 groups simultaneously, and Hao soon found himself facing his opponent, Nangong Sui, a young man possessing charming peach blossom eyes, whose looks were only slightly inferior to his own. Nangong Sui smiled and said, "And Hao, it's been a while. I didn't expect to face you first. To be honest, I'm a bit thrilled." And Hao scratched his head, puzzled as to why everyone seemed so familiar with him when he had no recollection of them. It's been a while. I'm also glad to be fighting you." The supervising teacher announced, "The battle begins." Both sides summoned their beasts. Both contestants began to call forth their beasts. Nangong Sui summoned 5 glimmer slimes, each possessing the formidable strength of high-tier black iron. Upon witnessing the 5 slimes, murmurs erupted from the audience. "No way, isn't that the common beast combination of dough slimes? Even the top 16 are using this. What do you know? The dough slime combination is a rare amplifying type of beast ensemble. The Bond Radiant Slime can grant one beast a 2-fold increase in combat power. This means Nangong Sui must have a primary combat beast." As if to affirm the spectator's words, Nangong Sui swiftly summoned his primary beast, not 1, but 2. Awoo. 2 blue-skinned giant wolves leaped forth from the magic circle, their eyes glimmering coldly as blue flames flickered on their paws, each showcasing a battle power of at least initial bronze tier. He actually possesses 2 windstorm demon wolves? Shouldn't a normal person only have 1 primary beast? The audience buzzed with astonishment, unable to fathom that such an extraordinary talent had emerged from the special recruitment. Even the members of the special admissions committee seated in the guest area expressed their surprise. Oldly, your academy is impressive, birthing a double yolk egg. Zhang Dan teased Li Zhuaming. Li Zhuaming, equally speechless, remarked, Old Zhang, I just learned of this myself. These kids are quite cunning. Who knows what other surprises they might unveil? Zhang Group Leader, what exactly is a double yolk egg? A teacher inquired. A double yolk egg, as the name implies, is an egg containing 2 yolks, capable of hatching a pair of twin beasts. Such occurrences are exceedingly rare. With a probability no less than that of forging a contract with a dragon-type beast at the outset, Zhang Dan explained nonchalantly, thinking to himself that these rural folk lacked knowledge. However, he soon bit his tongue upon witnessing another student summoning a dragon, specifically a blue-eyed white dragon. Recognized as one of the elite within its species, Zhang Dan smiled faintly, intrigued, and Hao Tu watched the 2 windstorm demon wolves with curiosity, as he had never seen anyone other than himself possess more than 1 primary beast. Nangong Sui, with a slight smile, stated, and how? I initially planned to take it easy, but given the special recruitment opportunity from Tianxing Beastmaster Business Academy, I can only apologize. And Hao chuckled at the remark. Oh, you believe victory is guaranteed? Nangong Sui replied. The windstorm demon wolves have a species rank of only 5, so they cannot possibly compare to the species rank 7 blue-eyed white dragon. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 windstorm demon wolves suddenly lunged at each other. Are they out of their minds? Even if they can't win, they shouldn't act like this. Those are 2 high-tier beasts. The audience gasped in sympathy. When the 2 windstorm demon wolves clashed, instead of the anticipated scene of bloodshed, they passed through each other like shadows. In a remarkable twist, the 2 windstorm demon wolves merged into a single entity, transforming into a beast with 2 wolf heads, the super-tier beast, double-headed demon wolf, 7. Even so, one might argue that it was merely on par with the blue-eyed white dragon, and typically, dragon-type beasts tend to be slightly superior to beasts of the same species rank. Have you forgotten? Nangong Sui still has the enhancement from the radiant slime bond. Sure enough, the 5 slimes swiftly formed a chain, enveloping the neck of the double-headed demon wolf. The beast howled, its power surging as it ignited in blue flames, radiating an overwhelming presence. Double-headed demon flame wolf, species rank 8. The members of the observation group seated in the guest area could no longer remain calm. What a promising candidate, Team Leader Zhang. You should directly recruit this student. One member suggested. A model beast of level 7 in the racial hierarchy was a rarity, even among them, let alone an 8th level one. Zhang Dan, momentarily taken aback, chose not to respond. Let us wait and see. The sudden shift in the dynamics of the arena caught everyone off guard. Nangong Sui was resolute in his determination to clinch the victory, launching his ultimate move right from the start. As everyone turned their gaze toward Hao, they could only lament the unfortunate circumstance. After all, without the 2-headed inferno wolf, the blue eyes white dragon undoubtedly stood out as the most dazzling presence. The 2-headed inferno wolf exhaled a breath of scorching flames, fixating its gaze upon the blue eyes white dragon as if it were prey. I truly apologize, and how? Nangong Sui said, though a hint of arrogance seeped through his expression. In truth, I have long concealed the fact that my destined beast is a dual-hued egg. And Hao smiled faintly. I too apologize, Nangong Sui. I have also kept certain matters under wraps. My destined beast is likewise a dual-hued egg. Chapter 11, and Hao's Awakening. As in Hao's words echoed, another resounding roar of a dragon reverberated throughout the arena. With silvery white wings and an elongated, flawless physique, it became evident this was yet another blue-eyes white dragon. Not only the students, but even the esteemed figures in attendance gaped in astonishment. Team Leader Zhang, is this also a dual-hued egg? A teacher inquired. The higher the racial level of the beast, the greater the energy required for hatching. Thus, the likelihood of a dual-hued egg appearing diminishes significantly. Logically speaking, the probability of a dual-hued egg for a level 7 beast is merely 1 in a million, approaching 0. Zhang Dan explained, then added with a tone of resignation. However, since it has appeared, we must acknowledge its existence. 1 in a million. This lad is incredibly fortunate. Their envy was palpable. Among the teachers, Zhong Jing picked up an old porcelain cup, hoping to sip some tea to calm his nerves, but his trembling hands betrayed him. The surrounding teachers cast glances filled with envy. Old Zhong, do you realize your student? Zhong Jing set down the cup, waving his hand dismissively. It's merely foundational skills. You must understand that Hao has always been highly regarded by me. Yet, I have consistently advised him to remain humble. Had he not been compelled today, he would not have summoned 2 dragons. The teachers lamented, we wish to strike him. What should we do? At this moment, Nangong Sui also subdued his smile. Two blue-eyes white dragons posed a significant threat to him. Yet, he was determined to secure the special recruitment quota. Two-headed Inferno Wolf. Unleash Nether Flame. The two heads of the Inferno Wolf opened their mouths simultaneously, spewing deep blue flames that shot toward the two blue-eyes white dragons like a barrage. Big White, Little White, ascend. And how commanded. The two blue-eyes white dragons swiftly took to the sky, quickly evading the barrage's range of attack. This was indeed a characteristic of dragonkind. Under equal combat levels, beasts capable of matching dragons in a contest of strength typically could not fly, while those that could rarely surpass dragons in combat. When in doubt, ascending was always a reliable choice. And how order to counterattack. Big White, Little White, Burst Orb. Fire at will. The two blue-eyes white dragons aimed at the two-headed Inferno Wolf, continuously unleashing white orbs of light. Although the power of Burst Orb did not rival the ultimate move, Burst Gale Orb, it was enough to create a crater with each shot, reverberating loudly. The two-headed Inferno Wolf, relying on its agility to dodge, found itself increasingly overwhelmed, nearly hit several times. During this time, Nangong Sui commanded the Inferno Wolf to retaliate multiple times, but aerial attacks clearly held the advantage over ground assaults. Dragon-type beasts were indeed formidable. The crucial factor was that he possessed two of them, both being his destined beasts. What difference was there from being handed 2 billion? The onlooking students were filled with envy. One student, with a hint of bitterness, remarked, "There are downsides, though, they are hard to raise. Haven't you heard? And how was sponsored by a wealthy woman just to raise his dragons?" The others urged, "Do tell us more." Listening to their conversation, and Hao felt an urge to direct Big White and Little White towards the audience. Indeed, jealousy can alter one's demeanor drastically. Nangong Sui had not anticipated in Hao employing such a steadfast strategy. Based on his prior observations, and Hao usually hesitated to expend resources, opting instead to let his dragons engage in melee. Could the rumors be true? Had he become wealthy after being sponsored? Nangong Sui cursed his luck at this juncture. He had no choice but to employ hidden tactics he had originally intended to reserve for his friend, Mu Zhuang. In truth, although Hao appeared calm on the surface, his heart was bleeding. As the saying goes, when the cannon fires, a fortune is spent. In a mere 5 or 6 minutes, the two dragons had unleashed at least 30 to 40,000 energy units, especially Big White, who was the most fervent in his attacks. Forget it. I'll settle the accounts with him after this battle. And Hao directed Big White and Little White to fly around the arena, gradually closing in on the two-headed Inferno Wolf's range of movement. As the encirclement tightened, the entire arena became a battlefield. The beleaguered two-headed Inferno Wolf was finally struck. A woo. It howled, clearly in agony. Big White and Little White pressed the attack, launching 2 more projectiles that engulfed the Inferno Wolf's position in a cloud of dust. The two-headed Inferno Wolf continued to wail, seemingly on the brink of collapse. Dragon-type beasts were undeniably powerful. The students below expressed their awe. Yet Hao began to harbor doubts. Defeating a level 8 beast was no simple feat as expected when the dust settled. The area where the Inferno Wolf had been hit merely glimmered with faint blue flames, and the two-headed Inferno Wolf had vanished without a trace. Could it be a substitution technique? And Hao pondered silently. It was hardly surprising that he was unaware. Typically, beasts of racial level 5 and above had become exceedingly rare, and detailed information about them was no longer found in standard campus textbooks. In the midst of his confusion, Hao suddenly felt a jolt of alarm. He hastily commanded, "Big White, Little White, be cautious." However, it was too late. Right beneath Big White, a blue figure suddenly emerged, soaring upward like a cannonball, and latched onto Big White's back. This figure was none other than the two-headed Inferno Wolf, its legs entwined with the dissipating white mist, suggesting it had recently received some kind of enhancement. The two-headed Inferno Wolf opened its massive jaws and lunged fiercely at Big White's back. Big White let out a pained cry, plummeting downward. Little White flew over, but the Inferno Wolf tugged at Big White's wing, continually altering its trajectory, rendering any offensive attempts futile. And Hao, feeling the weight of defeat, hesitated. "You should concede." "And how?" Nangong Sui urged. And Hao opened his mouth. At that moment, he experienced an unprecedented sense of defeat. In the past, he had tirelessly labored to raise his dragons, believing that if he could save every resource, one day, when his dragon offspring grew strong, he would be invincible. But now, he realized he had been mistaken. From being plotted against by Feng Kuo to being bested by Nangong Sui, it became clear that his prolonged lack of practical combat experience rendered him, despite possessing 7 dragon-type beasts, utterly ineffective. Watching Big White struggle and suffer, Hao felt a pang of sorrow. He closed his eyes and, with great difficulty, uttered, "I concede." Just as Hao was on the verge of speaking, The beast contract belonging to Bai suddenly trembled violently. Roar! In midair. Bai utilized its long neck to bite down on the two-headed infernal flame wolf king. The latter emitted a muffled groan and tightened its grip. Bai let out a cry of anguish as dragon blood flowed like a torrent from its back. Yet, it refused to yield. Fiercely whipping its tail towards the two wolf heads of the infernal flame wolf king. Bai's actions conveyed a resolute message to Anhao. It was unwilling to accept defeat. As a dragon, it possessed the pride of its lineage. In that moment, Anhao's heart was stirred. He realized that the purpose of his life should not solely revolve around tirelessly procuring dragon feed, but should encompass something far greater. Anhao, if you don't concede, your dragon will perish, and that is a blue-eyes white dragon, the epitome of dragon-type beasts. Do you not feel a pang of sorrow? Nan Gongsui teased lightly. The students below also began to urge him, for that was indeed a blue-eyes white dragon. Not only Anhao, but even they would feel heartbroken watching it perish. Is that so? Anhao lifted his head, his gaze piercing as he fixed it upon Nan Gongsui. Battles between beasts inherently carry the awareness of death. And as a beast master, I naturally cannot hold it back. Anhao bellowed, Bai ascend. Bai, gritting its teeth against the pain, flapped its wings powerfully, soaring skyward like a rocket. Anhao, what are you trying to do? Nan Gongsui shouted. Anhao replied flatly, I return the same question to you. Nan Gongsui, if you do not concede, your beast will die. Do you not feel sorrow? You. Nan Gongsui was rendered speechless. The blue-eyes white dragon had long vanished. At this altitude, the two-headed infernal flame wolf king, merely at the bronze initial stage, was undoubtedly doomed. Gritting his teeth, Nan Gongsui retorted, Are you truly willing to sacrifice your dragon for my beast? Do you consider it worthwhile for a special recruitment? Anhao naturally detected the underlying tension in his tone. At this juncture, it was a contest of endurance. Anhao spread his hands and said, Before I answer that, I must apologize to you. Nan Gongsui, I have been concealing certain truths from you. For instance, my beast egg is actually. Chapter 12, a triple yellow egg? My beast egg is, in fact, a triple yellow egg. Following a resonant dragon's roar, yet another blue-eyes white dragon, unfurling its silvery white wings, leaped into the fray. Uffed. The esteemed guests seated in the audience erupted in a simultaneous spray of tea. A bewildered team member turned to Zhang Dan and asked, Team leader Zhang, can a beast egg even be a triple yellow? Not only he, but those around him wore expressions of incredulity. They were eager to seize Anhao by the collar and demand to know, from which alternate dimension did this beast egg emerge, yielding such an abundance of yellow. They were unaware that Zhang Dan's composure had also shattered. Let alone him, even a diamond-tier master would be envious of such a situation. Zhang Dan struggled to regain his composure, but to no avail. After a moment, he sighed deeply, suppressing the turmoil within him, and presented the crowd with a standard response. Although the probability of a beast of rank level 7 producing a triple yellow egg is a mere 1 in a billion, tantamount to 0. We must acknowledge its existence now that it has appeared. He added, this lad must have stumbled upon an extraordinary stroke of luck in his past life. The crowd fell into a contemplative silence. Such luck was something they all yearned for. On the teacher's bench, Zhong Jinjing was surrounded by a throng of teachers. Old Zhong, what do you have to say? Zhong Jinjing cleared his throat and declared, At this point, I shall not conceal anything further. You must know that Anhao has always been highly esteemed by me, though I have consistently advised him to remain humble. Beat him. It was unclear who initiated it. But the teachers surged towards Zhong Jinjing in a frenzy. What the hell? Upon witnessing the third blue-eyes white dragon, even Nan Gongsui, who prided himself on his profound intellect, could not refrain from cursing. He had always believed himself to be the favored child of the ancestral star's will. Awakening the windstorm demon wolf as his destined beast, a dual-birth creature that possessed an exceedingly rare fusion skill, combined with the radiant slime, could elevate its rank level to 8. Yet, in comparison to Anhao, he felt utterly insignificant. A triple yellow egg? Such a creation could only stem from a mind riddled with absurdity. Why not just give him 7, to achieve a more auspicious number? If he were to discover that Anhao indeed raised 7 dragons, he would likely abandon his aspirations of becoming a beast master altogether. The most unfortunate ones were the audience below. Their minds were incapable of processing such an overwhelming phenomenon. Some fainted on the spot, while others were consumed by jealousy, erupting in curses. What the hell? Is there no justice? Is there no law? The heavens granted him an angelic visage and filled his luck to the brim. How is this fair? Listening to their lamentations, Anhao could only shake his head inwardly, thinking these people were still too naive. Do they understand the struggles of raising dragons? Their daily consumption is immense. It is incredibly challenging. If only they knew his thoughts, they would surely beat him and call for an ambulance. I concede. Nan Gongsui sighed, lowering his head in resignation. The two-headed infernal flame wolf king was his pride and joy, the foundation of his standing. And Hao could afford to play with 3 dragons. But he certainly could not. Victory goes to Hao, a peak black iron beast master. As the supervising teacher announced, the battle finally came to a close. The surrounding students erupted in cheers. Setting aside their shattered expectations, they had witnessed a visual feast. The sight of 3 dragons on stage or a beast of rank level 8 was something they had only ever seen on television. And Hao also breathed a sigh of relief. Had the opponent maintained a truly obstinate stance, he would have had no choice but to concede. After all, each dragon had been nurtured by him with care, and he held deep feelings for them, despite their insatiable appetites. Simultaneously, this battle illuminated Hao's shortcomings. He resolved to enhance his training moving forward, improving his combat skills and not squandering his efforts on menial work. As for the financial difficulties faced by his older brother, borrowing $50,000 each month from his younger sister should not be too unreasonable. In Class 6 of the second year, a girl in the midst of a lesson suddenly shivered, instinctively clutching her wallet. "Pingyu, what's wrong?" The girl shook her head, replying, "It's nothing. I just have a strange feeling that a thief might be nearby. Perhaps I'm overthinking it." Just as Hao intended to leave, the supervising teacher called out to him. "Hao, here is your reward for this battle." Hao, puzzled, inquired, "There's a reward? I wasn't informed." The supervising teacher directly produced a stack of cash from his pocket and handed it over, leaving Hao utterly bewildered. The teacher explained, "This is a prize from the Tiansheng Beastmaster Business Academy, 10,000 yuan in cash." Upon hearing this, Hao felt a sense of relief. It was no surprise that a university reputed to have golden floors would offer such a straightforward reward. Regardless, he appreciated it. "Thank you, teacher." Hao received the cash with a beaming smile, while the supervising teacher appeared indifferent. "What is this?" The special recruitment team announced that entering the top 4 would earn a direct reward of 50,000, and reaching the semifinals would grant 500,000. At this point, the supervising teacher paused, adding that if the final match was won, the champion would receive a staggering 5 million. Hao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Behold, this is the extravagant style of the local Tyrant Academy, where money is casually tossed into the water and merely creates a sound. 2 words encapsulated: magnificent. The supervising teacher patted Hao on the shoulder, reminding him that the next match was about to commence, encouraging him to give his best effort. "I have high hopes for you." Hao nodded enthusiastically, exclaiming, "Sure thing." Now he had yet another compelling reason to secure victory. Chapter 13. Where do you see me being smug? Hao, turning around, Hao was surprised to see Nangong Sui, whose face radiated a warm smile. This demeanor made Hao question whether he truly knew this individual or had simply forgotten. Not wishing to be rude, he greeted Nangong Sui. "Seeing you excites me." "Hao, for I am your fan." Nangong Sui's eyes squinted with delight, gazing at Hao as if he were a beloved. Hao quickly distanced himself, waving his hands and saying, "No, I am unworthy." Setting aside the fact that his exuberance seemed disingenuous, the phrase "I am your fan" was a taboo. It was rumored that even a certain individual's spirit was unable to escape the curse it invoked. Nangong Sui laughed heartily. "Well then, I am your fan of looks. That should suffice." Hao suddenly felt that this person was worth befriending. With a slight smile, Nangong Sui winked at Hao, inquiring, "Hao, raising a dragon must be quite challenging, huh?" Upon hearing this, Hao nearly wept. A kindred spirit, he promptly composed a verse. "Everyone claims the dragon is a treasure, yet they know not the daily struggle to fill its belly. Fine meats are mere snacks. Only beef at every meal can be deemed adequate." Grasping Nangong Sui's hand, he said, "Brother Nangong, I have toiled long to raise my dragon. Do you have any sage advice?" Nangong Sui slowly withdrew his hand, wishing he could slap Hao's face. "If you don't want to raise one, what about me? I wish to." With a sigh of resignation, Nangong Sui continued, "My family runs a beast taming shop, and I would like to invite you to be our spokesperson, offering 300 a day, with additional bonuses. This is far more lucrative than your job at the noodle shop. What do you think, Hao?" Without hesitation, Hao replied, "I accept this offer." His employment was not a secret. A little investigation would reveal it. With this agreement, their relationship grew considerably closer. "Hao, you must strive hard. It would be best if you could defeat that Mu Zhuang fellow." "Who is Mu Zhuang?" Hao frowned. Could it be another person he knew but had forgotten? Nangong Sui explained, "He is the top student in our grade." Hao shook his head, still not recognizing the name. Nangong Sui continued, "He is a nimble, portly fellow, and he has a gluttonous dragon." Hao stroked his chin, recalling such a person. Upon hearing nimble, portly fellow, he remembered the chubby student who rode a dragon, whose agile movements had indeed left a lasting impression on him. Nangong Sui chuckled, imagining how furious Mu Zhuang would be if he ever learned of this conversation. "All right, I won't disturb you further." Nangong Sui waved goodbye, adding, "You must make it to the end. Remember, You have defeated my man. And Hao nodded affirmatively. That is assured. The intensity of this battle was extraordinarily high, conducted almost in a wheeled battle format. After one match concluded, the next commenced immediately. Competitors faced not only their current opponents, but also those who were poised to win in other arenas. Having barely any respite, and Hao's second match began. Naturally, his opponent was in a worse predicament, having just finished their bout and now had to compete again. The battle commenced. At the supervising teacher's command, both sides began summoning their beasts, and Hao opted to summon Airbai, leaving Dao Bai in the beast space to recuperate due to its severe injuries. Airbai's combat prowess was comparable to Dao Bai's, albeit lacking in practical experience. Nevertheless, its arrival was met with fervent cheers. In contrast, and Hao's opponent, Wei Wei, was in a dire situation. His primary beast was too injured to continue, forcing him to summon a bronze-tier initial stage bighorn sheep. As he summoned this beast, Wei Wei's expression was one of bitterness, yet he commanded the bighorn sheep to attack nonetheless. Bighorn sheep, charge. The sheep galloped forward with determined vigor towards the azure-eyed white dragon. The audience could palpably sense Wei Wei's current emotions, a thirst for victory mingled with helplessness against reality. And Hao shook his head in sympathy. However, who among those who had come this far would willingly concede defeat? He too had his own compelling reasons to win. Airbai, unleash dragon's might. Airbai roared, its forelimb muscles swelling significantly. Although not as adept as Bai, it was more than capable of dealing with a bighorn sheep. As the sheep charged, Airbai swiftly seized its horns and flung it aside with great force. The bighorn sheep crashed to the ground and struggled momentarily before failing to rise. The supervising teacher promptly declared, Wei Wei from Class 6 of the senior year has no combat-capable beasts remaining. In this match, and Hao from Class 2 of the senior year, a Black Iron Peak Beastmaster, emerges victorious. After announcing the result, the supervising teacher approached and Hao, holding a bag. And Hao, your next opponent has been revealed. Please proceed to the next duel platform. Also, here is your prize. The teacher handed the bag to Hao. Surprised, and Hao hadn't anticipated that someone would be faster than him. With Dao Bai incapable of fighting, if all his subsequent opponents were at Nangong Sui's level, he would have to reveal yet another dragon. The 4 yellow eggs were something he simply could not mention. Taking the bag with a heavy heart, and Hao followed the supervising teacher to the new duel platform. Upon arrival, he laid eyes on his next opponent, a hefty individual. The opponent snorted coldly, stating, and Hao, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. And Hao thought to himself that this portly fellow must be the top student Nangong Sui had mentioned. He greeted, so you are the chubby one that Nangong Sui spoke of. By the way, what is your name again? The opponent's face darkened, retorting angrily, my name is Mu Zhuang. And do not call me chubby. And Hao responded with an apologetic demeanor, my apologies, I forgot to include your distinguishing feature. I should have referred to you as the nimble chubby one. The crowd erupted in laughter, including Nangong Sui, Mu Zhuang's friend. Mu Zhuang turned his fierce gaze towards Nangong Sui, declaring, Nangong Sui, you will pay for this. Unfazed, Nangong Sui cheekily made a face at him, defeat my idol first. Then we can talk. Mu Zhuang's menacing glare shifted back to Hao, leaving the latter utterly perplexed. And Hao, do not get too smug. I will show you soon enough. And Hao could only facepalm. What was wrong with these people? Did he really have smug written all over his face? Where did you see me take pride? Chapter 14, The Duel of the Twin Dragons. Class 2 of Senior Year 3, Black Iron Peak Beastmaster, and Hao. Opponent, Class 5 of Senior Year 3, Black Iron Peak Beastmaster, Mu Zhuang. Let the battle commence. With the sharp whistle of the proctor, the arena erupted in a cacophony of cheers akin to a roaring tsunami. The much-anticipated duel of the twin dragons was finally underway. Summoned forth, Blue Eyes White Dragon, Devouring Dragon. The two participants deftly activated their magic circles, and 2 dragons, one black and one white, emerged in unison. On one side stood the elegant and cold-faced Blue Eyes White Dragon, while on the other loomed the imposing and powerful Devouring Dragon, cloaked in darkness. Roar! The moment the 2 dragons took flight, they instinctively sensed each other's presence, immediately unleashing thunderous roars as if contesting for territory in the wild, both radiating fierce battle intent. The dragons were fierce, and so too were their beast masters. Approaching the finals, neither held back any longer, launching direct attacks. And Hao commanded, Airbai, unleash, explosive gale orb. Mu Zhuang retorted, devouring, use, black flame breath. Roar, roar. Both dragons roared in unison, releasing their respective breaths. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The black flames collided with the white beams, unleashing a terrifying wave of heat that melted the very ground of the dueling arena. The proctor's expression shifted as he hastily directed the surrounding students to evacuate. Compared to the elongated form of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, the Devouring Dragon appeared somewhat stout, yet it possessed a robust vitality, its breath far superior. The clash of their energies was brief, yet the black flame breath of the devouring dragon began to overpower the explosive gale orb of the blue-eyes white dragon, gradually pushing towards its adversary. The notion of a guaranteed loss for the left side was clearly a fallacy, as in how sarcastically remarked, having strategically positioned Airby on the right. He then commanded Airby to abandon the direct confrontation and engage in aerial combat instead, despite his banter. And how I'd anticipated this scenario, Airby had recently advanced to the initial stage of bronze, naturally rendering it somewhat weaker had it been Dubai. The outcome of the clash might have been different. Following the command, Airby expelled a concentrated beam of light, pushing back the black flames and seizing the opportunity, soared into the skies. The black flames grazed Airby's back, crashing into the opposite wall of the arena, creating a massive crater. Hiss! Is this the power of dragon-type beasts? The crowd watched in envy. Don't even think about escaping, Mu Zhuang scoffed. Devouring, ascend. Pursue. The devouring dragon emitted a low growl, ascending to the skies in pursuit of the blue-eyes white dragon. Its wings, relatively small compared to its bulky body, lent it a somewhat comical appearance, though it was no slouch in speed. And Hao marveled, what an agile hefty creature. His voice was not quiet, and soon it reached Mu Zhuang's ears. Enraged, Mu Zhuang snapped, how many times must I tell you not to call me fat? And Hao shrugged, I wasn't referring to you. I was speaking of your beast. Mu Zhuang fumed, my beast is perfectly capable. With a huff, Mu Zhuang dismissed and Hao, redirecting his full attention to commanding the devouring dragon. The two dragons engaged in a relentless aerial skirmish, claws clashing and breaths colliding, much to the thrill of the spectators. And Hao commanded, Airby, use Radiance. Radiance is a unique skill of light attribute beasts, capable of emitting a blinding light that obscures the enemy's vision, akin to a flare. Upon executing Radiance, the blue-eyes white dragon created a dazzling barrier with a radius of 20 meters surrounding itself. The devouring dragon, hindered by the blinding light, stood momentarily dazed. Seizing the opportunity, the blue-eyes white dragon swooped in, delivering two swift claw strikes, inflicting both pain and frustration upon its foe. Unperturbed, Mu Zhuang evidently had a counter-strategy ready. Devouring, use Devour. The devouring dragon opened its enormous maw, nearly one-third the size of its body, and began to inhale, drawing in the luminous barrier as if sipping water. With the light barrier dispelled, the comparatively frail blue-eyes white dragon found itself at a disadvantage, relentlessly pursued and struck by the devouring dragon. It would be inaccurate to claim that the blue-eyes white dragon was inferior to the devouring dragon. Rather, it was merely at a disadvantage due to the circumstances. Had another beast been in its place, it would have likely been incapacitated by the blue-eyes white dragon's previous barrier. And Hao deftly commanded Airby to evade another of the devouring dragon's lunges, internally astonished. He had not expected the corpulent devouring dragon to match the blue-eyes white dragon in speed. A swift, hefty creature presents no disadvantages? An idea struck in Hao. Airby, circle around it. Upon receiving the command, Airby began to orbit the dueling arena. The devouring dragon relentlessly pursued, occasionally belching forth black flames from behind. Mu Zhuang wore a smug expression. In his eyes, the blue-eyes white dragon wouldn't last much longer. However, as both combatants increased their speed, Mu Zhuang's demeanor began to shift, a sense of foreboding creeping in. Suddenly, and Hao exclaimed, Airby, change direction. Following the command, Airby executed a graceful aerial spin, altering its course and narrowly avoiding a collision with the oncoming devouring dragon. Airby turned back. Once more, Airby spun in midair, positioning itself behind the devouring dragon. Airby, explosive orb. The blue-eyes white dragon unleashed two white energy spheres towards the devouring dragon. Bang! Bang! The devouring dragon was struck, emitting a pained roar. A smile crept across in Hao's face. He realized that while the devouring dragon possessed speed and agility, its substantial weight made it difficult to change direction sharply. Whereas the blue-eyes white dragon, being agile, could pivot effortlessly. Thus, by exploiting this advantage, Airby could effectively kite its opponent. Should the devouring dragon dare to turn back, its speed would inevitably decrease, making it more susceptible to attacks. With another two resounding bangs, the pursuing devouring dragon was again hit. It let out an enraged roar, yet could find no means to retaliate against Airby. Mu Zhuang furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before declaring, devouring, accelerate and retreat. Mu Zhuang's combat acumen was evident. He understood that if he continued to pursue, the blue-eyes white dragon would merely exploit the same tactics to outmaneuver him once more. It was wiser to retreat. The devouring dragon hesitated momentarily, having intended to retaliate, but obeyed its master's command to accelerate away. The situation began to improve. Thanks to its comparable speed, the devouring dragon managed to evade further explosive orbs. Witnessing this exchange, Zhang Dan couldn't help but praise. These two youngsters are not bad. They're putting on quite a show. Li Zhuaming nodded in agreement, satisfied with their performances. And Hao was equally surprised by Mu Zhuang's quick response. He was indeed a formidable opponent. Nevertheless, he remained untroubled, for the advantage lay with him. If he missed once, he could simply strike again. The explosive orb was not easily endured, and a few more hits would surely overwhelm even a level 7 devouring dragon. Mu Zhuang had not anticipated that his trump card would be so thoroughly suppressed. He activated his magic circle and began summoning his second beast. Chapter 15. Yu. I am familiar with this narrative. A bear emerged from the magic circle. This bear was plump, with a pair of dark eye circles that exuded an aura of tranquility. Upon its arrival, it looked around in bewilderment, its forehead almost adorned with the phrase harmless to humans and animals. Gazing at the bear, and Hao murmured to himself, "Isn't that a panda? Can it really be summoned as a beast? Moreover, wouldn't using a panda as a beast lead to legal repercussions?" This peculiar bear has undoubtedly captured everyone's attention, indicating that there are not many who recognize pandas in this world. What is this? It appears so adorable. I've never seen one. Are there bears of this color? It's astonishingly black and white. This bear seems to lack any semblance of aggression. What do you know? This is Mu Zhuang's first-ranked beast, which he can summon at critical moments. It cannot be a mere triviality. That is a valid point. Furthermore, as the ancients said, one should not judge a bear by its appearance. Many extraordinarily powerful beasts appear deceptively weak. Brother, have you ever heard of the golden slime? Hiss. Is it that legendary slime known for defeating dragons? At this moment, the crowd realized that this bear was anything but ordinary. Just as they anticipated some grand display, it surprisingly yawned and lay down to sleep. The crowd was taken aback. The student who had just praised the bear felt a bit embarrassed and defended. Everyone, please don't rush. Perhaps Mu Zhuang hasn't commanded it to attack yet. Some bears may seem lethargic, yet they are like a treasured sword sheathed, only releasing their brilliance when drawn, spilling blood effortlessly. Upon hearing this, the crowd's anticipation grew. Mu Zhuang commanded the bear, Lu Dan, wake up and use gravity field. However, the panda, affectionately called Lu Dan, paid him no heed, merely scratching itself with its pudgy paw and continuing to slumber. Mu Zhuang felt a surge of frustration. To be honest, he truly did not want to summon this beast unless absolutely necessary. This beast, named Iron Eater, was contracted by him 6 months prior. Not only did it possess a high-level classification of 8, but it also wielded a domain skill, gravity field, attainable only by beasts of golden caliber. It was indeed a remarkably perfect beast, aside from its disobedience. Lu Dan, use gravity field, Mu Zhuang urged, growing increasingly anxious as he attempted to coax Lu Dan into activating its skill, but Lu Dan remained indifferent, turning away and presenting him with a round, plump backside. What about the earlier assertion that a sword is hidden in its sheath? Perhaps Mu Zhuang had not yet summoned the power of the contract. After all, some beasts are exceedingly proud and rarely act on commands, even from their masters. Yet, no one could deny that such beasts tend to be extraordinarily powerful. Once they do engage, it is bound to be cataclysmic. Lu Dan, use gravity field. Lu Dan, use gravity field. Faced with this obstinate beast, Mu Zhuang found himself at a loss. He had only discovered post-contract that the Iron Eater could ignore commands conveyed through the beast contract, utterly shattering his expectations. Consequently, he could only urge through speech. As Mu Zhuang persisted, the Iron Eater seemed somewhat annoyed and finally stirred. It laboriously rose, extended a small, pudgy paw, and began to draw circles with one hand, its hefty body moving in rhythm, resembling a senior citizen engaged in disco. The crowd erupted in laughter. Haha, what is this creature doing? The one who just spoke of cataclysms. Don't hide now. Come, enlighten us on what should follow. Get lost. I can't continue this. This is a pathetic beast. Mu Zhuang must have lost his mind to contract such a creature. Not only they, but even Hao couldn't help but chuckle. National treasures are always so unexpectedly amusing. And Hao was tempted to ask Mu Zhuang where he had contracted this panda, as he too wished to fulfill a dream. Amused, he couldn't help but glance at Mu Zhuang's face, only to see it adorned with a proud smile. His expression changed. Could this panda truly possess some extraordinary quality? However, after the panda finished its little disco routine, nothing remarkable occurred. Well, not entirely nothing. The panda, now upside down, resumed its slumber, and Hao stroked his chin. Was it possible he had overthought it? In that very instant, an immense pressure enveloped the entire duel arena. The esteemed individuals present turned pale, concentrating their mental energy to resist. Upon reaching the silver stage, a Beastmaster's mental energy can manifest, forming a psychic capability field. Although this turn of events was abrupt, It did not affect the dignitaries seated. However, the less powerful students below, including Hao, found themselves crushed to the ground by the overwhelming gravity. Even worse, the two dragons in the sky plummeted from above, suffering severe injuries and losing the ability to continue the fight. Fortunately, this oppressive force did not last long. Dissipating after 3 to 5 seconds, the arena was filled with groans of agony. Ouch, that hurts. You're crushing me. What is your problem? Get your claws off me. You idiot. I'm sorry, I really didn't touch anything. There was nothing to touch. Do you want to die? The student who had just boasted about the panda now felt immensely satisfied. See, what did I tell you? Cataclysms, cosmic shifts, the very fabric of reality trembling. The sun and moon inverted. Terrifying. What dragon-type beast can match this one? What did you call it earlier? A pathetic beast? Don't worry about the details. Can someone enlighten us on what this beast is? I've never seen one, but I believe Mu Zhuang referred to it as Lu Dan. Mu Zhuang actually named such a formidable beast Lu Dan? That is a gross misuse of a treasure. Indeed, we must rename it. In my opinion, let us call it the majestic black and white super bear of radiance. What do you think? Thus, the atmosphere in the duel arena took a bizarre turn. And Hao rose, rubbing the back of his head where he had landed. He vowed never to pose with his hands behind his back again. Next, he directed his gaze at the source of all this chaos, finding it sleeping peacefully. As Hao pondered in disbelief, he heard a voice announce, "The winner of this match is Hao from Class 2 of Senior Year, a Black Iron Peak Beastmaster." And Hao was left in a state of confusion. What? I won just like that? However, Mu Zhuang, who had only just managed to stand, was struck by this announcement like a bolt from the blue. Due to his weight, he had fallen harder than Hao. Yet, at that moment, he couldn't care less about the pain in the back of his head. He shouted, "Examiner, I protest. My beast can still fight." The examiner was in a foul mood, having sat at a higher vantage point, resulting in a more severe fall and greater pain. If he were not a silver tier expert, he might have been incapacitated. Protest denied. The question of whether a beast has combat capability is one matter, but whether it possesses the will to fight is another. What is the name of your beast again? Never mind, it doesn't matter. It has clearly lost the will to fight and is considered to have forfeited. Mu Zhuang sought to argue further, but the examiner interrupted him. Indeed, your beast is exceptionally powerful and possesses combat strength. However, as a beastmaster, being unable to command your own beast is a significant failure, not to mention causing friendly fire and violating the rules. The invigilator's remark holds a certain validity. The stipulation that summoned beasts cannot attack humans is sufficient to eliminate Mu Zhuang from the competition. And Hao cast a glance at the panda and then at the visibly displeased Mu Zhuang, and he couldn't help but think of a legendary figure from ancient Earth. Chi-Yu, this plot is familiar to me. Chapter 16. Can't you just clarify how many yolks your egg contains? And Hao symbolically summoned Sanbai, indicating he still possessed the combat-ready beast, before cheerfully receiving a box from the invigilator. Upon opening it, he discovered it was indeed brimming with cash, 50,000 in prize money. Delightful. Following this battle, and Hao finally faced the last opponent in the school's ranking competition, yet this opponent took him by surprise. "Zhang Tianyu, is that you?" And Hao exclaimed, astonished at the sight of Zhang Tianyu approaching. In his memory, while Zhang Tianyu's strength was commendable, he was not among the elite. Moreover, there were formidable competitors like Xiao Ming and Feng Kuo in the other half of the bracket, especially Xiao Ming, the pride of Class 3, 2. Her prowess was indisputable. Xiao Ming's signature beast was an exceedingly rare support-type high-grade beast, the Snow Sprite. It possessed abilities such as healing, slowing, and amplification. And when paired with her primary combat beast, the only one in the entire school to reach the mid-bronze level, the illusory Snow-Winged Tiger. She epitomized the pinnacle of high school beast combat power. How could she possibly lose? And Hao inquired, "Where's Xiao Ming?" Zhang Tianyu chuckled, "I defeated her." And Hao scoffed, "You must be joking." Zhang Tianyu huffed and walked away. Just then, Xiao Ming approached, her expression tinged with frustration and dejection. "And how I lost?" And Hao asked, "How is that possible?" Mentioning this, Xiao Ming became somewhat irate. "It was just too unfortunate. I commanded the Snow Sprite and the illusory Snow-Winged Tiger to take to the skies, intending to utilize aerial superiority in combat. But suddenly a wave of oppressive force surged across the field, severely injuring both my beasts. Otherwise, how could that clumsy Yalong possibly defeat me? And Hao was at a loss for words. From a tactical perspective, Xiao Ming's choice was not misguided. The exorbitant prices of flying beasts compared to their terrestrial counterparts stem from their ability to soar. The reason dragon-type beasts command prices tenfold their peers is not merely due to their flight, but also their combat capabilities. In normal circumstances, there are indeed methods to counter flying beasts, but for black iron and bronze tier beast tamers, the cost is prohibitively high. Rather than spending that money on countermeasures, one might as well invest in acquiring a flying beast. If one can't defeat them, joining them is certainly a more appealing option. Xiao Ming's misfortune lay in encountering an abnormal situation. Who could have foreseen that amidst the battle, a gravitational field would suddenly emerge from the adjacent competition area? Toppling her beasts, Xiao Ming clenched her fists, revealing 2 small tiger teeth, and said vehemently, "Just let me find out who is responsible, or else." And Hao did not hesitate and promptly revealed that it was Mu Zhuang's beast that had caused the disruption. What? Inciting discord? How well does he know Mu Zhuang? The final round of the school's ranking competition afforded the contestants a rare 10-minute respite. After this brief interlude, the atmosphere on the field, which had just begun to ease, once again grew tense. Class 3, 2. Pinnacle Black Iron Beast Tamer, and Hao. Opposing, Class 3, 2. Pinnacle Black Iron Beast Tamer, Zhang Tianyu. Commence. And Hao and Zhang Tianyu each summoned their beasts. Observing the 2 competitors on the field, Zhong Jing wore a radiant smile. Surrounding teachers were also showering him with compliments. Old Zhong, how enviable. Indeed, tonight is bound to be a spectacle. Zhang Tianyu's beast was a mid-bronze tier Earth Yalong. The Earth Yalong, with its robust limbs and brown scales enveloping its back, resembled an armored vehicle from a distance. While its strength ranked among the top of its cohort, its appearance was rather unremarkable. Its broad jaw could easily crush steel, yet it rendered its face somewhat elongated and coarse. This might be acceptable for an ordinary beast tamer, where strength matters more than looks, but for Zhang Tianyu, it was rather disheartening. The surrounding students expressed their sympathy. TSK. Zhang Tianyu's looks may not measure up to Enhao's, but while Enhao summons a dragon, he is stuck with a Yalong. If there is no rivalry between them, no one would believe it. Don't speak out of turn. They've been classmates since kindergarten. Maybe their relationship is quite good. My goodness, what a significant psychological shadow. Zhang Tianyu gazed at Enhao, his eyes flashing with intense jealousy. Previously, he had orchestrated a ploy, believing it would guarantee his victory, only to learn from his classmates that Enhao's strength had not diminished. Rather, he had 2 dragons. Had it not been for his fortunate win in his half of the bracket, compounded by the exhaustion inflicted upon Enhao by formidable opponents, he truly would not have known how to secure a win. However, this also indicated that even fate was conspiring to assist him. Enhao, I never anticipated you possessed 3 dragons. Yet today, I shall erase the shame of the past decade. Arise, blazing dragon. As Zhang Tianyu conjured another magic circle, a dragon-type beast resembling a fiery demon emerged. A resounding roar echoed throughout the arena, seemingly releasing the pent-up emotions Zhang Tianyu had harbored for years. Zhang Tianyu laughed maniacally. Do you see? This is the dragon-type beast I painstakingly contracted. From this day forth, I, Zhang Tianyu, shall surpass you. The spectators gasped in awe. Another dragon-type beast. Is Zhang Tianyu staging a comeback? Certainly. And Hao currently possessed only a blue-eyed white dragon, while Zhang Tianyu had both an Earth Yalong and a blazing dragon. By all appearances, Zhang Tianyu had a greater chance of victory. Only a single blue-eyed white dragon. That sounds rather odd. Now that you mention it, I suddenly feel quite uncomfortable. And Hao had not expected Zhang Tianyu to contract a dragon-type beast. Dragon-type beasts are notoriously difficult to contract, aside from their exorbitant costs. Their proud nature also plays a role. Otherwise, among the affluent, few possess dragon-type beasts. With a resigned sigh, and Hao felt a twinge of pity for Zhang Tianyu, who had undoubtedly endured considerable hardship for the blazing dragon. Had this been in the past, he might have conceded, but today was different. He was determined to secure the special admission spot at the Tiansheng Beast Tamer Business Academy, not to mention the 5 million prize. I'm sorry, Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu was momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why and Hao was apologizing. While it brought him some comfort, he would never forgive him. However, upon seeing the pity in Hao's gaze, Zhang Tianyu quickly realized he was overthinking it. Fuming, he retorted, Do you truly believe you have any chance of winning? And Hao replied coolly, In fact, I have been concealing certain matters from you all along. That line sounds oddly familiar, a student remarked, perplexed. I find it resonantly familiar as well. I recalled that he had previously mentioned that his destined beast egg was a 3-yellow egg. So what does he mean by saying this now? As this student posed the question, disbelief washed over the faces of everyone present, as they contemplated a disturbing possibility. No way. Yet, the truth is indeed harsh. And Hao calmly articulated the thoughts that lingered in their minds. In fact, my beast egg is a 4-yellow egg. Uffed. The distinguished guests seated in the audience, sipping tea, simultaneously spewed their beverages. Why can't you just clarify how many yellows your egg has at once? Is this never-ending nonsense? Chapter 17, The Final Showdown. Observing the newly manifested Blue Eyes White Dragon, the onlookers had grown numb. At this point, not only the audience, but even the numerous dignitaries present felt an overwhelming urge to pummel and Hao. One team member glanced at Zhang Dan and said, Captain, You don't mean to suggest that although the probability of a 4 yellow egg appearing in a level 7 beast is 0, we must now admit its existence, do you? Zhang Dan opened his mouth, helplessly stating, "That's about the gist of it. But why should this be so? Indeed, why should this be so?" Many members of the special recruitment team had begun to lose their composure. They had initially thought that a rural setting would allow them to flaunt their superiority, but instead, they found themselves thoroughly slapped in the face, and quite brutally at that. 1 dragon is lucky. 2 dragons make you a genius. 3 dragons mean you've likely been a victim of bad luck in your past life, enduring 300 years of wind and sun, hardening, undergoing qualitative changes, decomposing, and accumulating virtue. But what does having 4 dragons signify? Isn't this a blow to morale? Seeing their envious and frenzied expressions, Zhang Dan reprimanded, "Look at yourselves. Do you still resemble mentors? Each person has their own fortune. While a destined beast is undoubtedly significant, it does not imply that those without an exceptional beast have no hope. Otherwise, we might as well only use our destined beasts and forego contracting other beasts. Instead of wallowing in incompetence and rage, consider how to improve yourselves instead of aiming too high while lacking the ability." It must be said that Zhang Dan, as a formidable golden tier warrior, exhibited considerable composure. His remarks silenced the other team members, who appeared to have gained some insight, though the truth of their understanding was known only to them. If one were to select the most explosive individual in the arena, Zhang Tianyu would claim second place, as no one dared to name the first. For dragons, how could this be? The heavens are unjust. Zhang Tianyu entirely forgot his previous gratitude towards fate. He glared fiercely at Hao, as if he wished to consume him whole. Hao, who wins and who loses is still uncertain. Hao shrugged, stating, "You won't know until you fight." Zhang Tianyu commanded, "Scorching Flame Dragon, Flame Arrow." The Scorching Flame Dragon began to gather a sphere of fire elemental energy in its mouth before explosively releasing it. The scattered fire elements transformed into arrows targeting the 2 blue-eyes white dragons. In the face of this assault, Hao remained unfazed, directing, 3 white, for white. Use Cyclone Wings. The 2 blue-eyes white dragons flapped their wings vigorously, generating powerful gusts of wind. The fierce winds sliced through the incoming fire arrows like blades. Hao declared, "Now it's my turn. 3 white, for white, explosive orb." He designated the earth dragon as the target, taking advantage of its bulkiness. Reacting swiftly, Zhang Tianyu ordered the earth dragon to defend with rock wall. The earth dragon stomped its forelimbs onto the ground, causing a wall of earth to rise instantly, which hardened into a rock wall in the blink of an eye. The light orbs struck the rock wall, resulting in a deafening explosion. The earth dragon, with its tough hide, remained unscathed thanks to the wall's protection. Is this real? The earth dragon is only a level 6 beast, yet it withstood 2 strikes from the level 7 blue-eyes white dragon without injury. Brother, it's evident that your academic performance is lacking. Beast level merely assesses the overall combat prowess of a beast. Although the earth dragon is classified as a level 6 beast, its defensive capabilities surpass those of many level 7 beasts. With its protection, the relatively slower Scorching Flame Dragon could easily utilize its advantage of a broad attack range. Does this not suggest an uncertain outcome? Not necessarily. The Blue-Eyes White Dragon, as an exceptional beast, possesses its own merits. Its terrifying destructive power and agile movements are the foundations of its survival. The Earth Dragon, paired with the Scorching Flame Dragon in a cannon-like attack mode, is slightly at a disadvantage. It seemed to confirm what the student had suggested, as the 2 Blue-Eyes White Dragons deftly evaded the Scorching Flame Dragon-S attacks and launched a fierce counteroffensive, unleashing explosive orbs, one after another. The Earth Dragon was forced to erect walls in a bid to defend itself, growing increasingly fatigued. Before long, scorched patches appeared all over the Earth Dragon-S body. Meanwhile, the Scorching Flame Dragon attempted to retaliate, but with little effect. Zhang Tianyu also dared not allow the Scorching Flame Dragon to engage in aerial combat. While the Scorching Flame Dragon boasts formidable destructive power, it is relatively slower than the Blue-Eyes White Dragons. If it recklessly ventured away from the Earth Dragon's protection to engage in aerial combat, it would undoubtedly be no match for the 2 Blue-Eyes White Dragons. Thus, Hao capitalized on the Blue-Eyes White Dragon's advantages, advancing steadily without affording Zhang Tianyu any opportunities. Zhang Tianyu could no longer contain his impatience. He shouted to Hao, "Hao, do you dare to take one of my attacks?" Hao sneered dismissively, initially inclined to ignore him, but upon realizing that the special recruitment team was watching, he decided to acquiesce. According to the principal's words, the special recruitment team would recruit solely based on their performance and not necessarily the champions. Thus, he aimed to leave no room for dispute. Why would I not dare? Zhang Tianyu was taken aback by Hao's agreement, and he laughed heartily. "Hao, you will surely regret this." With that, he transmitted commands to his two beasts through their contracts. The scorching flame dragon fervently gathered fire elements, while the earth dragon amassed earth elements. Lava burst arrow. With Zhang Tianyu's loud declaration, the two beasts intertwined their respective elements, transforming them into a barrage of magma arrows that shot forth. Is that a combination skill? Isn't that a technique that at least a bronze beast master can master? Zhang Tianyu has such a trump card. Suddenly, many who supported Zhang Tianyu began to rally behind him, and Hao was slightly surprised but remained unperturbed. If this were anyone else, they would undoubtedly lose. However, regrettably for them, they were facing him. Countering, he had a full 7 dragons at his disposal, and Hao promptly initiated a magic circle, beginning his summoning. Of course, he was not foolish enough to unleash all his dragons. He summoned only 2, 5 white and 6 white, to impersonate the previously retreated Great White and 2 white. Altogether, explosive gale orb, fire at will. The 4 blue-eyes white dragons lined up, exhaling beams of white light. The sky lit up as if 4 long tubular incandescent lights had been ignited, incredibly dazzling. The 4 explosive gale orbs clashed with the lava burst arrows, resulting in a cascade of fiery rain showering the arena. The supervising teacher instructed nearby students to evacuate swiftly. Boom, boom, boom. Sizzling sounds erupted as smoke billowed. The entire process continued for about 10 seconds. When everyone regained their senses, the duel arena was left in utter disarray. The Earth Dragon and the Flame Dragon lay unconscious on the ground. In the dueling arena, for majestic blue eyes white dragons soared proudly above, while the young Dragon Master, AO, exuded an unparalleled grace. The supervising teacher announced, in this match, from Class 3, 2, the Black Iron Peak Beast Master, and Hao, is the victor. A tremendous cheer erupted from the crowd, although some questioned how and Hao's previously injured dragon had suddenly regained its fighting strength. Such doubts did little to diminish their admiration for him. With 4 dragons at his command, he was indeed the chosen one. The audience had little interest in further competition. Silence, commanded Principal Li Jueming, and the arena fell into an immediate hush. He invited Zhang Dan, the head of the Special Admission Committee from Tianqing Beastmaster Academy, to announce the results of the admissions process. It was then that the audience remembered the existence of the special admissions and turned their attention to Zhang Dan, eagerly awaiting his announcement. Nonetheless, many regarded the process as merely a formality, convinced that no one could rival in Hao. Zhang Dan rose slowly, but his next words left everyone doubting their own ears. After deliberation by the Special Admission Committee, the special admission candidate for Tianqing Academy is Zhang Tianyu. The announcement sent shockwaves through the crowd. What? How could it be Zhang Tianyu? While Zhang Tianyu had performed admirably, he paled in comparison to Hao, who commanded 4 dragons. Surely, there must be some underhanded dealings at play. The teachers and students from City Number 1 High School buzzed with speculation, and even the members of the Special Admission Committee were taken aback. However, they did not voice any objections on behalf of their representative, merely expressing their surprise. After all, Zhang Dan was the head. His word was final. Principal Li Jueming furrowed his brow and inquired, "Old Zhang, what is going on here?" Zhang Dan offered a wry smile. "Well, this is Tianqing Beastmaster Commercial Academy, you understand." Principal Li was instantly enlightened. Tianqing Beastmaster Commercial Academy was established by numerous capital magnates domestically, and thus could not be expected to operate with the same integrity as other universities. Financial dealings were inevitable. However, what irked Principal Li was that if there were to be any subterfuge, it should have been disclosed earlier, as he found himself embroiled in a predicament. Without this knowledge, one might assume he was complicit. How could he lead his team in the future? Zhang Dan chuckled. The special admission slots must carry some weight, after all. But don't worry, old Li, the Zhang family will compensate you later. Principal Li snorted, neither agreeing nor refusing. His concerns were, undeniably, valid. Before long, and Hao's homeroom teacher, Zhong Jingjing, approached to demand an explanation, accompanied by a throng of teachers and students. "Principal, what is going on? Are we all fools being made to perform in a farce?" Zhong Jingjing was seething with anger. Although he was strict, his feelings for his students were unwavering. Had Zhang Tianyu genuinely triumphed, he would have rejoiced for him, but he could not accept such blatant manipulation. Faced with this public confrontation, Principal Li's expression darkened. "Zhong Jingjing, are you questioning me?" As tension mounted between the two, Zhang Dan stepped in to mediate. "This teacher must be Zhang Tianyu's homeroom instructor. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Zhang Dan, an associate professor at Tianqing Beastmaster Commercial Academy, and also Zhang Tianyu's uncle. I have often heard him speak of you. Thank you for your continued care for him." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to understand. No wonder Zhang Tianyu was selected. He had been predetermined. However, to drag the entire school into this charade was rather excessive. The audience murmured discontentedly, yet no one dared voice their grievances aloud. Setting aside Zhang Dan's position at Tianxing Beastmaster Commercial Academy, as a formidable golden-tier expert, he was not someone they could afford to offend. Thus, they donned smiles in his presence. Yet, Zhong Jingjing remained unyielding against Zhang Dan's semi-threatening overtures, declaring, "As an educator, this is truly disgraceful. Old Zhong, what nonsense are you spouting?" A friend of Zhong Jingjing hastily intervened. "That is a golden-tier expert, not just any golden-tier expert. He is not someone we, mere silvers, can afford to offend." Zhang Dan's expression darkened. A terrifying wave of mental energy surged forth like a dam breaking, directed at Zhong Jingjing. "Don't overstep your bounds." Zhong Jingjing immediately erected a mental barrier, straining to resist. "Cease at once." Turning to the commotion, and Hao intervened. Everyone expected him to confront the special admission committee. But his subsequent words surprised all. "Professor Zhang, although many may have reservations about the outcome, as the party involved, I have no objections to your announcement. There is no need to escalate this situation into an unpleasant affair." Zhang Dan raised an eyebrow. "You genuinely have no objections?" "Indeed." And Hao replied in a calm and measured tone, betraying no hint of displeasure. In truth, upon learning the results, and Hao had already deduced that the special admissions were preordained. Such occurrences were not uncommon in his previous life. Therefore, further argument would be futile. He might as well seek compensation instead. He had initially been surprised to see his homeroom teacher, Zhong Jingjing, embroiled in conflict with the special admission committee on his behalf. And Hao could not allow him to suffer because of him. Witnessing Hao's willingness to concede, Zhong Jingjing became anxious. "And Hao, the slots at Tianxing Beastmaster Commercial Academy are exceedingly rare. How can you simply relinquish it? I will not allow my student to endure such injustice." Seeing Zhong Jingjing's unwavering resolve, and Hao felt a swell of gratitude. He was even more determined not to let Zhong Jingjing suffer for his sake. "Teacher Zhong, while I may have won, this ranking battle has revealed many of my shortcomings. In terms of combat skills and battle spirit, I fall short compared to my peers. I merely triumphed due to my innate talent. As for the special admission slot being awarded to Zhang Tianyu, I cannot speak for others, but I, and Hao, harbor no objections." And Hao's words were heartfelt, reflecting the profound insights he had gained from this experience. Following his declaration, the crowd was filled with admiration. Setting aside everything else, his composure and willingness to defend his teacher earned him widespread respect. Zhang Dan eased his mental pressure on Zhong Jingjing, turning his gaze towards the exceptionally handsome youth. To be honest, Zhang Dan found Hao somewhat perplexing. With such striking looks and remarkable talent, one would expect him to be arrogant. Yet, his humility was quite puzzling. Even if it were an act, it did not seem forced. As a university instructor, Zhang Dan had encountered numerous geniuses who, despite appearing humble, would reveal their true colors in critical moments. Intrigued, Zhang Dan smiled and said to Hao, "Young man, while I cannot ascertain the veracity of your words, your attitude greatly impresses me. For this year's college entrance examination, if you are interested, consider applying to Tianxing Beastmaster Commercial Academy. You may seek me out then." The audience understood that Zhang Dan was extending yet another opportunity to Hao, and their gazes towards him shifted. Transforming adversaries into allies with just a few words was truly remarkable. And Hao was taken aback, but being a pragmatic individual, he promptly accepted. "Thank you, Professor." Originally, Zhang Tianyu, who had come to watch the spectacle, turned pale with envy. Good heavens! If Hao were to attend the same university as him, he might as well resign himself to despair. "Uncle." Zhang Dan's expression hardened as he scolded, "Silence." Zhang Dan was quite displeased with his nephew. Not only had he resorted to underhanded tactics in advance, but after expending great effort to secure a dragon contract for him, he ultimately still lost. The teacher merely stood by, watching the drama unfold, seemingly unaware of the need to mediate, leaving Zhang Dan, who had intervened on his behalf, in a precarious position. Truly, a case of more harm than good. Then there was Hao, who appeared pleasing in every way. Were it not for his sister's persistent pleas, he would have chosen Hao without hesitation. Zhang Tianyu, struck by fear, dared not utter a word. His father was a son-in-law, taking on his mother's surname, Zhang. His maternal lineage was exceptionally powerful, with many outstanding individuals, notably his uncle, who had become a formidable figure in the golden rank before even reaching 40. Zhang Tianyu had harbored a deep-seated fear of him since childhood. He cast a resentful and envious glance at Hao. Damn it, now even his uncle favored him. Why? Zhang Dan disregarded him entirely and prepared to leave with his entourage. He had accomplished what he set out to do, thus satisfying his sister. Just as Zhang Dan and his group were about to depart, a crowd appeared to block their path. "Step aside." Before Zhang Dan could speak, a member of the special recruitment team shouted, emboldened by their affiliation with the Tianxing Beast Business Academy, accustomed to their arrogance. However, Upon recognizing the attire of the newcomers, he was rendered speechless, stuttering in disbelief. Red Dragon Academy. The onlookers' expressions shifted dramatically. The Red Dragon Academy was among the top 5 institutions in the nation. What business did they have here? Chapter 19. We are here for special recruitment as well. Initially taken aback by the insult, the members of the Red Dragon Academy quickly regained their composure and sprang into action. How dare you? As one of the top 5 institutions in the country, where everyone rides dragons, we are not accustomed to being insulted, especially not in this rustic place. Stop, stop. Captain Zhang Dan, help me, cried one of the assaulted members, pleading for mercy. Zhang Dan hesitated, ultimately refraining from intervening. The Red Dragon Academy far outclassed the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy, sitting 3 tiers above them in the national rankings. He dared not offend them without understanding the situation first. As for the unfortunate member, well, tough luck. Who could have anticipated encountering someone from the Red Dragon Academy in this backwater town, especially after having insulted them? Wait, let us not forget we are here on a mission. It was a young woman from the Red Dragon Academy, with a long ponytail and black-rimmed glasses. Her beauty evident even at under 30. The members of the Red Dragon Academy immediately ceased their actions. If it weren't for Senior Su Yun's reminder, they might have forgotten their purpose altogether. Who is the principal here? Step forward. The surrounding teachers and students instinctively retreated, clearing the stage for Li Zhuaming. What? I'm being sold out? Li Zhuaming, called forth, trembled at the sight of the hostile gathering. These individuals appeared youthful, yet possessed golden-level strength. And with their backing from the Red Dragon Academy, he could not afford to offend any of them. With a mournful expression, Li Zhuaming addressed the guests from the Red Dragon Academy. I am Li Zhuaming, principal of Z City First High School. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Su Yun huffed, her tone decidedly unfriendly. We are here for recruitment. Recruitment? 1,000 thoughts raced through Li Zhuaming's mind as he contemplated how to kneel and beg for mercy, only to find out they were there for recruitment. Indeed. Su Yun confirmed, nodding as she introduced herself. I am Su Yun, head of the special recruitment team from Red Dragon Academy, responsible for this recruitment effort. Realizing they were not there to cause trouble, Li Zhuaming let out a sigh of relief, though confusion soon crept in. Why would an institution of Red Dragon Academy's caliber come to a small place like Z City for recruitment? Nevertheless, he did not dare to be negligent. Su Team Leader, how may I assist you? Our school recently held a campus ranking battle. Would you like to see our students' ranking list? Su Yun waved her hand dismissively. No need for that. Just help me find someone. Whispers filled the air. Was there an insider connection? And to ask for someone right off the bat was rather blunt. Not only the faculty and students of Z City First High School, but even the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy's special recruitment team couldn't help but silently scoff. They had thought their academy was shrouded in intrigue, only to find that Red Dragon Academy was even more brazen about it. Li Zhuaming cautiously inquired. May I ask who you are looking for, Su Team Leader? Su Yun replied, And how? And how? Everyone gasped in unison, turning their astonished gazes to Hao. They had not anticipated that Hao, who had failed to gain admission to the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy, would instead be accepted by the Red Dragon Academy. It was well known that to enter the Red Dragon Academy, one needed talent, diligence, financial resources, and a powerful background, none of which were commonplace in a small place like Z City, where it could take a decade for even one individual to gain admission. What extraordinary luck! Envy filled the eyes of those around him. Given the circumstances, there was no room for jealousy. At that moment, their gazes returned to Zhang Tianyu, whose expression grew increasingly peculiar, some even mocking him. After all that boasting, he still fell short. Zhang Tianyu, at that moment, was so bitter that he felt bile rising in his throat. He had just enrolled in the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy and had not yet had the chance to flaunt it before Hao, only to have Hao turn around and gain admission to the Red Dragon Academy. The slap of reality was deafening. You are Hao. Su Yun, having spotted him, had no choice but to approach. It was hard to miss him. Indeed, that is I? Hao responded, perplexed, as he could not recall possessing any special background that would warrant direct admission to the Red Dragon Academy. Furthermore, while the Red Dragon Academy was excellent, it was not his ideal institution. The costs there were entirely self-funded. Su Yun patted him on the shoulder. You're quite the looker, Junior. You'll be sticking with me from now on. Hao chuckled awkwardly. Sister Su Yun, could we discuss something? Su Yun smiled confidently. Go ahead. I've got your back. I actually don't want to attend the Red Dragon Academy. Su Yun's smile froze on her face. What did you just say? Hao repeated himself. I don't particularly want to attend the Red Dragon Academy. The atmosphere fell into a stunned silence. Did I mishear? Did Hao just say he doesn't want to attend the Red Dragon Academy? I think I heard that too. I thought my ears were malfunctioning. Su Yun scrutinized Hao. You are indeed quite handsome. But why wouldn't you want to attend the Red Dragon Academy? Do you have another preferred institution? Hao grinned. Senior Su, I've always wanted to attend the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy. Gasp. Once again, the atmosphere grew heavy with disbelief. While the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy was indeed commendable, it could not compare to the Red Dragon Academy in any way. Wasn't he that akin to picking up a sesame seed and discarding a watermelon? The most bewildered were the members of the Tiansheng Beast Business Academy's special recruitment team. What the heck? Are we actually outshining the Red Dragon Academy? A sense of exhilaration washed over them. Yet, their elation was short-lived, for the gaze of the Red Dragon Academy members bore a menacing intensity. How dare you attempt to poach from our Red Dragon Academy? The audacity of the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy is quite remarkable. Zhang Dan was bewildered. This situation made no sense at all. He hastily protested. It's a misunderstanding, merely a misunderstanding. We did not specifically recruit student and how. Rather, we sought to recruit another individual. Little did he know. This statement further ignited Su Yun's fury. Are you implying that our Red Dragon Academy is left to recruit the remnants of your choices? That is absolutely not the case. Zhang Dan was nearly in tears. Lamenting the absurdity of the situation, Su Yun ignored him, turning to An Hao and inquiring, Junior, has the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy indeed recruited you? An Hao shook his head. Su Yun, in a fit of rage, confronted Zhang Dan. How dare you deceive me? The members of the Red Dragon Academy were equally incensed. How could you disregard our esteemed institution? Zhang Dan was drenched in cold sweat. It's all a misunderstanding. As the tension escalated, Zhang Dan urgently called out, Everyone, let us deliberate on how to resolve this matter. We shall comply with any reasonable demands you may have. Su Yun pondered for a moment. A member of the Red Dragon Academy proposed, How about this? The Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy can extend another invitation to Junior and Hao, who can then graciously decline. After which we, the Red Dragon Academy, will issue a formal invitation. A splendid plan indeed. Soon, many from the Red Dragon Academy concurred. Su Yun nodded in agreement. What? The Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy? Do their opinions even carry weight? Zhang Dan, feeling utterly defeated, turned to An Hao with a mournful expression. Student An Hao, after deliberation by our Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy's recruitment committee, we sincerely invite you to become a special recruit of our esteemed institution. What do you think? An Hao nodded affirmatively. Very well, I am truly honored. Zhang Dan. Everyone else. Chapter 20. The repeated rejections of the Red Dragon Academy's special invitations were due to Teacher Zhang, I have long admired your esteemed academy. It is with immense gratitude that I receive this special invitation today. Thank you. Thank you. Faced with An Hao's enthusiasm, Zhang Dan appeared utterly constipated. If An Hao were to accept the invitation now, it would undoubtedly overshadow Zhang Dan's achievements, propelling him to golden status and marking the pinnacle of his life. Yet, such glory was not something he desired. Did he not see the fiery glares of the Red Dragon Academy members? Coughing, he implored, Student An Hao, could you perhaps reconsider? After all, in terms of academy rankings, our Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy is significantly lower than the Red Dragon Academy. An Hao responded earnestly, Teacher Zhang, I believe that the choice of university does not determine a beast master's future accomplishments. Both beef and steam buns can satiate hunger, ultimately. Success relies on one's own efforts. Trust me, Teacher Zhang, I will not bring shame to the academy. The crowd nodded in agreement, acknowledging An Hao's profound insights, which radiated a blinding brilliance, nearly impossible to behold. Yet, upon reflection, they realized a disconcerting implication. What of those who had nothing to eat? It was utterly disheartening. Zhang Tianyu was even more incensed. How dare you, and how? You forsake the delicious beef to compete for steamed buns? Are you out of your mind? Is it your life's mission to entangle yourself with me endlessly? Hearing An Hao's words, Su Yun chuckled softly. Junior An Hao, I suspect you are not fully aware of the strength of our Red Dragon Academy, which is why you would make such a choice. How about we have a friendly competition between our academy and the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy, allowing you to experience the disparity firsthand? The other members of the Red Dragon Academy were equally enthusiastic. Leave it to me, sister. In 10 minutes, I'll defeat them all. Step aside. Sister, I need only 5 minutes. 5 minutes? You would bring shame to our Red Dragon Academy. Sister, I need just 1 minute. Sister, don't listen to them. With a single breath of dragon fire, I can finish it in 5 seconds. Choose me. Witnessing the ferocity of the Red Dragon Academy members, Zhang Dan felt a chill run down his spine. He quickly grasped An Hao's arm. Student An Hao, please reconsider. In terms of educational equity, our Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy falls far short of the Red Dragon Academy. Our institution is rife with dubious characters and often engages in underhanded dealings. It may not be suitable for someone of your caliber. Zhang Dan spoke these words with a heavy heart, for who would willingly disparage their own academy? Well, though these statements held an element of truth, An Hao replied with earnestness, Teacher Zhang, You are mistaken. What you've just said validates that the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy provides students with a more authentic competitive environment, allowing them to grasp the harsh realities of society earlier and honing their mental fortitude, something that those lofty ivory towers cannot compare to. This sentiment struck a chord with the recruitment committee from the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy, filling them with bittersweet pride. For so long, they had been derided for their perceived materialism, yet here was a student who held their institution in such high regard. It was profoundly moving. Zhang Dan could hardly contain his applause. Excellent. Bravo. Yet, he could not ignore the brewing conflict with the Red Dragon Academy. Does this fool not see the impending danger? Teacher Zhong, could you not intervene and counsel your student? Zhang Dan appealed to Zhong Zhengjing. In his view, as a teacher, Zhong would surely comprehend the vast differences between the two institutions better than in Hao, a mere student. However, to his astonishment, Zhong Zhengjing pondered for a moment before replying. I respect your decision. Zhang Dan felt a surge of blood rush to his head. Before he could regain his composure, the members of the Red Dragon Academy had already activated the magical array. As the saying goes, experience brings true knowledge. Let us directly engage and demonstrate to Junior and Hao. Zhang Dan was on the verge of panic. Student and Hao, I implore you, please decline our invitation. Teacher Zhang, but I genuinely wish to attend the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy. And Hao replied, his gaze unwavering, as if ignited by a flame of conviction. Zhang Dan nearly fainted. Heavens, just let me perish. He would rather and Hao slap him and declare, this academy is pathetic. Since you don't want me, I shan't care either. Then endure in Hao's relentless pursuit. Thankfully, Su Yun now recognized that this junior was resolute in his desire to join the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy. She refrained from further pressuring Zhang Dan and instructed her entourage to cease their actions. Su Yun then inquired, Junior and Hao, do you perceive any shortcomings in our Red Dragon Academy? Why are you so adamant about not joining us? And Hao met her gaze and awkwardly smiled. The tuition fees are simply too exorbitant. This rationale rendered the entire gathering silent for a full 10 seconds. A stampede of 1,000 angry thoughts surged through everyone's minds. Are you serious? You would refuse to attend the Red Dragon Academy over tuition fees? One would sell their family's possessions to enroll there. Su Yun was equally taken aback by this reasoning. It struck at the very core of her understanding. Coming from a wealthy background, she had never contemplated that someone might decline admission to the Red Dragon Academy due to the cost of tuition. She had already envisioned the headline for tomorrow's news. The repeated rejections of the Red Dragon Academy's special invitations were due to just then. Su Yun's phone chimed. Upon seeing the incoming call number, Su Yun's expression shifted dramatically. She quickly answered the call. Hello, head sister, she said, her tone brimming with servility. At the mere mention of head sister, the members of the Red Dragon Academy instinctively lowered their bodies, hardly daring to breathe. Hee. There has been a slight issue. Head sister, please don't be angry. I will immediately bring Junior and Hao to you. Wishing you all the best. May fortune and health be with you. Until the moment the call ended, Su Yun maintained her obsequious smile, letting out a sigh of relief. She turned to the others and inquired, which of you is teacher Zhong Zhengjing? That would be me. Zhong Zhengjing stepped forward. The respect shown by the Red Dragon Academy's members led Zhong Zhengjing to surmise the identity of the caller. Teacher Zhong, could you kindly escort us to the school's ability space pavilion? The head sister is coming, and we must go welcome her. Junior and Hao, you should come with us as well. And Hao nodded in agreement. The conversation left Principal Li, Zhang Dan, and the surrounding teachers and students utterly bewildered. Could it be that yet another significant figure was about to arrive? They seemed even more impressive than those from the Red Dragon Academy. It was as if they were beyond the stratosphere. And Hao found the voice on the other end of the call somewhat familiar. The caller had specifically summoned him, indicating that his admission to the Red Dragon Academy was orchestrated by this individual. It seemed this person also knew Zhong Zhengjing. Considering Zhong Zhengjing's recent change in attitude towards him, he speculated that it was likely connected to this individual. But who could it be? Did he know anyone of such stature? Chapter 21. Is it her? The Ability Space Pavilion was a forbidden area within the school, perpetually sealed off. Rumors circulated that it contained a passage to another world. As Hao arrived, he was followed by a throng of people, including Principal Li Zhuiming, several teachers, and Zhang Dan, the head of the inspection team from the Tiansheng Beast Merchant Academy, along with his subordinates. Naturally, when a notable figure was present, everyone desired to make an appearance, hoping to be noticed. Su Yun did not deter them. After all, the arrival of the head sister required some backdrop to enhance the atmosphere, and the golden and silver figures sufficed. What kind of prominent figure could warrant such reverence from the Red Dragon Academy? Regardless, it was a privilege to merely lay eyes upon someone of such caliber. Who knew? They might even have the chance to be acknowledged. And Hao was indeed fortunate to have caught the attention of such a distinguished individual. After all, It was merely due to his handsome appearance, exceptional talent, and high awareness. While the crowd speculated, a terrifying aura descended from above. Looking up, they beheld a colossal figure plummeting towards the ground like a meteor. The crowd scattered in fright. Boom! The tremendous roar pierced their eardrums. A cloud of dust erupted, gradually settling to reveal the true form of the colossal object. It was a massive red dragon, measuring at least 100 meters in length. Its deep crimson scales gleamed like red-hot iron, sparking against the air in certain areas. The dragon unfurled its wings, casting a shadow that enveloped a significant portion of the pavilion, reminiscent of a volcano poised to erupt, instilling a sense of impending doom. The crowd erupted in chaos. What kind of dragon is this? Can someone enlighten me? What level is this dragon? Its aura is so terrifying that it cannot be probed with mental force. Principal Li Jueming exclaimed incredulously, Platinum. It's actually of platinum level. But isn't it forbidden for beasts of platinum level and above to linger on the ancestral star? No, this dragon has not reached platinum level. Zhang Dan nearly shouted. His wider knowledge allowed him to recognize the dragon at a glance, but that only heightened his astonishment. No, how can this be? The aura is unmistakable. Zhang Dan swallowed hard, his voice trembling, because it is the Red Dragon Emperor. The Red Dragon Emperor? The crowd murmured, having never heard of such a name. However, the title sounded exceedingly formidable. The Red Dragon Emperor is a divine beast of racial level 11. What? A divine beast? An 11th level? The surrounding individuals were dumbfounded. Encountering a beast of racial level 7 in their lifetime was already remarkable, let alone level 11. Something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. No wonder the aura, merely of golden level, was so terrifying. It turned out to be a divine beast. Li Jueming muttered. Beasts of racial levels 7, 8, and 9 were referred to as supermodel beasts or supergrade beasts, which were already the limits of what an ordinary person could encounter or hear about. But above the supermodel beasts, there existed another category of beasts, the divine beasts. Divine beasts defied the conventional power formula of racial levels, as each one was an extraordinarily unique entity, possessing capabilities that ordinary individuals could scarcely fathom. And Hao gazed at the dragon, somewhat entranced. His first thought was, how incredibly massive. How much food would this creature consume in a day? His second thought was, would Bai and the others eventually grow to such a size? Zhong Jinjing, thinking he had been rendered speechless by fear, jested, so, are you impressed? And Hao nodded, yes, it certainly looks like it has quite the appetite. Zhong Jinjing paused. Who cares about its appetite? The dragon's magnificence is what truly matters. Was there anyone who would forego nurturing a dragon simply because it had a large appetite? After a period of astonishment, a breathtaking woman descended from the dragon's head. Dressed in crimson, her skin seemed as smooth as frosted jade, and her beauty radiated like the rising sun, embodying a perfect blend of cool dominance and passionate allure. As she landed, Zhong Jinjing and Su Yun hurried to greet her. Young miss, head sister. The woman merely nodded at them before striding directly toward Hao. Upon recognizing her, Hao was left dumbfounded. It's you. Qin Yunlan tossed her fiery red hair and smiled. What about it? Is there a problem? No. Hao had a rather unfavorable impression of this woman. First, she had offered to buy him for a night, causing him embarrassment in the noodle shop. And then her hefty request for a child had led to relentless online ridicule. Initially, he had thought her to be just an ordinary wealthy woman. Who could have imagined she was a top-tier powerhouse? Her previous behavior had been far too unseemly for someone of her stature. Principal Li Jueming and Zhang Dan approached as well. We are honored to meet you. However, they were interrupted by Su Yun. You may leave. There is nothing for you here. What? The two were taken aback. They had not been deterred upon their arrival, and now, with the person present, they were being asked to leave. What did that mean? They had yet to even exchange greetings, and both felt somewhat reluctant. Su group leader. We have yet to pay our respects. Su Yun blocked their way, dismissively stating, my head sister has urgent matters to discuss with Junior and Hao. All irrelevant personnel should withdraw. She curled her lip in disdain, thinking to herself, now that the head sister has arrived, why do we still need you paper figures? Though the two wished to protest, the clear intent to dismiss them left them with no choice but to nod and depart. The most frustrated was undoubtedly Li Jueming. As a principal, being treated as irrelevant personnel in his own school was a humiliation he could not fathom. And now, with Zhang Dan's previous incident, was he to endure two such indignities in a single day? The recent events unfolded like a fleeting breeze, hardly registering in Qin Yunlan's consciousness. Her captivating eyes were fixed intently on Hao, occasionally darting out to lick her crimson lips. Hao felt increasingly uncomfortable under her gaze and cleared his throat, inquiring, was it you who arranged the special recruitment for the Scarlet Dragon Academy? Indeed, it was I. Qin Yunlan leaned closer to Hao. Her presence as intoxicating as the fragrance of orchids, yet as tumultuous as a raging tide. Have you considered my previous proposal? After all, it's quite arduous for a young man to rely solely on his own efforts. And Hao felt the world around him spinning. He averted his gaze, stating, I have no idea what you're talking about. Of course, I am referring to the substantial reward for siring offspring, Qin Yunlan blurted out. And Hao stepped back, exclaiming, Don't joke around. Qin Yunlan's expression was earnest as she replied, I am not joking. Seeing her serious demeanor, and Hao couldn't help but feel a flicker of doubt. Could it be true? The thought struck him, and his mind buzzed with a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, embarrassment, frustration, and a reluctance to accept the situation. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly asked, Why did you choose me? A smile graced Qin Yunlan's lips as she simply replied, Handsome. Ah, so that was it. And Hao realized, finding this straightforward reason surprisingly endearing. Beside them, Zhong Xinjing fell silent, thinking, There are plenty of handsome men. Why should it be you? My lady, please do not tease this boy any further. I am not teasing. Qin Yunlan winked at Hao. Zhong Xinjing intended to speak again, but was interrupted by Qin Yunlan's authoritative tone. Everyone, step back. Yes, Zhong Xinjing conceded reluctantly and withdrew. Now, headmistress, we shall take our leave and not intrude upon you. The members of the Scarlet Dragon Academy also departed, casting teasing glances at Hao as they exited. What just happened? Before Hao could gather his thoughts, he found himself floating towards Qin Yunlan. The Beastmaster's power at a certain level allowed them to project their mental strength outward, influencing and controlling nearby objects or individuals at will. The distance between them diminished, and Hao could see his own reflection in Qin Yunlan's enchanting eyes. Unable to restrain himself, Hao queried, What do you intend to do? Qin Yunlan's delicate fingers traced his face gently. I already told you. I seek to reward you handsomely for offspring. Inhaling the subtle scent of her presence, Hao's thoughts became disordered. He pondered, If I resist, will I be harmed? Or should I just acquiesce? Chapter 22. Is this what you call a handsome reward for offspring? Hao slowly closed his eyes, feeling as if he could not escape this predicament. Fine. Let the storm come with even greater ferocity. Seeing this, Qin Yunlan laughed heartily. Why are you closing your eyes if I said I seek a reward for offspring? Hao opened his eyes, aren't you? Qin Yunlan pressed further. What is it you think I want? That kind of thing. That kind of thing? Under Qin Yunlan's relentless questioning, Hao's face burned with shame, mingled with a hint of irritation. This woman not only coveted his body, but also insulted his dignity. How could a man endure such humiliation? Yet before Hao could explode, Qin Yunlan suddenly tossed him onto the ground. With a look of disdain, she remarked, Goodness. You're so filthy-minded. You weren't thinking of such things, were you? Hao rubbed his sore backside, bewildered. What are you talking about? Didn't you mention seeking a reward for offspring? How is it my fault? The kind of reward I seek is entirely different from what you think. What? Hao was taken aback. There were different kinds of rewards for offspring? What I meant was to breed my little Hong. Qin Yunlan pointed to the enormous creature behind her. Her bloodline is too noble for ordinary dragons. I only thought to try when I discovered your beast's lineage is also remarkably high. Who would have guessed you would misunderstand me? Feigning annoyance. Qin Yunlan secretly reveled in her amusement. You boys in your youth think about nothing but women. Hao was left speechless. If you want to breed, just say so. Why use such a term as reward for offspring? It leads to misunderstandings. However, since he had misunderstood first, Hao chose to apologize. I'm sorry, I indeed overthought it. Qin Yunlan waved her hand dismissively, adopting a magnanimous demeanor. No worries, no worries. I too bear some responsibility. My charm must have led your thoughts astray. Hao was exasperated. Your responsibility is certainly not that. Qin Yunlan continued. So what are your thoughts now? My thoughts. Hao glanced at the so-called little Hong. Isn't my beast still too young? Isn't it premature? That has nothing to worry about. I just want to reserve a place. Reserve? Yes. Qin Yunlan explained. Although dragon-type beasts are powerful, their fertility rates are quite low. Typically, only the first mating after reaching adulthood has a significant chance of producing offspring. However, since dragons are quite temperamental, it is crucial for a beastmaster to safeguard their first mating. As she said this, Qin Yunlan's gaze was fixed on Hao, seemingly implying something deeper. Hao felt uneasy under her scrutiny, though he realized his previous behavior was somewhat indefensible. He cleared his throat to change the subject. What is the rank of your little Hong? Battle power rank, Golden Pinnacle, species rank, level 11, species name, Red Dragon Emperor. What? Level 11 species rank. Hao's jaw dropped in disbelief. Such a creature existed? It was utterly against the rules. His azure-eyed white dragon was only at level 7. Could it possibly be a match? Qin Yunlan giggled. Don't worry. Your dragon can certainly match my little Hong. The Beastmaster's beast level can be elevated. My little Hong's original species rank was level 8, which I later raised to level 11. The notion that species rank could be elevated was new to Hao. Really? This is the first I've heard of it. Qin Yunlan nodded. Yes, The principal difference between a Beastmaster's primary beast and ordinary beasts is the capacity to elevate species rank. Each beast has its own requirements for elevation. This is something the Beastmaster must explore personally. However, it often correlates significantly with the purity of the beast's bloodline. If a beast's parents possess particularly high ranks, the likelihood of elevation increases, as does the potential ceiling. But my azurite white dragon is only at species rank 7. Isn't level 11 too far-fetched? Indeed, it is a bit challenging, but you have 4 beasts. Perhaps one could indeed reach level 11. Moreover, I can see that their bloodlines are quite pure, so the chances are high. Alright then, and how decided not to dwell on it further? He asked. How will we divide the offspring? You can't possibly expect to offer me only 2 million, right? Qin Yunlan replied. Typically, a dragon lays 3 eggs per clutch. How about 2 million for each egg? And Hao immediately shook his head. No way. Although he was uncertain of the value of a dragon, it was always prudent to decline first, making it easier to negotiate. Are you attempting to negotiate with me? Qin Yunlan raised an eyebrow, her substantial mental strength suddenly pressing down on Hao. Oh no, he almost forgot that this woman was a formidable golden-level expert. A true hero does not succumb to immediate setbacks. And Hao, mustering his strength, remarked, I just pondered upon your words, and they do carry considerable weight. After all, you have assisted me in securing a special admission slot at the Crimson Dragon Academy. No sooner had he spoken than the pressure weighing on him dissipated instantaneously. Qin Yunlan feigned surprise, saying, Little Hao, you are truly kind. I thought you would want to renegotiate our terms. And Hao forced a smile and replied, Of course. Of course. He mused to himself, how could I refuse? It's as if you've placed a blade against my throat, compelling me to relent. Qin Yunlan pondered for a moment, and then stated, Actually, if you have additional requests, I could consider them. No, no, and Hao waved his hand, wishing to sever ties with this woman. However, he was quickly subdued again by Qin Yunlan. You dare to refuse my goodwill. Faced with the sudden resurgence of Qin Yunlan's intimidating aura, and Hao had no choice but to concede once more. Sister, I was wrong. Can I raise the price? Whatever amount you deem appropriate. To his surprise, the mental pressure emanating from Qin Yunlan intensified. You wish to increase the payment. And Hao struggled to remain standing. Sister, what exactly do you want? Just tell me. The pressure vanished once more. Qin Yunlan caressed her abdomen and proposed, What if I offer a substantial sum? This way, we would be family, and what belongs to one would belong to all. And Hao felt utterly bewildered. Is this another case of exorbitant monetary offers for progeny? To be frank, he was quite terrified of that notion. Sister, what do you truly mean? Qin Yunlan's cheeks flushed slightly, seemingly shy. It's precisely what you initially thought. And Hao contemplated, but I'm still quite young. Before he could finish, a terrifying wave of mental energy surged toward him like a tsunami. Alarmed, and Hao shouted, I agree. The pressure dissipated yet again. Qin Yunlan winked at him. You don't seem very willing. Perhaps we should forget it. I wish I could. And Hao thought, I am willing. We cannot simply dismiss this. He resolved to feign compliance for now, planning to settle the score with this woman once he grew stronger. But you can no longer call me sister. You must address me as Lanner. Isn't that inappropriate? Lanner. Lanner, I have feelings for you. This. Lanner, I have feelings for you. Qin Yunlan erupted into a melodic laugh. Very well. Since you have confessed your affections, from this day forth, you shall be one of my suitors. And Hao was momentarily taken aback. What? Just a moment ago, we were family, and now I am a suitor, one of many, nonetheless. Before he could respond, Qin Yunlan retrieved her phone. Quickly, add me as a friend. And Hao, hesitant to question further, took out his phone. After adding her, he caught a glimpse of the note she had assigned him. Lick Dog 246. And Hao glared at Qin Yunlan. What are you doing? Becoming a lick dog? I cannot accept this outcome. Chapter 23. Are you sure you want to change the note? Qin Yunlan appeared remarkably composed. Oh dear, please don't be angry. Ignoring her. And Hao pulled out his phone, preparing to delete her from his contacts. Qin Yunlan quickly intervened, her demeanor pleading, Please, let me explain. And Hao snorted, Fine, go ahead. I'm curious to hear your justification. Qin Yunlan donned a pitiful expression, her voice sweet yet sorrowful. All right, here it is. The truth is, my family is quite wealthy. And I am an only child. And Hao was left speechless. Wealthy and an only child. Was that the expression to expect? So, I came here to listen to your pretense. Did I? Do you understand the pain of having to allocate half of your living expenses each month? Qin Yunlan continued. My parents are not only top-tier powerhouses, but also immensely influential, and they cater to my every whim. Goodness. Wealthy and powerful. They cater to your every desire. Can you fathom the feeling when your parents pressure you to abandon your dream of becoming a beast master and instead pursue a rich spouse to provide resources for your sibling? And Hao could no longer contain himself. May I interrupt? Upon hearing this, Qin Yunlan cast a glance at him, her formidable mental energy pinning him down immovably. She seemed to transform into a vengeful spirit from the depths of hell, her voice icy as she said, "Do you not consider it impolite to interrupt someone while they speak?" And Hao immediately relented. "My apologies, please continue." Qin Yunlan wiped her eyes and resumed her previous vulnerable demeanor, as if the fierce persona had never existed. "Very well." And Hao grimaced, "You clearly have no tears. Your performance is even less convincing than in Ping Yue's." Fortunately, Qin Yunlan eventually addressed some key points. "It is precisely because my conditions are so favorable that I attract numerous suitors. Moreover, many of these suitors possess formidable backgrounds, which my parents cannot overlook. In desperation, I resorted to assigning them a derogatory lick dog label, hoping to make them detest me and thus distance themselves. To my dismay, they persistently cling to me." As she spoke, Qin Yunlan gazed at Hao with a tender look. "But you must understand, you are different in my heart." And Hao nodded in comprehension, realizing the situation. However, he quickly realized something was amiss. "Then why did you label me as a lick dog too?" In response to Hao's inquiry, Qin Yunlan simply apologized. "I'm sorry. I forgot. Would you like me to change it?" And Hao was infuriated. "Forgot? How could you forget this?" Well, this excuse is indeed so simplistic that it's hard to argue against. Of course, the critical factor was that Hao could not overpower this woman. Gritting his teeth, he insisted, "Change it. It must be changed." Qin Yunlan's lips curled into a mysterious smile. "Are you certain?" And Hao replied emphatically, "Absolutely." "All right, I shall change it now." Qin Yunlan pulled out her phone and altered Hao's note from Lick Dog 246 to Little Milk Dog. She then showed him her contact list. "See? This is your unique label." And Hao glanced over. Amidst the 200-plus Lick Dog labels, his Little Milk Dog stood out prominently. He felt considerably better. It was akin to being in a relationship with a scoundrel who had numerous admirers but still claimed to love you most. A sense of superiority washed over him, making some things feel somewhat tolerable. And Hao feigned reserve, saying, "Let us leave it at that. As long as you're satisfied." Qin Yunlan giggled, then handed him a gray token. "Here." And Hao inquired, "What is this?" Qin Yunlan explained, "This is a time-space token, a key to alternate dimensions. If you insert it into the magical array at the center of the Ability Space Pavilion, you can access another world. The ancestral planet prohibits rampant violence, making it difficult for you to enhance your combat skills. In an alternate world, you can unleash your potential and progress more swiftly." After a moment of hesitation, and Hao accepted the token. The recent campus ranking battle had profoundly impacted him. Enhancing his practical combat abilities was imperative, and now was not the time for hesitation. "Thank you. No need for thanks. We are family now." Subsequently, Qin Yunlan led Hao to the center of the Ability Space Pavilion, instructing him on the usage of the token. The process was not overly complex, and Hao quickly mastered it after a brief period of practice. Qin Yunlan stated, "I will promptly give orders to ensure you can access the Ability Space Pavilion at any time." "Very well," and Hao mused, reflecting on the undeniable advantages of wealth and influence. Regardless of the principal's consent, she wielded her authority with ease. Qin Yunlan added, "Moreover, remember to wait until you reach the bronze level before venturing into this alternate world, as you may encounter peril otherwise." "Understood," and Hao replied. "Also, refrain from spreading news of your possession of 4 dragons, as it could lead to significant troubles." "However, I have already been exposed," and Hao hesitated, contemplating whether to disclose the existence of the 7 dragons to her. "It's of little consequence, although it may present some complications. There's no need to dwell on it." Qin Yunlan smiled confidently. "I will issue necessary warnings, and I'll ensure that no videos or photographs are disseminated online. If the information circulates only within Z City, it will hardly stir any significant uproar. Moreover, as long as you do not frequently expose yourself, the matter will naturally fade with time. If worst comes to worst, I will provide you with a safety net." And Hao was taken aback by her immense power, amazed that she could simply seal off the internet and provide him with such assurances. Suddenly, a thought struck him. "The rumors about me being wooed by a wealthy lady have spiraled out of control. Could you assist in suppressing that as well?" Qin Yunlan turned her head away and covered her ears. "What? I can't hear you." Seeing her reaction, and Hao realized, "Wait. You must be the one behind this chaos. I wondered how it escalated so rapidly overnight. I truly cannot hear you." Qin Yunlan insisted, still covering her ears. And Hao, exasperated, retorted, "Stop feigning ignorance. You're driving me insane." The sensationalist headlines online were driving him to the brink. "Oh, since you seem to have nothing pressing, I shall take my leave. Farewell." Qin Yunlan blew him a kiss and mounted the Red Dragon Emperor, departing swiftly. "Stop. Come back." And Hao shouted. But regardless of his calls, Qin Yunlan didn't look back, her steed's pace only increasing. Frustrated, and Hao vented his feelings, watching the majestic dragon fade into the horizon, suddenly overcome with a sense of loss. She was beautiful, immensely powerful, from a prestigious background, and the cherished only daughter of her parents, who often displayed genuine concern for him. Such attributes combined made it exceedingly difficult for any man to resist her charm, and Hao found himself entangled in a whirlwind of emotions. Ding! Penguin messaging received a notification. Qin Yunlan has invited you to join the Qin Yunlan XX group. A group? Although puzzled, and Hao clicked to enter. However, upon doing so, he immediately wished to sever his own hand. Damn it, this woman actually created a group for her admirers. Qin Yunlan XX group. Amid a throng of sycophants, and Hao's group name, Little Puppy, stood out conspicuously. Chapter 24, The Sycophant Group. With Hao's entry into the group, the previously lively chat fell into an abrupt silence, reminiscent of the calm before a storm. Sycophant 109. Who is this person? With this first inquiry, the group erupted like hot oil meeting water. Sycophant 24. Damn it, what is that woman up to? Why does this kid have that title? Sycophant 78. I'm about to explode. Who the hell is this kid? Sycophant 100. Who cares who this kid is? I'm going to kill him. Sycophant 100. Little Puppy. Kid, give me your address. Sycophant 74. Little Puppy. Give your address. I want to kill you. Faced with a horde of individuals threatening to come through the internet to harm him, and Hao's mind was flooded with a torrent of curses. He had once harbored feelings for this woman. What a fool he had been. Forget it, I'm out. Leaving the group. And Hao decided on a strategic retreat, realizing that those who could be her sycophants were not individuals he could currently contend with. Just as Hao was about to exit the group, an announcement was made. Undisputed queen of the world to all members. No one is allowed to bully Hao. Let me tell you. He is still young and has a 1-year novice protection period. As long as Hao remains in this group, anyone who dares to act against him will be kicked out. Damn it. And Hao cursed inwardly. Do you think this is some grand strategy game? A whole year of novice protection? Thanks a lot. Moreover, the implication that as soon as he left the group, others could act against him meant he was being forced to remain in this group, drawing ire. One could easily imagine a group of proud individuals checking in daily, only to be greeted by the name Little Puppy, contrasting starkly with their own sycophant titles, only intensifying their murderous intent. The most pressing concern, however, was why his name had been exposed. What if someone truly disregarded the boundaries and came after him? Upon seeing Qin Yunlan's announcement, the sycophants altered their tactics. Sycophant 10. Kid, sell me your penguin ID. I'll offer 10 million. Sycophant 114. I'll give you 50 million. Sycophant 56. I'll bid 100 million. As the offers escalated, and Hao chose to remain silent. He feared that if he continued to watch, he might be tempted, jeopardizing his 1-year novice protection period. Yet the more he thought about it, the angrier he became, prompting him to message Qin Yunlan. Little Puppy, and how are you trying to get me killed? Undisputed queen of the world, Qin Yunlan, how could I? I adore you. Besides, you were the one who insisted on changing your nickname. However, the way you changed it was truly handsome and exuded masculinity. And Hao was so infuriated he felt like spitting blood. He finally comprehended why Qin Yunlan had asked if he was certain about changing his nickname. She had been waiting for him to do so. Little Puppy, and how I don't trust you. Undisputed queen of the world, Qin Yunlan, I genuinely do. How about this? To express my fondness for you, I'll send you some money. Quickly send me your bank account number. But please understand, don't consider me materialistic. After all, I have nothing else besides money. So pitiful QAQ. Holy cow. And how couldn't he help but curse? After pretending for 18 years, he never expected to be ridden upon so brazenly today. I have nothing else besides money. Was that even human language? Suddenly, he began to empathize with Zhang Tianyu. In the face of such a dismal situation, one's mentality could easily explode. Despite his frustrations, and Hao ultimately sent her his bank account number, considering he had 7 hungry dragons to feed. Before long, and Hao received a text message. Ding. You have received a transfer of 2,000,000 yuan. Remaining balance, 2,001,051 yuan. And Hao counted the zeros and felt his spirits lift considerably. At that moment, Qin Yunlan sent him an image. Upon closer inspection, he exclaimed, what? Isn't this the latest mental strength potion developed by Tiangong Pharmaceutical? It's said to directly enhance a Beastmaster's mental strength without any side effects. It is said that this product has not yet been launched in the market, right? Before Hao could express his astonishment, Qin Yunlan sent another message. Quickly tell me which flavor you prefer, and I shall send you a box. We have orange, apple, and lemon flavors available. By the way, the lemon is rather unpalatable. I've discarded it, so please choose from the remaining 2. Also, do send me your delivery address. And Hao was utterly bewildered, engulfed in profound self-doubt. Could it be that being associated with BY is indeed the true pathway to wealth? Ultimately, Qin Yunlan sent both flavors of the potion to Hao, granting him a glimpse into what it truly means to be extravagantly wealthy. He suddenly felt that being a sycophant was not as dreadful as he had previously thought. Little puppy, they wouldn't actually resort to violence against me, would they? Invincible queen, rest assured, they won't. Their families are too affluent to risk their lives over you. However, smaller clans might not adhere to the same principle. They tend to gamble recklessly. If it's a small clan, it should be manageable, and House sighed with relief, yet still harbored some doubts and inquired. What is the highest combat level of the small clans you mentioned? Qin Yunlan casually replied, just some trivial gold and silver, nothing of worth. And Hao was utterly disheartened. Gold is merely trivial for small clans. In a villa somewhere in City Z, a young man was smashing one exquisite vase after another in a fit of rage. As the shattering sounds echoed, several servants knelt on the ground, trembling in fear. With bloodshot eyes, the young man bellowed, "Damn it! Why? Why? How could a mere upstart snatch the advantage from me?" After his outburst, his emotions remained unvented. He seized a stick and struck a nearby servant until the unfortunate soul fell silent. "Take him away and bring me Lu Scar." Once the servants had tidied up the scene, a man with a scarred cheek entered slowly. Lu Scar approached with a fawning expression, "Young Master Zhang. Do you have any instructions?" The young man, known as Young Master Zhang, slowly raised his head. If and Hao were present, he would undoubtedly notice the striking resemblance he bore to Zhang Tianyu. "Go, find all individuals named in Hao and City Z, understood." After Lu Scar departed, the young man dialed another number. "I believe we can collaborate on this matter across our respective territories." Chapter 25, The Spiritual Energy Crystal Stone. Thus, 3 days passed, leading us to Saturday. During this time, and Hao received a special invitation from the Qilong Academy. Although he was reluctant, under the pressure exerted by Qin Yunlan, he had no choice but to accept the reality of his enrollment at Qilong Academy. The only piece of good news was that he had also received a special recruitment bonus of 5 million from the Tiansheng Beastmaster Business Academy. This sum was originally intended for Zhang Tianyu, but in an effort to curry favor with Hao, Zhang Dan still dispersed it to him, even though Hao ultimately chose not to attend Tiansheng. As for Zhang Tianyu, both Zhang Dan and Hao had never taken him seriously. With this substantial sum now in his possession, Hao's savings soared to over 7 million. The first thing he decided to do with his newfound wealth was to purchase a large quantity of supplies for his contracted beasts. In this world, being a beast master involves much more than merely summoning beasts for battle. It encompasses a myriad of responsibilities, comparable to raising a child. To illustrate, the basic tools required include grooming brushes, high-strength metal nail clippers, and scale polishing devices, among others. Some beasts even necessitate toys, scratching posts, and flashlights. Such items fell well within Hao's understanding. In a more exaggerated scenario, some sensitive beasts even require regular consultations with a psychologist. A classic case involved a beast master whose primary beast was a mirage fox. This type of beast is particularly sensitive, deeply concerned about its status in the eyes of its master, and requires no less than 6 hours of interaction each day. However, during a romantic entanglement, the beast master neglected to engage with the mirage fox, resulting in the beast's furious refusal to eat, ultimately leading to its demise. This tale imparts a crucial lesson. The psychological well-being of beasts is equally essential. In comparison, dragon-type beasts are somewhat more rugged. They tend to be lazy, enjoying long naps without any particular demands. Nevertheless, Hao still had an extensive list of items to procure. He pulled out his phone, opened the Taowu app, and skillfully navigated to the weekend sales section. Subsequently, he took out a pen and paper to calculate prices, such as the plight of the financially challenged. The hardness level of the clippers was insufficient. He needed to purchase a more durable model, which shockingly cost an additional 1,000. Hao felt a wave of discomfort settle over him. An automatic beast scale polishing robot. Goodness, it costs 288,000. Forget it. I'll just opt for a manual one. A semi-automatic large metal toothbrush for beasts? A bit pricey, but it's better to encourage them to drink more water. No adversary would care about a dragon's bad breath when facing a dragon kiss. A dragon-specific toy ball priced at 28,000. Who would buy such a thing? Incredible. The order quantity is 10,000. Where is all this money going? Hao hesitated for a considerable time before ultimately deciding to purchase one. After all, he had contracted with Bai and the others for quite some time and had yet to buy them any toys. What? Why buy only one for 7 dragons? They can take turns playing. Do you have any idea how arduous it is to earn money? After completing his purchases for the beasts, Hao turned his attention to his own needs. He needed a new mattress, and with toilet paper running low, he decided to buy several boxes to reach the minimum order. Once these items were settled, he would move on to bulk purchases of beast feed. Once a beast contracts with a beast master, its growth rate will far exceed that of its wild counterparts. However, rapid growth does not come without a cost. According to the principle of energy conservation, the beast's appetites will also increase significantly. For instance, a blazing tiger in the wild may eat 50 kilograms of meat every 3 days. Yet, once contracted with a beast master, it may require 2 meals a day, each consisting of 60 kilograms of meat. Thus, beast feed consistently accounts for over 70% of the industry related to beasts, making it an absolutely core sector. The Taowu app features a dedicated page for beast feed. And Hao navigated directly to the weekend beast feed extravaganza section and began to select his items. Buy 10,000 and receive a grooming brush. Who cares about that? Buy 10,000 and receive 50 photos of a cooling sister? How has this not been banned? And Hao clicked in, only to find that the images were pixelated and not free for the taking. He swiftly passed on that offer. Buy 10,000 and receive another 10,000. Now, that is appealing. And Hao's eyes brightened, but his expression quickly soured upon examining the ingredient list of the beast feed. Ah, so that is why it's so cheap. The energy content is too low. This won't do. Indeed, sensationalized headlines are the bane of the community, causing unnecessary excitement. The ingredient list of beast feed is crucial, particularly the energy column, as the amount of energy per gram is a vital indicator of the quality of the feed. Some unscrupulous merchants delight in marketing seemingly voluminous, yet nutritionally insubstantial beast feed to deceive novice beast masters. Naturally, the pricing of beast feed is not solely dictated by its energy content. Factors such as brand, flavor, and reputation also play a significant role. However, and Hao remains indifferent to these considerations, prioritizing high energy content above all. Even if he were to purchase inferior products, he would not mind. In fact, he could exploit the complaints mechanism of the Beastmaster Consumer Association to profit handsomely. Typically, Beastmasters who acquire subpar beast feed find it exceedingly difficult to assert their rights, as merchants employ a myriad of excuses to deflect blame, claiming that the beast's constitution is unsuitable or that the feeding method is incorrect, and so forth. Yet, there are exceptions, particularly concerning dragon-type beasts. Recognized as the pinnacle of gluttonous creatures within the realm of beast mastery, dragon-type beasts can digest the vast majority of what they consume. Should any establishment's beast feed cause issues even for dragon-type beasts, regulatory authorities swiftly intervene. Consequently, whenever Dubai encounters problems, and Hao simply messages the merchant, settle this amicably or face public exposure. As long as the merchant refuses to compensate, a screenshot of the comments section along with a scathing remark about their fraudulent practices. This merchant is a swindler. Their beast feed even caused my dragon to have diarrhea. Ensures that, in the end, even the most nefarious merchants must privately plead for mercy and offer restitution. And Hao has profited considerably from this tactic, as few would expect someone to feed their dragon such inferior products. However, recently, and Hao has noticed that these unscrupulous merchants have heightened their vigilance, often inquiring about the species of one's beast before shipping. If the answer is a dragon type, they promptly refuse to sell. It seems that trust in humanity has diminished over time. As he continues his search, he encounters offers such as buy 10,000, get 500 free with adequate energy content, which he decides to take. Another offer of buy 20,000, get 2,000 free catches his eye. He exclaims in surprise at its energy content and promptly exchanges his previous choice for this one. The premium meat quality is exorbitantly priced without any discount, earning a resolute pass from him. Exceptional flavor, highly praised by beasts. At such a price, it feels like daylight robbery. What good is tastiness? After finalizing his purchases, and Hao confronts a significant issue. The shipping costs are exorbitantly high. Furrowing his brow, he recalls that when his dragon offspring were smaller, he didn't mind. But as they have grown, he now requires several thousand kilograms of food to satisfy their appetites. Such a substantial order is not only conspicuous, but also incurs frightening shipping fees, especially since this amount only lasts a mere 2 or 3 days. Calculating the expenses, he realizes he must arrange for shipments at least 10 times a month. It appears that a reassessment of beast feed is in order. What should he select? After extensive searching, and Hao finally settles on a type of beast feed known as spirit energy crystals. These crystals are an artificial magical gem. Small in size, yet rich in energy. They were originally created to facilitate the feeding of large-eating beasts. A standard unit of spirit energy crystals is roughly the size of a soda can, but its feeding effect is equivalent to 100 kilograms of premium meat, approximately the quantity needed for a single meal of a blue-eyed white dragon at this stage. It seems that spirit energy crystals will become his primary food source going forward, and Hao promptly returns all previously purchased beast feeds, opting entirely for the spirit energy crystals. Although they are slightly more expensive than comparable meat products, factoring in shipping, the difference is negligible. and Hao chooses the Qin brand of beast feed for its reputation for quality and affordability. The sales page for the Spirit Energy crystals includes a note. Please pair with other flavors, as exclusive consumption of the original flavor may lead to aversion in beasts. A mere ploy for profit, and Hao scoffs, dismissing the advertisement, suggesting a flavor change for a mere additional 5. Having food is good enough. Who cares about flavor? Little did he realize that this decision would ultimately cost him considerably. Chapter 26. What ill intentions could my sister possibly harbor? What else needs to be purchased? Oh, he must also acquire a beast collar. Now that the dragon offspring have grown to the size of a car, and in Hao's beast space is only a meager 1,000 cubic meters, the 7 dragons are cramped together with scarcely any room to move. A beast collar, which can shrink the size of the beast, is essential. And Hao scans the online offerings for beast collars and finds that merchants have truly outdone themselves. The Thorn Queen model promises to keep beasts perpetually excited, an odd description indeed. The aromatic version claims to enable beasts to exude a delightful fragrance, likely appealing to females. The Golden Luxury model boasts an air of opulence for your beast, essentially a hefty dog collar at an exorbitant price. After an exhaustive search, he finally locates what he desires, the Super Ordinary model. The product description reads, Super Ordinary Beast Collar, devoid of any additional attributes, the choice for the financially constrained. How discriminatory. And Hao mutters a curse under his breath, yet his hand faithfully completes the order. The shopping system prompts him to select a collar grade, black iron, bronze, silver, or gold. The beast collar essentially functions as a control-type spatial equipment, capable of exerting a suppressive effect on the beast. It also has a usage limit. For instance, a bronze collar would be ineffective on a silver-grade beast. Gritting his teeth, and Hao ultimately selects the most expensive gold-grade collar, reasoning that it would save him from needing to replace it in the future. Purchasing 7 gold-grade collars totals 3.5 million, drastically depleting his wallet. He grumbles about the lack of discounts for such a bulk purchase. After factoring in his previous purchases, he finds that he has merely over 1.2 million left on his card. Finally, he opts for Reindeer Express for shipping to complete his shopping. Done. Exhausted, he reflects on the challenges of raising dragons. Despite his complaints, he feels a sense of relief, knowing that for now, he need not worry about his dragon starving. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupts his thoughts. Who is it? Brother, it's me. I brought your package. Coming. And Hao opens the door to find Pingwe, her face beaming with a smile as she hands him the parcel. Here you go, brother. And Hao accepts the package, glancing at Pingwe. Today, she isn't clad in her usual favorite dragon pajamas. Instead, she wears a vibrant dress. A butterfly hairpin adorns her glossy black hair, making her appear quite adorable. And Hao finds his sister's recent behavior peculiar. She has been exceptionally well-behaved, constantly tending to him, preparing breakfast, and fetching his packages. As the saying goes, unusual behavior often signals something amiss. And Hao suspects that this girl is certainly hiding something from him. Brother, you should get out more. It's not good to stay cooped up in your room, and Pingwe remarks, tilting her head slightly and smiling sweetly. And Hao admits that he is somewhat charmed by her endearing demeanor. However, it does not alleviate his suspicions regarding Pingwe. He strides into the living room and plops down onto the sofa, intending to open the package. Immediately, Pingwe hands him scissors, turns on the fan, and inquires with genuine concern, Brother, would you like some water? Truthfully, and Hao finds himself rather enjoying the attention and care that Pingwe is showering upon him. He pondered for a moment and said, I don't wish to drink water. Please fetch me a bottle of KL from the refrigerator. Upon hearing this, Pingwe's expression changed dramatically. Brother, you absolutely cannot consume that. And Hao was taken aback and inquired, why not? With utmost seriousness, Pingwe replied, that substance is detrimental to one's health. Well, isn't it harmless to indulge occasionally? And Hao felt she was overreacting. Not at all. Pingwe crossed her arms on the little table, striking a pose with a grave demeanor. Observing her earnestness, and Hao couldn't help but speculate. Could it be that she genuinely had his best interests at heart? This seemed the only plausible explanation. For Pingwe was indeed his blood-related sister. What ill intentions could she possibly harbor? And Hao felt compelled to commend her. Ahem, Pingwe, your recent conduct has been commendable. Your brother is quite gratified. And Pingwe's face lit up with surprise, her eyes sparkling like bright stars. Really? Seeing her so elated, and Hao felt a twinge of guilt. What a wonderful sister she was, and he had previously misjudged her. Resolving to offer this adorable sister a form of compensation, he thought, after all, he was now somewhat financially comfortable. Ahem, Pingwe, thank you for your support these days. Should you have any requests, do not hesitate to voice them. Your brother will certainly fulfill them. Really? And Pingwe leapt into Hao's embrace like a little kitten. Feeling her softness, he quickly pushed her away. Recalling the recent incident involving the orthopedic quirks from Country D. Ahem, Pingwe, do not be foolish. standing upright, and Pingyue giggled, extending 2 fingers. It turned out she was asking for money, and Hao smiled faintly. Had this been in the past, he would have leapt up in disbelief, exclaiming, "Impossible. Absolutely not." Yet now, he chuckled, 20,000? Huh, mere trifles. Adding to the 50,000 you previously provided, I'll round it up and give you 100,000. Even he was astonished by his own generosity. He envisioned Pingyue leaping up to shower him with affection, repeatedly cooing, "Brother, you are the best to me." However, moments passed, and the anticipated scene did not materialize. Turning his head, he found Pingyue still standing there, grinning with her 2 fingers raised. What on earth? This girl is rather greedy. Ah, but then again, she was his own flesh and blood. Gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine, I'll give you 200,000. In former times, he would never have offered such a sum. Yet, having recently acquired some funds, even if future days proved challenging, he could not afford to lose face before his own sister. Admittedly, the thrill of extravagance was rather delightful, and Hao felt a swell of pride. Come, hurry and shower me with praise. After a while, he stole a glance and noticed Pingyue still standing firm, her 2 fingers unwavering. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Pingyue, what on earth do you want?" With her smile intact, Pingyue playfully replied, "Brother, please stop teasing me. Just give me 2 million directly. 2 million. And Hao nearly bit his tongue in disbelief. "Are you robbing me?" Noting Hao's feigned ignorance, Pingyue's expression darkened. "Brother, I am your dear sister. You earn so much, can you really not part with 2 million for me? What nonsense are you spouting?" And Hao retorted fiercely, though his heart was racing. The special recruitment bonus and the funds from Qin Yunlan were matters he had kept to himself. And Pingyue huffed, pulling out her phone to present it before him. "Look, the whole internet knows you earn 2 million a day." Upon seeing this, Hao nearly spat blood. For 3 days, the online frenzy surrounding his incident with BY had not only persisted but intensified. Damn those sensationalist headlines. Yet, he quickly remembered that Qin Yunlan had likely fueled this frenzy. Vowing to himself, he declared, one day, he would ride 1,000 dragons and vanquish all sensationalists in this world. What? Qin Yunlan? Ahem, let's be realistic. Chapter 27, The Mental Power Potion. In the end, the two parted on less than amicable terms. However, adhering to the principle of not refusing what can be had for free, Pingyue still managed to take 20,000 from Hao. After closing the door, Hao couldn't help but reflect that the once innocent and lively sister he knew had vanished, replaced by a little money grubber. He forcefully tore open the delivery package in his hands, revealing 2 boxes. The reason for his hasty tearing was that Pingyue had snatched the scissors during their quarrel. Opening one of the boxes, he found 6 small canisters inside. The label bore a prominent inscription. Below it, a line of smaller text read, "Orange flavor." The mental power potion. Qin Yunlan had sent it over so swiftly. Hao opened the other box to discover it contained the apple-flavored mental power potion. He clicked his tongue, marveling at the extravagance of the wealthy, casually giving away 2 boxes of priceless potions. The mental power potion had been developed 200 to 300 years prior, enabling beast masters to rapidly enhance their mental power levels. However, the creation of such extraordinary substances was immensely challenging. To date, only the 4th generation had been developed, with the 3rd generation trickling down to the market. The mental power potion comes with numerous restrictions, such as the inability to continuously consume it to surpass a major threshold, diminishing returns with multiple usages, and the necessity for a tranquil environment during consumption. Yet, compared to its powerful effects, these limitations were trivial. Consuming a bottle of this potion could directly elevate a beast master's mental power by 30 units, a figure equivalent to the combined mental power of 3 peak black iron beast masters, a true miracle drug. Correspondingly, a bottle of this potion commanded a staggering price of 3 million, a luxury only the affluent could afford. As Hao perused the potion's instructions, he was utterly astounded. Goodness, how potent! After consuming a bottle of the mental power potion, one could directly gain 40 units of mental power. And there was a significant probability of achieving an increase in the mental power ceiling of 1 to 10 units with the first consumption. The mental power levels of beast masters typically followed the hierarchy: peak black iron, 10, peak bronze, 100, peak silver, 1000. However, there are exceptions. Certain exceptionally talented beast masters inherently possess mental power levels surpassing their peers. For instance, exceeding the norm by 20 results in a peak black iron level of 12, peak bronze of 120, and peak silver of 1200. Exceeding 30 corresponds to a peak black iron level of 13. Unfortunately, Hao belonged to the rather ordinary category. He once harbored a wish to surpass the average by even a fraction. Otherwise, he felt his status as a transmigrator would seem rather mundane. Grasping a bottle of the mental power potion, he silently chanted 10, 10, and downed it in one go. The anticipated complex sensations of energy surging through his dantian and transforming his entire being did not manifest. And Hao merely felt his mind sharpen slightly. Well, the journey of a beast tamer is remarkably unadorned, lacking the flamboyance characteristic of immortal cultivation. The orange-flavored beverage is quite delightful. And Hao retrieved a household spirit power measuring device, intending to assess his own spiritual energy level. As he continuously channeled his spirit energy, the numbers on the device ultimately settled at 50, 104050, which indicates that my spirit energy limit has not seen any enhancement. What happened to the promised high probability? What about the aura of a transmigrator? And Hao vented his frustrations before reluctantly accepting the reality. It seemed he was simply not destined for greatness. Never mind. Let's try using the external release of spirit energy. A black iron level beast tamer's use of spirit energy is limited to contracting their beasts, while a bronze level beast tamer can externalize their spirit energy. This externalization allows the beast tamer to perceive their surroundings clearly without relying on their senses, significantly enhancing their ability to anticipate dangers. And Hao intended to utilize this newfound ability to alleviate his dismal mood. After a period of trying, and Hao discovered that he could not externalize his spirit energy. What on earth is going on? And Hao, unwilling to accept defeat, gathered his spirit energy once more and attempted to release it outward. A quarter of an hour passed. And Hao's face flushed crimson. Yet he still failed to successfully externalize his spirit energy. At that moment, a voice came from outside the door. Are you in there making those noises? Hurry up and go to the bathroom. And Hao's expression darkened. His mood was already dismal, and now he was being mocked. Don't make a fuss. It seems something has gone awry with my training. What's gone wrong? And Ping Yue's heart skipped a beat, filled with concern. Despite their constant bickering, she genuinely cared for him. She recalled her childhood, when her insatiable appetite led her to steal food from the refrigerator, with her brother always taking the blame and enduring the punishment. Suddenly, and Ping Yue felt a pang of regret. Why did she have to quarrel with her brother over 2 million? If she sold a few more items, she'd have it. The money her brother earned was not easily come by. It was said that some wealthy women enjoyed such games, and he must have endured quite a bit of hardship. Brother, what exactly is the matter? And Ping Yue asked with concern from outside the door. And Hao emerged with a glum expression. I've clearly reached the bronze level. Why can't I externalize my spirit energy? Bronze level? And Ping Yue glanced at him, puzzled. Aren't you black iron? What black iron? I just broke through to bronze. You are clearly black iron, and I, a silver, a white-clad fairy, can easily see your level. And Ping Yue thought to herself how close she had come to revealing too much, not paying attention to her image and still calling herself a white-clad fairy. And Hao rolled his eyes. However, after Ping Yue's outburst, he suddenly recalled a possibility. Could it be that his spirit energy limit had quadrupled? This conjecture filled Hao with excitement. He hurried back to his room and grabbed another bottle of spirit energy potion. The moment of witnessing a miracle had arrived. Chapter 28, Advancing to Bronze. After consuming another bottle of 4-type spirit energy potion, Hao immediately felt a change within his body. This transformation was quite extraordinary. To describe it, it felt akin to a severely nearsighted person donning glasses, perceiving the world with newfound clarity. The intricate patterns on the furniture, the tiny insects on the window, the coins in the corner, all were now within Hao's awareness. Is this the externalization of spirit energy? Indeed, it is remarkably effective. Hao bent down to pick up a coin from the corner, exclaiming in wonder. He blew on the coin and placed it in his pocket, then took out the household spirit energy testing device to assess his spirit energy level. As he channeled his spirit energy, the device's reading finally stabilized at 97. Not bad at all. To be precise, it was quite impressive. This value was nearing the threshold of silver, which is 100. Who would have thought that he hadn't failed to improve, but had, in fact, improved significantly? Yet he was puzzled. Wasn't the 4 spirit energy potion supposed to enhance by 1 or 10? Would 400 be too exaggerated? Never mind. What is there to quibble about? It's certainly better than having no improvement at all. Haha, now I can consider myself among the elite. And Hao hummed a tune, feeling quite content. However, this left Ping Yue, who was secretly observing from outside, feeling somewhat bewildered. What is happening? Has my brother suddenly recovered? Could it be that he has gone mentally unstable and turned foolish? She still felt uneasy and decided to inquire further. Brother, are you all right? And Hao, having been overly excited, nearly forgot about his sister. Humph, it seems this little girl does care about me. And Hao thought with a satisfied smile. I'm fine. I merely made a mistake just now. Upon hearing this, Ping Yue first sighed in relief, but her expression soon fell again. Fine. If you're all right. Why did you waste half my day's worth of expressions? This fairy is quite busy, you know. And Ping Yue huffed loudly, deliberately stomping her feet as she turned to leave. Wait a moment. And Hao called out as he opened the door. And Ping Yue turned back. Her face puffed up in irritation. What is it? And Hao couldn't help but chuckle at her demeanor. This girl truly is something else. But never mind, after all. She is my sister. Here, take this. And Hao handed Pingyue a bottle of Force Spirit Energy Potion. Looking at the small bottle being offered by Hao, Pingyue felt utterly speechless. What is this? Can't he see that I am very angry? Is my fury only worth a small bottle? Never mind. Since my brother is apologizing, I suppose I should give him some face. With her head held high like a white swan, she took the bottle with an air of triumph. Upon glancing at the contents, her mouth dropped open in astonishment. This is a spirit energy potion. It's actually worth 3 million. My brother is truly generous enough to give me this. And Pingyue felt as though she had discovered a new continent. She rubbed her eyes, wanting to confirm the authenticity of the spirit energy potion. But the subsequent revelation shattered her preconceived notions. Wait. This is actually the latest 4-type spirit energy potion. Isn't this yet to be released? This must be worth at least 10 million on the black market. How could my brother possess such a thing, and why would he give it to me? A wave of emotion washed over Pingyue. After all, he is her blood relative. What ill intentions could he possibly harbor? Moreover, he earns money with great difficulty. It is said that wealthy women have numerous demands, and he must have suffered quite a bit. Though Pingyue's internal dialogue was extensive, her fleeting sense of gratitude lasted only 3 seconds. She soon reconsidered. Given her brother's nature, he would never give her just 1 bottle unless she had at least 10 or 8 to begin with. One must admit, siblings truly understand each other well. And Pingyue's guess was remarkably accurate, aside from the 2 bottles he had consumed, and Hao indeed had precisely 10 bottles left. With this realization, Pingyue's inner monologue swiftly shifted. And Hao, that rascal, possesses so much yet only condescends to gift her a single bottle. And Pingyue was seething with indignation, but she admonished herself to employ cunning rather than force. Adopting a bashful demeanor, she leaned against Hao, her voice dripping with sweetness to the point of causing her own skin to prickle. Brother. And Pingyue understood Hao well. Did he not comprehend her? And Hao, however, quickly distanced himself, leaving Pingyue leaning against nothing but air. Just this 1 bottle, and it was gone. Brother. And Pingyue persisted, feigning innocence. Yet Hao remained unmoved. What he declared as absent was indeed absent. Faced with his resolute stance, Pingyue abandoned any pretense of coaxing. The celestial being's display of misfortune came at a price. If he refused, then so be it. With a resounding slam, she closed the door and returned to her own chamber. This girl, where did she learn such realism? Truly, it was exasperating. And Hao shook his head with a sigh. Suddenly, a crucial thought struck him. Upon advancing to bronze rank, the Beast Tamer's space would expand. Then what need had he for beast collars? And Hao hastily returned to his room to retrieve his phone. He hoped it was not too late to cancel his order. My 5 million. In the pink-hued room. And Pingyue had shed her earlier sulkiness. She fiddled with the 4-type mental strength potion in her hand, her brow furrowed with confusion. How peculiar. Her brother's mental strength seemed to be nearing her own level, even bordering on the elusive. Even with the latest mental strength potion, such an exaggerated enhancement should not be possible. Never mind. She resolved to consume this potion first. She had been stuck at the initial silver tier for a week, and the subsequent levels were becoming increasingly arduous to attain. And Pingyue settled down and gulped down the 4-type mental strength potion. Pop, pop. The air emitted a series of sounds akin to a wine bottle being uncorked. Billowing clouds of bluish-gray smoke emerged from Pingyue's form. After lingering in the air for a moment, the smoke coalesced into bluish-gray currents that swirled around her. After a while, her eyes gradually transformed from obsidian to a frigid gray. In that moment, a voice echoed through the void. Supreme Queen, the Chebral insectoid race welcomes your return. The abyss shall tremble for you. Hell shall wail for you. Your return shall restore all to the insectoid race. The myriad beings of the multiverse shall recall the days of your dominion. And Pingyue, somewhat impatient, interrupted the voice. You prattle on excessively. Could you not silence yourself? The void responded. As you command, my queen. And Pingyue, too. Chapter 29, Another Nest? The shopping system prompts you. Your order has been shipped and cannot be cancelled or refunded. Damn it. And Hao cursed vehemently, then hurriedly contacted customer service. After a flurry of actions, the customer service replied, due to your item being classified as superordinary, it falls outside our service scope. Kindly refrain from disturbing this humble service. Thank you. What the hell? This is discrimination. What of being superordinary? I paid for it. Infuriated, and Hao swore vehemently, contemplating the immediate uninstallation of the shopping app, but thought better of it. After all, the discounts offered by the app were still quite appealing. This damned reality had once again crushed a young man striving for a better life. After venting his frustrations, and Hao found himself feeling somewhat peckish. Though he did not seek sustenance for himself. Instead, he opened the cupboard and retrieved several large bags of beast food. preparing to feed his dragon hatchlings. This ritual could be deemed a daily occurrence for every beast tamer. Even in his own hunger, he prioritized feeding his beasts, and Hao conjured a magic circle, connecting to the beast space. Essentially, the beast space functioned as a dimensional realm installed within the beast tamer, with the summoning magic circle serving as a key. The size of the beast space would also increase alongside the tamer's mental strength. Once the connection was established, and Hao discovered that the space had expanded exponentially. 7 azure-eyed white dragons were frolicking within, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Unlike their wild counterparts, these beasts were far from lethargic. They preferred playfulness over slumber. Dinner time, dinner time. Within Hao's call, the azure-eyed white dragons dashed over eagerly, their fervor reminiscent of a pack of hungry huskies. Feeding dragons was no simple task, especially when it involved 7 of them. Although they were all in Hao's beasts and had grown up together, a single misstep could provoke a fierce scuffle among them. No rush, one at a time. For heaven's sake, Daba, don't burst out. You'll blow up the house. Sambai, stop stealing from Lubai. After a flurry of activity, and Hao finally managed to cater to the needs of all 7 hatchlings. Just as he was about to conclude his task, he suddenly noticed Daba clutching a small black orb, merrily soaring away, with her bai in hot pursuit. Looking around, he saw that several other azure-eyed white dragons were also engaged in play with the orbs, and Hao felt a twinge of confusion. He hadn't placed any additional items in the beast space. How did these orbs suddenly appear? Moreover, they looked remarkably familiar, yet he couldn't quite place them. Could something filthy have slipped in? And Hao's concern grew. You lot, bring those orbs over here. Though the dragons relished their play, they were obedient, swiftly returning with the orbs. Upon seeing these so-called orbs, and Hao's jaw dropped in disbelief. These were dragon eggs. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. And Hao's mind spiraled into chaos. He counted again and again, yet the number of eggs did not diminish. He knew he was merely deceiving himself because the 10 increasingly vivid lifelines on the beast contract were irrefutable. These lifelines would directly connect to his own once the dragon hatchlings hatched. What the hell? And Hao slammed his fist down in frustration. Some might wonder why he wasn't elated at the prospect of acquiring 10 additional dragons. Yet and Hao would vehemently retort, what joy is there? I can't afford it. After calming himself, and Hao hastily inquired what had transpired with his hatchlings. How had he inexplicably acquired 10 new dragons? The hatchlings, through the beast contract, began to chatter excitedly. Roar, roar, from their descriptions, and Hao gleaned the situation. In essence, when he advanced to the bronze rank, the beast space had reopened, contracting 10 more dragons. However, the initial bond was so weak that he hadn't sensed it at all, and Hao grasped the crux of the matter. Advancement had triggered the reopening. He pondered a possible scenario. Would every time he advanced, he inadvertently contract another batch of dragons? Just when he had a little money, this calamity struck. How could he continue living like this? And Hao was engulfed in despair. He even felt a sudden aversion to the idea of leveling up. It is rather amusing. While others succumb to despair due to their lack of talent, he finds himself in despair due to his extraordinary gifts. Who can one turn to for reason in such a situation? Nevertheless, after a brief spell of sorrow, and Hao quickly regained his composure. The world of adulthood allows little room for tears. He still had the milk money for the dragon hatchlings to earn. After all, it is merely a matter of nurturing dragons. He had previously managed to care for 7, and now he could accommodate 17. And Hao contemplated and decided it was time to resign from the noodle shop and report to the establishment owned by the Nangong family. Initially, he had intended to postpone his visit until tomorrow, but the sudden increase in dragon hatchlings instilled a profound sense of urgency within him. Certain matters are best addressed promptly. However, before proceeding, there was one task he needed to attend to. With a heavy heart, he opened the Taowu app and placed an order. You have spent 52,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 148,321 yuan. You have spent 74,000 yuan. Bank card balance, 1,074,321 yuan. You have spent. Your bank card balance, 3 yuan. And Hao gazed at the solitary digit in his bank account, rendered speechless. He could scarcely fathom that merely hours ago, this card had boasted over 7 million, nor could he imagine that just a short while ago, he had been a millionaire nearing 10 million. As he stepped outside, and Hao suddenly recalled that in his fervor to purchase supplies for the dragon hatchlings, he had seemingly neglected to set aside even a morsel for his own dinner. After a moment of internal conflict, he turned back and knocked on his sister's door, forcing a stiff smile onto his face. Pingwa, it's your brother. May I discuss something with you? Is it possible to? Yet, he was met with a single, resounding word, get lost. Chapter 30, the star-chasing faction of the Beastmaster era. Since the ancestral star entered the Beastmaster era, numerous industries have become intertwined with beast mastery. Take, for instance, The transportation sector. While vehicles still exist, in many places, beasts are now employed as substitutes. And Hao hailed a beast taxi, intending first to visit the Nangong family's beast shop to request in advance on half a year's salary before returning to the noodle shop to resign and settle his debts with the owner. Young man, where to? The beast taxi, comprised of a grass mud horse and a rudimentary carriage, was driven by a kindly old gentleman who smiled amiably. To the Northern Commercial Center, Love Heart Beast Shop. Oh, it's a bit far. How about 6 yuan? And Hao awkwardly chuckled. Sir, I only have 3 yuan left. All right, 3 yuan it is, the old man replied cheerfully. Thank you, kind sir. And Hao thought to himself that he had encountered a benevolent soul. However, upon boarding, he noticed the old man pulling out his phone and activating the video function. Granddaughter, today I've found a potential match for you. Take a look and see what you think. And Hao suppressed an exclamation of disbelief. No wonder the old man was so accommodating. His motives were far from pure. On the other end of the video call, a girl's irritated voice echoed. Grandpa, how many times do I have to tell you not to pick up strangers to introduce to me? Isn't that embarrassing? Besides, I'm busy attending the Bai Yuhao support event. The girl was evidently a fervent fan, as enthusiastic screams of Bai Yuhao, come out, I love you, resounded in the background. The old man, clearly uninterested in such celebrities, replied, my dear granddaughter, what is so great about those stars? They're all fake. And they look so peculiar, it makes me uneasy just watching. And Hao shook his head, realizing that regardless of the world, parental frustrations remain unchanged. Seeing her idol disparaged, the girl retorted in anger, Grandpa, our aesthetic sensibilities differ from yours. Your standards are outdated. Besides, have you ever introduced me to anyone even remotely reliable? If they could match Bai Yuhao's looks, I might consider it. The old man, with a heartfelt tone, insisted, rest assured, this time I promise you. The one I'm showing you will be at least as good as Bai Yuhao. Just take a look. If you find him suitable, add him as a QQ friend. With that, the old man pointed the camera at Hao. He had no choice but to offer an awkward smile to the lens. This meager fare of 3 yuan was indeed not worth the trouble. The girl, stubbornly defiant, declared, I don't care. No one else can occupy my heart besides Bai Yuhao. Initially furious, she ultimately relented to her grandfather's persistence and agreed to a glance. To her astonishment, the moment she looked, she was utterly captivated. In her eyes, Bai Yuhao was already quite handsome, scoring an 80 without makeup and a staggering 95 when adorned. Yet the young man before her, even without makeup, scored a remarkable 98. Especially his smile, which radiated warmth like the sun in winter, soothing the heart. Coupled with his cartoonish visage. Grandpa, if I add him as a QQ friend, do you think he would agree? The girl's demeanor shifted to one of shyness. And Hao felt helpless. Wasn't there a supposed divergence in aesthetic taste? Wasn't it said that no one could take the place of Bai Yuhao? Miss, could you please maintain your stance? The old man chuckled triumphantly, don't worry. I managed to get this lad a discount on the taxi fare by 3 yuan. If he declines my request, it would be morally reprehensible. And Hao was genuinely exasperated. Sir, this is moral coercion. Grandpa, don't frighten him. The girl chided playfully. Such is the simplicity of a beauty fanatic's world. Soon, the girl cast aside any lingering thoughts of Bai Yuhao. The old man, filled with determination, declared, rest assured, even if I have to lie down in the street, I will ensure you add him as a friend. For his granddaughter, he was willing to go to great lengths. Ultimately, and Hao, with a heavy heart, agreed to add the girl as a QQ friend and engaged in a casual conversation with her. Ah, what a curse this unattached beauty is. By the way, my name is Su Yuxuan. What is your name, young man? She awkwardly hid a support banner behind her back, offering a shy smile. My name isn't Hao. Just now, my grandpa was a bit reckless. He genuinely means well, so please don't take it to heart. Su Yuxuan quickly sold her grandfather out. And Hao twitched at the corner of his mouth. Your grandfather is indeed well-meaning. However, he replied nonchalantly, not at all. You have a really nice smile, she remarked. Upon hearing this, and Hao felt quite troubled. Since childhood, doctors had informed him that the nerves at the corners of his mouth were problematic, making it appear as though he was always smiling, when in reality, he was not. If a person's appearance were truly designed, he would want to inquire of the designer, what on earth is this design? Not wishing to dwell on this topic, and Hao hastily shifted the conversation. You seem to be a fan? Su Yuxuan quickly shook her head. No, I'm just accompanying my classmate. She is the one who adores chasing stars. Realizing her own statement lacked credibility, she continued, of course, I occasionally follow a bit. However, I consider myself a rational fan. I understand that celebrities are merely vessels for our fantasies of beauty. I don't take them too seriously. Oh, I see, and Hao responded, a hint of skepticism lacing his tone. Just then, another girl popped up beside Su Yuxuan, apparently a companion. Yuxuan, why hasn't Bai Yuhao appeared yet? Also, why are you hiding the support banner behind your back? Su Yuxuan feigned ignorance. I don't know. I'm not very familiar with these things. She shot her companion a glance, signaling for her to leave. Did you not see that I am currently engaged in fishing for a rich catch? However, her companion seemed to possess a rather thick skin and failed to grasp her meaning. Yuxuan, you are the one who organized the fan club. How could you possibly be unaware? Surely, you Haven T received false information? Anhao was at a loss for words. Young lady, could you perhaps draft a rough outline? The fan club is entirely your domain, yet you claim to be a rational supporter? Do be quiet. Su Yuxuan was utterly flabbergasted by her companion's reaction. All right, we'll talk later, she said to Anhao, before abruptly ending the video call. Upon disembarking, Anhao arrived at the bustling North Commercial Center. The shop belonging to the Nangong family was exceedingly conspicuous. He spotted it immediately. How could it not be? This was no mere shop. It was akin to an entire edifice. Why is it that every classmate of mine hails from such affluence? With a heavy heart, Anhao stepped into the heartwarming beast shop. Once inside, he found himself utterly disoriented. He could not distinguish east from west. The place was immense and appeared to be hosting some sort of event. Teeming with throngs of people, he dialed Nangong Sui's number. Nangong answered promptly. Anhao, stay right where you are. I shall send someone to fetch you immediately. Oh, okay. Just as Anhao hung up, a woman dressed in professional attire approached him. You must be the new recruit for today, correct? Anhao blinked in surprise. Nangong Sui's efficiency was remarkable. He had barely finished his call when someone was sent to collect him. He nodded, affirming her inquiry. Upon hearing Anhao's confirmation, the woman displayed signs of impatience. If that is the case, why are you still idling here? Hurry along to the publicity department. Anhao suddenly sensed that something was amiss. Yet he could not pinpoint what it was. Observing him lost in thought, Su Beibei felt exasperated. What is wrong with these newcomers? Do they possess no sense of time? Enough with the chit-chat. Follow me. Su Beibei vowed that were it not for Anhao's handsome appearance, she would have paid him no mind whatsoever. Oh, subsequently, Anhao, feeling rather dazed, followed Su Beibei in a confused stupor. Chapter 31. I truly cannot perform. The heartwarming beast shop is situated at the heart of Z City's North Commercial Street, a towering 55-story structure, part of the illustrious Nangong family's business empire. Today marks the 20th anniversary celebration of the Beast Shop. As the host, the Nangong family has invited the celebrity Beast Master Bai Yuhao as a special guest for the occasion. A throng of Bai Yuhao's fervent fans has gathered at the scene, brandishing support banners, having waited for nearly 3 hours. This prolonged anticipation has only heightened the fans' enthusiasm, while the security personnel diligently strive to maintain order. Little do they know, their long-awaited idol is leisurely seated in the chairman's office on the top floor. Bai Yuhao, don't you think you are being rather excessive? The woman speaking was tall and elegantly proportioned, clad in a blue-striped shirt that gracefully accentuated her alluring figure, complemented by a pair of gold-rimmed glasses that exuded an air of intellectual beauty. Her name was Nangong Ruoxuan, sister to Nangong Sui and chairwoman of the Nangong Group. Opposite her sat a delicate-looking young man, his soft facial contours lending him an almost sickly appearance, yet aligning perfectly with contemporary aesthetic preferences. He was none other than the long-awaited Bai Yuhao. Excessive? Bai Yuhao chuckled. Ruoxuan, are you truly unaware of what constitutes excess? You ought to know. My demands are not exorbitant. Not exorbitant? Nangong Ruoxuan was both amused and infuriated. Initially, we agreed upon a performance fee of 5 million. Now you demand 20 million? Have you taken leave of your senses? Don't think that just because you've risen to fame, you are invincible. Let us not forget who elevated you in the first place. Times have changed, Ruoxuan, Bai Yuhao replied nonchalantly. Furthermore, our contract has yet to be signed. Seeing his unyielding attitude, Nangong Ruoxuan's frustration mounted. Her sole miscalculation had been placing too much trust in Bai Yuhao. Promotional efforts had already been set in motion. Who could have anticipated his sudden change of heart? Do you truly have no regard for our past connection? She questioned. Past connection? Upon hearing this, Bai Yuhao's handsome face darkened momentarily. He scoffed. Ruoxuan, I have pursued you for years. Have you ever cast me a glance or acknowledged our bygone connection? Nangong Ruoxuan found herself at a loss for words, baffled by his reasoning. Having been in the spotlight for so long, he truly believed that everyone should cater to his whims. Whom I choose to like is my prerogative. Bai Yuhao, I have neither kept you on a string nor exploited you. You have received every penny owed to you, and I stand by my conscience. Just because you harbor feelings for me does not obligate me to reciprocate. Bai Yuhao, disinterested in further debate, issued a thinly veiled threat. Today, you either sign the contract for 20 million or publicly announce your engagement as my wife. Otherwise, prepare for this celebration to conclude in utter disarray. Dream on, she retorted. Ha ha ha, Ruoxuan, do not forget that a throng of my fans awaits outside, should anything go awry. Nangong Ruoxuan rose abruptly, her voice filled with fury. You despicable coward. Despicable? And what of it? Bai Yuhao sneered, exiting the room. No longer would he play the part of an infatuated fool. Once he departed, Nangong Roakshuan felt as if all her strength had been drained, slumping back into her chair. Since her father's passing, she had shouldered the immense burden of the family alone. Utterly exhausted, her younger brother, Nangong Sui, was still too young, and the relatives at home were short-sighted and unreliable. At this level of family stature, stagnation equates to decline. She was acutely aware of the predatory financial wolves eyeing the Nangong family. She had meticulously planned this celebration, hoping to leverage it to enhance the family's influence and elevate their standing. Yet who could have foreseen? After resting for a brief moment, Nangong Roakshuan steadied herself. She could not afford to falter. The Nangong family must not falter. She was determined to hand over a prosperous Nangong family to her brother. Nangong Roakshuan dialed her phone. Su Beibei, gather a few more newcomers for another round of performances. They must hold the fort a little longer. Even if they can't endure, they must press on. That is the way it must be. As Anhao walked along, he couldn't help but marvel at the sheer size of the Nangong family shop. The many turns made it resemble a labyrinth. How envious. Eventually, Su Beibei led Anhao to a bustling makeup room. Just give him a light touch-up. She instructed a makeup artist, then left Anhao behind as she pushed through a glass door into an office. What on earth is going on? Anhao barely had time to voice his concerns before the makeup artist ushered him into a chair. You're quite the handsome one. Don't worry. I'll make you even more dashing. Thank you. But could I possibly skip the makeup? Anhao attempted to block the makeup artist's hands, displaying his reluctance. As a straight man, he stubbornly believed that makeup was solely a woman's domain. Oh, someone is quite confident. Honestly, with your looks, you really don't need makeup. The makeup artist teased. Then perhaps we shall forego it? Not a chance, the makeup artist decisively countered. Perhaps Anhao's good looks had swayed her. As she flashed a playful smile. Just a little touch-up, or else it will look like I'm slacking off. I truly appreciate it. The makeup artist, a true expert in her craft, was diligently working her magic, yet Anhao's visage remained largely unchanged throughout the process. During this time, Anhao engaged in conversation with the makeup artist, who introduced herself as Lu Cini, a 19-year-old who had left school in middle school to pursue a career in makeup artistry. This was not unusual, as the admission rates at the Royal Beast University of Yinsummer often discouraged many from continuing their studies. Anhao inquired, what exactly are we doing today? Lu Cini replied, are you not aware? Today marks the 20th anniversary celebration of our beloved Royal Beast shop. Everyone is expected to take the stage to promote the store and, simultaneously, sell some goods. Anhao was taken aback. Previously, Nangong Sui had mentioned he would be the spokesperson, stating that all he needed to do was take a couple of photos. How had it suddenly escalated to promoting and selling? The crux of the matter was that he had no experience in either. Moreover, the abruptness of this assignment was bewildering. A bit of pre-employment training would have been appreciated. As fate would have it, he soon spotted Su Beibei returning. Are you ready, little dear? Su Beibei inquired. Almost done, Beijia. Lu Cini hurriedly responded. Good. Take him to stage 8 to perform, Su Beibei commanded before hastily departing. Wait. Anhao's hand reached out in vain, his words unspoken. I don't know how to perform. Chapter 32. Lu Cini's plan. Behind the curtain of stage 8. Anhao was as anxious as an ant on a hot stove. Lu Cini was urging him to take the stage. I truly cannot do this. A simple performance will suffice. Don't you have any special talents? Does drawing count? No, that takes too long. Can you sing? I am tone deaf. Can you dance? Absolutely not. Lu Cini was growing increasingly frantic. You must go on stage regardless. This is Beijia's directive, and if you don't, I will be held accountable. Please, I implore you. Anhao, feeling helpless, grimaced. The problem is that I genuinely can't do anything. What on earth am I supposed to do up there? If I mess it up, it would be even worse. Upon hearing this, Lu Cini pondered and found his reasoning quite valid. Looking at Anhao's handsome face, she felt a surge of frustration. With such striking features, even a lackluster singing performance could potentially pass unnoticed. How could he be tone deaf? At that moment, Lu Cini's phone rang. It was Su Beibei calling. With her eyes closed, she tremblingly answered the call. Lu Cini, what on earth are you doing? Why haven't you taken the stage yet? Don't you understand that newcomers are expected to perform? Hurry and get them up there. Or I will hold you responsible if something goes amiss. And with that, Su Beibei hung up. Lu Cini felt like crying. My heart aches for my poor baby. She had initially thought partnering with a handsome guy would make the task easier, yet it had turned into this chaos. Why am I so unfortunate? No, I, Lu Cini, have endured so much hardship to establish myself here. I cannot abandon this now. She clenched her fist and turned to Anhao. At this juncture, we must capitalize on your greatest advantage. Do you have a plan? Anhao asked. Lu Cini leaned closer to Anhao and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing her suggestion, Anhao's eyes widened. Are you sure this will work? Failure is not an option, Lu Xinyi declared with determination. Let us take a gamble. Turn a bicycle into a motorcycle. Meanwhile, Su Beibei stood at the command center, seething with anger. What is happening at stage 8? One assistant timidly suggested. Should I go and urge them again? Absolutely not. Su Beibei waved her hand dismissively, fuming. Just replace him. Yes. The assistant prepared to contact someone new when suddenly a roar of cheers erupted from the audience. Bai Yuhao. Bai Yuhao. The curtain at stage 7 began to part. Su Beibei froze. While others might be oblivious, she was well aware that Bai Yuhao had quarreled with the young lady. Why was he making an appearance now? Had the young lady acquiesced to his demands? Was it the 20 million or a promise of marriage? Just as Su Beibei intended to contact Nangong Ruoxuan for clarification, disappointed murmurs rippled through the crowd. What is happening? It's not our brother Yuhao. What a letdown. Not Bai Yuhao? Su Beibei gasped, glancing back at stage 7. There. A strikingly handsome young man was greeting the fans below, slowly making his way towards stage 8. My apologies, I accidentally took a wrong turn. I am truly sorry. His apologetic smile was as gentle as autumn leaves turning golden, evoking a tenderness that made one hesitant to disturb it, fearing that a mere touch might lead to regret. However, Su Beibei had no time to appreciate his charm. At that moment, her fury surged like molten lava. She felt an overwhelming urge to rush forward and confront him, demanding to know why his presence would exacerbate an already dire situation. Su Beibei was engulfed in an inexplicable despair. As the host of this celebration, she felt utterly incompetent. She believed she had let the young lady down. After a moment's hesitation, Su Beibei dialed Nangong Ruoxuan to report the situation. Hello, young lady. After Su Beibei relayed the events, there was a long silence on the other end, as if the young lady had expended all her strength to respond. Go fetch Bai Yuhao. Su Beibei's voice trembled as she attempted to say more, but the line went silent. I understand, she murmured to herself. Then, in a daze, she made her way backstage. Those around her watched with sympathy, yet felt utterly powerless to assist. My apologies for the trouble caused, and Hao said, stepping onto the stage. His smile radiant, though his heart raced with anxiety. He was uncertain whether Lu Xinyi's plan would indeed succeed. Initially, the fans of Bai Yuhao were incensed by the unexpected appearance of this newcomer. After waiting so long for a false alarm, who wouldn't be disgruntled? But as soon as they beheld Hao's features, their anger melted away like ice in the summer sun. He is incredibly handsome. How can there be such a beautiful boy in this world? Many fans began comparing Bai Yuhao to Hao. They suddenly realized that Bai Yuhao seemed to pale in comparison, and not just slightly. Thus, the fans readily forgave Hao. It's alright, handsome. Just be more careful next time. With the first girl's words, the tense atmosphere dissipated, transforming into one of harmony. Such a high level of attractiveness. Wow, he is so handsome. I forgive you. No need to apologize. Seeing the shift, Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Xinyi was right. Bai Yuhao was not a technical star in the beast taming realm. He had built his fanbase on looks, and thus his followers were primarily beauty enthusiasts. With this, Lu Xinyi's plan had successfully completed its first step, gaining visibility and engaging with Bai Yuhao's fans to win their favor. Now, he was set to embark on the second and most critical step of Lu Xinyi's strategy, to draw Bai Yuhao's fans over to stage 8. For the admirers of beauty, aesthetics reign supreme. There exists a group of individuals who, even if Hao were to stand on stage without performing or promoting any products, would naturally rally in his support. Consequently, what could have been a mere 10-second walk transformed into a painstaking half-minute journey, solely to allow his admirers to revel in his captivating allure, sinking deeper into their infatuation. Indeed, it wasn't long before the fans found themselves utterly entranced by Hao, their utterances becoming increasingly absurd. Oh, dear sir, there's no need to apologize. It pains my heart. You have nothing to apologize for. You are in no wrong. Unbeknownst to them, the fans had already trailed from stage 7 to stage 8, pausing momentarily as they hesitated. After all, they were fans of Bai Yuhao, and with their idol yet to appear, such a shift seemed somewhat inappropriate. A wave of anxiety washed over Hao. Surely, there couldn't be no one following him. Chapter 33, The Combat Power of Aesthetes. Hao. Just as Hao found himself at an impasse, a girl in a white dress exclaimed his name in astonishment. He turned towards the voice, recognizing her as somewhat familiar. Upon closer inspection, it was none other than Su Yuxuan, the granddaughter of the taxi driver. Hello, what a coincidence. Hao greeted her. Indeed, quite the coincidence, Su Yuxuan replied, delighted. She could hardly believe her luck in encountering the incredibly handsome young man in person. Was this what they called fate? She felt compelled to seize this opportunity. Truth be told, he was even more striking in reality than in the videos. Su Yuxuan flashed what she believed to be a gentle smile, preparing to delve deeper into conversation with the charming young man. However, Her companions approached just at that moment. Upon seeing and how, Su Yuxuan's friends were instantly captivated. Oh my goodness, Yuxuan. You know such a handsome young man. Panic surged within Su Yuxuan. She wanted to say something, but it was too late. Her friends bypassed her and began chatting with Hao. Hey, I saw you on stage. Are you here to perform as well? And Hao replied awkwardly, sort of. The moment they heard this, their interest was piqued. Since he's acquainted with Yuxuan, we must show our support. He's so handsome, we absolutely must. Which stage are you on? And Hao scratched his head. Just next door at stage 8. Let's go to stage 8. Let's cheer for Hao. They immediately dashed to stage 8, claiming their seats, seeing others rallying in his favor. And Hao also made his way to stage 8. In the blink of an eye, only Su Yuxuan remained standing there, dazed. Before she could voice her thoughts, 2 girls suddenly appeared beside her, greeted her briefly, and then naturally ran off to stage 8. Yuxuan, we're going to support Hao too. Su Yuxuan instinctively nodded. Yet as she regained her senses, she realized she didn't even know these 2 girls. Observing the perplexed expression on Su Yuxuan's face, others began to catch on. Is this really happening? Yuxuan, we're going too. 3 more girls greeted Su Yuxuan before scurrying off to stage 8. Soon, the crowd grew larger and more enthusiastic. In truth, everyone had been stirred long before. They merely needed an excuse. Supporting a friend of a friend provided the perfect rationale. As more and more people made their way to stage 8, some merely waved at Su Yuxuan, while others didn't even bother to acknowledge her presence as they passed by. Su Yuxuan felt a surge of frustration. She was being treated like a mere stepping stone. She hurriedly headed towards stage 8, only to find herself unable to squeeze through. In the distance, her friends were fervently cheering for Hao, having completely forgotten about her. This is outrageous. I must get to the front. Otherwise, I'll be left out. Excuse me, could you please make some room? Su Yuxuan tapped the girl in front of her on the shoulder. The girl looked back, puzzled. Who are you? Su Yuxuan felt utterly defeated. Just moments ago, she was being hailed, and now she was a stranger. She wanted to slap herself for her earlier foolishness. Why did she speak up? Why not just enjoy her moment in silence? At this point, nearly all of Bai Yuhao's fans had been swept away. Stage 7 was now deserted, with support banners strewn about. One might wonder, did Bai Yuhao not have loyal fans? Regrettably, die-hard fans are often the quickest to switch allegiances. They are the ones who subscribe for memberships and have seen Bai Yuhao without makeup. How could his bare face possibly compare to Hao's? Gazing at the throng of people below, Hao felt a wave of nervousness. After all, he had never experienced such a situation in either this life or the last. He glanced at Lu Cini behind the curtain, who offered him a supportive look. Let's treat this as a last-ditch effort. Better than facing an awkward silence. Hao steadied his nerves and cleared his throat. To his surprise, this simple action elicited a wave of shrieks from the audience. He is so handsome. Oh no, I'm utterly smitten. Apart from him, I shall love no other. Hao's lips twitched. I haven't even begun yet. And I'm already being elevated to idol status. Though a small part of him enjoyed it, their fervor was quite overwhelming. What surprised Hao even more was yet to come. A particularly observant fan noticed his quirked lips and immediately shouted, and Hao smiled. Divine beauty. Divine beauty. Hao's performance is so nuanced. His acting skills are top-notch. Hao was left utterly bewildered, a myriad of question marks swirling in his mind. What on earth is happening? Was it really this exaggerated? A boy in the crowd echoed Hao's confusion, but he was soon overwhelmed by the fervent fans. Do you have any idea how hard Hao works? You're just jealous. If you're not a fan, then leave, loser. In that moment, Hao realized the sheer power of the admirers of beauty. Their enthusiasm was simply indisputable. Yet, truth be told, having such devoted fans was incredibly reassuring. From this point on, as long as he didn't lose his wits, he would be able to navigate through this performance with ease. Hao picked up 2 bags of pet food from the table, the very products he was meant to promote today. However, he was not going to sell them in the traditional sense, as he was utterly unprepared for that. He had to find an alternative approach. The third step of his plan was to prolong the time as much as possible, ensuring he met the minimum 5-minute appearance requirement. As for how to stretch it out, Hao had already devised a strategy. Inspired by the animated series Gundam, he thought that as long as he could extend the transformation time, a 2-minute battle could easily be stretched into 5 minutes. Of course, Hao would not transform. Instead, he would summon. He made a shushing gesture, and the entire venue fell into silence. Then, with eyes closed and one hand shielding half of his face, he bowed his head to cultivate his emotions. A rousing BGM began to play throughout the venue, the iconic theme from Yu-Gi-Oh!, the classic execution tune, The Wrath of God. The profound and oppressive notes of God's fury gradually resonated, akin to dark clouds slowly gathering over the sea, interspersed with thunder, heralding the arrival of a tempest. Dang, 443, 454, 3432. 434543432. Dang. 332343232 332343232 Dang. 665455323. Listening to this familiar BGM, and Hao's heart surged with emotion, and the flames of his youthful spirit blazed fiercely. Now, I shall summon my most formidable beast. And Hao did not forget to interject a bit of advertisement to summon this beast. I require these two special types of beast feed as offerings for a special summoning. Although they are quite valuable, my future is mine to shape. And Hao cast the 2 bags of beast feed into the air, declaring, "Let these be my sacrifices for my loyal servants." With that, he proceeded to slowly unfurl the magic circle, delaying time. "Arise, my pride, my soul, the beast that inherits my will and future." And Hao pointed towards the heavens. Blue Eyes White Dragon. A silvery figure soared forth from the magic circle. It moved with grace, its cold gaze piercing, and its wings unfurled like moonlight cascading on a frigid night, chilling the surrounding air. Roar! The resounding dragon's roar reverberated throughout the venue. Accompanying it was the fervor of the fans, erupting in thunderous applause and cheers. Chapter 34. This simpering fool shall no longer comply. Heartfelt Beast Emporium. Chairman's office on the 55th floor. As he stepped through the door once more, Bai Yuhao was imbued with a sense of vigor. Not long ago, he was merely an inconsequential figure, reliant on the Nangong family for sustenance, but he had gradually clawed his way to this point. However, ever since the head of the Nangong family passed away, their fortunes had plummeted, and they now stood on the precipice of decline, far removed from their former glory. They had even become gravely dependent on him. Heaven grants not without taking. It is time for the Nangong family to receive their due. Bai Yuhao would, of course, never admit to harboring covetous thoughts towards his former employer, thus he beautified his inner monologue. Now, with the Nangong family in dire straits, he would become their savior. Bai Yuhao steadied his emotions and fixed his gaze upon the intelligent and graceful woman before him, Nangong Ruoxuan, the current chairperson of the Nangong Group. Securing her would grant him half of the Nangong family's assets. Bai Yuhao sauntered to the opposite side of Nangong Ruoxuan and plopped down with a casual sprawl. In the past, he would never have dared to act so brazenly in front of her. But today, he was the protagonist. "How are your considerations progressing?" Bai Yuhao asked, a smug expression on his face. He understood just how vital this celebration was for Nangong Ruoxuan. This woman intended to leverage the event to expand her influence, with the goal of taking the company public, thereby facilitating a rebirth for her family. Bai Yuhao was confident that for the sake of this celebration, she would acquiesce to even the most unreasonable demands. Witnessing Bai Yuhao's despicable demeanor, Su Beibei was nearly apoplectic. "Bai Yuhao, don't get too cocky. Have you forgotten where all your success today has come from? Who has always cleaned up your messes whenever you stirred up trouble? Now you dare to threaten the young lady. You truly are ungrateful." Bai Yuhao merely dug at his ear, completely disregarding Su Beibei. This woman still had a penchant for making mountains out of molehills. He was a star beast master, an idol to countless girls. What was wrong with asking for a meeting to exchange pleasantries? What harm was there in speeding and running a red light? Once he took control of the Nangong family, his first order of business would be to dismiss her. Of course, if she were to willingly serve him alongside her master, he might consider taking a lenient approach. A woman with such a fiery temper must surely possess unique qualities. Bai Yuhao couldn't help but indulge in fantasies. Observing Bai Yuhao's shameless antics, Nangong Ruoxuan felt immense regret. Although she had long recognized Bai Yuhao's ambitions, she had never mustered the courage to sever ties decisively, allowing time to slip away until he had gained power. The Nangong family had always followed a brand endorsement model, focusing on cultivating various star beast masters to endorse and sell products, lacking any substantial industries. However, since the family's decline, most of the star beast masters had departed, leaving only Bai Yuhao as the sole representative capable of maintaining their stature. To put it bluntly, the Nangong Group could survive without her, but it could not afford to lose Bai Yuhao. Nangong Ruoxuan sighed inwardly. At this juncture, she had no choice but to compromise. But the thought of marrying Bai Yuhao? Absolutely not. Fine, I will agree to your terms, offering you a contract renewal of 20 million. Bai Yuhao was momentarily taken aback by her words, soon followed by a surge of anger. The figure of 20 million was not a random amount he had conjured. It was meticulously calculated. The vast Nangong family could certainly afford such a sum, yet presenting it at this juncture would surely cripple them and affect future developments. This price could likely compel Nangong Ruoxuan to concede, while simultaneously providing Bai Yuhao with a semblance of psychological comfort, making him feel that she might harbor some feelings for him, thus agreeing to his proposal with some reluctance. Although Bai Yuhao was aware this was somewhat self-deceptive, this maneuver would allow both parties to retain a degree of dignity. To be honest, Bai Yuhao still held a flicker of hope for Nangong Ruoxuan. After all these years, She had remained a goddess-like figure in his heart. Yet the harsh reality was that he could not fathom that even at the cost of significant losses, Nangong Ruoxuan would refuse to marry him. Why? On what grounds? Was he truly so unworthy in her eyes? As he contemplated this, Bai Yuhao resembled a wounded beast. Glaring intensely at Nangong Ruoxuan, she remained stoic, her expression unyielding. Suddenly, Bai Yuhao erupted into laughter. Ultimately, it was his one-sided infatuation. Well then, I shall no longer be this simpering fool. Apologies, but I have changed my mind. Nangong Ruoxuan raised an eyebrow. What do you intend to do? Bai Yuhao, with a wild gleam in his eyes, declared, the conditions of 20 million and marrying me are both indispensable. After uttering these words, Bai Yuhao felt as if a valve within him had been opened, unleashing an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. This was the pinnacle of life. You. Nangong Ruoxuan slammed her palm on the table, her fierce gaze seemingly capable of devouring him whole, yet the crisis enveloping the Nangong family bound her like chains, preventing her from uttering a single harsh word. Nangong Ruoxuan held her tongue, but someone else could not contain themselves. Bai Yuhao, you're dreaming. Su Beibei charged forward, aiming to strike Bai Yuhao squarely in the face. In that moment, she yearned for nothing more than to take him down with her. Bai Yuhao, terrified, scrambled away. Although he was a star beast master, he primarily relied on his looks. In terms of strength, he was merely a standard black iron fighter. While Su Beibei could easily take him on 2-1, Bai Yuhao hastily shouted towards Nangong Ruoxuan. Nangong Ruoxuan, do not forget, I still have to perform on stage later. Stop. Nangong Ruoxuan quickly called out to Su Beibei. Su Beibei, with a fierce glare, promptly ceased her actions, fixating her resentful gaze upon Bai Yuhao. Bai Yuhao, shaken and disoriented, rose to his feet, a wave of intense shame washing over him. He turned, seething, to glare at Nangong Ruoxuan, prepared to hurl a few harsh words, when he suddenly heard her say, very well, I shall acquiesce to all your demands. Instantly, Bai Yuhao's spirit soared. Haha, Ruoxuan, I knew you would agree. Miss. Su Beibei exclaimed, her urgency palpable, but she was silenced by Nangong Ruoxuan's intervention. Bai Yuhao, you must exert every effort to ensure the success of this celebration, otherwise, I will make you pay dearly. Bai Yuhao nodded vigorously. We are family now. I will give it my utmost. With that, he produced a contract from his pocket, clearly having prepared it in advance. Ruoxuan, once we finalize this contract, I shall commence preparations immediately. Su Beibei would not allow Nangong Ruoxuan to fall into a trap. She had two alternative plans in mind, albeit at a considerable cost. Just as she was about to impede Nangong Ruoxuan from signing, her phone rang. After hanging up, she addressed Nangong Ruoxuan. Miss, we still have opportunities. The phone rang again. Su Beibei hung up once more. We could also seek financing from the Zhang Group, provided we. The phone rang yet again. Su Beibei hung up, exasperated. Who insists on calling at this moment? She finally answered, her voice a mix of fury and urgency. Old Wang, clarify this situation, or I will flay you alive. Old Wang's frantic voice came through. Sister Beibei, the fans are causing a ruckus. At the mention of the fans, Bai Yuhao's demeanor shifted to one of amusement. Haha, Nangong Ruoxuan, without my presence to maintain order, I fear. His bravado was cut short as Old Wang continued. The 2 items on Channel 8 have sold out. Some fans, unable to purchase them, have started causing a scene. What? Bai Yuhao's smile froze in place. Nangong Ruoxuan, once despondent, was now equally bewildered. What is happening? How could the stock be depleted? She glanced at Su Beibei, who mirrored her confusion. Old Wang, what exactly is going on? Su Beibei inquired. Sister Beibei, you must come to the site. Our products are flying off the shelves. The manufacturers who came to collaborate are overwhelmed with calls. Nangong Ruoxuan and Su Beibei exchanged astonished glances, their eyes reflecting both shock and excitement. Miss, we should head to the site at once, Su Beibei suggested. Nangong Ruoxuan nodded in agreement. The two immediately set off, leaving Bai Yuhao, dumbfounded and rooted in place. Bai Yuhao was left in disbelief. How could it be possible for the merchandise to sell out without my hype? Does this mean my plans have crumbled? No. I must see the situation for myself. He hastily followed after them. On the first floor of the Heartfelt Beast shop, behind the scenes of the 8th performance stage, Lucini said, I'm not going. We agreed on 5 minutes, and it's already been 30. And Hao shook his head vehemently, refusing to comply. Behind him, the makeup artist, Lucini, pressed him to take the stage. Lucini had not anticipated that her scheme would catapult and Hao to stardom. Not only had the 2 types of beast food sold out, but it had also sparked a shopping frenzy. Yet, at this moment, and Hao was intent on retreating. This is unacceptable. You must go up now. The fans are nearly frantic. How many Star Beast masters would covet such fervent fans? She urged, moreover. You need only to repeat the same performance. It's utterly simple. And Hao wore a look of resistance. He had whimsically engaged in an over-the-top summoning, intending merely to bide his time, but unexpectedly attracted a legion of fervent fans whose enthusiasm rivaled that of the most devoted. He had performed the summoning a full 10 times, and rather than grow tired of it, they seemed more captivated than ever. Initially, he had felt no discomfort, but now, reflecting on his unabashedly juvenile antics in front of a crowd, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. Just then, Luciny's phone rang. With a beaming smile, she answered. Group Leader Wong, we need to wait a moment. Everyone deserves a break, right? Yes, I understand. Rest assured, I will attend to him as diligently as I do my father. After hanging up, she turned to Hao, seriousness etched on her face. Group Leader Wong has assured me of additional compensation. Hao felt as though he had been struck in the chest. He was utterly vexed. For heaven's sake. I'm a time traveler, thrust into a beast taming world, with the innate ability to summon 7 dragons. Shouldn't I be on the path to becoming the Beast King? Why am I either working or performing every day? He glared at Luciny, yearning to declare, I am a time traveler. I am destined to become the Beast King. It is my fate to save the world. I alone shall safeguard the future of humanity and our ancestral planet. Do you think a mere handful of coins can belittle me? I spit on that. But the words that emerged were, I'll take the job. To preserve his meager dignity, Hao hesitated before adding, I want immediate payment. Luciny was initially taken aback. She had prepared a plethora of persuasive remarks, but none were necessary in the end. Immediate payment, absolutely, she exclaimed, smiling brightly as she beckoned Hao to the stage, resembling a welcoming hostess. When Nangong Ruoxuan and Su Beibei arrived at the command center, they found it occupied only by a solitary assistant. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? The assistant quickly replied, Miss Beibei, everyone is down below assisting. It's simply too hectic. Peering down, they saw throngs of people at the 8th performance stage, packed so tightly that there was scarcely room to stand. Through the glass of the command center, they could hear the raucous cheers. On stage, a remarkably handsome young man was summoning beasts, albeit at a pace that seemed rather sluggish. Nangong Ruoxuan furrowed her brow. As a silver beastmaster, she could confidently assert that summoning at such a speed would have resulted in his demise long ago. Yet, observing the fervent audience below, she began to question her assessment. Could there be something extraordinary about him? Suddenly, Su Beibei gasped. Who? Nangong Ruoxuan inquired. Su Beibei recounted her encounter with Hao, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I initially thought he was just a newcomer, not worth my attention. I never anticipated his remarkable talent. Nangong Ruoxuan stated earnestly, regardless of his past. We must secure this newcomer, as long as his demands are reasonable. No, as long as his terms do not exceed by Yuhao's. We will sign. Miss, that might be somewhat. Nangong Ruoxuan's expression darkened. The current situation of the corporation is not optimistic. Su Beibei opened her mouth to speak, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Witnessing the scattered support banners, Bai Yuhao was left in a state of disbelief. He never imagined that within such a short span, he would be eclipsed by an upstart. Was this kid truly more handsome than him? Damn it. It seemed he was just a smidgen more dashing. A flicker of malice flashed in Bai Yuhua's eyes. No. He must regain control of the situation. Bai Yuhua dialed a number. For this operation, he had specially assembled a group of online influencers. He had initially intended to stir up some trouble to force Nangong Ruoxuan into submission, but unexpectedly, the pressure was not applied to her, but rather to a mere boy. Brother Hao, I love you. You're so handsome. As soon as the call connected, a girl's ecstatic voice rang out. After her enthusiastic outburst, she impatiently inquired, Hello? Who is this? Bai Yuhua was nearly driven to the brink of unconsciousness by anger. Had even his hired influencers turned against him? Taking a deep breath, he replied, It's me. The girl quickly recognized him. Oh, it's Bai Yuhua. What is up? Bai Yuhua retorted, What do you mean, what is up? He was infuriated. She had just called him brother and now addressed him by his full name. With no time to waste, he succinctly outlined the task at hand. Isn't this inappropriate? Brother Hao is so kind. The girl hesitated. Bai Yuhua could no longer contain himself. Don't forget, I paid you. The girl sighed, appearing quite reluctant. All right, I understand. Bai Yuhua's face turned green with frustration. They had already committed to the task, yet she still pretended to be high and mighty. However, he had now completely shifted his focus to Hao. If he did not eliminate Hao, Bai Yuhua risked losing everything he currently possessed. This was absolutely unacceptable. Chapter 36, Bai Yuhua's counterattack. Just when Nangong Ruoxuan believed that everything was unfolding in a favorable direction, an unexpected turn of events occurred on stage. The lights dimmed momentarily before soft music began to play. A strikingly handsome young man, illuminated by the spotlight, slowly ascended the stage. It was none other than Bai Yuhua. Having relied on his looks for many years, Bai Yuhua was adept at capturing the nuances of facial performance. With a charmingly devil-may-care smile, and by manipulating lighting angles and camera perspectives, he appeared to rival Anhao in attractiveness. Bai Yuhua is so handsome. As the influencers began to rally, the audience suddenly remembered their idol, Bai Yuhua. Many fans began to return to his side, cheering him on. It is worth mentioning that those who did not return were Bai Yuhua's diehard fans. Bai Yuhua felt an immense sense of pride. He believed that this performance would be his most flawless showcase in years. Today, he would surely achieve greatness. Showtime. Bai Yuhua took the microphone, embodying the persona of a melancholic prince, strolling purposefully around the stage. Once the atmosphere was sufficiently charged, he displayed a heartfelt expression, his voice quivering as he clearly articulated. Thank you. Thank you all for coming to witness my performance. I am grateful for your unwavering support over the years. Thank you. As an actor, Bai Yuhua was undeniably professional. His heartfelt speech moved even himself. At the conclusion, with tears brimming in his eyes, he bowed deeply. Thank you all. His dramatic display instantly brought tears to many fans in attendance. Brother, we will always support you. Brother, you are the best. Perhaps spurred on by the encouragement of his fans, Bai Yuhua emerged from his sorrowful demeanor. He wiped away the tears threatening to spill, smiling freely as if dispelling the fog clouding his heart. The past could remain in the past. He was determined to show everyone what true performance entailed. After delivering a disdainful glance towards Anhao, his words were not without intent, subtly mocking Anhao's previous performance as lacking in authenticity. Upon witnessing Bai Yuhua's entrance, Anhao did not feel his spotlight stolen. Rather, he sighed in relief. Finally, someone capable had arrived. Managing such a large company alone was exhausting. Meanwhile, he held a deep admiration for Bai Yuhua's flamboyant performance. Now, this is professionalism. I won't name names, but certain protagonists should take notes. As the curtain closed, Bai Yuhua was the talk of the evening. Damn it, how could I have forgotten about him? Nangong Roakshuan's heart raced with urgency as she hurriedly instructed Su Beibei to relay a message to Anhao, insisting he hold his ground no matter what. Got it, miss. Su Beibei set off quickly. However, just as she departed, Nangong Roakshuan turned to see Anhao preparing to leave the stage. She couldn't help but curse. What on earth? All our hopes rest on you, and you're about to run away. Unbeknownst to her, Anhao was filled with a sense of liberation at that moment. He strode purposefully to Bai Yuhua's side, discreetly giving him a thumbs up before descending the stage without a backward glance. This move not only left Nangong Roakshuan dumbfounded, but also astonished Bai Yuhua. Bai Yuhua was taken aback. He had anticipated a fierce showdown, and now, he was simply left to display his skills for no audience. Every individual possesses a sanctuary within their heart, and for Bai Yuhua, that sanctuary was his professional performance. He felt utterly insulted, leading him to make a decision he would regret for a lifetime. Stop! Someone shouted, causing Anhao to pause in confusion. He turned to inquire. Were you calling me? Of course it's you. How could such a lackluster performance be worthy of a star Beastmaster? Bai Yuhua gestured dramatically towards Anhao, exuding an air of intimidation. To him, Anhao, who fled without a fight, was merely a small fry, an opportunity to enhance his own performance by stepping on him. Anhao, however, only caught the word lackluster. The implication was clear. Did that mean he was slacking off? Further interpretation suggested he was unworthy of remuneration. Anhao was instantly incensed. How dare you? I covered for you for half an hour without even a thank you, and now you dare say I don't deserve to be paid. He boldly stepped onto the stage, questioning what would not be considered lackluster. His actions relieved Su Beibei, who had rushed to the scene. Thank goodness, she thought. As she had feared, he had lost his fighting spirit. After all, facing a powerful star beastmaster like Bai Yuhua required tremendous courage. However, Su Beibei's expression quickly shifted to alarm. Oh no. She watched as Bai Yuhua unveiled a sinister smile, performed a flamboyant dance, and summoned his beast, the Moonlight Cat. The Moonlight Cat, an undeniable showstopper, captivated the audience's attention as it entered the stage. With its long, elegant limbs and a coat of shimmering black fur, it epitomized the pinnacle of beauty among beast companions. Nangong Roakshuan, who had been observing intently, turned pale. In the realm of star beastmasters, the most crucial asset was a beast capable of captivating performances. Though the Moonlight Cat might not excel in combat, it reigned supreme in the realm of visual spectacle. Interaction, ball retrieval, and anthropomorphism were all basic skills, and even dancing, an exclusive human art, was effortlessly within its grasp. In her eyes, Anhao seemed to possess no chance of victory. What, yet, as an outsider, Anhao genuinely failed to comprehend Bai Yuhua's maneuvers. Summoning a Moonlight Meow in a beast duel, was he simply eager to conclude the matter? Very well, let us indulge him. Anhao promptly summoned the magnificent Bai Bai. Bai Bai, far from being weary of the performance, appeared somewhat addicted. Its cleverness had even led to the refinement of several entrance routines, fully aware of how to make its entrance more impressive. However, this time, Before Bai Bai could unveil its grand entrance version 40, it was rudely interrupted by its unscrupulous master. With a burst bomb, it was swiftly dispatched. Alas, the master lacked any artistic sensibility. Bai Bai resignedly shook its head, forming a luminous orb and launching it towards the Moonlight Meow. Startled, the Moonlight Meow bristled, transforming into a streak of light, darting behind Bai Yuhao for cover. Boom. Following a resounding explosion, the audience stood frozen in disbelief. What? And Hao glanced around, perplexed. Huh. Why was there no one to declare the results? And why did everyone's expression seem so peculiar? At this moment, Bai Yuhao's legs felt weak. The recent explosion had occurred a mere half-meter from him. Had it veered even slightly closer, he would have been finished. Bai Yuhao could no longer maintain his composure. Shouting hoarsely, "What on earth are you doing?" And Hao scoffed in disdain. "You? What are you even talking about?" Pathetic. Bai Yuhao, infuriated to the point of speechlessness, had lost all semblance of dignity. Many fans in the audience were shaking their heads in silent disapproval, gradually shifting their support from Bai Yuhao to Hao. After all, a madman walking a cat could hardly compete with a domineering CEO unleashing the breath of a dragon. How utterly embarrassing. Chapter 37. My Beast does not fall behind in style. Su Beibei exclaimed nice, knowing that the Beast performance pales in comparison to the opponent's. One should feign ignorance of the rules and take the initiative to disrupt the opponent's rhythm with an offensive approach. Her analysis prompted nods of agreement from those nearby, who hailed her insights as brilliant. At this moment, a discordant voice interjected. Beibei, it was Lu Cini, who hesitated. Spit it out, don't dilly-dally. Su Beibei, in a light-hearted mood, responded with unexpected warmth. Lu Cini, wearing an awkward smile, replied, What I mean is, he probably really doesn't know the rules. A collective gasp echoed in the hearts of the crowd. Su Beibei struggled to ask, Are you certain? Lu Cini nodded affirmatively. Su Beibei erupted. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Her fleeting joy soured once more. The Nangong group had always pursued a path of showcasing Beast performances. The intricacies of Beast duels were far too profound for them to dare confront. An analytical mind had suddenly seized the opportunity to dissect the situation. If he was unaware of the rules, it implied he truly lacked the ability to perform with beasts, meaning he had no chance of victory moving forward. Moreover, allowing him to remain on stage could potentially jeopardize their flagship brand, Beast performances. Su Beibei shot him a fierce glare. What were you thinking? The analyst chuckled sheepishly. Su Beibei commanded, Lu Cini, go pull him down. He can't continue this farce any longer. Understood. Lu Cini prepared to rush onto the stage, when a voice called out to her. Wait. The crowd turned to see it was Nangong Ruoxuan. Young lady, what brings you here? Nangong Ruoxuan replied. Send someone up to announce the rules and performance guidelines. With a resolute expression, her words implied she no longer wished to be constrained by Bai Yuhao. The purpose of this celebration had already been largely achieved. They merely needed to bear some losses. The crowd found this notion agreeable, and thus the task fell once again to Lu Cini. Woe is me, and Hao, observing the obstinate Bai Yuhao, felt a wave of frustration. Are you out of your mind? Blocking the Beast, do you think this is Pokemon? He could never have imagined that Bai Yuhao was simply paralyzed by fear. Just then, Lu Cini took the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, what you are witnessing is the 20th anniversary celebration of the heartfelt Beast Shop, culminating in our grand finale, the Beast Dance Royal Duel. On one side, we have the store's star Beast Master, Bai Yuhao, and his low-tier beast, Moonlight Meow. On the other side, we present the shop's newly promoted star Beast Master, and Hao, along with his supermodel beast, the visually stunning Blue Eyes White Dragon. The audience erupted in applause. What was initially thought to be a farce had unexpectedly turned into the main event. This promised to be an exciting spectacle. What the hell? And Hao was furious. He was genuinely enraged. After all this, he had yet to finish his preparations. Not even the most unscrupulous of bosses would stoop so low. He now harbored resentment towards Nangong Sui as well. I'll never work for them again. Lu Cini hastily reassured him. Extra pay? Double wages? Suddenly. And Hao felt that overtime wasn't such a bad deal after all. All right, I'll come back to work for Nangong Sui next time. Lu Cini's entrance also provided Bai Yuhao with a sense of relief. Thankfully, it was a beast performance, given in Hao's earlier demeanor. He had feared it was a beast duel. However, he soon felt displeased. Damn it, it's one thing to introduce yourself first. But why give such a lengthy introduction for the opponent? The critical point was that his Moonlight Meow was clearly a mid-tier beast. Why refer to it as a low-tier beast? Bai Yuhao fought to suppress the urge to argue, knowing that the opponent was likely doing this on purpose. If he were to confront them, they would undoubtedly use the beast species rank against him, which would only serve to benefit the other. Bai Yuhao steadied himself. Humph. In the face of absolute strength, all is futile. Moonlight Meow, Moonlight Dance Steps. Under Bai Yuhao's command, Moonlight Meow shook off its earlier disarray and began a mesmerizing dance. Truly, Moonlight Meow was the pinnacle of ornamental beasts, exuding elegance and coolness that would rival even the most stunning human beauties. Goodness, this was no mere beast. It was almost human. Had it transcended into sentience? Bai Yuhao seized the moment to join in, creating a captivating duet of human and cat. Their harmonious performance further enhancing the ethereal beauty of Moonlight Meow. The fans erupted in cheers. Brother Yuhao, you're so handsome. Moonlight Meow is invincible. Not just the fans. Even in Hao couldn't he help but applaud repeatedly. Impressive, 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 my foot. Lu Cini retorted angrily. Do you even understand the situation? You're supposed to be rivals. And Hao waved her off dismissively, casually stating, don't worry, it's just about showboating. As long as the money is right, my beast will never fall behind in style. Without hesitation, Lu Cini replied, I'll pay more. After all, it's not my money. And Hao patted his chest confidently. Leave it to Bye-Bye. Bye-Bye, go all out in your performance. Bye-Bye instantly grasped the cue. After a dazzling display, Moonlight Meow shot a provocative glance at the Blue Eyes White Dragon. So what if you can fight? Can you dance? In response to Moonlight Meow's challenge, Bye-Bye displayed a hint of a humanoid smile. It extended a sharp claw, shaking it repeatedly as if to say, no way. This display left everyone present utterly bewildered. What the hell? Did I just see that right? How can the Blue Eyes White Dragon smile so confidently? I think I saw it too. Could it be that the Blue Eyes White Dragon excels in beast performance, despite its primary designation as a dual beast? And what is the meaning behind that confident smile? The audience's curiosity was suddenly piqued. It was akin to an unexpected revelation when the boxing champion Mike Tyson declares not only his prowess in the ring, but also his ability to dance, mind you. To dance, challenging professional dancers in a showdown, one would certainly pay attention. Nangong Ruoxuan and her companions were equally bewildered, yet she reassured everyone, stating that the rising excitement was indeed a positive development. As the focus of the gathering, the white dragon exuded an air of confidence. Among the 7 white dragons, what accounted for its consistently high appearance rate? Was it due to its combat prowess? No. They were all born a mere 20 minutes apart. Their battle capabilities nearly equivalent. Thus, fighting ability was not the decisive factor for a high appearance rate. So what was the reason? It was its flair for theatrics. Feeling the atmosphere charged with anticipation, the white dragon could no longer suppress the flamboyant spirit within, raising its hand to unleash a dazzling, light curtain as a performance effect. The sound engineer quickly accompanied this with a resounding ancient melody. The audience beheld a white dragon emerging through the swirling mists, exuding a heavy, domineering, and mysterious presence that was palpably oppressive. If the Moonlight Meow's dance was akin to a romantic ballet, then the Blue Eyes White Dragon's performance belonged to the realm of elegant and dignified classical dance. One dragon embodied the might of 1,000 troops. A singular dragon represented the splendor of a prosperous era. As the poetic lines suggest, in the depths of the mist, the fish and dragons hide, shrouded in smoke. Perhaps this encapsulates such a sensation. Truly magnificent, truly remarkable. The audience was left in awe, witnessing the initial performance. The Blue Eyes White Dragon proved itself no less impressive than the Moonlight Meow, instilling a sense of assurance in Nangong Ruoxuan and her companions. Lu Cini gaped in disbelief at Hao, and Hao merely smiled faintly, familiar with the fundamentals, no need for alarm. Seeing his first offensive falter, Bai Yuhao's expression darkened. Don't revel too soon. Defeating me is no easy feat. And Hao shrugged, inviting him to bring his best. Chapter 38, Victory. The Moonlight Meow, Super Dazzling Spin. Upon receiving Bai Yuhao's command, the Moonlight Meow emitted a meow and leapt like an enchanting sprite. It glided and spun in the air, executing a flawless 360-degree and then a 720-degree turn. Its agile form twisted and leaped with a series of complex maneuvers that would leave even human dancers in admiration. Incredible. So beautiful. Not only the fans of its looks, but even those unfamiliar with beast performances were captivated. Lu Cini and her companions felt an overwhelming pressure. And Hao? What shall we do? And Hao was perplexed. What could be done? Wasn't he the Moonlight Meow performing splendidly? Lu Cini found herself at a loss for words. Suddenly, she remembered that Hao was unaware of the crisis facing the Nangong family. We must ignite his fighting spirit. Lu Cini had a sudden inspiration and said, this fellow is sent by another family to sabotage us. If you lose, the heartfelt beast shop might go under, and you could end up with nothing. What nonsense. And Hao was bewildered. On his first day at work, he was told he was brought in to save the day, and now the store might close, potentially leaving him unpaid. And Hao was incensed. You can deceive me about feelings, but not about money. No, even if the store closes, you must pay my wages. Otherwise, I shall sue you. As a transmigrator, and Hao had a strong sense of rights and immediately thought of legal action. Lu Cini sighed, exasperated. Shouldn't a normal person be thinking of how to turn the tide at such a moment? How could someone so handsome be so money-minded? Lu Xini never anticipated the terrifying potential of a beast tamer driven to madness by 17 dragon cubs. Increase the funds. We will increase the funds. Lu Xini activated her ultimate tactic, and Hao looked at her skeptically. Aren't you about to go bankrupt? Where would the money come from? Lu Xini promptly dialed Su Bei's number. Su Bei was equally decisive, transferring funds directly to an Hao's bank card. Your bank card ending in XX754 has a balance of 10,000 yuan. And Hao immediately donned a determined expression. I shall give it my all. Lu Xini was momentarily speechless. After the Moonlight Meow finished its performance, it was met with thunderous applause. What to do now? Lu Xini asked again. Should we repeat the previous performance? Patience, and Hao signaled for her to remain calm, then activated a magic circle to summon 2 more Blue Eyes White Dragons. The appearance of the newly summoned Blue Eyes White Dragons astonished everyone. How is this possible? He actually has 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. Heaven! The heavens are unjust. And Hao's ability to summon 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons with a single hand was undeniably impressive. To the audience, the beast performance seemed to pale in significance. No matter how beautiful, could anything compete with the allure of 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons? Nangong Ruoxuan and her companions were equally stunned. 3. Moreover, judging by their aura, they appeared to be his primary beasts. What extraordinary talent in beast mastery could this possibly be? Nangong Ruoxuan had always believed her brother, Nangong Sui, possessed formidable talent. With his dual-born Windstorm Magic Wolf, enhanced by a unique fusion mechanism, he could ultimately produce an 8th-level dual-headed Demon Flame Wolf King. She believed he would certainly become a golden powerhouse, leading their family to further glory, which had long been her motivation to uphold the Nangong family's spirit. Yet now, it seemed that Nangong Sui's talent was insignificant before this youth. 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons. What kind of madness could conceive such a talent? Bai Yuhao's eyes burned with jealousy, a torrent of emotions swirling within him. Not only did he look more handsome than me, but why did he also possess such terrifying talent? Why is this? Bai Yuhao, losing all composure, shouted in a fit of rage, "Don't get cocky. This is a beast performance, not a beast duel. Even if you summon 10 dragons, it will mean nothing. Is that so?" And Hao replied with a slight smile, thinking to himself that if not for the fear of frightening the audience, he could indeed summon 10. Dabai or Bai Sambai, let us show off. The first Blue Eyes flashed its silver fangs in response, exuding confidence. Then, the 3 dragons synchronized their movements, led by the first, and began their dazzling display. The audience exclaimed, "What on earth am I witnessing? 3 dragons performing the moonwalk. Aren't dragons notoriously undisciplined? Why are these 3 moving in such perfect unison? I'm truly impressed. I'm already envisioning tomorrow's headline. Shocking. 3 dragons dance the moonwalk. Dragon-type beasts enter the performance arena. No. I think it should be titled A Major Industry Shakeup. Dragon-type beasts enter the performance arena. Is this another bloody storm?" Lu Xini asked with difficulty. Can dragon-type beasts really do this? To be honest, she could accept the earlier Misty Dragons, but this moonwalk was utterly absurd. And Hao countered, what? Haven't you seen dragon-type beasts that can moonwalk? Lu Xini wanted to retort, but suddenly realized that the only dragon-type beasts she had truly encountered in her life were these 3 before her. She couldn't help but wonder, could it be that all dragon-type beasts were like this? And Hao casually remarked, not entirely. Perhaps my beasts are simply more eccentric and enjoy this kind of thing. Lu Xini rolled her eyes. I knew it couldn't be like that. And Hao chuckled awkwardly. Once, in a bid to flaunt his skills, he had taken the time to learn the moonwalk, yet he failed to master it, while surprisingly, Bai Yuhao succeeded and even passed on the technique to other dragons. This could indeed be considered a part of his sordid past. Under the leadership of the 3 dragons, the atmosphere in the venue reached a fever pitch, with many attendees even joining in the revelry. Lu Xini, however, did not forget her mission. Seizing the moment, she addressed the crowd. Friends, proclaim the victor in this duel of dual kings. The audience responded in unison, and Hao. At that moment, Bai Yuhao's face turned ashen. The audience's response struck him like a hammer to the heart. Lacking the accumulated resilience of Zhang Tianyu, and being physically drained from his indulgent lifestyle, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, his throat sweet with impending nausea. It was all over for him. Chapter 39, Epiphany. The lively scene persisted for quite some time, culminating in the resounding success of the 20th anniversary celebration of the Love Heart Beast shop. Following the celebration, and Hao was invited to the office of Nangong Ruoxuan. As she gazed at the handsome youth before her, her heart was tinged with gratitude. Yet a flicker of wariness lingered. With Bai Yuhao's previous downfall as a cautionary tale, one could never be too certain that this youth was not a treacherous ingrate. The discussion needed to take place nonetheless. Nangong Ruoxuan exchanged a knowing glance with Su Bei, who understood the silent cue. Su Beibei inquired. Han Hao, is it? Are you speaking of me? And Hao was bewildered, yet it was evident the other was addressing him directly. If not you, then who else could it be? Surely, you are not claiming you are not Han Hao. Actually, I am not Han Hao. I am an Hao, within denoting safety and Hao meaning vastness. Su Beibei checked the list, confirming that Han Hao was indeed the registered name. Are you here for an audition? Of course, is there a problem? And Hao frowned, suspecting that this group was up to some mischief again. Su Beibei discreetly tucked away the list, concluding, it appears the Human Resources Department must have made an error. She and Nangong Ruoxuan exchanged glances, both sensing the confusion and relief reflected in each other's eyes. Though the reason remained unclear, it was evident that they had stumbled upon a treasure this time. If someone named Han Hao had truly arrived, it might not have resolved the crisis at hand. At that moment, an Hao's phone rang. To his surprise, the caller was Nangong Sui, and his screen displayed over 10 missed calls. He suddenly recalled leaving his phone in the dressing room. My apologies, I must take this call. Hello? And Hao, where have you run off to? I have called you over a dozen times. I just started my shift. Started your shift? Who told you to start working? I specifically instructed you to remain in place. Not you. And Hao's mind went blank. Did this imply he was once again working for free? Su Beibei hesitated. Is that the voice of young Master Nangong? Indeed. It is Xiao Sui, Nangong Ruoxuan confirmed. She stood and approached and Hao. Could you pass me the phone? Why? And Hao's mood had soured considerably. To him, these people seemed no different from charlatans. Fortunately, he had already received a deposit of 10,000, which was a timely buffer. He needed to leave quickly. Wait. Nangong Ruoxuan called out to him. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Nangong Ruoxuan, the chairwoman of the Nangong group, and also the sister of Nangong Sui. You wouldn't happen to be Xiao Sui's classmate, would you, sister? On the other end of the line, Nangong Sui recognized his sister's voice. And Hao? How come you are with my sister? So it's really Nangong Sui's sister? And Hao felt a surge of joy, if that were truly the case. Perhaps his work wouldn't be in vain after all. The phone is for you. Nangong Ruoxuan observed his expression, a mix of amusement and exasperation, thinking this boy bore a resemblance to her younger brother from his childhood. After a brief exchange, both parties clarified the situation. It was quite straightforward. Su Beibei had gone to pick up a star beast master trainee named Han Hao, but mistakenly brought an Hao instead. With everyone preoccupied by the celebration's events and the similarity in the names, no one had noticed the error. With Nangong Sui's endorsement, the rapport between them grew significantly. And Hao, what salary do you aspire to? And Hao smiled slightly, extending 5 fingers but then retracted one after a moment's thought. Although the other party had previously promised him a raise, the amount had not been specified, and considering that Nangong Sui was his classmate, he wondered if asking for 500 per day would be too excessive. 5 million per annum, agreed. Nangong Ruoxuan declared without hesitation. She thought to herself that Xiao Sui's friends were indeed remarkable. 5 million was rather modest. Did one not see that Bai Yuhao's endorsement fee was 9 million annually? Negotiating downwards had never crossed her mind. At this juncture, and Hao's worth was undeniably apparent. If she hesitated, someone else would surely seize the opportunity. 5 million per annum. And Hao could scarcely believe his ears. The difference between a daily wage of 500 and an annual salary of 5 million was staggering. Did this mean he could support 7 azure-eyed white dragons solely on his salary? With a bit of frugality, could he not even sustain 10 hatchlings? He had initially prepared himself to sell spirit potions. Ecstatic, he exclaimed, "Thank you, chairwoman. Do not call me chairwoman, like Xiao Sui. Just refer to me as Ruoxuan Jia." "Thank you, Ruoxuan Jia." The little fellow certainly had a sweet tongue. Nangong Ruoxuan chuckled. "You've likely not eaten amidst all this busyness. Beibei, summon Xiao Sui and the key members from the celebration. Let us dine together." "Certainly, Miss," Beibei replied promptly. As the trio stepped out of the office, Bai Yuhao approached, clearly having waited for quite some time. "What do you want?" Su Beibei intercepted him, her face betraying her unmasked disdain. Bai Yuhao's eyes were red-rimmed, his complexion pale, embodying sheer disarray. The disastrous outcome of the celebration had drastically diminished his popularity, leading to numerous brands withdrawing their investment and leaving him devoid of income. Coupled with his extravagant lifestyle, he had little left to fall back on. Without the support of the Nangong group, he was nearly indistinguishable from a vagabond, and thus, he found himself pleading at the feet of his former employers. "Beibei, Ruoxuan, silence." Nangong Ruoxuan interrupted him decisively. "From this day forth, the Nangong group will have no further dealings with you." Gazing at this man she had known for nearly a decade, she felt a wave of revulsion. From the initial support of his debut to the subsequent unrestrained investments, the Nangong family had treated him well. Yet what they received in return was an ever-inflating sense of entitlement. "Please, Ruoxuan, grant me another chance." Bai Yuhao pleaded desperately. "I will lower my endorsement fee. I'll settle for 8 million. No, 6 million. Su Beibei found it laughable. Even in this dismal state, he still demanded endorsement fees? Roakshuan, just 2 million. I only asked for 2 million. Nangong Roakshuan could not be bothered to utter another word to such a person, motioning for security to remove him. Faced with the futility of the situation, Bai Yuhao descended into madness. It's all your fault. Why did you ever promote me? Why did you choose me to be some star beastmaster? Ha ha ha, it's all your fault. You all deserve to die? I curse you all. Su Beibei gestured for him to be taken away. Yes. Security personnel escorted Bai Yuhao out, his voice echoing in the corridor until it faded into silence. And Hao shook his head slightly. This, perhaps, was the essence of the adage. A grain of kindness begets a pound of resentment. Bai Yuhao, accustomed to a life of indulgence and opulence, found it utterly intolerable to be summoned back to the past. This predicament, of course, was a consequence of his own actions, an ungrateful soul who failed to consider his escape routes. Yet, his misfortunes served as a stark warning to Hao. Ultimately, one must rely on oneself. Personal strength is the foundation of existence. And Hao resolved to complete his work responsibilities before venturing into an alternate realm to enhance his abilities. His thoughts inevitably drifted to Qin Yunlan. While it was permissible to flatter the wealthy, one must not overestimate one's own significance. Chapter 40, and Hao's Fury. At a lavish banquet, guests reveled in merriment. Upon learning of Hao's intention to resign from his previous position, Nangong Sui enthusiastically offered to drive him. He had learned from his sister about Hao's remarkable efforts. To his surprise, his unintentional actions had aided the Nangong family in overcoming a significant crisis. Nangong Sui's vehicle was a Battle Flag 499, valued at over 8 million, its reddish-brown metallic exterior reminiscent of a victorious general returning from the battlefield, eliciting envy from Hao. Noticing Hao's reaction, Nangong Sui chuckled, "What is so impressive about this car? It pales in comparison to your dragon riding." Hao waved dismissively. "Let us not even mention it. I haven't obtained a beast riding license. Furthermore, the azurite white dragon is a flying beast, making the license even harder to acquire. Just the written exam makes my head spin. In this world, even one's own beast cannot traverse the roads without a riding license, a regulation enacted by the government to prevent traffic chaos. So what? If riding is prohibited in the city, one can always venture into the wild," Nangong Sui remarked, a hint of envy flickering in his eyes. Riding a dragon was the aspiration of every beast master. The two soon arrived at his sister's noodle shop. It was just past 7, the peak hour for business. As Hao stepped inside, he felt several malevolent gazes directed at him. Thanks to his recent elevation to bronze rank, Hao possessed an acute sense of perception, further amplified by his superior mental prowess, allowing him to swiftly identify the culprits among the crowd. To his astonishment, among these individuals, 2 harbored an intense animosity towards him, as if they wished for his demise. He could not recall having any deep-seated enmity with anyone, Hao heightened his vigilance, ready to activate his magical array at a moment's notice. Approaching the counter, he requested the attendant to summon the owner. At that moment, several burly men approached, their intentions clearly hostile. The surrounding patrons quickly scuttled away, eager to avoid being caught in the fray. The leading tattooed man shouted at Hao, "Hey, do you remember me?" Hao found the voice vaguely familiar, but struggled to place it. "Who are you?" The tattooed man's fury ignited. He was incensed that Hao could forget him, the very individual who had obliterated his beast. "You little brat, you've forgotten. It was that night when I was unwillingly reminded of the past." Upon hearing the man's words, Hao recalled the encounter. "Ah, so it's you. What do you want?" Nangong Sui interjected. "Do you two know each other?" Hao nodded. "He is just a lackey sent by Zhang Tianyu to stir trouble. We had a minor altercation previously. Thankfully, he possesses some semblance of character. Otherwise, I might not have remembered him at all." Nangong Sui chuckled. "That fits his style." "A minor altercation?" The tattooed man's eyes blazed, seething with rage. He looked as though he would devour Hao alive. "You dare call it minor when my beast has been slain?" Just as the tattooed man was about to explode, a commanding voice rang out. "Stand down." The henchman parted ways, revealing a robust man emerging from behind them. He had a scholarly appearance, but a deep scar sliced across his face, giving him an air of menace. This man was evidently the leader of the group. "I am Lu Daob, here today solely to seek an explanation for my brother," he declared. The tattooed man immediately turned sycophantic. "My brother is a peak bronze level expert. Are you afraid now?" Lu Daob's presence set off alarm bells in Hao's mind. He recognized him as one of those exuding murderous intent. Who was this man? Even the tattooed man, filled with hatred, did not radiate such malice. Before Hao could respond, Nangong Sui boldly confronted Lu Daob. "A bronze dares to cause trouble? Get lost." Though Nangong Sui usually exuded politeness and cunning, at his core, he was a privileged scion. The hallmark of such individuals is their refusal to tolerate any affront to their dignity. and Hao was now the treasured gem of the Nangong family. He could not allow himself to be bullied by these ruffians. As the saying goes, one need not fear an individual's arrogance. Rather, they should fear their inadequacy. In the face of Nangong Sui's audacity, Lu Daob did not exhibit anger. Instead, he clasped his hands in a slight bow, inquiring, "May I ask who this young master is?" "Nangong family, Nangong Sui." Upon hearing this, the onlookers displayed expressions of awe. The illustrious Nangong family of Z City, though experiencing a slight decline in recent years, remained a formidable force in the eyes of ordinary citizens. "Ah, it is young Master Nangong. I beg your pardon for my presumption," Lu Daob responded. And Hao felt a pang of bitterness at the injustice of capitalism, just as he thought the confrontation would dissipate. Lu Daob continued, "Though the Nangong family is renowned, one must uphold principles of fairness. The killing of my brother's beast cannot simply be overlooked." His followers were visibly moved, especially the tattooed man, who was on the verge of tears. Nangong Sui's expression darkened. "Are you implying that you wish to oppose the Nangong family?" "Not at all. Not at all." Lu Daob feigned reluctance, yet showed no sign of retreat. As the two parties remained at a standstill, and Hao suddenly sensed an overwhelming surge of murderous intent. A short figure charged from the side, brandishing a dagger, with a clear aim at Hao. Prepared for such an eventuality, and Hao swiftly activated his beast summoning magical array, with a resonant dragon roar. His 6-meter-long white dragon interposed itself between Hao and the assailant. To everyone's astonishment, the assailant did not retreat but lunged forward with a roar, attempting to tackle Hao. The white dragon, unwilling to let this happen, retaliated with a powerful swish of its tail, sending the attacker flying. How could anyone be so reckless with a knife? Suddenly, a gunshot rang out, further complicating the already chaotic scene. The patrons erupted into a frenzy, scrambling for the exits. And Hao turned to see a gaping wound bleeding profusely on his white dragon, which let out a mournful cry. Not far away, Lu Daob stood with a smoking gun, having targeted Hao but inadvertently struck the dragon instead. "White dragon! And Hao, be careful!" Fury surged within Hao, yet before he could act, Nangong Sui restrained him. Lu Daob fired 2 more shots, narrowly missing his target. His countenance darkened. He had not anticipated that his shots would fail to eliminate Hao. He then aimed directly at the white dragon, utilizing specially crafted armor-piercing bullets capable of penetrating the defenses of beasts beneath silver rank. Bang! Bang! The white dragon stood firm before Hao, absorbing 2 more bullets to its chest before gradually collapsing. "White dragon!" And Hao's eyes blazed crimson as he instantly summoned his second dragon. "Second dragon, destruction shot. Eliminate him." The second dragon unleashed a destruction shot. The tremendous explosion sending Lu Daob and his companions into a panic, with 2 of them obliterated by the blast. Lu Daob summoned his spirit beast to shield himself and addressed Hao, "Your blue eyes white dragon has caused injury. It is only just that I eliminate it." The younger brothers, sensing the gravity of the situation, found themselves ensnared and hastily echoed his sentiment, summoning their own spirit beasts for protection. "A spirit beast that harms must be slain." They clamored in agreement, and Hao's fury surged within him like an erupting volcano. "You all deserve to perish," he declared, invoking the summon. One after another, blue eyes white dragons emerged from the magic circle, encircling the entire noodle shop. 6. Good heavens! 6 blue eyes white dragons. Those present collapsed to the ground in terror, while the spirit beasts trembled in fear. It's all a misunderstanding. And Hao harbored no intention of sparing them, and commanded a full assault. And Hao sees. Nangong Sui, shocked, hurriedly grasped Hao's hand. On the ancestral star. "Spirit beasts must not harm humans. It is an unbreakable law. I do not know who is targeting you, but should you act, it would play directly into their hands. You would be convicted of murder." And Hao hesitated for a moment, but upon seeing the lifeless form of Daba, his rage ignited anew. He shook off Nangong Sui's hand, declaring, "Then let us eradicate them all. Let us make it sufficient." A collective strike commenced. Explosive orbs. Chapter 41. Who could it be? A tremendous roar illuminated the noodle shop, with anguished cries and lamentations echoing from within. With a thunderous crash, a crack-toothed tiger was hurled from the establishment, its body littered with debris. As the tiger struggled to rise, a figure, swift as a silver flash, descended upon it, one of the blue eyes white dragons. The dragon trampled the writhing tiger, gathering light in its maw. Boom, boom. 2 destructive orbs struck the tiger's head, obliterating it like a burst watermelon. "Ah!" Lu Daob shrieked, the demise of his spirit beast delivering a crushing blow to his psyche. Without a moment to express his anger, he scrambled to escape the noodle shop. Yet, a blue eyes white dragon blocked his path, followed swiftly by another at his rear. Desperate, Lu Daob summoned 2 steel-toothed boars. but they were effortlessly dispatched by the two blue-eyes white dragons. Liu Daob glanced back in panic, only to see a figure emerging from the shattered noodle shop. Akin to Ashura, surrounded by a throng of corpses, both human and spirit beast alike. The 6 blue-eyes white dragons stood guard like silver knights protecting their sovereign. Liu Daob, feigning bravado, cried out, "You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. This is a crime." And Hao, now consumed by madness, wielded what little reason remained to demand, "Speak. Who sent you?" Trembling, Liu Daob replied, "I will tell you, but you must swear an oath to the will of the ancestral star to spare me." It was said that a spirit beast master's powers derived entirely from the will of the ancestral star. Breaking an oath to this would result in the loss of their ability to summon spirit beasts. In your dreams. And Hao commanded Erbai to finish Liu Daob with a single dragon claw. He then turned his gaze toward the remaining individuals, asking, "Who sent you?" The others, now fearful, surrendered all information without hesitation. The Zhang family? And Hao's brow furrowed, a name surfacing in his mind, though he quickly dismissed it. Could it be Zhang Tianyu? Nangong Sui, who had just emerged, overheard the confessions. In his view, the long-standing enmity between Zhang Tianyu and Hao, compounded by previous humiliations, made it plausible for Tianyu to dispatch assassins after Hao. Yet, Hao, despite his suspicions, hesitated to believe Zhang Tianyu capable of such treachery. Having grown up alongside him, Hao understood the depth of Tianyu's obsession with defeating him. While he could accept that Tianyu might send someone to slay his spirit beast, the notion that he would send someone to kill him was simply inconceivable. However, at present, the evidence pointed most strongly toward Zhang Tianyu. He would seek him out eventually. A sigh escaped Hao as he recalled Daba's lifeless form, retrieving it into the spirit beast space. Memories of their time together flooded his mind, filling him with anguish and a sense of despair. Observing Hao's distress, Nangong Sui offered, "Do not be too sorrowful. Your spirit beast may yet hold the hope of revival." "Really?" Hao gasped. He felt the life thread belonging to Daba, severed from the spirit beast contract. Nangong Sui explained, "The primary distinction between a master spirit beast and a regular spirit beast lies in the recognition by the will of the ancestral star. In a certain sense, as long as that recognition endures, a master spirit beast will not perish on the ancestral star." Hao's heart soared with joy. "That is wonderful. What must I do?" "I have only heard rumors, but it is said that if the will of the ancestral star is applied to the master spirit beast once more, it may be revived. However, how to invoke the will of the ancestral star again is beyond my knowledge." Nangong Sui felt somewhat awkward, as he had merely said this to console Hao. Hao forced a smile, grateful to at least have a semblance of a plan. "Do not rush. It is said that when a spirit beast master reaches the platinum level, they can sense the presence of the will of the ancestral star. Whether that is true remains to be seen. Thank you. Let us not dwell on this. The police are arriving. We should consider our next steps." Just as Nangong Sui finished speaking, the sound of police sirens echoed from afar. "I almost forgot about that." Hao was determined not to be apprehended so easily. He still had a score to settle. Nangong Sui quickly devised a plan, stating, "We cannot flee. Let us check if the surveillance footage remains. If we can find footage of the assassination attempt against you, you can argue self-defense. I'll work through the Nangong family to ensure your release." Agreed. The two promptly turned back to search for the surveillance footage. Found it. Hands up. Just as they located the footage, police officers directed their spirit beasts to encircle them. The two complied and raised their hands. There was little to say. The nation was rife with powerful figures, and Hao had no intention of opposing the state. Alongside them, Liu Daob's various underlings were also apprehended. Upon seeing the police, they reacted as though they had encountered their parents, shedding genuine tears. "At last, we are saved." Naturally, Hao did not place all his hopes on the Nangong family, as he was still uncertain of their ability to confront those who sought to harm him. As Hao sat in the police vehicle, he turned to a square-faced officer, presumably the sergeant, and inquired, "Comrade, may I make a phone call to my family?" "No." The sergeant's expression hardened until he noticed Hao producing the special admission certificate from the Red Dragon Academy. "Ahem. Well, I suppose it is permissible. But only for 5 minutes. Thank you." Hao dialed Qin Yunlan's number. "What? And Pingyue? What use is that?" Asking if she has eaten. "Hello, Qin Yunlan. Oh no. Eleanor, it seems I have encountered a bit of trouble." Qin Yunlan's tone was somewhat unkind. "Oh, so you only think to call when you're in trouble after days of silence? Speak up, as long as you're not out chasing other women. I can solve any problem for you." Her voice was languorous and alluring, stirring envy among the nearby officers. They glanced at Hao, secretly resentful of his fortune. What a lucky fellow. The voice resonated with a rich, profound tone. Hao recounted his predicament. "You've been captured?" Upon hearing Hao's words, Qin Yunlan's tone shifted dramatically. her commanding presence causing all the officers in the vehicle to sit up straight in alarm. I understand, please hold on. With that, Qin Yunlan abruptly ended the call. Captain Liguoshi couldn't help but wonder if this woman was a high-ranking official, though she seemed rather young for such a position. Just then, his phone rang. It was his superior. As soon as he answered, he heard 2 words, release him. Consequently, Anhao found himself unceremoniously abandoned on the road, disheveled by the wind. Was this all rather swift? It seemed Qin Yunlan wielded considerable influence. Watching the police car speed away, Anhao silently complained, only to soon realize something was amiss. Wait, give me a ride, he called out. This is the fast lane. That's a violation of traffic rules. But the police car had already vanished from sight. How annoying. Did that mean he had to walk back? Just as Anhao was grappling with his frustration, he spotted another police car approaching. A faint smile crept onto his face. He decided to wait a little longer before making another call. Chapter 42. My imagination falls short when it comes to wealthy women. Hello, Anhao, don't fret. I've already contacted my sister. I should be out in no more than 2 hours. Once I'm out, I'll personally help you find a lawyer. The one I know is named Luo, and he is incredibly reliable. I'm sure you'll be out in no time. Thank you, but it might not be necessary. Has someone been troubling you? Please, don't lose hope. I will call my sister right away. Nangong Sui's words touched Anhao deeply, yet he felt compelled to clarify. Actually, I'm already out. There was a prolonged silence on the other end of the line. What? I just arrived at the police station. How did you manage to get out so quickly? Nangong Sui's composure seemed to falter. I had a friend bail me out. But that is absurdly fast. Nangong Sui exclaimed. It does seem a bit hasty, but let us not dwell on that. Where are you now? At the Jinshinjuan Hotel. Anhao glanced up at the towering structure before him. Isn't that the most prestigious hotel in Z City? What are you doing there? Meeting my friend. Good day, sir. May I please see your identification? As Anhao stepped into the hotel, a staff member greeted him warmly. He presented his ID, prompting an even brighter smile from the attendant. Mr. Anhao, right this way, please. Anhao, puzzled, inquired. Don't you usually ask if I have a reservation? Why do you need my ID? The attendant explained. Our hotel is hosting only one guest today, so we merely need to confirm your identity. The hotel has been booked? Anhao gasped. That is outrageous. But upon reflection, it certainly aligned with that woman's extravagant style. The attendant corrected him, not booked, but purchased. Since 2 hours ago, the entire Jinshinjuan Hotel has belonged to President Qin. What? Purchased? Anhao realized he was sorely lacking in imagination when it came to wealthy women. Following the attendant, Anhao ascended directly to the hotel's top floor, the 69th level. This floor boasted a vast penthouse with panoramic windows, offering a breathtaking view of the entire Z City. Additionally, it featured an outdoor swimming pool and a circular garden. Even a helipad. However, no aircraft were stationed on the helipad. Instead, the Red Dragon Emperor lay there, attended by several staff dressed in fireproof gear, polishing its claws and scales. Upon noticing Anhao's arrival, the Red Dragon Emperor cast a brief glance at him, nodding its head slightly as a greeting. Anhao waved and promptly retreated. Being scrutinized by such a fearsome beast was anything but comfortable, even if it bore no ill intent. Pushing open the door to the room, Anhao found it empty, save for a large hot tub filled with floating flower petals. The tub was immense, easily larger than a swimming pool. Wait, a hot tub? Surely. Qin Yunlan wasn't bathing without informing him. Just as he contemplated leaving, a massive shadow emerged from the tub. What in the world? A creature resembling a colossal whale surfaced, its half-submerged form nearly reaching the 7-meter-high ceiling. Anhao could only gaze upward in awe. This creature sported 2 dragon-like horns on its forehead, exuding an extraordinary presence. Presumably, this behemoth was also one of Qin Yunlan's summoned beasts. The giant whale opened its cavernous mouth, emitting a call sharp as a spear, causing goosebumps to rise on Anhao's skin. Xiaolan, stop that, came a familiar voice. Upon hearing that voice, Anhao immediately searched for its owner, but found no one in sight. With a series of splashes, the giant whale began to sink, sending waves that drenched much of the room. Once it submerged, Anhao noticed a beach umbrella perched atop its head. Beneath it reclined a bikini-clad beauty, luxuriating on a chair, none other than Qin Yunlan. Anhao felt exasperated. This woman could never refrain from being ostentatious. Why did you arrive so late? Qin Yunlan stretched languidly, her graceful form igniting a rush of blood to Anhao's cheeks. He was reminded of the timeless phrase, the waves rage, the mountains gather. There was a bit of traffic on Route 5. I arrived late. Qin Yunlan removed her sunglasses, her brows knitting together as she asked, what vehicle is Route 5? I've never heard of that brand. Anhao, unwilling to delve further into that topic, feared he might impulsively lash out at her, especially since he knew he couldn't overpower her. Laner, please help me check on my Dubai. Is there still hope? This was the primary reason he sought Qin Yunlan. Sliding down from the giant whale, Qin Yunlan approached On Hao, her waist swaying like a water snake, and chided, "You Haven Tea called me in days. But now that you're in trouble, I'm the first person you think of? My apologies." Qin Yunlan shrugged, exasperated. "Well, who told you to be my little On Hao? Now, summon your beast." On Hao promptly called forth Dabai, which lay motionless. Qin Yunlan circled Dabai twice, her brow furrowing in concern. Seeing her expression, On Hao's heart sank. In his memory, Qin Yunlan always maintained a calm demeanor in the face of adversity. If even she could not assist, the chances of Dabai's survival seemed bleak. "What is the diagnosis?" On Hao couldn't help but inquire. Qin Yunlan hesitated, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. "It's somewhat troublesome." "Somewhat troublesome?" On Hao felt a flicker of hope. That meant there was still a solution. There is indeed a solution. In an alternate realm known as the Holy Light Plane, there exists a crystal called the Light Sacred Crystal, which not only has the power to revive light-type summoned beasts, but can also significantly enhance their abilities. If we utilize this crystal, it could undoubtedly restore Dabai. The Holy Light Plane. Just the name sounded impressive. On Hao surmised it must be an exceedingly difficult place to locate, and the Light Sacred Crystal would surely be a rare commodity. Nevertheless, this seemed far more plausible than what Nangong Sui suggested about communicating with the ancestral will. Clenching his fists, On Hao vowed, "I will find the Holy Light Plane and obtain the Light Sacred Crystal." "Well, you probably won't find it anymore," Qin Yunlan hesitantly remarked. And Hao inquired why. Qin Yunlan responded, "Because the Holy Light Plane has been annihilated." "What? Annihilated?" And Hao was left dumbfounded upon hearing this. "I just established my flock, and now you tell me there's no target?" Undeterred, and Hao pressed on, "Who destroyed it? Do you have any clues?" Qin Yunlan awkwardly uttered 2 words, "My father." Chapter 43. The wealthy lady truly knows how to enjoy life. And Hao scrutinized Qin Yunlan from head to toe. He was aware of her profound background and had long elevated her status in his mind. However, he never anticipated that the mere tip of the iceberg she revealed would utterly crush his imagination. To obliterate an entire plane, what kind of being could that possibly be? And Hao dared not inquire about her father's identity, fearing he might not be able to bear the answer. His perspective had shifted entirely. Why strive for anything? Clinging to the wealthy lady's coattails was the true path to success. And Hao cast a charming look at Qin Yunlan, his intentions unmistakable. "The Holy Light Crystals, please." Qin Yunlan declined. "No, although my family possesses a chandelier made of 999 Holy Light Crystals, it was a birthday gift from my father when I turned 10, and I cherish it dearly. I could never bring myself to take it apart." 999? And Hao promptly fell to his knees. "This is utterly absurd. By the way, your father didn't annihilate the Holy Light Plane just to make you a lamp, did he? Is there a problem? Isn't that only natural?" And Hao observed her nonchalant expression and recalled that she was indeed an only child. Heaven, how profoundly unfair. Taking a deep breath, and Hao silently recited Zhang Tianyu's mantra, vowing to be strong each day, while simultaneously solidifying his resolve to cling to her. "Please, Wan just give me one." And Hao began to play cute. At this juncture, dignity had become inconsequential. "No," Wan replied. Eventually, after Hao's persistent coaxing, Qin Yunlan finally relented. "I'll look for it again. If all else fails, I might have to take one from my chandelier." Upon uttering this, a pained expression crossed her face. It was the first time Hao had witnessed such a look on her, indicating that the chandelier indeed held significant meaning for her. "Is there any other way?" And Hao suddenly recalled Nangong Sui's words and speculated that, since Qin Yunlan's father was so formidable, he might possess knowledge of the ancestral star's intent. "Waner, I've heard that if one allows the ancestral intent to be reimposed upon their destined beast, it can be resurrected. Do you know of any methods to communicate with the ancestral star's intent?" "Oh, I know that." "You do." Before Hao could express his excitement, Qin Yunlan continued, "However, this method will deplete the beast's potential, making it quite unreliable. I advise you to use the Holy Light Crystals instead." "Is that so?" And Hao had grown numb. While others might struggle to find a solution, she was quick to dismiss the available methods. Nevertheless, Hao felt touched by her earnest consideration. "Consider it a debt owed to you. When I am capable in the future, I shall surely repay you," and Hao declared with utmost seriousness. Qin Yunlan chuckled lightly, her enchanting eyes sweeping over Hao. "How will you repay me? At your current nightly rate, you'll owe me for 100 years. Shall I raise the price? My demands might increase." And Hao turned to leave, exasperated by her frivolity. "Don't go, please," Qin Yunlan interjected, blocking his path. "Let me show you something." "What is it?" "I have a system folder to send you. Please receive it and then install it." "Okay." 2 minutes later, and Hao stared at the unfamiliar software on his phone, inquiring, "What is this? The Ultimate Rich Lady System? That name sounds rather peculiar." Qin Yunlan explained. I recently read a novel and noticed that the protagonists all possess some kind of system. I thought, if others have it, so should my little How. So I had someone create one for you. And How was speechless. As a transmigrator without a built-in system, he found it absurd that he was gifted one by a wealthy lady midway through his journey. Open it and give it a try. Qin Yunlan urged with an expectant expression. And How, intrigued, opened the system. System, welcome to the ultimate rich lady system. Please enter the activation password. And How, learner, what is the activation password? System, password input successful. System is starting. Qin Yunlan smiled slightly. The password is Lan-er. And How, alright. System, the system prompts you to check the task list. And How opened the task list, nearly blinded by the brightness of the screen. Daily Task 1, Love Combo Shout Qin Yunlan. I love you continuously before 5:20 a.m. each day. Earn at least 10,000 each time. With potential for a critical hit. Note, the statement must be clear and feeling sincere. Daily Task 2, Echo of Love Shout Qin Yunlan. I love you at midnight every day to randomly earn money. 1 to 100, 000. The louder you shout, the more you earn. Special task, awaiting release. Upon reading this, And How could only exclaim, Rich lady, you certainly know how to have fun. Qin Yunlan asked, how do you find my design? An exceptional design. And How nodded vigorously. Could it be anything less? I'm in dire need of funds. Haha, don't forget who created it. Qin Yunlan's eyes squinted into crescent shapes, completely shedding her usual allure to reveal a childlike innocence and charm. And How found himself slightly entranced by her demeanor. Why are you staring? Nothing. And How diverted the conversation. What is your take on the incident where I was attacked? In truth, And How suspected that Qin Yunlan might be involved in the attack, considering that aside from the sycophants, no one else would wish him harm. After hearing And Hao's words, Qin Yunlan casually replied, the perpetrator has been located, Zhang Tianqing from the Zhang family in Z City, a mere scoundrel from Baiyin. It won't be long before he is dealt with. And How could discern the underlying anger in her tone, but he had his own thoughts. Depending on a woman for financial support was one thing, but seeking revenge through her felt somewhat humiliating. Lan-er, let me handle this myself. Qin Yunlan paused, then burst into a fit of laughter. Little How, are you trying to assert your strength in front of me? There's no need for that. Even if your talent is average, I will love you just the same. What nonsense are you spouting? And Hao's face flushed as he defended, I have my own plans. Next week, when school starts, I will train in another dimension. After I return, a mere Baiyin 1T pose a challenge. Qin Yunlan didn't press the matter further. Alright, suit yourself. Chapter 44, I will never speak recklessly again. Will you be staying overnight, or? Qin Yunlan leaned in, her exaggerated curves making And How momentarily breathless. He shook his head repeatedly. No. This woman was utterly inscrutable. He dared to say that any sudden movement on his part would lead to Qin Yunlan promptly overpowering him, followed by mockery. What? Are you unwilling? Qin Yunlan's gaze suddenly shifted to one of danger, her terrifying psychic energy boiling to the surface. And How was startled. What the? Why is this woman always so capricious? He casually concocted a reason. It was actually because my sister suffers from binge eating disorder, and I must hurry back to feed her. Oh, so that is how it is. If you dare to deceive me, I will feed you to a dragon. How could that be? And How broke into a cold sweat. Qin Yunlan cast a half-smiling glance at And How, leaving her belief in doubt. Allow me to escort you home. Without waiting for And Hao's consent, she enveloped him with her mental energy and soared towards the head of the whale. Upon landing on the gigantic creature, And How found himself somewhat perplexed. How do we get out? Naturally, we ride Little Blue. And How rolled his eyes, fully aware of her implication. But the critical issue was that there wasn't even a door here. How could they possibly exit? Qin Yunlan summoned a coat with her mental energy and then retrieved a remote control from within it. Beep. As she pressed the button, the ceiling of the entire room slowly opened, resembling the cabin of a sci-fi film. This is how we exit. And Hao's mouth fell agape in astonishment. Is this the world of the wealthy? Qin Yunlan commanded, Little Blue, go. And Hao called out to her, wait, aren't you going to change out of that swimsuit? Qin Yunlan was still clad in her bathing attire. She teased. Oh, I didn't realize you were quite possessive. And Hao felt his face flush slightly, neither affirming nor denying it. Observing his reaction, Qin Yunlan couldn't help but laugh. It's all right, my Little Blue can turn invisible. Moreover, she stepped closer, whispering softly in Hao's ear, I will only let you see. And Hao quickly distanced himself, attempting to change the subject. Can we stop by my sister's noodle shop first? I wish to return the money to the shop owner and resign from my job. No need for that. I have already purchased the noodle shop, and all debts are now under my name, Qin Yunlan said nonchalantly. And Hao was momentarily taken aback. Yet he had grown immune to such matters, so he wasn't overly surprised. Then I'll repay you the debt. It totals 8,000. I'll transfer it, and you can receive it. And Hao felt that fairness must be upheld, Money earned through hard work was different from borrowed funds. No need. But no buts. I find it embarrassing to have a record of receiving 8,000, Qin Yunlan said, her face filled with disdain. Fine. And how did not press further? Compared to Qin Yunlan's beauty, he appreciated her lack of pretentiousness even more. Qin Yunlan's mode of transportation was called the dragon whale. A remarkably rare spatial beast with a classification level of 10, classified as a divine creature. As In-Hao sat atop it, he beheld the entire nightscape of Z City. The dazzling lights and the ceaseless flow of vehicles. He had once thought standing at the highest point of the city was impressive enough. Now, it seemed that riding a divine beast, ruling over the land, was the true posture of a powerful being, much like Qin Yunlan herself. Turning to look at Qin Yunlan, In-Hao found himself momentarily entranced. She had changed into an exquisite red gown, her fair skin casting the moonlight into mere embellishment, radiating an unparalleled beauty. Do I look good? Yes, you look stunning. Cough, cough, Lanner, isn't your beast a spatial creature? Why must you open the roof to exit? Don't you think it feels rather grand this way? Besides, it doesn't cost much. The dragon whale was swift, and soon they arrived at In-Hao's residence. Just ahead. Your house only has 6 floors. Isn't that a bit few? Only the 5th floor is my family's. What? Qin Yunlan exclaimed, astonished. In-Hao turned his head away, cursed wealthy people. The dragon whale landed level with the 5th floor, and In-Hao jumped directly to his doorstep. Farewell. In-Hao waved goodbye, just as he was about to open the door when he suddenly realized that Qin Yunlan had already appeared behind him. Oh no. This woman surely intends to verify whether his sister truly has binge eating disorder. The thought of Qin Yunlan discovering his deception sent chills down In-Hao's spine. Why did a mere excuse lead to such a myriad of troubles? In-Hao forced a smile, suggesting, why don't you go ahead? My house is too small. I fear you might not like it. Qin Yunlan smiled gently. No worries, I don't mind. I must stop her. At this point, it was either sink or swim. No, I mind. Lanner, you are a noble princess in my presence. I cannot bear to have you remain in such a shabby place. But rest assured, I will surely buy a grand villa for you in the future. In-Hao wore a deeply affectionate, yet serious expression, and coupled with his handsome face, he exuded a hint of a domineering CEO vibe. Qin Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, but soon a glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes. I'm so touched. But I normally don't live in villas. As she spoke, Qin Yunlan's expression turned troubled. Then what do you live in? An island. In-Hao's smile vanished instantly. An island? You actually live on an island. Can it get any more outrageous? The issue is, he had never seen a price tag for an island. An island, huh? In-Hao opened his mouth several times, but refrained from making any promises. Yet he couldn't pretend to be aloof either. Seeing his reaction, Qin Yunlan's heart was filled with delight. How dare you deceive me? However, she wasn't truly trying to make things difficult for In-Hao. She mentioned the island, fearing he wouldn't understand where she lived. What is wrong with that? Qin Yunlan's voice unexpectedly softened, her bright eyes sparkling like autumn water. Gazing at In-Hao with anticipation, as if the distance between them was merely an island apart. In-Hao felt his mind heat up from her gaze. He bit the bullet. An island it is then. Before his words had fully left his lips, Qin Yunlan swiftly covered his mouth. Even if it's just a 20 million ordinary villa, I would gladly live there with you. 20 million. That figure instantly sobered In-Hao. He felt somewhat relieved that Qin Yunlan decisively insisted on him buying an island. Otherwise, he would have been utterly despondent. However, 20 million would take him quite some time to save up. In-Hao's heart ached as if bleeding, since he had already committed to this charade. He couldn't let her leave without a proper conclusion. In-Hao feigned calmness. 20 million it is then. You can go now. I shall ensure you have a grand villa to reside in. Very well. Qin Yunlan didn't press him further, thinking of it as a lesson to teach him to be mindful of his words. Well then, goodbye. Watching Qin Yunlan wave farewell, the heavy stone in In-Hao's heart finally began to lift. However, an unforeseen voice made that stone rise back up instantly. In-Hao, you'd rather buy this woman a 20 million villa than send your own sister 200,000. You scoundrel. It was in Pingwe. Why was she not live streaming at this moment? How did she suddenly appear? Oh no. In-Hao snapped back to reality, realizing that the two women's gazes had ignited sparks. My 20 million. I will never speak recklessly again. Chapter 45, A Clash of Wits. In the living room, the three sat at the same table, the atmosphere exceedingly tense. In-Hao cleared his throat, preparing to introduce in Pingwe to Qin Yunlan. This is, Qin Yunlan interjected. You must be my little Hao, the sister suffering from binge eating disorder, am I right? An indescribable unease gripped In-Hao as he realized the precariousness of the situation. The specter of exposure loomed ominously. What of bulimia? Had he devoured rice from her household? And Pingwe's tone dripped with hostility, evidently harboring an aversion towards Qin Yunlan. Observing this, In-Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Although he remained oblivious to the reasons behind Pingue's animosity, he was at least grateful that she had inadvertently helped him maintain his faade. However, a sudden thought struck him. Qin Yunlan was not one to be trifled with. She was the very embodiment of a violent temperament. This was dire, and Hao felt as if he were facing a formidable adversary. To his surprise, Qin Yunlan did not react with anger. Instead, she offered a gracious smile and even apologized. "I'm sorry, it was my mistake." Although perplexed by her sudden shift to such courteousness, and Hao felt the tension in his chest ease, he shot a disapproving glare at Pingue. "What manner of speech is this?" And Pingue waved her hand dismissively, halting Hao's words. "You needn't say anything. I am aware. You know nothing." And Hao retorted, exasperated by the incessant interruptions. And Pingue fixed her gaze on Qin Yunlan, huffing slightly. "You must be my brother's girlfriend." For reasons unknown, the mere sight of this woman stirred a deep-seated disdain within her, as if they were sworn enemies from a past life. Coupled with the fact that her usually frugal brother had lavished a $2 million villa upon this woman, and Pingue's feelings of discontent intensified. "You look decent enough, and your figure is passable." And Pingue had intended to find fault, but was thwarted by Qin Yunlan's alluring visage and enviable physique. "How infuriating," she thought, turning to glare at Hao. "Brother, you are truly a fool. So superficial." And Hao was left utterly bewildered. "Why has the ire suddenly turned upon me?" Qin Yunlan, surprisingly magnanimous, remarked, "Sister, your bulimia seems quite severe. I could provide some financial assistance." Initially, she had presumed Hao was fabricating tales, but upon learning of his sister's genuine struggles, she sought to make amends and leave a favorable impression on his family. And Pingue chuckled, dismissing the offer. "I earn $1 million a month as a top streamer. I have no need for your paltry sum. Kindly keep your distance from my brother." And Hao's eyes widened in shock. Didn't she claim her monthly income was only 100,000? She has been deceiving herself. Witnessing Pingue's attitude, Qin Yunlan felt a surge of frustration but managed to suppress it, considering the familial ties. Rising from her seat, she softly stated, "Then I shall not intrude any longer." "You're leaving?" And Hao asked, taken aback. "It's getting late, and it may be inconvenient." Qin Yunlan replied with a hint of restraint, suggesting she was not comfortable staying the night. And Pingue muttered under her breath, "Vixen, guests should be treated with respect." And Pingue, "What nonsense are you spouting? Apologize." And Hao glared at her fiercely. "Humph." And Pingue pouted, turning her head away. "Hey." And Hao was about to say more, but was halted by Qin Yunlan's intervention. "Don't worry. She's just a child," Qin Yunlan said with a nonchalant air, though Hao nearly believed her, if not for the tightly clenched fist hidden behind her back. And Hao only wished to separate the two. "My sister lacks understanding. Please overlook her behavior. Allow me to escort you home." "Very well." After seeing Qin Yunlan off, and Hao returned home, fuming at Pingue. "Do you realize how dangerous that was?" "I was genuinely concerned." Though Qin Yunlan appeared nonchalant, and Hao was acutely aware of the terrifying aura she exuded when angered, while he had felt little when he was a mere blacksmith. Now that he had ascended to the rank of bronze with enhanced perception, he found her inscrutable and far from typical golden level. The crucial point was her volatile temperament. Although she seemed to harbor affection for him, their respective standings were inherently mismatched. If he were to provoke her, the value of any goodwill she felt could easily dissipate. Unyielding, and Pingue retorted, "What threat? Do you think I would fear her? She's golden. She could defeat you without even lifting a finger. And what of gold? I fear it not. Keep being obstinate." The siblings parted ways in displeasure. Once in her room, and Pingue clutched the nearby desk, struggling to maintain her balance. Sweat had already soaked her pant legs, and her feet trembled uncontrollably. An all-consuming dread enveloped her being. She called out into the void, "Chirka, what is the nature of that woman? Will my brother be in danger with her?" The void remained silent for a moment before responding, "My queen. That woman bears the aura of that esteemed individual." "Speak plainly. Who are you referring to?" "The insect conqueror, the destroyer of the Chebaril star. The eternal terror of the Zerg. The name of that esteemed individual is one I cannot disclose, lest it attract his attention." "Really? Aren't you always boasting about how invincible the Chebaril Zerg are? How many realms they have conquered? Why is there someone you fear? Great ones deserve respect. What now? Are we in danger?" "My queen, you need not worry. We are now part of the original ancestral star, as long as we do not engage in any outrageous activities. That esteemed individual will not concern himself with us." "Not concern himself with us? What nonsense." And Pingue scoffed. The void fell silent once more. To attract his notice would be quite distressing. What you just experienced was merely a fleeting sensation. "Fine," and Pingue said, feeling somewhat dejected. "By the way, my brother won't encounter any danger, will he? That esteemed individual is the guardian of the ancestral star. Those who bear his aura are unlikely to strike against the weak of the ancestral star without provocation." Then, Does this mean my brother has latched onto a powerful ally? My queen, your priority should be to quickly cultivate to the golden level and subsequently establish an empire for the Zerg in another realm. Your countless subjects await your return. Scram, don't flatter me. I have no desire to live amongst insects. And remember our agreement. Yes, my queen. Sighing. And Pingyue settled at her computer desk and powered up her device. The resources required to break through to the golden level were astronomical. She had to work hard. Let us go. She encouraged herself before commencing her nightly livestream. Dear viewers, I am struggling. Chapter 46. The first experience with the ultimate rich woman system at midnight. The alarm clock by the bedside chimed. And Hao turned it off and blinked his bleary eyes awake. Qin Yunlan, must the task be set for midnight? He grumbled before activating the ultimate rich woman system. System prompt. Please complete your daily task. Task name, Echo of Love. Task conditions, midnight, 12 o'clock. Task requirements, shout, Qin Yunlan, I love you. Task rewards, earn money, 1 to 100, 000. The louder the declaration, the greater the reward. How utterly cheesy. And Hao hesitated for a moment, but ultimately succumbed, clicking the start button. System prompt. The task has commenced. Suppressing his embarrassment, and Hao directed his voice at the phone. Qin Yunlan, I love you. System prompt. The host's voice is too faint to be detected. Please amplify your voice. What? Is my voice too low? Though it may not be loud, it certainly isn't soft. Before Hao could fully grasp the situation, the system promptly issued another notification. This task is time limited to 3 minutes. Kindly complete it expeditiously. Following this alert, a countdown page appeared, indicating 152 seconds remaining. What on earth? Their SA countdown to. And Hao felt a surge of urgency. This statement is worth several thousand yuan. He could no longer afford to feel embarrassed and raised his voice. Qin Yunlan, I love you. The host's voice is still too faint to be detected. Please amplify your voice. Is this still insufficient? And Hao raised his volume even further, yet the system continued to indicate the sound was too low. Is it still not enough? And Hao found himself in a quandary. His voice was already quite loud, and any further escalation would lead to shouting. There is a distinct difference between speaking and shouting, especially when it comes to feelings of embarrassment. The system began to urge him once more. Please complete the task quickly. Only 100 seconds remain. Damn it. After so many attempts, if he still didn't earn the money, it would be a tremendous loss. And Hao shouted, Qin Yunlan, I love you. The host's voice is still too faint to be detected. Please amplify your voice. Damn it. Qin Yunlan, I love you. And Hao's voice boomed, startling his neighbor in Pingyue, who was live streaming. What the heck is my brother doing at this hour? Dear friends, my brother is acting up again. Please hold on a moment. And Pingyue quickly dashed out to investigate. As she opened the door, she heard Hao repeatedly exclaiming, Qin Yunlan, I love you. As if he were fervently professing his affections. Qin Yunlan. And Pingyue's brow furrowed. She immediately thought of the mysterious woman who had visited their home today. That woman was enigmatic and powerful, while her brother was merely a novice. Apart from his looks, he was entirely unworthy of her attention. She likely saw him as nothing more than a fleeting amusement, never truly considering him. Yet her brother seemed to be genuinely infatuated. No, this must be stopped. He could not fall deeper into this illusion. And Pingyue rushed into Hao's room. However, the sight before her brought tears to her eyes. Qin Yunlan, I love you. Damn it. Why is this still not working? One more time. And Hao's expression was one of desperation, his voice frantic. Akin to a gambler on the brink of losing everything, desperately trying to turn the tide. To Pingyue, this scene conveyed a sense of unrequited love and madness. Brother. And Pingyue shouted, rushing to grasp Hao's arm. For that woman, it's not worth it. And Hao snapped back to reality and looked at Pingyue. What are you doing here? And Pingyue said with concern, with your looks, there are countless women you could pursue. There is no need to hang on a single tree. And Hao was at a loss for words. Do you think I don't know if it's worth it? Each exclamation is worth thousands. Where else can I find that? Get out. I'm busy. Don't bother me. And Hao pushed her away, intent on continuing his declarations. And Pingyue was unwilling to relent. In her eyes, her brother was already entranced, and it fell to her, his blood-related sister, to save him. Brother. That woman is a fraud, not a good person. You mustn't fall for her tricks. Go away, stop bothering me. And Hao, disinterested in her warnings, shoved her out of the room and locked the door. And Pingyue continued to knock, pleading earnestly. Brother, calm down. Shout all you want. But don't give her your money. That woman isn't good news. If you get scammed, don't even think about taking out a loan. Especially not a naked loan. If you owe money, don't mention you have a sister. Brother. Inside the room, and Hao was exasperated, wishing for peace from his so-called blood-related sister. Damn this sisterly bond. She's always whining about being broke, while also trying to stop me from making money. The system chimed in. Only 10 seconds remain. Please complete your task promptly. Oh no. He almost forgot the main objective, with no other option left. And Hao gritted his teeth, concentrated his energy, and shouted with all his might, "Qin Yunlan, I love you." The powerful proclamation echoed through the hallway, resonating throughout the entire neighborhood. Neighbors awakened by the commotion began to complain. "What are you doing up at this hour? How embarrassing. These young folks today have no shame." Yet, some joined in the jest, whistling and teasing. "Brother, that's real courage. Young man, I wish you all the best. Is this what youth is?" And Hao's face flushed crimson. This is incredibly embarrassing. Once again, he experienced social death. The system notified him. "Congratulations on completing the task. You have earned 50,000 Yinxia coins." And Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Just then, another system notification chimed in. "Ding. You have fortuitously triggered a critical hit effect. Reward, 3. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 150,000 Yinxia coins." What? A critical hit? And Hao quickly checked his bank balance and found it had indeed increased by 150,000 yuan. This is fantastic. And Hao felt euphoric. What does social death matter when there's money to be made? Hearing the raucous laughter coming from inside the room, and Pingwei felt a chill run down her spine. It's over. Her brother is truly lost. Chapter 47. Because I will never lack for money. Qin Yunlan, I love you. X1, X2, XN. Having done it once, there was bound to be a second time. By the third day, and Hao had fully embraced the situation. What is social death? It's all for the sake of earning money. There's no shame in it. The system notified him. Your task has been completed. According to the system's calculations, you shouted Qin Yunlan, I love you a total of 22 times within 1 minute, with 20 of those being clear and heartfelt, resulting in a monetary reward of 200,000 ding. You have achieved the accomplishment deeply in love with Qin Yunlan, earning an additional 100,000. The total reward amounts to 300,000, which will be credited in 2 minutes. Please keep up the good work. And Hao was taken aback. There are achievement rewards? This rich lady really knows how to play. 2 minutes later. Ding. Your bank account has been credited with 500,000 yuan. What a delightful sound. And Hao felt utterly content. Then another notification chimed in. Ding. Your bank account has been credited with 300,000 yuan. There's more money. And Hao checked and discovered it was the endorsement fee from Nangong Ruoxuan. She sent it over so quickly. The Nangong family is indeed generous. Gazing at the million yuan balance in his account, and Hao felt as if he were savoring honey. Is this the life of the wealthy? It's settled. Today, he would order takeout as a treat for himself. And he would add 2 chicken legs. Knock, knock. There was a knock at the door, and Hao shook his head in resignation. He suspected it was in Pingwei again. Ever since he activated this ultimate rich lady system. And Pingwei had been incessantly advising him not to hang on a single tree, but rather to venture out and live boldly. The problem is, does she understand how sturdy that tree is? Just one branch is enough for him to hang on for a lifetime. I have already told you. I will not give up, so please refrain from trying to persuade me. A burst of laughter echoed from outside the door. Oh, what is it that you refuse to give up? That voice belonged to Qin Yunlan. How did she get into my house? Oh no, could it be that Pingwei has encountered some trouble? And Hao hurriedly went to open the door. As soon as the door swung open, Qin Yunlan leaned against it. Oh, so eager to see me, are you? How did you manage to come in? Did my sister let you in? And Hao forced a smile. Unable to resist glancing outside, Qin Yunlan let out a faint sigh of melancholy. Men are truly creatures of contradiction. I stood outside, listening to you proclaim your love for me over 20 times, feeling quite moved, only to find that upon our meeting, your words are directed towards another woman. You were outside the entire time? Yes. Is there a problem with that? And Hao's face instantly flushed crimson. Of course there is a problem. This is utterly embarrassing. Seeing his flustered demeanor, Qin Yunlan couldn't help but chuckle. All right, I won't tease you any longer. I actually came to deliver something to you. I used spatial traversal to get here. Your precious sister is none the wiser, so it's all good. And Hao breathed a sigh of relief. At least there had been no conflict. The notion of spatial traversal sounded quite impressive. Speaking of which, he thought he heard Qin Yunlan mention she was bringing a gift. What are you bringing? It wouldn't happen to be. The thought of that item made Hao nearly leap with joy. Dubai is saved. However, Qin Yunlan feigned indifference, saying, I'm sorry, but I suddenly don't feel like giving it anymore, and she turned to leave. And Hao quickly stepped in front of her. Qin Yunlan, don't go. Her expression turned cold. Step aside. But rather than feeling intimidated, and Hao found solace in the situation. Normally, Qin Yunlan's mental prowess would have subdued him by now, but today, he managed to block her path. The implications were clear. Lanner, I was wrong. I promise to prioritize you next time and consider your feelings first. From now on, you will always be my number one. Perhaps due to his frequent social faux pas, and how his confidence had thickened, and such cheesy lines flowed freely from his lips. Qin Yunlan scoffed lightly. Now that sounds more like it. She reached into the void and retrieved a translucent crystal radiating light. This must be the holy crystal of light. And how? Having learned his lesson, refrained from reaching for it immediately. Lanner, are your arms tired? Would you like me to hold it for you? Qin Yunlan's lips twitched. She had merely intended to tease and how, but now she felt she was losing control of the situation. No. If you become too familiar with me, how will I ever play with you again? Well, you do have a point. It is rather tiring. I don't feel like holding it anymore. With that, Qin Yunlan promptly stowed the holy crystal of light away. Wait, and how, being inexperienced, immediately panicked. But when he met Qin Yunlan's playful gaze, he realized he had been tricked once more. Lanner, you are the best to me. I beg you. And how resorted to playful antics, resembling a hungry puppy. As if Qin Yunlan refusing him would be a grave sin. Watching his endearing display, Qin Yunlan's heart skipped a beat. All right, here you go. Fantastic. Thank you. And how exclaimed, wrapping his arms around her in excitement. The moment their skin made contact, they both froze. And how quickly released her, stammering, I didn't mean to. Oh no, would this woman actually strike him? Qin Yunlan observed his flustered face, her gaze momentarily distant as if lost in a memory. Yet she soon returned to the present and teased, not comfortable? Why not hold on a bit longer? And how was taken aback by her words. Wasn't he angry? Even he, with his usual obliviousness, could sense Qin Yunlan's feelings toward him. In the past, he would have taken such affection for granted, given his striking looks. Yet, as Qin Yunlan's power and background became increasingly evident, he could no longer believe she genuinely liked him. Ordinary wealthy women might be enamored by his appearance, but a strong woman like Qin Yunlan would not be so easily swayed, especially since her formidable strength far surpassed anything and how could have imagined. Thus, the question returned to its origin. What could possibly compel someone of her caliber to invest her energy in him? Lanner, may I ask you a question? Go ahead. Do you like me? Of course. Why? I've told you before, it's because of your looks. Anything else? Qin Yunlan was momentarily taken aback, quickly realizing and How's doubts. Well, you're quite self-aware, aren't you? A glimmer of cunning flashed in her eyes as she countered. What else do you possess that would make me like you? And How was momentarily speechless. That's quite a valid point. Wait, this woman is being unreasonable. Just as he was about to continue his inquiry, Qin Yunlan pressed on, do you like me? Yes. And How nodded. The conditions were set. No man could claim to be unmoved by her. What do you like most about me? My strength, my looks, my figure, my personality, or my wealth? Choose one. And How was taken aback. Is it really that direct? After a moment of surprise, his mind raced. On the surface, this seemed like an easy question. The ideal answer would be her personality, as that reflects inner qualities. One might even call it the soul. This is how scoundrels deceive women, claiming to love their interesting souls, disregarding appearance and wealth. However, typically, the deceived girls are not only beautiful but also affluent. After hesitating, and How replied, sorry, perhaps it's the wealth. He did not wish to deceive Qin Yunlan. His fondness stemmed largely from her considerable fortune. This was also why he hadn't distanced himself from her despite his suspicions. As for her personality or soul, and How, having been single his entire life, found it difficult to articulate. He could only say that Qin Yunlan was quite approachable, even if she was sometimes capricious. Qin Yunlan laughed. Why are you apologizing? It's somewhat hurtful to say it that way. She shook her finger. You don't understand. Your honesty actually reassures me. Why? Because I could never lack money, so you will always have to like me. Qin Yunlan flashed a confident smile. You could never lack money. And How was dumbfounded. Is that even humanly possible? Do you have no respect for the feelings of working-class individuals? Can you empathize with the struggles of waking up early and working hard to fulfill the tasks of a wealthy woman? Suddenly, and How felt that Qin Yunlan's personality was truly lacking. He didn't want to play with her anymore. Oh, right, the holy crystal of light is still in her possession. Never mind. He would endure just a little longer. All right, How, I won't tease you any longer. Let us get down to business. You should summon your beast now. You can hold on to the holy crystal of light for the time being. Okay, and How activated the magic array and summoned Dabai. Qin Yunlan materialized her mental energy into a translucent sphere, enveloping Dabai entirely. Qin Yunlan closed her eyes, her tangible mental energy penetrating directly into the wound of Dabai, locating the 3 bullets lodged within its body. With a gentle motion of her hand, she swiftly extracted the 3 projectiles. SSS, SSS, SSS. As the bullets were removed, Dabai's wound erupted with streams of fresh blood. But Qin Yunlan promptly sealed the wound with her mental power. And How watched in envious awe, pondering when he might ever reach such a level as Qin Yunlan. Upon opening her eyes, Qin Yunlan summoned the 3 bullets before her using a portion of her mental energy. Gazing at the 3 suspended bullets, she furrowed her brow slightly, recognizing them as items from a malevolent realm. Malevolent? What exactly is that? And how inquired with curiosity. Qin Yunlan explained. They are commonly referred to as evil gods from another world, rather deranged and particularly fond of causing chaos. And how, filled with concern, asked. Surely this won't pose any danger to our ancestral star, will it? There's no immediate threat, Qin Yunlan reassured him, but you should take it seriously. Since you are so worried, I might as well send these bullets to my father for him to pay a bit of attention. With a flick of her hand, the bullets were transmitted away, and Hao thought to himself, Qin Yunlan's father is a significant figure. He would likely take preventive measures. Yet, a lingering unease remained within him. At some point in his past life, thousands of ancestral stars from parallel worlds faced invasions each year. The emergence of items associated with evil gods often heralded the onset of such invasions. He had even envisioned the unfolding plot, the Zhang family collectively turning against humanity, wreaking havoc on the nation, followed by the sudden appearance of spatial portals worldwide, leading to a full-scale incursion from another realm, plunging the entire world into chaos. Then, the protagonist would emerge, amassing a harem. Oh no, he meant gaining extraordinary powers, continuously growing stronger, vanquishing divine and demonic adversaries alike, ultimately saving the world after a decisive battle that determined humanity's fate. And Hao closed his eyes in deep contemplation. If his deductions were accurate, this protagonist was none other than himself, and Hao, and Ritian. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide. He understood. He comprehended it all. The very purpose of his transmigration was to save the world. As this realization washed over him, and Hao felt a rush of emotion. Since his arrival in this realm, the harsh realities had persistently tormented him. As a transmigrator, he found himself either toiling away or engaging in idle performances, even subjected to the shameful tasks assigned by wealthy patrons. This had often led him to question the meaning of his existence. He had felt lost, confused, even contemplating clinging to the wealthy for a life of mediocrity. However, the recent appearance of the evil god's traces had injected a surge of adrenaline into his spirit. Indeed, he was in Ritian, a transmigrator, the chosen one, with the power of 7 dragons at his disposal and divine looks to match. How could he possibly be reduced to merely clinging to the wealthy? He would carve out his own legend. With this thought, his previous doubts evaporated, and Hao envisioned a radiant sun slowly rising in the distance, his very soul elevated. Just then, he heard Qin Yunlan's voice on the phone. Dad, you're quite swift. It's only been 3 minutes, and you've resolved it. It made sense. Platinum-level minions, still in the demigod phase, daring to deploy items infused with their own mental energy onto the ancestral star, as if they were afraid no one would notice. And Hao was taken aback. He was truly astonished. Hey, wait, is there a mistake? They barely showed their face. Oh no, to be precise, they didn't even reveal their face. How can they be gone already? In a novel, the pit hasn't even been dug yet, and you've already buried them. This is illogical. What then? Is the purpose of my transmigration? After hanging up, Qin Yunlan turned to see and Hao looking as if he had lost his soul. Hao, why are you crying? No, it's nothing. Just some sand in my eyes, and Hao rubbed his eyes. If something is bothering you, you should express it. Really, it's nothing. All right then. Qin Yunlan resumed her efforts to revive Dabai. She continued to compress her mental energy until a thin membrane enveloped Dabai's entire body. Will of condensation. With a delicate utterance from Qin Yunlan, Dabai's body began to tremble. In no time, Dabai opened its eyes, emitting a sound akin to a whimpering wail. And Hao, filled with excitement, asked, Laner, is it alive? Qin Yunlan replied, not yet. The will of condensation merely temporarily gathers the mental energy of the beast within the ancestral star. Compressing it into its body, it does not constitute true revival. What should we do next? I cannot move at present. You need to feed it the holy crystal of light. Understood. And Hao approached Dabai, saying gently, good boy Dabai, eat this. Dabai continued to emit pained whimpers, showing no response, and seemed to grow increasingly agitated. Qin Yunlan advised, try to connect with it through the beast contract. All right. And Hao closed his eyes and began to sense. On the beast contract, the lifeline belonging to Dabai reappeared, albeit very faint, as if it would snap at the slightest touch. He suddenly recalled the moment Dabai hatched, when he first fed it. Was it always so handsome? Such a big head. Why are its wings stuck together? What a mischievous little creature. Come on, eat up. And Hao gently transmitted his instructions. Dabai gradually calmed down. Although it hadn't regained consciousness, it obeyed in Hao's commands and swallowed the holy crystal of light. Upon consuming the holy crystal, Dabai immediately let out a howl of agony, its body radiating intense white light. Roar, roar. And Hao anxiously asked, Laner, is it not reviving? Or is something wrong? Qin Yunlan released her mental energy, allowing Dabai to writhe and roar on the ground. There won't be any issues. The pain it experiences is due to its subconscious actively absorbing the holy crystal of light, resulting in a transformation that exceeds the limits of its physical form. Qin Yunlan observed Da Bai with keen interest. This dragon's potential exceeds my expectations. If it can endure this, it has the chance to transcend its current racial level. If it fails, it will remain an ordinary level 7 supermodel beast for the rest of its life. Hearing that there were no problems, and Hao breathed a sigh of relief. Though he had many dragons, his feelings for this first contracted beast were special, and his concern was heightened. He understood that while Da Bai loved to act cute, it was inherently a stubborn creature. If it missed this opportunity, it would be deeply pained. Da Bai, you can do it. After enduring a painful metamorphosis, Da Bai was reborn in a blaze of light. Da Bai, and Hao embraced its large head, overwhelmed with joy. He had often criticized Da Bai for being pretentious and wasteful, for eating too much, but in that moment of nearly losing it, he realized how important it was to him. It was no longer just a beast, it was family. Roar. Da Bai, equally joyful, nudged in Hao with its head. In the past, its proud nature would never have allowed such behavior. As for Qin Yunlan, Da Bai completely ignored her. Who are you? The pair of them reveled in their connection for a while, and Qin Yunlan began to feel a tinge of annoyance. I understand you two share a deep bond. But could you not forget who made this possible? To be so utterly disregarded. Of course, Qin Yunlan would never belittle herself by questioning. Instead, she directly employed her monetary prowess. Ahem, wait. How come I still have 2 light crystals on me? Oh dear, it appears I've brought more than necessary. I must swiftly return them home. Both the person and the dragon knelt in awe. What is the significance of traversing through realms? Clearly, it is to cling to my dear Lan's leg. Da Bai also shares an unspoken bond with its master. Roar. This mistress radiates brilliance. I humbly seek sustenance. Chapter 49. Yet another day of witnessing a wealthy lady flaunting her affluence. Under the flattery showered by Hao and Da Bai, Qin Yunlan's countenance was resplendent with joy. With a grand gesture, she rewarded them with 10 light crystals, causing both the person and the dragon to beam with delight. 10 crystals were ample enough for the remaining 6 blue-eyed white dragons to undergo a transformation cycle. Evidently in high spirits, Qin Yunlan declared, "Let us go. I shall escort you to school." And Hao readily agreed. Despite having amassed considerable assets and a steady income, he found it difficult to shake off his penchant for enjoying things for free. As the two exited, and Hao pondered whether to ride the dragon or the whale. Yet Qin Yunlan chose to soar down the stairs, and Hao glanced down, spotting a deep crimson supercar parked below, which was undoubtedly Qin Yunlan's. Lacking a keen understanding of automobiles, he merely noted the extraordinarily low chassis and extravagant design, with wings that seemed more fitting for an aircraft than a car. Could it truly take flight with such adornments? And Hao silently scoffed. Approaching the vehicle, Qin Yunlan gracefully leaned against it before leaping inside and beckoning to Hao. What are you dawdling for? Hurry up. This woman, capable of flight, didn't bother to take him along but now urged him to descend. And Hao grumbled internally, though his face wore a radiant smile. All right, just give me a moment. Upon reaching the ground and catching a glimpse of the supercar's rear, he was utterly astonished. Goodness, the license plate reads 888888 from the capital. Is that a plate for ordinary folks? However, he now understood why Qin Yunlan hadn't simply flown down. It was likely to showcase her license plate. Yet, she wouldn't openly inquire, "Hey, isn't my license plate impressive?" She could only inadvertently reveal it. After a moment's contemplation, and Hao felt he had grasped the wealthy lady's sweet spot. Why wait any longer? Let the flattery commence. As he settled into the passenger seat, he immediately asked, "That license plate must be something only the elite can possess, right? Lan'er, you're incredible." Qin Yunlan appeared quite pleased with this display of admiration, a subtle smile gracing her lips. However, as a person of refined stature, she feigned modesty, stating, "It's just all right. It belongs to my father." Her father's? This revelation carried significant weight. Could Qin Yunlan be the daughter of some prominent figure in the Yinsha kingdom? No, that couldn't be. Although the titans of this realm rarely made public appearances. One wouldn't drive such an ostentatious vehicle, would they? Is that car truly your father's? Impossible. Qin Yunlan shook her head vigorously. My father's car is hideous. A waste of such a license plate. I merely removed it from his car and affixed it to mine. It's a matter of resourcefulness. Removed it? And Hao's lips twitched, but upon reflection, it indeed aligned with Qin Yunlan's character. Are we truly allowed to drive with this license? And Hao expressed concern. Since it was taken off another vehicle, it certainly couldn't be used carelessly. I'll be fine, but you might not be, Qin Yunlan replied nonchalantly, sending a chill down Hao's spine. So it's me who is destined for misfortune, is it? And Hao retorted, incensed. Then, with a charming smile, he suggested, Lan'er, let us negotiate. Perhaps I should just take the bus. Look at your pitiful demeanor. Qin Yunlan shot him a disdainful glance before pressing a button. The license plate began to rotate, transforming from 888888 to ZS888888. This one is permissible for the road. We'll make do with it for now. And Hao was left speechless. You're truly something else. Well then, today shall once again be a day of observing a wealthy lady flaunting her status. Hold on tight. With a swift press on the accelerator, the red supercar surged forward like a howling tempest, racing to the end of the road. Once inside, and Hao immediately regretted his decision. It wasn't he that Qin Yunlan was an incompetent driver. Rather, she had no knowledge of driving whatsoever. Moreover, she confidently informed Hao that driving was simple, and she could manage without prior instruction. Slow down. We're going to crash. Help. We're going to die. Just as Hao thought they were about to collide with a wall, the car's wings unfurled, and the chassis emitted steam, soaring into the air like a majestic eagle. Indeed, the car's wings were not mere decoration. It could genuinely fly, and Hao was left in a state of shock. This contraption could really take to the skies? Passers-by were equally astonished. Look, what is that? A flying car? Mom, there's a UFO in the sky. Despite lacking driving finesse, Qin Yunlan's vehicle could ascend, bypassing obstacles effortlessly. What would typically take 20 minutes was accomplished in a mere 5. At the school gate, the dazzling supercar naturally captured the attention of passing students. What kind of car is that? I've never seen it before. It's the Huaxian H800, priced at 1.2 billion. Goodness, hasn't this model yet been launched? The wings suggest it must be, but didn't the official announcement state it only comes in sky blue? Why is it red? Of course, not everyone's gaze was fixed solely on the car. Who was that stunning beauty? She's gorgeous. I don't know, but I think I saw Hao in the passenger seat. Could that beauty be the wealthy lady who's with him? No, I refuse to believe it. Aren't wealthy ladies supposed to be those who wear golden chains and are rather portly? How could she be so beautiful? Stop it. I'm feeling so envious. I'm leaving. As Hao exited the vehicle, he leaned against a nearby tree, retching uncontrollably. Qin Yunlan, why did you drive so fast? Ugh, thank goodness I hadn't had breakfast, or I would have starved. Qin Yunlan, one hand gripping the supercar's steering wheel, teased. Didn't I tell you not to be so stubborn? You didn't listen, and now you're suffering, aren't you? And Hao was bewildered. What are you talking about? Goodbye, little Hao. I had a delightful morning, she called out, and before he could inquire further, she had already vanished. What does that mean? How perplexing. Then Hao overheard 2 passing students discussing him, and Hao was over there retching. What is wrong with that? Don't you know? Some wealthy ladies have peculiar tastes. They enjoy it. Seriously? I never knew such a thing existed. Another student gasped, indicating they had learned a shocking piece of trivia. But so early in the morning? That's detrimental to one's health. It's no wonder he deserves it. The speaker wore a look of disdain, though their tone dripped with envy, and Hao's expression darkened, akin to a pod's bottom. What on earth? What did I do without my knowledge? Just as he intended to confront them, they scurried away, leaving him with a foreboding sense of dread. Chapter 50, Partners. Perhaps due to recent poor sleep quality, and Hao found himself dozing off in class. And Hao, wake up. He blinked, his bleary eyes open to see Xiao Meng calling out to him. What's the matter? Xiao Meng, quickly rise. The teacher calls upon you to answer the question, Xiao Meng softly urged. Whose class is it this period? It's Teacher Zhong's class, came the reply. With a face as grim as the bottom of a pot, Zhong Xinjing stood at the lectern. Oh no, how did I fall asleep in his class? Hao sprang to his feet, his previously muddled mind now strikingly alert. He glimpsed Zhong Xinjing's expression, darkening ominously. What should he do? He had no idea what question had been posed. Just then, Xiaoming nudged him with her foot. Hao cast a glance and noticed she had jotted down a segment of text in her notebook. What a wonderful deskmate she was. Clearing his throat, Hao began. A beast tamer exerts control over their beasts through mental force. Theoretically, a beast tamer can command one or several beasts, provided their combined mental force does not exceed their own. Upon hearing Hao's response, Zhong Xinjing's expression softened slightly. He continued. If a beast tamer has a mental force value of 10 and wishes to control 3 earth attribute beasts, could you list a possible combination? Hao pondered for a moment, realizing he was actually waiting for the answer. 1 razorback boar, 4, 1 ironhead sheep, 3, and 1 swift monkey, 3. And if it were 2 fire attribute beasts? Well, 1 explosive armored dragon, 7, and 1 flame-tailed horse, 3. Very good, very good. Zhong Xinjing finally cracked a smile. Hao let out a sigh of relief. Grateful for Xiaoming's help. How is it that in the same classroom, Hao can answer while you cannot? Zhong Xinjing's voice carried a hint of anger. It was then that Hao noticed several students standing, evidently punished for failing to answer the question, including his longtime rival, Zhang Tianyu. Zhang shot Hao a resentful glare and muttered, what is so impressive? With a deskmate like that, I could easily pretend to. Due to the palpable tension in the classroom while Zhong Xinjing reprimanded, Zhang Tianyu's murmurs were clearly heard. The teacher's fury ignited. Zhang Tianyu, what are you muttering about? Don't think you're special just because you're an exceptional recruit. Look at Anhao. He is also an exceptional recruit. And one from the Red Dragon Academy, no less. Isn't he far superior to you? Yet he continues to study diligently, never neglecting the fundamentals. And you? Restless and complacent, unable to answer such a simple question. You should take a page from Anhao's book and stop aiming for lofty ideals without the effort. Anhao felt himself blush under the praise, awkwardly averting his gaze. Ever since being specially recruited by Qin Yunlan into the Red Dragon Academy, he had undeniably become the teacher's favorite. He had lost count of how many times he had received such unqualified compliments. To be honest, it was quite embarrassing. Zhang Tianyu clenched his fists. It's always Anhao. Uncle, the teachers, everyone is biased towards him. Why? Zhang Tianyu erupted, shouting at Zhong Xinjing. I am no less than Anhao. The classroom fell into stunned silence. Had he really dared to confront Zhong Xinjing? Zhang Tianyu immediately regretted his outburst, feeling the weight of the teacher's piercing gaze. Yet, recalling the man present, he felt compelled to maintain his bravado. My Earth Dragon has already transformed into an Earth Rock Dragon as of yesterday. Zhang Tianyu's face lit with pride. He had intended to keep this trump card for the next ranking battle, but today he couldn't help himself. The students were once again taken aback. Beasts can transform? I've never heard of that. Does this mean Zhang Tianyu has 2 dragons now? Zhang Tianyu scanned the room, a look of disdain on his face. Perhaps you're unaware, but a beast's true form can indeed transform, though it requires vast resources, something an ordinary person would never experience in a lifetime. But I am different. I was born at the pinnacle. The resources of the Zhang family are my stronghold. Moreover, my dragon can evolve to level 7 this time, and then to level 8, ascending to level 9. That is something talent and effort alone cannot compensate for. As he said this, Zhang Tianyu's gaze was fixed squarely on Anhao. Anhao, feeling perplexed by the attention, thought to himself, what does your wealth have to do with me? You're not sharing it. At that moment, Zhong Xinjing finally spoke. Have you said enough? Speak louder. Zhang Tianyu was rendered silent, but when he caught a glimpse of Anhao covertly giving him a thumbs up, a surge of courage enveloped him. With all his might, he shouted, I understand. The room fell into a hushed silence, students' mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg inside. He did it again. Zhang Tianyu. Impressive. Anhao was equally taken aback. He had lost this round. Zhong Xinjing hesitated momentarily. Since his balding days, no student had dared to defy his authority. Good. Very good. He finally exclaimed, his face resembling a thundercloud, yet he refrained from lashing out. In light of this, I'll grant you an opportunity. Today, during the beast training class, you shall partner with Anhao, so you can witness the disparity. What? Zhang Tianyu's expression turned incredulous. He had expected punishment, not a chance to prove himself. Zhong Xinjing continued, are you unwilling? No, I'm willing. Zhang Tianyu quickly replied, his eyes igniting with determination. This time, he would redeem himself. Anhao, however, felt utterly bewildered. How had he suddenly become involved? The crux of the matter was that his usual partner was Xiaoming. Without her, how could he possibly navigate this situation? The most delighted were the other students, thrilled at the prospect of such entertainment early in the morning. Not everyone was merely there to watch, though. For instance, Fang Qua had discreetly pulled out his phone, ready to record the events. Chapter 51, Practical Class. The practical class took place in the beast cultivation arena within the school. As the students arrived, their instructor, Luo Wen, had been waiting for some time. Luo Wen was a tall, lean middle-aged man, always wearing a smile that conveyed a friendly demeanor, yet his well-defined muscles indicated that he was a man of action. Students, please form the groups as previously arranged and enter the arena in batches. The first session of field cooperation and combat exercises is about to commence. The content of the field cooperation and combat exercises involved dividing students into small groups to battle the beasts within the arena. Typically, each group would be assigned a single beast, with its combat level slightly exceeding the average level of the student's own beasts. This exercise primarily targeted lower-level beast tamers. At this stage, students had few beasts and had yet to form a fixed lineup, necessitating cooperation between their beasts and those of others in a field combat scenario. In order to ensure practical effectiveness, the exercise stipulated that each participant could only summon one beast for battle. Under Roger's direction, the students formed groups of 2 or 4 and began to enter the variously numbered arenas. The primary reason for such grouping was the disparity in combat strength among the participants. Naturally, those in weaker groups required greater numbers to compensate. A sense of tension filled the air, and one could only hope that today's adversary would be a whirlwind wolf rather than a steel-toothed boar. I would prefer a steel-toothed boar, replied Sujia. All four of us have relatively agile beasts, making it feasible to kite the boar. However, facing a whirlwind wolf could prove to be quite a challenge. Sujia was not mistaken. Despite the whirlwind wolf's ostensibly inferior combat capabilities compared to the steel-toothed boar, its remarkable speed and acceleration skill left little room for error, potentially leading to their elimination. Fear not, I possess strategies to counter both types of beasts. Let us proceed accordingly, was the confident assertion made before the brief interlude prior to the practical exercise, during which many students became acquainted with their teammates' beasts and devised tactics. Amidst the throng of students, the duo of Hao and Zhang Tianyu stood out conspicuously. Their lack of communication was palpable. One might even suspect that, had their arena numbers not coincided, they would have parted ways without hesitation. Roger, seated in the observation area alongside Zhong Jinjing, found their demeanor exasperating. Old Zhong, these two students are quite the handful, he remarked. For the sake of maintaining high admission rates, the school had coddled these two special recruits who came from notable backgrounds, disregarding the educational aspect. Zhang Tianyu was somewhat manageable as a local, but Hao's origins remained a mystery, shielded by some unseen force. Even the typically straightforward Zhong Jinjing resorted to indirect methods of instruction with him. As the gates of the arena swung open, the students encountered their respective opponents and summoned their beasts. Hao and Zhang Tianyu faced two mid-tier steel-toothed boars, a surprising predicament since typically a group would encounter only one beast. Nevertheless, both quickly regained their composure. Two steel-toothed boars were hardly a concern for them. Hao smiled slightly. This works out well. No need for competition over kills. Zhang Tianyu scoffed. Exactly. Let us see who can finish them off first. They promptly commanded their beasts to attack. Hao summoned Air Bai, preferring not to reveal his more powerful beast, Dabai, just yet. Dragon Claw. With a swift maneuver, Air Bai dispatched one of the steel-toothed boars in a single turn. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu summoned his newly transformed Earth Rock Dragon, which executed a ground rock impale, pinning the other steel-toothed boar against the wall. Hao cast a curious glance at the Earth Rock Dragon. In comparison to the Earth Dragon, the Earth Rock Dragon boasted wings and had undergone a color transformation from earthy yellow to a deep brown, coupled with a strikingly enhanced visage post-metamorphosis, exuding an air of authority. Overall, its aesthetic appeal had significantly improved. What are you staring at? Haven't you seen a true dragon before? Zhang Tianyu quipped, a hint of pride flickering at the corners of his mouth. His own beast had long been a source of insecurity due to its lack of charm. Now, with its newfound allure, he felt compelled to showcase it, even if the audience was his old rival. Please, Hao retorted, turning his head away. With 7 dragons in hand, and 10 more waiting to hatch, do I have any reason to feel pride? I merely had a momentary lapse in judgment, wanting to sketch a handsome dragon. Just as the two were about to exchange further jibes, the arena gates opened once more, and an indeterminate number of steel-toothed boars surged forth. In unison, they exclaimed, "What is going on?" Before they could ponder further, the steel-toothed boars launched their assault, compelling Hao and Zhang Tianyu to retaliate. In the observation area, Roger clicked his tongue in disbelief. 2 dragon-type beasts, facing 10 steel-toothed boars with higher combat levels. And yet they maintain a clear advantage. The combat prowess of dragon-type beasts is truly astounding. Zhong Jinjing nodded in agreement. If only they could cooperate, even with 10. They could manage, or even more. Roger shrugged. The issue lies in the fact that their masters refuse to cooperate. Zhong Jinjing's expression hardened. Then we must compel them to work together. Roger looked puzzled. Is that truly necessary? After all, their talents assure they remain on the ancestral planet. Zhong Jinjing sighed. In the vast multiverse, the profession of Beast Master on the ancestral planet is overwhelmingly powerful, especially among the prodigies. One individual can wield the strength of thousands, even slaughtering beings of gold or platinum level at the silver stage. Isn't that a good thing? Not at all. They have all become excessively arrogant, forgetting the immense effort and bloodshed our ancestors endured to establish the profession of Beast Master, standing tall at the pinnacle of the multiverse. Their strength has led them astray, making them oblivious to the fact that their disconnection from the ancestral planet renders them as rootless as water. They are all too eager to escape the shackles of their origin. Is it really that exaggerated? Can these 2 children even grasp such profound matters? Listening to Roger's dismissive tone, Zhong Jinjing felt somewhat disheartened, aware that many shared Roger's sentiments. One must plant the seeds of thought, regardless of how many. Zhong Jinjing asserted with conviction. Roger shook his head. The big shots on the ancestral planet are not in a rush. Why should we, mere novices at the silver level, worry? His gaze shifted to the arena, where he noticed Hao and Zhang Tianyu had already dispatched 10 steel-toothed boars. What is the next step? He inquired. Let us release 10 more. Zhang Jinjing hesitated momentarily before deciding to introduce a steel-toothed silver boar. Roger gasped, "Are you mad? The steel-toothed silver boar is at the silver mid-tier. This could end badly." Zhang Jinjing remained unfazed. "These two youngsters are no ordinary children. You needn't worry." As the gates of the arena opened once more, 10 steel-toothed boars streamed out. Zhang Tianyu exclaimed, "What on earth? How can there be more?" And Hao interjected, "Wait. It seems there's an extra one this time." As he spoke, a distinct steel-toothed boar emerged, its shoulder muscles bulging, tusks protruding like spears. Its silver fur exuding an imposing presence that made it appear less like a boar and more like a coiled, saber-toothed tiger ready to pounce. The steel-toothed silver boar. Both Hao and Zhang Tianyu gasped in astonishment. The steel-toothed silver boar, a variant of the steel-toothed boar, maintained its level at 4. Yet its combat level was at least silver mid-tier, possessing mastery over at least 4 skills. Ascend. They commanded their beasts to take flight immediately. Facing it head-on was not an option. The steel-toothed silver boar gazed upward at the two dragons, its front hooves scraping the ground, as if preparing for a significant maneuver. The surrounding steel-toothed boars retreated to avoid being caught in the ensuing chaos. "What is it planning?" And Hao queried. Zhang Tianyu rolled his eyes. "How would I know? Aren't you the academic prodigy?" And Hao, visibly irritated, retorted, "I'm drowning in academic knowledge, all right?" In the midst of their banter, the steel-toothed silver boar suddenly charged forward, utilizing its tremendous acceleration to race along the wall of the arena. Whoa, it can do that too. And the spectacle was far from over. As the steel-toothed silver pig dashed towards the wall's edge, it exerted force with its hind hoof and astonishingly leapt into the air, charging directly at the Earthrock Dragon. Zhang Tianyu, in a state of urgency, shouted, "Earthrock Dragon, swiftly evade." The silver pig's strike was executed with remarkable speed. The Earthrock Dragon sidestepped just in time, narrowly avoiding the oncoming tusks, yet still succumbed to the massive body of the steel-toothed silver pig. With a mournful cry, the Earthrock Dragon's right wing sustained damage, rendering its flight unsteady. Observing this scene, and Hao's expression turned grave. Would the Earthrock Dragon's debut conclude in such a hasty manner, especially before Hao's eyes? Absolutely not. Earthrock Dragon, unleash, rock bullet barrage. The Earthrock Dragon expelled several massive stones towards the charging steel-toothed silver pig, the thunderous sound echoing like a clap of thunder. Unfazed, the silver pig's tusks pierced through the boulders like a spear, advancing towards the Earthrock Dragon. The Earthrock Dragon, undeterred, displayed a fierce determination in its eyes and lunged at the steel-toothed silver pig. Zhang Tianyu, witnessing this, chose not to intervene, his jaw clenched, his expression uncertain. Lost in thought, just as the Earthrock Dragon was on the brink of peril, a luminous projectile surged forth, striking the steel-toothed silver pig's head and halting its assault. The thwarted steel-toothed silver pig landed firmly on the ground once more. It shook its singed mane and turned its gaze toward the other dragon in the sky, beginning to sharpen its hooves. And Hao, incensed, exclaimed, "Zhang Tianyu, what are you doing? Why don't you recall your beast?" Zhang Tianyu retorted, "My beast is mine to command as I see fit. Why should you concern yourself? Why should I care?" And Hao, infuriated, laughed scornfully and landed a punch on Zhang Tianyu's face, causing him to stagger back a step. While battles between beasts inevitably incur some harm, he could not accept such reckless disregard for the life of his beast, especially after witnessing the resurrection of Big White. And Hao felt even more strongly that beasts should be regarded as family, not mere instruments of combat. Zhang Tianyu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes ablaze with fury as he glared at Hao. "Do you understand? Ever since the birth of the Earthrock Dragon, it has been overshadowed by your azure-eyed white dragon. Now that it has finally evolved into the Earthrock Dragon, it cannot retreat. I will not allow it. Nor will it. What kind of nonsensical reasoning is this?" And Hao was left speechless. Although he could not comprehend Zhang Tianyu's mindset, he could feel the intensity of his obsession. "Do as you wish." And Hao chose to disregard Zhang Tianyu, waving his hand to summon 3 azure-eyed white dragons once more, intending to put an end to this farce. "What are you doing?" Zhang Tianyu exclaimed. "The rules state you can only summon one beast. Don't you realize this could lead us to defeat?" Zhang Tianyu's competitive spirit was fierce. Outside the rules, he would employ any means necessary. But within the confines of the rules, he adhered strictly. "This situation is clearly problematic. I have no intention of risking my beast." And Hao scoffed, turning to direct the 4 azure-eyed white dragons to engage. All units, evade freely and fire at will. The onslaught from the 4 azure-eyed white dragons was relentless. The steel-toothed silver pig shifted from an offensive to a defensive stance. The remaining silver pigs, unable to reach their targets, could only glare helplessly, serving as makeshift targets instead. Seeing Hao's decisive actions, Zhang Tianyu's expression shifted. The steel-toothed silver pig, despite being a formidable mid-tier beast, sustained little damage even when suppressed by the 4 azure-eyed white dragons. The standoff persisted, just as Hao hesitated over whether to summon yet another azure-eyed white dragon. He heard Zhang Tianyou's voice. Earth Rock Dragon, Blaze Dragon, Lava Burst Arrow. With Zhang Tianyou's command, lava arrows swept across the arena, charging towards the steel-toothed silver pig with overwhelming force. The Lava Burst Arrow, being an area attack, left the steel-toothed silver pig with no choice but to endure. Boom, boom, boom. Scalding lava seared the silver pig's body, leaving it shrieking in pain as it attempted to flee, only to be blocked by 2 explosive projectiles sealing its escape. After 2 explosive blasts, the steel-toothed silver pig had no choice but to retreat once more. And Hao cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Tianyou. But Zhang Tianyou merely scoffed and continued to direct the Earth Rock Dragon and Blaze Dragon. Fine, let us just deal with these creatures. With the fiery arrows blocking the path ahead and destructive projectiles pursuing from behind, the steel-toothed silver pig was left scrambling for survival. The enclosed arena of the beast fighting arena had indeed become its grave. However, amidst the assault from 6 dragons, the steel-toothed silver pig met its end with a semblance of dignity, leaving some tales to tell afterward. In the observation area, Roger erupted into laughter. Well done, old Zhong. These 2 youngsters have truly collaborated. You have quite the skill. Zhong, calm and collected, shook his head. This is still insufficient. Roger, displeased, retorted, old Zhong. You're being a bit pretentious here. The fact that they can work together is already commendable. The notorious rivalry between Zhang Tianyou and Hao was well known among the instructors. Their collaboration was indeed unprecedented. Zhong replied coolly, you may announce the results. Proceed as planned. Roger shrugged. As you wish. Chapter 53, Crafting Instant Beast Cuisine. Attention, students. I now announce the results of the previous round. Group 1, Feng Kuo and Xiao Ming. Accumulated 25 steel-toothed pigs killed. Group 2, Xiao Ming, Su Kuruo, and Su Ying. Accumulated 16 steel-toothed pigs killed. Group 3. Group 10, and Hao and Zhang Tianyou. Accumulated 0 steel-toothed pigs killed. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. 0? Could there be a mistake? But that S and Hao and Zhang Tianyou. On paper, they are the top 2 in the grade. How could they have 0 kills? I don't know. Let us listen to what the teacher has to say. At this moment, and Hao and Zhang Tianyou wore serious expressions as they turned to Roger, seeking an explanation. Roger approached them, explaining, in this match, because you summoned additional beasts, your scores have been nullified. Zhang Tianyou could no longer contain himself. Clearly, it was the arena's fault. Why? Before he could finish, Roger interrupted him. I understand your grievances, but you did violate the rules. Roger's expression turned serious, adopting a businesslike demeanor, but then quickly broke into a smile. How about this? The beasts that perished in the arena will be given to you as compensation. What do you think? Zhang Tianyou's eyes widened. Who wants your few beast corpses? Do you think I can be bought off with that? I want results. Yet Zhang Tianyou's frustration was not shared by everyone. And Hao interjected, Teacher, we accept. His avaricious nature resurfacing. And how you? Zhang Tianyou glared at Hao. At that moment, Roger draped an arm around Zhang Tianyou's shoulders, saying, Zhang Tianyou, broaden your perspective. It's just the first match. With your and Hao's strength, you'll surely dominate the upcoming events. This time, let us give the other students a chance. Hearing Roger's words, Zhang Tianyou's demeanor softened considerably. Fine then. He inadvertently set a flag for himself, declaring that he would undoubtedly secure first place in the upcoming project. Roger, with a decisive demeanor, responded, Good. Since you all agree, let it be settled. You may proceed with your preparations. As he observed the departing duo, Roger couldn't help but admire Zhong Zhengjing's adeptness in handling his students with such precision. The second practical lesson entailed team collaboration among members, utilizing available materials to craft instant beast food. This session primarily tested the Beast Tamer's wilderness survival skills, focusing on how to ensure a supply of food for their beasts when their own provisions ran out. On Hao, are you deliberately causing trouble? Zhang Tianyou glared at On Hao, who stood beside a heap of scattered ingredients. I'm not particularly skilled at this, On Hao replied with an awkward smile, knowing he couldn't reveal that Xiao Ming usually handled everything. Zhang Tianyou, astonished, asked, You can't possibly be serious? On Hao shyly nodded. Zhang Tianyou's disbelief was palpable. He had assumed that despite On Hao's academic prowess, he wouldn't be utterly incompetent. Yet, the evidence lay stark before him. So, what do you do during each practical lesson? Zhang Tianyou exclaimed, his tone laced with indignation, reflecting his frustration at On Hao's apparent lack of effort. On Hao scratched his head, embarrassed. Every time I close my eyes for a moment, Xiao Ming finishes everything. Zhang Tianyou was exasperated. Although he hadn't excelled in the foundational courses, he had always approached practical lessons with utmost seriousness. He had envisioned a powerful collaboration with On Hao, believing that securing first place would be a breeze, but given the current situation, even passing seemed improbable. I'll take the lead. You can assist, he said resignedly. All right. On Hao agreed cheerfully, yet Zhang Tianyu was far from pleased, as On Hao's reputation in his eyes had crumbled. Anyone would feel disheartened upon discovering that their once formidable rival was, in fact, a liability. First, boil some water. Add sweet potatoes. Okay, water herbs. Here. Next step. Do we add fire or salt? I don't know. Maybe we should check the book. Fine. 2 minutes later, I believe we should add the water herbs first, then the sweet potatoes. Shall we start over? 5 minutes later. On Hao, why did you add so much salt? I accidentally spilled it. I'm truly at my wit's end. Should we discard it? Discard it? Other groups have completed nearly 5 portions, and we're still struggling with 1. It's for the beasts anyway. No one will taste it. Let's just go with it. Fine. Thus, the two clumsily prepared a few portions of the ingredients. Time's up. Everyone stop. With Roger's command, all halted their activities. He began inspecting the students' creations. Upon reaching On Hao and Zhang Tianyu's group, he was momentarily taken aback. Students On Hao and Zhang Tianyu, is this what you've produced? Indeed. On Hao proudly nodded, wiping the sweat from his brow as he surveyed the 8 uneven portions of instant beast food, feeling a sense of accomplishment. It seemed he was indeed quite talented in his own right. Let anyone dare say, I always rely on others. Zhang Tianyu, however, wore a face of embarrassment and frustration, remaining silent. He knew they could have done better had it not been for his partner's clumsiness, which hindered his performance. The thought of the flag he had raised earlier made him wish he could vanish into thin air. Roger refrained from making any further comments, merely tallying the number of instant beast food portions. Ultimately, he ranked the results. Naturally, Xiao Ming's group triumphed, producing 30 portions, double that of the second-place team, unhindered by On Hao's shortcomings. On Hao's group, with their 8 portions, barely managed to secure a spot in the top 10, which somewhat eased Zhang Tianyu's expression. However, he soon overheard some disparaging remarks, suggesting their efforts were merely superficial, and such sentiments were echoed by peers who envied their talents. The beast food they made is utterly abysmal. How dare they present it? Just a bunch of sycophants. TCH. They are merely fortunate. With my numerous dragons, I am undoubtedly superior. What a waste of so many dragons. Zhang Tianyu, incensed, was about to confront the naysayers when On Hao restrained him. Calm down. It's not for you to eat. Why should it concern you if it turns out poorly? And relying on women? Laughable. Xiao Ming, Nangong Ruoxuan, Qin Yunlan. These are mere coincidences. Let them speculate. We shall prove ourselves in the next round. Zhang Tianyu found himself stirred by On Hao's words. Yes, let us show them. Just a bunch of insignificant fish. How dare they defy us? Chapter 54, the third round. In this round, each group of students would feed the instant beast food they had prepared to their respective beasts. At this point, Roger paused, revealing a mischievous smile. Note: the use of beast contracts is prohibited. What? The students were taken aback. Good grief. My concoction wouldn't even be fit for a dog. How could my beast possibly eat it? Mine is decent, but my beast only consumes premium-grade beast food. It wouldn't touch this instant stuff. It's not bad, but my beast has a small appetite. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu's face darkened considerably, just as he mustered the resolve to prove himself. He never anticipated that the third round would unfold in such a manner. As he brooded over this disappointment, an unwelcoming voice broke through the tension. I thought it would be something significant, but it turns out to be this project. First place is in the bag. The speaker was On Hao, sporting a confident grin. Teacher, let us not dawdle. Let us get started. What does it matter if it tastes bad? In my poorer days, I fed expired and spoiled beast food to them without issue. Zhang Tianyu furrowed his brow. On Hao, stop pretending. Clearly, he was incredulous that On Hao could convince their beasts to consume the concoctions they had prepared without the aid of a beast contract. Most shared Zhang Tianyu's skepticism, while a few couldn't help but laugh, utterly disbelieving. The instant beast food designed by On Hao and Zhang Tianyu barely qualified as beast food. To suggest feeding it to their beasts was nothing short of absurd. Roger, too, was momentarily stunned. Well, since everyone is so eager for their beasts to sample their creations, let us get started. He reiterated that the mental energy detection devices were activated and instructed everyone to retract their mental energy, warning that any violation would result in disqualification. Some students, begrudgingly, complied, their schemes exposed. Summon your beasts. With Roger's command, the students began to call forth their beasts, most of whom were their bonded companions. The bond between a beast master and their familiar is rather unique. Even without invoking a beast contract, a beast master is able to communicate with their familiar, albeit without the ability to command them forcibly. Zhang Tianyu summoned the Earth Rock Dragon, while the Blazing Flame Dragon didn't even cross his mind. Upon its emergence, The Earth Rock Dragon first sniffed the beast food before it took a step back in disdain, turning its gaze toward Zhang Tianyu. Yet, the look in Zhang Tianyu's eyes conveyed a clear message. It had no choice but to comply. Reluctantly, the Earth Rock Dragon edged closer to the beast food, closing its eyes like a valiant warrior facing death, and gulped it down in one swift motion. Ugh! The Earth Rock Dragon had intended to swallow it whole, but the beast food proved to be quite unpalatable, causing it to struggle to digest. However, under the pressure exerted by Zhang Tianyu, it managed to hold its composure. Alas, this creature usually feasted on the finest steaks, sourced from cattle that listened to music. When had it ever consumed such dreadful fare? Zhang Tianyu felt a bead of sweat trickle down his brow. If the Earth Rock Dragon were to regurgitate, not only would it be embarrassing for the dragon, but he too would find it impossible to allow it to eat again. The esteemed Zhang family could not afford such humiliation. Yet awkwardly, the beast food became lodged in the Earth Rock Dragon's mouth, neither able to be spat out nor swallowed. What to do now? In the arena, as the students endeavored to entice their familiars to consume the food they had prepared, they employed all manners of persuasion, both coercive and enticing. The striped tiger, 4, proclaimed, "If you eat this, I'll give you an extra 10 pounds of chicken legs tonight." What? You require 20 pounds? You gluttonous creature. Fine, fine. The mischievous beast, too, insisted. Eat it, or I'll stew you when we get home. These students were relatively mild. Some were utterly at a loss. The dreamy rabbit, 3, cried, "Please don't cry. All right, we want to eat this." The concealed pig, 3, grumbled, "If you want to eat, why are you bumping into me?" The fiery dog, 4, lamented, "If you want to eat, why trample the food? I worked hard to prepare that." Roger shook his head in disbelief, contemplating the long road ahead for these students. A memory flickered in his mind, and he chuckled softly. Perhaps this is what youth is all about. Just as Roger scrutinized the students with the discerning eyes of an elder, a peculiar scene invaded his sight. A blue-eyed white dragon pounced upon the 7 offerings that could hardly be called beast food, devouring them with the ferocity of a starving tiger. What? Am I hallucinating? Roger rubbed his eyes. To his astonishment, the blue-eyed white dragon not only consumed all the beast food but also licked its lips in satisfaction. Goodness! How absurd! Could it have invoked a beast contract? Yet, it didn't seem so. What was truly happening? Curiosity piqued, Roger approached and how to investigate further. After confirming through instruments that Hao had not invoked a beast contract, he could not restrain himself from asking, "And how? How did your dragon manage to consume all of that?" And Hao looked perplexed, replying, "What are you talking about, teacher? I don't understand." Roger clarified, "What I mean is, how did you persuade your familiar to eat this beast food?" And Hao responded, "Does it require persuasion? Dragons have a robust digestive system. Many can even consume soil. What is the issue with eating a bit of beast food?" Roger was momentarily speechless. Of course, he was aware of a dragon's formidable digestive capabilities. Some could indeed eat dirt. The crux of the matter was, which beastmaster would willingly allow their dragon to consume dirt? A dragon should be revered like an ancestor. Noticing Roger's silence, and Hao initially appeared surprised, but then looked at him with disdain, saying, "Teacher, you can't possibly be unaware of this, right?" Roger couldn't help but chuckle in frustration. Just as he was about to reprimand Hao, he heard him say, "Airby, eat some dirt and show it to Teacher Roger." Without hesitation, Airby gulped down a hefty mouthful of soil, swallowing it with such swiftness that Roger barely had time to react. Roger stood frozen for a full 5 seconds. When he regained his senses, his eyes widened in disbelief. My goodness, it truly ate dirt. The noble blue-eyed white dragon was actually consuming dirt. Moreover, its actions were exceedingly adept, clearly not a first-time endeavor. Roger felt his mind teetering on the brink of confusion as he stared at Hao, utterly at a loss for words. "Teacher, I'm going to check on Zhang Tianyu," and Hao stammered, feeling uncomfortable under Roger's gaze, and promptly made his escape. Watching Hao flee, Roger felt a profound sense of dismay, akin to a revered goddess consorting with others, being commanded and even compelled to make sacrifices for them. Meanwhile, Zhang Tianyu observed the Earth Rock Dragon still locked in a stalemate. He gently patted its head, earnestly stating, "Big Rock, I'm counting on you." The Earth Rock Dragon paused. Its master typically refrained from addressing it by name, indicating the significance of this moment. A resolute glimmer flickered in the dragon's eyes. For its master, it was determined to prevail. The Earth Rock Dragon endured the discomfort and swallowed with all its might. The bizarre flavor surged down its throat, traversed its esophagus, and ultimately settled in its stomach. The dragon's muscles twitched in reaction. It was dreadfully unpalatable. Nevertheless, it succeeded. The Earth Rock Dragon proudly raised its head in triumph. "I did it. Big Rock. Well done." Zhang Tianyu was so overwhelmed with excitement that he stumbled over his words, as if he had just achieved a monumental victory. Huh. And how? Just wait and see how I surpass you. Chapter 55, Control. Just as Zhang Tianyu brimmed with confidence, poised to redeem himself in Hao's presence, he heard Hao's voice behind him. Zhang Tianyu, what are you dawdling about? Perfect timing. Zhang Tianyu turned around, flashing an exceedingly self-assured smile, already concocting how to flaunt his prowess. It's worth noting that although dragon-type familiars can, in theory, digest most foods, which Beastmaster would dare to feed their dragon-inferior sustenance? Over time, most dragon-type familiars become quite discerning, snubbing even the slightest subpar offerings, let alone homemade ones. And how? My Earth Rock Dragon has consumed one portion. Surely that will spare our team from disgrace, Zhang Tianyu declared with a tone of feigned reluctance, yet brimming with pride. Upon uttering this, he felt a surge of brilliance, radiating confidence. In his eyes, the Earth Rock Dragon's ability to consume a single portion of homemade beast food signified unparalleled courage and indomitable spirit, leaving no room for any dragon to surpass it. Just as Zhang Tianyu indulged in his fantasies, and Hao regarded him with a bemused expression. Spare from disgrace? What are you rambling about? I've already taken care of my 7 portions, and I came over to see why you were moving so slowly. No worries. After all, ours is a dragon-type familiar, inherently proud and aloof, unlike those lesser creatures. Even if you've only managed to consume one, Zhang Tianyu muttered, momentarily stunned when he heard the mention of 7 portions. Initially, he doubted his own ears, but upon observing the absence of the 7 portions on the ground, he realized he had misheard. What? 7? You consumed all 7? Zhang Tianyu stood agape, having believed his Earth Rock Dragon to be exceptionally valiant, only to discover that Hao's blue-eyed white dragon surpassed it in bravery. How utterly outrageous. An expression of displeasure darkened Hao's face. You just ate, didn't you? Zhang Tianyu stammered. No, what I meant was, did your dragon consume all 7 portions of the beast food we prepared? Upon witnessing Zhang's exaggerated reaction, Hao mistakenly assumed he had failed to leave any for him. After all, this delicacy was a collaborative effort, and his actions did seem somewhat inconsiderate. Well, I thought you were rather slow earlier. So I assumed you didn't want your beast to partake, hence I didn't reserve any for you. Reserve any? My Earth Rock Dragon might just collapse after eating another. It simply cannot consume more. However, after hearing Hao's words, Zhang Tianyu regained his composure, realizing that Hao had misunderstood him. He sighed in relief. Otherwise, he would have truly been embarrassed. It's fine. My Earth Rock Dragon had a substantial breakfast this morning, so it was simply eating at a leisurely pace. Otherwise, finishing the remaining 7 portions wouldn't have been an issue. Zhang's casual tone belied the turmoil within the Earth Rock Dragon, which felt a wave of nausea rising in its gut. It instinctively took a step back, fearing its fiercely competitive master might concoct some new scheme. Indeed, as the saying goes, what one fears often comes to pass. While Zhang Tianyu refrained from imposing any further demands on his Earth Rock Dragon, and Hao did not. We should ask the teacher for more materials. I can prepare a few more portions for you to take home. I certainly don't want to take advantage of you. In truth, Hao's intent was not entirely altruistic. After having participated in the preparation, his desire to create had surged, especially since he wouldn't bear the cost of the materials. Zhang Tianyu, however, remained level-headed and promptly declined Hao's offer. No need. I, Zhang, do not concern myself with such trifles. Hao's expression soured with disappointment. Very well then. When the time concluded, Roger announced the results of the 3rd round. To everyone's astonishment, the first place was claimed by Hao and Zhang Tianyu's group, while the last position was occupied by Feng Kuo and Xiao Meng, whose beasts had not even consumed a single portion of the homemade beast food. The performance of the other groups was hardly any better, with most having consumed only 1 or 2 portions. The only other group that matched the numbers of Hao and Zhang Tianyu was a 4-member group that had performed poorly. Is there a mistake in the scoring? How could the beast food made by Hao and Zhang Tianyu's group actually be consumed by their beasts? Someone questioned. Exactly. Moreover, both of them possessed dragon-type beasts. Would those proud creatures deign to eat such fare? Another student bluntly referred to the items created by the duo as mere things rather than beast food. Hao and Zhang Tianyu exchanged glances, their faces darkening, yet they refrained from protesting. After all, calling their creation beast food did seem a stretch. Who knows? You don't have a dragon-type beast, so how can you assert that they wouldn't eat it? What if they actually enjoy it? A voice chimed in, shifting the perspective of the audience. Indeed, how can one know the preferences of dragon-type beasts without having one themselves? You enjoy eating. Your entire family enjoys eating. The Earth Rock Dragon was incensed. Had it not been for its master, Zhang Tianyu, being present, it would have relished the opportunity to unleash its fury upon these foolish humans. Little did they know the effort it took for it to consume even a single portion. All right, everyone quiet down, Roger interjected, halting the commotion. Now, does anyone know the purpose of this assessment? The students fell silent. While they could comprehend the purpose of the first 2 rounds, this third round was indeed perplexing. The beast space of a beastmaster not only serves to house their beasts, but also functions as a storage space. As a beastmaster's mental prowess increases, the capacity of their beast space expands. Theoretically, by the time one reaches the bronze rank, unless surviving in the wilderness for 3 to 4 months, the beast food stored in the beast space should suffice, rendering the ability to create instant beast food seemingly superfluous. Furthermore, the notion of feeding self-made beast food without a contract seemed even more trivial. If a beastmaster reached that point, they would likely find themselves at a dead end. Contemplating drastic measures, seeing the students' indifferent expressions, Roger shook his head in disappointment. He then continued with a grave demeanor. What I am about to say may dishearten some of you, or rather, the majority, but I must convey it to prevent you from being misled. The students straightened in their seats, all ears. Before I proceed, let me pose a question. What is the most crucial aspect for a beastmaster? Each student pondered their own thoughts, but remained silent, awaiting Roger's response. It is control, Roger stated flatly. Control? The students exchanged puzzled glances. The relationship between a beastmaster and their beast can be one of servant and master, friends, family, or even a deep bond. Yet, Roger surveyed the room. His expression solemn. A beastmaster must possess absolute control over their beast. This assessment tests your mastery over your beasts. The results, as you can imagine, reveal that the overwhelming majority of you have failed. Profoundly failed. You lack control over your beasts. Upon hearing Roger's words, the students displayed a variety of reactions. Though most bore expressions of indignation, it was merely a meal. How could that reflect a lack of control over our beasts? And Hal began to question his own life choices. In light of the confusion and dissatisfaction among the students, Roger offered an explanation. Students, on the surface, the beast contract appears to be an unequal agreement, a master-servant bond. Numerous restrictions placed upon the beasts compel them to obey the commands of the beast master unilaterally. However, in reality, the beast contract is a hidden equal pact, a spiritual connection that establishes an unbreakable bond between the beast and the beast master. This is the crux of a beast master's control over their beast. After Roger's discourse, a student promptly raised a challenge. Teacher, your words are somewhat nebulous. What does it matter if there is a connection? Without a connection, as long as there is a beast contract, the beast must obey me. Roger chuckled, posing a question. Does anyone know the difference between an unequal contract and an equal contract? I know. Xiaoming raised her hand. Xiaoming, please share, Roger encouraged, eager for her insight. It was time for the academic star to shine. Xiaoming tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and spoke clearly. All contracts adhere to the principle of conservation. In an equal contract, both parties possess equal standing, resulting in a stable agreement that is difficult to disrupt or interfere with. Conversely, in an unequal contract, the greater the disparity in power between the parties, the more volatile the agreement becomes, making it susceptible to breaches. For instance, in certain well-known enslavement contracts from other worlds, should the enslaved gain power exceeding that of their master, the master may face repercussions or even reverse enslavement. Additionally, such contracts can be forcibly broken or altered by those of superior strength. In contrast, an equal contract, such as a spiritual bond, remains intact as long as neither party actively seeks to disrupt it, and external forces struggle to interfere with their connection. Xiaoming's articulate response elicited nods of agreement from the students, though it was uncertain how many were genuinely informed. Is this what it means to be a scholar? Surely, the attention must feel exhilarating. The students looked at Xiaoming with envy. Even Zhang Tianyu, who typically held himself in high esteem, was no exception. Meanwhile, and Hao sighed inwardly, recognizing that they were merely a group of individuals unacquainted with the broader world. He expressed that as a top student, he often experiences the sensation of sitting beside an academic prodigy. One could only say it is somewhat exhilarating, indeed. Classmate Xiao Ming articulated her thoughts exceptionally well, prompting Roger to bestow generous praise upon her. However, just as he intended to elaborate further, Xiao Ming began to speak. Teacher, I understand you mean to convey that the master-servant dynamic may yield inconsistent results, urging us to strengthen our bond with our beasts to prevent betrayal and loss of control. But, teacher, let us not forget that the Beast Pact is empowered by the will of the Ancestor Star. The will of the Ancestor Star is one of the mightiest entities in the entire multiverse. Therefore, the Beast Pact is nearly impervious to interference. Thus, the so-called bond becomes of little importance. Xiaoming emphasized the phrase of little importance, clearly troubled by the events of the third project. Though her snow sprite was not particularly fond of instant beast food, as a top student, receiving a 0 was utterly disgraceful. The class nodded in agreement, and the chorus of doubt directed at Roger grew louder. In the face of Xiao Ming's mildly irate remarks, Roger remained unperturbed, secretly envious of Zhong Jingjing. Damn, this fellow is truly fortunate. The class is brimming with such promising talents. 2 extraordinary special recruits are one thing, but even a little girl shines so brightly. Unlike during my previous tenure, where a simple inquiry would yield no interaction, let alone a response, it was utterly disheartening. Clearing his throat to draw the attention of his classmates, Roger knew that the louder the dissent, the more satisfying it would be to silence them, and the more joyfully he could feign ignorance. Classmates, within the multiverse, numerous powerful races exist, and we, the ancestor star humans, are among them. Moreover, there is not a single world that can be compared to our ancestor star's will. As he proclaimed this, Roger lifted his head high, clearly proud of being an ancestor star human. His classmates also raised their heads, displaying an air of superiority. And Hao, however, was taken aback. Why is this not following the script? Shouldn't the ancestor star be the one just awakening from spiritual revitalization, besieged by various otherworldly invasions, awaiting my arrival as the savior? How can it be the most superior, without even a hint of modesty? This is rather arrogant. Could it be that my journey as a transmigrator is merely to cling to the wealthy? My dream of saving the world? And Hao lamented internally. In truth, it was not surprising that Hao was unaware. The ordinary populace of the ancestor star had limited knowledge of otherworldly matters. Coupled with Hao's introverted nature and the influence of certain novels from his past life, he mistakenly believed the ancestor star to be quite inferior. Just as Hao began to question his life choices, Roger continued. However, upon hearing this, Hao's eyes brightened. A twist was forthcoming. Roger continued. However, the races of the multiverse are diverse and peculiar, with some possessing the ability to shield themselves from world wills, and certain special regions can also interfere with world wills. Currently, 3 known races can successfully mask the will of the ancestor star. Listen. Is this the sense of urgency? Familiar feelings are returning. Ultimately, are we to entrust the burden of saving the world to me? Hao felt a fleeting joy, but before he could savor it, Roger added, though they have all been eradicated, we must remain vigilant. No one can predict whether new and peculiar races may emerge in the multiverse to hinder our ancestor star humans. The war with the Chebaril insect race was a bloody lesson. Mentioning the Chebaril insect race caused several classmates to pause momentarily. Historical texts contain scant information about them. Merely a few lines. 275 years after the awakening of the ancestor star, the Chebaril star was invaded, leading to the loss of 3 king-level beast masters. That same year, the ancestor star officially took control of the Chebaril star. The loss of 3 king-level masters ranked among the top 5 casualties in nearly a millennium of warfare for the ancestor star. They were certainly not to be underestimated. The class began to take Roger's words more seriously, but Hao, as a top student, felt a surge of impotent rage. What is going on? The Chebaril insect race? Such rubbish, easily wiped out. What happened to the sense of crisis? Is this it? The reason for his ignorance was simple. He saw history class as merely a chance to catch up on sleep. Roger stated, therefore, relying solely on the enhancements granted by the will of the ancestor star to control beasts is ill-advised. Strengthening the bond through the beast pact, mastering every aspect of our beasts, and responding adeptly to various emergencies is what makes a truly formidable beast master. Of course, if your ambitions are limited to the scope covered by the will of the ancestor star, then consider my words unspoken. The students, at the dawn of their youth, felt a surge of ambition upon hearing this. From today onward, I shall intensify my training to enhance my connection with my beasts. It seems we can no longer shrink within the confines of the ancestor star's will. It is our duty to spread the will of the ancestor star to every corner of the multiverse. Teacher, by the way, where does the will of the ancestor star extend to? I've never seen any official announcement regarding it. Ah, well, Roger chuckled, revealing a mysterious smile. When you become powerful, you'll know. Clearing his throat, he added, now, do you understand the teacher's good intentions? You should all learn from classmates Hao and Zhang Tianyu. Through a small assessment, you can gauge their mastery over beasts. Roger quickly shifted the topic. The classmates were drawn away from the previous discussion. Their attention now focused on Hao and Zhang Tianyu. So, does this mean Zhang Tianyu and Hao are already ahead of us? Of course. When have they not been ahead of you? The big shots are the big shots. Their mastery over beasts is something we cannot compare to. Hao remained perplexed, staring blankly at the classmates who were now showering him with praise. What is happening here? Why is mastery even relevant to being fed? Ah, forget it. I've seen this kind of scene plenty of times. Somewhat exhilarating. Xiao Ming glanced toward Hao, clenching her fist in determination. As a genius girl, she was unwilling to fall behind. Hao, I will catch up to you. In terms of strength and character. At that moment, Zhang Tianyu was devoid of joy from the accolades, murmuring to himself, "Mastery, 1 part to 7 parts. Is the gap between and how and me really this vast? I will catch up to him. I must." The fire of determination ignited in Zhang Tianyou's eyes. Chapter 57, Break Between Classes. Following this, the practical class proceeded with 3 projects: remote skill cross-shooting accuracy test for beasts, relay race of remote firepower strikes for beasts, skill output efficiency test for beasts, output efficiency, the ratio of skill power to energy consumption. These 3 projects were in Hao's forte. Zhang Tianyu was slightly inferior to Hao, and apart from him, only Xiao Ming in the class could be considered his equal. Through their formidable strength and increasingly synchronized cooperation, they secured first place in all 3 events. What? You say those beasts lack remote skills, or even any skills at all? Well, I'm afraid that's just unfortunate, dear classmates. The profession of Beast Master initially relies heavily on luck. Non-lucky individuals, beware. Once again, they achieved first place for all 10 groups. Everyone was encouraged to continue striving, aiming to emulate Hao and Zhang Tianyu. As Roger announced the results, the students were left in a state of numbness. Particularly for Hao, who was anything but a slacker, he was practically flaunting his superiority in front of his classmates. "Everyone, disperse for a half-hour break," Roger declared. The students, weary from physical exertion, collapsed onto the ground, still grappling with the mental impact of the situation. The prowess of a true expert is incomparable, incredible, especially in terms of beast mastery skills. I dare say even some teachers cannot rival Hao. I had always believed that Hao was merely riding on others' coattails, but it turns out he is genuinely formidable. From this day forth, anyone who dares to call Hao a mere beneficiary shall face my wrath. A smile played on Hao's lips as he felt a surge of emotion, nearly moved to tears. Although relying on others can be quite appealing, he only ever consumes half a bowl. Thank you very much. He possesses his own unique talents. Within the confines of the beast's space, the dragon hatchlings, aware of his thoughts, collectively rolled their eyes. Were they not capable in these areas? Each time they trained their firing skills, they had to brew for ages, and his master even measured their mouths with a ruler. High output efficiency. That was entirely due to coercion. Surrounded by his classmates, Hao was met with increasingly exaggerated praise. What nonsense! Hao relies on women? It is clearly Hao who leads her. Indeed. Haha, these compliments directed at Hao are getting out of hand, he thought, feeling a bit smug. Just as he was about to bask in the flattery, he caught sight of Xiao Ming in the corner, her expression darkening. Oh no, I must not anger my long-term benefactor. I still need her for all these exams and assignments. With a serious demeanor, Hao quickly interjected, "Stop with the nonsense. In truth, Xiao Ming is far superior to me. I merely have a few areas of expertise. She is a true polymath." However, the classmates, aware of the truth, were not convinced. "You are being modest, Hao is simply being humble. Xiao Ming is fortunate to bask in his light." Hao waved his hands frantically. "Xiao Ming is my best desk mate and friend. For many complex issues, I consult her. Her explanations are thorough and insightful, and I benefit immensely from them." Seeing Hao defend Xiao Ming so passionately, some girls who harbored jealousy towards her could no longer contain themselves. "What is so impressive about just having a cute face?" one girl said, filled with jealousy. "Exactly. If I sat next to Hao, I could be like that too," another girl chimed in. Their remarks implied that they believed they were only one Hao away from being on Xiao Ming's level. Hao nearly lost his composure. "Sister, if I sat next to you, we'd be at the bottom of the rankings." Though unperturbed, Hao noticed that more and more girls began to resonate with each other, emboldened by the opportunity to mock Xiao Ming. Xiao Ming had always been perceived as the quintessential model student, a goddess, a star pupil, casting a long shadow over her peers. Now that they had a chance, they seized it to belittle her. "You're right. There's nothing remarkable about her. She's just a bit cute." The more they spoke, the more they lamented their own inadequacies while conveniently ignoring the fact that Xiao Ming could effortlessly outclass them with one hand. Of course, not everyone let jealousy distort their perception. Complaining without recognizing your own worth? Did you grasp the essential point? A short-haired girl scoffed. She approached Hao with a smile. "Hao, can we walk home together tonight? I have so many questions to ask you." Her serious demeanor suggested she genuinely sought guidance. Hao felt overwhelmed. To be honest, he was willing to play along, but the reality was that he simply lacked the capability. Fortunately, someone soon came to his rescue. "Aren't you and Hao not in the same class?" someone pointedly remarked, exposing the short-haired girl's pretense. Before Hao could feel relieved, the girl persisted. "Hao, we are in the same class, right? Shall we walk together tonight?" Hao responded, "What?" At this point, all the girls regained their composure. Typically, they would not dare to approach Hao due to Xiao Ming's formidable presence, but now, she seemed less invincible, and the opportunity beckoned. We've all matured to 18. Who has to say who is inferior? Leave. And how? I'm afraid of the dark. Let us walk together tonight. Get lost. Shouting so loudly will scare off any ghosts. Are you really afraid of the dark? And how? I have night blindness. And how? I live at. Step aside. Why is a boy making such a fuss? Isn't it said that and how prefers unique brotherhood? And how pushed through the crowd and fled in disarray. I can't deal with this. After escaping, he resolved to explain himself to Xiaoming. Xiaoming, ahem, that was all a misunderstanding. Enough, don't say anything. Xiaoming interrupted, gazing up at him with her cheeks puffed out defiantly. I will definitely become stronger. With that, she stormed off without a backward glance, watching her retreating figure. And Hao scratched his head in confusion. Was she angry or not? The complexity of a woman's heart is as inscrutable as the depths of the ocean. Suddenly, and Hao clapped his hands, recalling something important. Where was Zhang Tianyu? Why hadn't he come to trouble him today? After searching for a while, he found Zhang Tianyu sitting cross-legged in a corner of the field, seemingly in deep meditation. This was unlike him. And Hao approached cautiously and was surprised to sense a sudden surge in Zhang Tianyu's mental energy. Was he on the verge of a breakthrough? And Hao felt a flicker of astonishment. After all, Zhang Tianyu had only achieved his previous breakthrough with the aid of mental enhancement potions. While it was evident that this time he was breaking through naturally, though and Hao himself was close to a breakthrough, he knew that sometimes even the final step could take him months to achieve. Breakthroughs are often a matter of fate, stimulus, comprehension, inspiration, or even hunger or satiety could serve as catalysts. It was clear that Zhang Tianyu had encountered his moment of opportunity. As the currents of energy around him shifted slightly, Zhang Tianyu slowly opened his eyes. He had succeeded. There was no dramatic display of clouds or thunder, and aside from his now more vibrant gaze, nothing else seemed to have changed. It must be said, in terms of the grandeur of breakthroughs, beast masters are still far behind the cultivators of the immortal world. Zhang Tianyu approached in Hao, exuding an air of confidence that hinted at his newfound power. And Hao smiled slightly, already formulating the dialogue in his mind. And Hao, did you expect this? I've broken through to the bronze level. This is the mark of a true genius. You are ultimately no match for me. If and Hao guessed correctly, after he displayed his bronze strength, Zhang Tianyu's response would be, no, it's impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could you possibly surpass me? At this thought, and Hao felt a twinge of sympathy. Kid, just let it go. Don't come over here. But Zhang Tianyu persisted in his approach. And Hao sighed. What is destined to happen will inevitably come to pass. Just as Hao prepared to feign indifference, tears welling in his eyes, Zhang Tianyu unexpectedly remained calm. And Hao, this is for you. And Hao, Chapter 58. Would Zhang Tianyu not be swapped out? And Hao furrowed his brow as he received a vial from Zhang Tianyu's hand. Is this a mental energy potion? And Hao's frown deepened as he inquired. Zhang Tianyu, what do you mean by this? Although the two had exhibited remarkable synergy during their practical lesson, it did not signify any thawing in their relationship. On the contrary, following the assassination attempt orchestrated by the Zhang family against him, and Hao harbored even less fondness for Zhang Tianyu. Zhang Tianyu remained silent for a moment before finally stating, I am aware of my brother's attempt on your life. And Hao was momentarily taken aback, then let out a scoff, shaking the vial of mental energy potion mockingly. So, this is your family's compensation for me? How generous of the Zhang family to think a single vial could buy my life. With that, and Hao flung the potion back towards Zhang Tianyu, a fierce determination in his voice. Thank you, but my life is worth far more than this. The mountains remain unchanged, and the waters flow eternally. I shall remember this. One day, I will repay this debt in full. The image of the fallen dove lingered vividly in his mind. Were it not for the existence of Qin Yunlan, he would have been condemned to live forever in the shadow of Dabai's demise. This vendetta must be avenged. In the face of Hao's fury, Zhang Tianyu did not respond with his usual sharp retorts. He shook his head and looked earnestly at Hao. I do not intend to compensate you. I merely wish to convey that the assassination attempt has nothing to do with me, and that is all. And Hao was taken aback by this unexpected response, for it was uncharacteristic of Zhang Tianyu. You only came to say this. Zhang Tianyu's eyes reflected hesitation, observing this. And Hao mused, it seems there is more to this than meets the eye. After a brief silence, Zhang Tianyu added, I am truly sorry. What? And Hao exclaimed, astonished. He must have misheard. Zhang Tianyu was apologizing? To him. I mean it. I am truly sorry, Zhang Tianyu reiterated. He truly is apologizing. Once Hao confirmed that he had not misheard, he scrutinized Zhang Tianyu anew. Is this really Zhang Tianyu? Could he have been swapped out? Yet, as Hao contemplated, despite knowing Zhang Tianyu for over a decade, their encounters were typically marred by mutual disdain and ended in discord, with this practical lesson being their only genuine interaction. What kind of person is Zhang Tianyu? And Hao could not quite articulate. Stubborn? Unyielding? Principled? And Hao found it difficult to define. Ultimately, in his mind, Zhang Tianyu was a rather contradictory individual. Why the apology? And Hao asked, I am ashamed of my brother's actions. Targeting beast tamers is morally reprehensible, Zhang Tianyu replied disdainfully, holding on to his convictions. And Hao countered, is it moral to attack the beasts of others? He was referring to the incident where Zhang Tianyu had dispatched someone to strike at his beast. Zhang Tianyu spoke with measured calmness. Every time a beast tamer advances a significant level, the number of contracted beasts multiplies, especially upon reaching the golden tier. A beast tamer can command hundreds or even thousands of beasts. In battles at that level, injuries are inevitable. Moreover, to form effective teams, beast tamers must frequently rotate their beasts. Investing emotions in every single beast is impractical. And Hao retorted, but that is no excuse to disregard the lives of the beasts. They are companions, not mere tools for the beast tamers to showcase their strength. Zhang Tianyu, exasperated, responded, if a beast tamer invests emotions in every single beast, they will only become overly sentimental and weak. And Hao, I do not wish for you to become a weakling. And Hao smirked, well, thank you for your concern. I truly appreciate it. Zhang Tianyu's expression was earnest, and Hao coolly declared, I am afraid we are not of the same mind. With that, he turned to leave. As he walked away, he internally critiqued Zhang Tianyu, pondering if he would fit the archetype of a character who, in pursuit of power, treats beasts merely as tools. Different ideologies render persuasion futile. Wait, Zhang Tianyu called after and Hao. What now? And Hao responded, somewhat impatient. Zhang Tianyu seemed unusually talkative today. Surely he does not wish to pursue a romantic angle with me? And Hao shuddered at the thought. He distanced himself, eyeing Zhang Tianyu warily. However, Zhang Tianyu appeared oblivious to Hao's peculiar reaction, once more extending the vial of mental energy potion towards him. Take this. I have already advanced to bronze and no longer require it. And Hao waved his hand dismissively. Sorry, but I have also advanced to bronze. Zhang Tianyu was taken aback. He had consumed 2 doses of a special micro-mental energy potion to achieve his current level, yet Hao had managed to outpace him. He could not fathom how Hao could afford such potions. And Hao patted his shoulder, just a day ahead of you. With that, he departed. Oh, let them be mere passers-by in each other's lives. Zhang Tianyu watched Hao's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, is he ahead of me again? Suddenly, he turned and kicked the wall with a fury, his eyes reddening as he shouted, damn it, damn it, damn it. He continued to vent his frustrations through repeated kicks against the wall. After expelling his emotions, Zhang Tianyu exhaled deeply. And Hao, no matter the cost, I must surpass you. Regardless of the hardships I must endure. Of course, Zhang Tianyu was not foolish. He understood the disparity between himself and Hao. Following a conventional path offered him no chance of victory. It seemed he would have to seek training in another world. During the latter half of the practical lesson, both Hao and Zhang Tianyu were preoccupied with their own thoughts, resulting in a noticeable decline in their synergy. Nonetheless, thanks to their prior foundation, they still achieved commendable results. In the observation area, Zhong Xinjing sighed, appearing somewhat disheartened. These 2 lads are rather challenging. Roger offered consolation, saying, you cannot expect to make a big leap all at once. Take it slow. Zhong Xinjing replied, but time waits for no one. Roger inquired, what do you mean time does not wait? Zhong Xinjing took a sip of tea and slowly replied, I have received word that this year's college entrance examination may include a team competition. What? Roger exclaimed, astonished, but then puzzled. Wait, there is still some time before the college entrance examination. Then he suddenly recalled something. Could you be referring to this year's simulated joint examination for the 13 cities of Jie Province? Zhong Xinjing nodded sagely. You guessed correctly. The provincial joint examination in the Yinxia Kingdom serves as a barometer for the college entrance examination. Students typically use the results of this examination to determine their direction for the entrance exam, thereby reducing uncertainties. Of course, it is also possible to predict the joint examination outcomes based on the entrance exam results, but ordinary people remain unaware of the entrance examination's direction. At first glance, this may seem inconsequential, but it is crucial to note that achieving a high rank in the joint examination earns additional points. Moreover, the provincial government offers substantial rewards, benefiting both students and teachers alike. Damn, you sly old man. No wonder today's projects are so obscure, Roger exclaimed, somewhat exasperated. He had foolishly attempted to comfort him, only to realize that this fellow was engaging in a rather clever ruse. Chapter 59 Delivery in the Hoof of Flames the following morning. And Hao received a phone call at home. Hello, is this Mr. Hao? Yes, who is this? I have a delivery for you. Could you please confirm? All right, just a moment. And Hao hurried downstairs, where he spotted a pocket deer waiting at the staircase. The pocket deer is a delicately cultivated spatial beast, petite in stature, adorned with a coat of vibrant orange fur and diminutive antlers. Its ample belly pouch serves as a storage space for courier companies, While couriers also possess spatial beasts for storage, concerns regarding personal privacy complicate oversight. Hence, utilizing specially contracted beasts is deemed far more secure. Beside the pocket deer stands a courier clad in yellow. Upon confirming En Hao's identity, the courier affectionately pats the pocket deer's neck, saying, "Ah Huang, stand up." The pocket deer obediently extends its hind legs and gradually rises, revealing its expansive belly pouch, reminiscent of a kangaroo, albeit far cuter. The courier retrieves En Hao's package from the pouch and meticulously verifies each item with him. During the last bulk purchase, En Hao had procured 3 months' worth of provisions for the dragon cubs, along with various everyday necessities, resulting in an impressive heap of goods. After half an hour of careful counting, the courier finally exhales in relief, presenting En Hao with a receipt and pen. "Your delivery has been completed in its entirety. Please sign here." He muses to himself that such a large order surely indicates En Hao's affluence, and he hopes for a small tip in return for his diligent efforts. "Thank you, but I enjoy free shipping, so no money for you," En Hao replies with a grin. The courier's heart sinks at this proclamation. "Well, there goes my chance for a tip. If only I had helped move it." "Understood, sir. Thank you for your hard work," En Hao expresses gratefully, handing the courier a bottle of water. The courier accepts it, his lips twitching in response. What can one say? Better than nothing, I suppose. Although he internally fumes. The courier maintains a professional smile, cheerfully stating, "It's my pleasure to serve you. Please remember to leave a 5-star review. Goodbye, goodbye." After the courier departs, En Hao summons 3 azure-eyed white dragons. Air by, sand by, sea by. Roar. The trio of dragon cubs makes a grand entrance. They had recently learned an improved version of the grand entrance from Dubai, but hadn't yet begun their performance when they heard their unscrupulous master's voice. "Stop roaring and start moving the goods." The dragon cubs freeze, exchanging incredulous glances as if to say, "Are you kidding me? Move goods? Please. We are noble dragon-type beasts, not laborers." The 3 cubs shake their heads vigorously in refusal, deeming this task beneath their dignity, far more degrading than eating dirt, which at least has its merits. En Hao calmly states, "It's all food." The cub's eyes instantly brighten. "Food? Well, in that case, we were just looking for some exercise." After directing the dragon cubs to transport all the items into the beast space, En Hao nods in satisfaction. "Excellent. There's just one last task before we embark on our journey to the other world." En Hao hails a taxi, heading straight for the beast department store. He intends to acquire a beast to serve as a mode of transportation. To this end, he even took a special leave. What? Riding dragons in another world goes unchecked? En Hao mainly believes that these dragon cubs lack reliability, and it has nothing to do with his fear of heights. The dragon cubs respond with confusion. Upon arriving at the beast department store, En Hao finds several scattered stalls already set up. Young crab, sturdy and durable, an excellent meat shield. Don't miss out. Electric eel hatchlings, equipped with the skill, electrocute, and they grow rapidly. Adulthood in just 10 days. Giant tongue shells, with a chance of producing rare pearls. Take a gamble, and you might just strike it rich. Located by the river in Z City, the Beast department store primarily sells distinctive water-type beasts and aquatic products. However, En Hao's focus is not on these makeshift stalls. Ignoring the enthusiastic vendors, he strides directly toward the storefront within the department store. Compared to those unreliable stalls, the storefronts are generally backed by qualifications and reputable affiliations, making them far more trustworthy. En Hao is drawn to a shop named Burning Hooves. The name suggests a specialization in riding beasts. Upon entering, he is promptly greeted by a portly man with a rather greasy smile. "Greetings, handsome. What can I tempt you with today?" En Hao feels bemused. "Burning Hooves? Are you selling vegetables?" Just as he prepares to decline, the man begins to pitch a sale. "My pig feet are renowned in the area. Braised, stir-fried, steamed. There's something for everyone. Although it's breakfast time, I can still recommend our clear oil pig feet noodles." He elaborates on the meticulous preparation of the dish, detailing how the pig feet are sourced from premium rice-fed pigs, expertly cooked to remove any earthy flavors, and served atop finely crafted noodles. En Hao finds himself salivating at the description, instinctively inquiring, "How much?" This is a sure sale. Wang Erpang smiles slightly, his jowls quivering. Such a delicacy is just 998. No, 698. Only 68. After declaring this, he poses dramatically, his hands clasped together as if in prayer. 68? 68. En Hao's eyes widen. 68 for breakfast? You must be joking. I, and Ritian, would never pay such a price for breakfast. Furthermore, this figure instantly reminds him of an important detail. He came here to purchase a riding beast. I must have taken a wrong turn. I'm here to buy a beast. My apologies. With that, En Hao prepares to make his exit. Did he just fail at being coaxed? Wang Erpang pauses momentarily but quickly blocks En Hao's path. Leaving without making a purchase? Not a chance. Hee, what type of beast are you interested in, handsome? Our century-old establishment has a diverse selection of beasts. Really? And Hao remains skeptical, still put off by the 68 yuan breakfast. Wang Erpang insists, just take a look. There's no harm in browsing, after all. And Hao concedes that this makes sense. All right, let us have a look then. Excellent. This way, please. Chapter 60. All they sell is pork? Handsome. How about this Thunder War pig hatchling? It boasts a racial rank of 4, with combat power ranking above average among its peers. It also possesses several lightning-type skills, allowing you to easily wield thunder. Moreover, its cost-effectiveness is exceptional, available for just 160,000. A purchase is sure to be profitable. And Hao glances at the runic war pig hatchling in its cage. Despite its tender age, it exudes a fierce demeanor, with its prominent back bristling with electric arcs, radiating an aura reminiscent of a streetwise gangster. Quite striking. Furthermore, the price is enticing. Typically, beasts of racial rank for a price between 100,000 to 300,000. And given the Thunder War Pig's above-average combat capabilities, 160,000 truly seems reasonable. Moreover, the paramount advantage of swine as spirit beasts lies in their ease of care. As long as they are well fed and rested, their spirits remain buoyant, effectively bidding farewell to certain psychological ailments that afflict other spirit beasts. Furthermore, the nation of Yinsummer boasts millennia of breeding experience. Once acquired, spirit beast trainers need not fret over any unforeseen complications during their cultivation. It is fair to assert that, apart from being pigs, the Thunder War pigs are replete with merits. If Hao were merely an ordinary spirit beast trainer, he would likely be quite taken with them. Yet, isn't Hao just an ordinary spirit beast trainer? He has 17 dragons to tend to. With a resigned shake of his head, and Hao expressed his discontent. Not suitable? Then let us move on. Wang Erpang smiled slightly, leading Hao to the second spirit beast enclosure. Handsome, what do you think of this spirit beast? And Hao turned his gaze towards the cage and beheld a piglet clad in pale blue armor, standing proudly within. The armor of the piglet was adorned with mysterious runes, exuding an air of extraordinary quality. Handsome, this is a new product cultivated in our store, the Rune Battle Pig. Wang Erpang spoke with considerable pride, emphasizing the term cultivated in-house. What? Another pig? Before Hao could express his astonishment, Wang Erpang was already eagerly detailing the features. The Rune Battle Pig, a creature of level 4, possesses the ability to freely unleash the energies of wind, thunder, water, and fire from its armor, making it adaptable to various terrains and weather conditions in combat. Its combat prowess ranks among the upper echelons of its tier. The price-performance ratio is also exceptionally high, at merely 220,000. And Hao nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. In battles involving spirit beasts, being targeted is a significant concern, and the multi-attribute capability certainly adds to its appeal. The price of 220,000 is reasonable. Spirit beasts of similar combat strength usually fetch around 260,000 to 270,000. If one were to evaluate it, the sentiment remains. Apart from being a pig, it is indeed commendable. Alas, and Hao shook his head once more. Seeing Hao both nodding and shaking his head left Wang Erpang perplexed. Handsome, are you satisfied or not? And Hao replied, the spirit beast is indeed quite impressive. Wang Erpang beamed. Of course, our store has been around for a century. And Hao interjected, but I do not require it. Wang Erpang's smile vanished instantly. What are you even saying if you're not buying? Despite his frustrations, Wang Erpang remained undeterred, becoming even more determined. He donned a smile once again and inquired, handsome, what type of spirit beast do you seek? And Hao responded, I am looking for a mount. Wang Erpang's smile broadened. Why didn't you say so earlier? We have mounts as well. This way, please. Wang Erpang led Hao to the second floor of the store, instructing the staff to serve tea, stating that they had a distinguished guest. Handsome, the spirit beast I am about to introduce to you is the crowning jewel of our store. I would rate it as a mount second only to dragon-type spirit beasts. And Hao was taken aback by his earnest demeanor. Second only to dragon-type spirit beasts? What spirit beast is it? Wang Erpang teased, you will find out shortly. Before long, a shop assistant led a spirit beast into view. The moment Hao laid eyes on the new spirit beast, he felt a twitch in his eye and quickly sipped his tea to compose himself, internally lamenting. What the heck? Another pig? Do you not have any other varieties? To be fair, the newly introduced piglet certainly boasted a higher aesthetic appeal. Its silvery white armor shimmered with a metallic sheen, and it sported 2 short wings on its back, with bright, spirited eyes that commanded a sense of valor. However, Hao was somewhat puzzled. The piglet's appearance seemed oddly familiar, as if he had seen it before, yet he could not quite place it. He did not recall any of his classmates possessing such a spirit beast. After all, While pig-type spirit beasts have numerous advantages, they are often perceived as clumsy, rendering them less popular, particularly among the youth who prioritize aesthetics in spirit beasts. Handsome, look. This is our store's prized possession, the azure-eyed white pig. And how sputtered, spewing tea across Wang Erpang's face. No wonder it looked so familiar. It had that name. Ahem, my apologies, I did not mean to. And how reached out to help Wang Erpang clean up. It's nothing, really. Wang Erpang waved his hand dismissively. Let me continue introducing our spirit beasts. Clearly, selling spirit beasts was of greater importance to Wang Erpang. And how, impressed by his dedication, nodded. He was indeed curious about the azure-eyed white pig. The azure-eyed white pig, of level 5, could be regarded as a low-tier version of the azure-eyed white dragon. It possesses abilities such as explosive bomb, gale bomb, a weakened light shield, and a diluted version of the explosive gale bomb. Essentially, it can perform nearly all the moves that the azure-eyed white dragon can. Once matured, it can fly at low altitudes, reaching speeds of up to 80 kilometers per hour. Among spirit beasts of the same tier, its combat strength is top-notch. As for the price, adhering to our store's principle of providing exceptional value, it is priced at a mere 1.48 million. Moreover, I see that you have a special affinity with it. How about this? I'll waive the cents. Just 1 million. You can take this azure-eyed white pig home for only 1 million. With each increment in the spirit beast's racial level, the price multiplies significantly. If a level 4 spirit beast costs as much as a car, a level 5 spirit beast would equate to the price of a house, typically ranging from 800,000 to 1.8 million. Thus, 1 million represents a substantial concession. Nonetheless, and Hao had to decline once more. After wandering around with Wang Erpang for another couple of laps, and Hao was utterly convinced that this establishment, Blazing Hoof, had another moniker, Braised Pig Trotters. The entire store seemed to be exclusively selling pigs. The true red-eyed black pig, the dragon blood battle pig, the swift boar, the flying war pig, anything you could imagine, they had it. And Hao was at a loss for words. Yet Wang Erpang continued to promote his wares vigorously, and Hao interrupted him, directly stating his demands. Affordable. Affordable. Still affordable. He felt that amount was merely a transitional choice, as he would eventually need to conquer his acrophobia and ride a dragon. Thus, investing in an expensive one seemed unwarranted. Perhaps he had inadvertently revealed something. However, after 3 consecutive exclamations of affordable, Wang Erpang's smile faded, and his opinion of Hao dropped precipitously. Here was a well-formed individual, yet he turned out to be a miser. Damn it, what a waste of my time. Wang Erpang felt exasperated, yet having invested so much time in this transaction, he felt compelled to salvage something. Handsome, why don't you take a look at this spirit beast? And Hao thought, please don't let it be another pig. Chapter 61, The Golden Fortune Pig. And Hao's suspicion was confirmed. Wang Erpang was indeed presenting yet another pig. Fine, a pig it is, as long as it's cheap. I can manage. After all, riding in another world, no one will see. Moreover, even if someone were to spot him, it wouldn't matter. He had experienced enough embarrassment already that he was indifferent to another instance. While Hao contemplated this, he still felt a pang of disappointment as he gazed into the spirit beast enclosure, 3 dark lines appearing on his forehead. Describing this pig would lead one to conclude it had a rather festive appearance. Yes, it was indeed festive, with its silly expression, rosy white skin, and adorned in red satin. Complete with a matching set of golden saddlery, it radiated a celebratory vibe. This reminded Hao of a particular hero's limited edition skin from a game in his past life during the Spring Festival. Wang Erpang pointed at the pig in the enclosure, asking, Handsome, what do you think of this golden fortune pig? The name was quite fitting. And Hao nodded and then inquired, what is the price? Wang Erpang held up 2 fingers, and Hao stroked his chin, pondering the price of 20,000, which did not seem exorbitant. Wang Erpao, slightly embarrassed, corrected him, my friend. You have misunderstood. It's not 20,000, but 200,000. 200,000? And Hao rolled his eyes, preparing to leave. You mentioned a lower price. And yet you present me with something so expensive. Do you take me for a fool? Wang Erpao quickly intercepted him. Please, let me explain. And Hao turned back, keen to hear what the other party had to say. Wang Erpao continued. Do you know the racial tier of this beast? And Hao contemplated, uncertain, level 4? Although he suspected Wang Erpao was being coy, he believed that such a price could only correspond to a level 4 creature. Wang Erpao chuckled. It's actually level 6. Level 6. And Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Previously, he had heard that beasts of level 5 demanded a starting price equivalent to that of a house, with those of slightly better quality reaching into the millions. Level 6 beasts were even more astonishing, their prices beginning at over 3 million, with premium specimens soaring to 5 million, enough to purchase a villa. A mere 200,000. That was akin to selling ginseng, as if it were a radish. Could there truly be such a fortune? Instantly, and Hao's wariness was piqued. The astonishingly low price surely had its reasons. He might end up being the unwitting fool. What was wrong with this beast? Why was it priced so low? In response to Hao's suspicions, Wang Erpeo candidly acknowledged, there is an issue. Indeed, there was a problem. Wang Erpeo elaborated. However, my friend, allow me to share a story first. Upon hearing it, you can decide whether to purchase or not. All right? Fine. Go ahead. And Hao replied. Wang Erpeo flashed a mischievous grin. This golden fortune pig was originally cared for by a wealthy lady who entrusted it to us. The mention of a wealthy lady piqued Hao's interest, igniting his curiosity. In contemporary parlance, the term wealthy lady certainly held a prominent place. Don't misunderstand, Wang Erpeo clarified, I mean. A stunning woman who drives a supercar with one hand. And Hao pressed. Wang Erpeo chuckled, sipping his tea. My friend, don't rush. Let me tell you the tale at my own pace. Thus, Wang Erpeo transformed into a storyteller, weaving a narrative that, while somewhat cliché, was rife with dramatic twists. The story revolved around a wealthy lady and her close bodyguard, entangled in a web of love and resentment. Once upon a time, a wealthy lady named Sanina faced heartbreak and, in a drunken stupor, had a one-night stand with her bodyguard, leading to an ambiguous relationship. Soon after, she fell victim to the machinations of a nefarious uncle, and her bodyguard risked his life to rescue her, ultimately helping her turn the tables on the villain. During this ordeal, the wealthy lady fell in love with the man and boldly confessed her feelings, but the bodyguard, believing their social standings to be too disparate, remained steadfastly restrained. Later, at a class reunion, the bodyguard faced ridicule from a wealthy heir, burdened with a substantial debt incurred from medical expenses for his ailing sister, forcing him to swallow his pride. At that moment, the wealthy lady made a grand entrance, utilizing her financial prowess to confront the heir, thereby rescuing the bodyguard from his predicament. Moved by her courage, their relationship blossomed, culminating in their decision to adopt a golden fortune pig as a symbol of their bond. Yet, as fate would have it, though many could see it coming, the bodyguard's first love resurfaced, intruding upon their lives and plunging them into a romantic crisis. The ensuing drama unfolded as the wealthy lady and the first love engaged in a battle of wits, their conflict as intricate as a duel in a competitive game. Ultimately, the first love, with her exceptional tea skills, succeeded in winning the bodyguard's heart, while the wealthy lady, outmaneuvered, retreated in heartbreak. In the end, a devastated Sanina abandoned the golden fortune pig, never to return. And that was the tale. Upon its conclusion, Wang Erpeo, parched from storytelling, took a hearty sip of tea, offering a poignant commentary. In youth, one may fail to recognize the value of a wealthy lady, mistaking a girl for treasure. This young man will surely regret it in the future. And Hao nodded in agreement. The story imparted a valuable lesson. One must embrace the opportunities presented by the wealthy. However, and Hao pondered, what did this have to do with the beast being sold at such a low price? I apologize. I got too carried away and lost track, Wang Erpeo beamed. This beast has been despondent ever since its owner parted ways with it. As a high-tier beast, it has lost all its skills and can only function as a regular riding beast, significantly diminishing its value. Despondent? And Hao cast a perplexed glance at the golden fortune pig, which appeared to be smiling blissfully. How could it be so despondent? Wang Erpeo explained. You may find this hard to believe, but the golden fortune pig suffers from a rare condition known as Phil Backamore's facial muscle spasm syndrome, which affects the nerves at the corners of its mouth, giving the appearance of a smile when, in fact, it is not smiling at all. I believe it. And Hao exclaimed, a hint of excitement in his voice. He too had experienced similar troubles with his own condition. Wang Erpeo was momentarily taken aback, not expecting Hao to accept this so readily. Well, that saves me from further explanation, he thought. This golden fortune pig, while lacking in skills, is undoubtedly the finest riding beast. Moreover, it is among the few beasts that can legally be ridden without a license. Without a license? And Hao felt a spark of interest. Indeed, Wang Erpeo continued, the golden fortune pig possesses an excellent sense of direction and a keen intellect. With training, it can recognize various road signs and obey traffic rules. Its gentle temperament ensures it never displays road rage, making it entirely capable of autonomous driving. With that, Wang Erpeo instructed an attendant to bring forth the golden fortune pig's driver's license. Name, Jin Yonyo, Beast Code, ZFZ117896, Species, Golden Fortune Pig, nationally approved. No license required. Gender, Date of birth, Year 995 of the Awakening Calendar. April 2nd, License type, B1, Validity period, Years 99,678 to 101,678 of the Awakening Calendar. After reviewing the driver's license, and Hao was utterly astounded. It was a B-class license. Observing Enhao's reaction, Wang Erpeo seized the moment. Haha, Nyonyo is quite clever. It passed all 4 subjects on the first try. I suspect you have yet to obtain your own license, as it is becoming increasingly challenging to do so. Having this will save you considerable hassle. Enhao's expression darkened. Could you not have said those 2 sentences separately? What do you mean by combining them? Nevertheless, Wang Erpeo's point held merit. Acquiring a driver's license had indeed become more arduous. After a moment's contemplation, Enhao made his decision. All right, I'll buy it. But I need to take it for a test drive first. Absolutely. No problem. Wang Erpeo grinned broadly, his eyes almost disappearing in joy as he hurried to instruct the staff to open the beast's enclosure. After a period of test driving, Enhao discovered that the riding attributes of the Golden Fortune pig were indeed exceptional. It was not only stable and comfortable, but also demonstrated an understanding of traffic lights and road signs, proving to be quite impressive. Satisfied that there were no issues, Enhao promptly paid for the beast and signed the beast contract on the spot. He gently patted the Golden Fortune pig's head, saying, "Your name is Jean Nyonyo, right? I want to change it. I look forward to our future together." Although the Golden Fortune pig appeared somewhat listless, it nuzzled against Enhao affectionately. "Congratulations, my friend, on acquiring a new companion. I also hope Jean Nyonyo can soon overcome its shadows and become an invaluable ally to you. Thank you for your kind words. My friend, shall we take a look at some pig feed?" Sure. Rest assured, my friend. Our store offers genuine value. We won't deceive you. Please, allow me to assist you. Ultimately, Enhao procured 10,000 units of pig feed, sufficient to nourish Jean Nyonyo for 3 months. As he departed, Wang Erpeo generously gifted him several books on pig husbandry, claiming they were complimentary. Postpartum care for sows, how to rapidly raise piglets. What on earth will I do with these? Never mind, they were free, so I suppose I shall keep them for now. Come on, Nyonyo, let us head straight to school. Observing Enhao's retreating figure, a smile crept onto Wang Erpeo's lips. At last, that troublesome fellow is gone. Young man, I wish you good fortune. Chapter 62. Hitting the road and the sensationalists go mad. Riding a pig on the road was undeniably awkward. Upon leaving the Beastmaster's general store, Enhao casually donned a mask. Although he was somewhat of a social disaster, it was wise to avoid such experiences whenever possible. Before long, Enhao mounted Jean Nyonyo and ventured onto the streets. The novelty of driving for the first time was exhilarating. Despite Jean Nyonyo's autonomous capabilities, rendering Enhao's presence unnecessary, he felt a thrill nonetheless. Once the excitement subsided, Enhao began to survey his surroundings. In this world, vehicles had largely been supplanted by riding beasts. The most common among them was the adorable alpaca, known for its endearing appearance and gentle disposition, making it a favorite among the populace. Following closely behind in prevalence were the likes of dwarf goats, galloping cattle, and dim-witted ducks, each possessing relatively mild temperaments. Though fierce riding beasts did exist, the number suitable for road use was scant. Obtaining a driving license for such creatures was notoriously challenging, often requiring multiple certifications. Take, for instance, the azure-eyed white dragon. Riding it necessitated 7 licenses, akin to the arduous process of becoming a pilot in the past. Amidst a throng of cattle and horses, the Jinfu pig was particularly conspicuous. Surrounding beastmasters frequently cast inquisitive glances toward Enhao, with many unable to suppress their disdainful laughter. Am I seeing this correctly? Is he truly riding a pig? How utterly embarrassing. The Jinfu pig was undeniably charming. While adults might scoff, children were invariably captivated, clamoring for their parents to purchase one. "Daddy, look at the big pig," a little girl exclaimed, her eyes gleaming with desire. "I want to ride the big pig too. Let's buy one." Another boy echoed her sentiments. Few had encountered the Jinfu pig, and many affluent parents, unable to resist their children's pleas, contemplated acquiring one. The father of the earlier girl was among them. "Youth, what breed is your beast?" one inquired. "Jinfu pig," Enhao replied. Thank you." Upon learning the name, many immediately began searching online. Their intentions were largely driven by curiosity rather than a desire to purchase. They speculated, surely this pig is just an average magical beast, worth no more than 110,000 or so. However, when they checked online, they were rendered speechless. Goodness, the Jinfu pig is actually classified as a level 6 high-ranking beast. Its market value exceeds 5 million, and it's priceless. Unbelievable. The earlier scoffers felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. In the end, I was the fool. Simultaneously, they seethed with frustration. Riding such an expensive pig? What a lunatic. After a while, Enhao encountered a police checkpoint. An awkward scene ensued as others presented their driver's licenses, while Enhao produced his beast's driving permit. The officer, upon seeing the Jinfu pig's license, scrutinized it with curiosity. Though he had studied it during training, it was his first encounter with such a document. "All right, go ahead," but don't block the road. Without waiting for Enhao's command, Jin Yonyo began to trot past the barrier, showcasing its autonomous capabilities. How convenient. By the time Enhao arrived at school, it was already past 9. He headed directly to the office to find Zhong Zhengjing. Qin Yunlan had already arranged everything for him. He simply needed to follow Zhong Zhengjing to the Ability Space Pavilion and then traverse to the alternate world. And how? Is everything prepared? Do you have enough supplies for your beast? Have you gathered your living essentials? All set, and Hao nodded. Since you're ready, let us depart. With that, Zhong Zhengjing took the lead. Throughout the journey, Zhong Zhengjing offered Enhao a series of reminders and imparted some practical wisdom for navigating the alternate world. Enhao felt genuinely touched. Despite Zhong Zhengjing's stern demeanor, he truly cared for his students. The alternate world you're heading to isn't particularly perilous, but don't underestimate it. You've surpassed the bronze level, correct? Without summoning your beast, maintain constant awareness of your mental energy to avoid unexpected pitfalls. Oh, and one more thing. Zhong Zhengjing hesitated. What is it? Enhao inquired. Zhong Zhengjing sighed and patted Enhao's shoulder. Exercise restraint, young man. What on earth are you referring to? Enhao asked, bewildered. Seemingly reluctant to elaborate, Zhong Zhengjing pulled out his phone and said, you should see for yourself. In truth, the moment Zhong Zhengjing produced his phone, Enhao felt a sense of foreboding. This scenario felt all too familiar. Wait, could it be? Enhao took the phone and, sure enough, the sensationalists were at it again. They had spun his previous episode of vomiting into an outrageous spectacle. Zebra Headlines 1. A seasoned physician reveals whether men can experience morning sickness. Zebra Headlines 2. Today's social discussion, money versus dignity. What should we choose? Camel News. Would you prefer to laugh while seated on a bicycle or vomit in a sports car? The choice is yours. Fast Transmission Media. Shocking. His incessant vomiting occurred in this peculiar position. Like a media frenzy, Long AIS online commentary reveals the mysterious details. After reading these, Enhao felt a surge of anger. What the actual hell? Seeing Enhao's expression darken, Zhong Zhengjing hurriedly approached. Enhao, are you all right? Taking a deep breath, Enhao gritted his teeth. Teacher, I'm fine. Those damned sensationalists. I'll make sure to confront every last one. Really, you're okay? If anything is wrong, please speak up. I'm fine, teacher. Enhao's teeth continued to chatter. He was eager to change the subject. Teacher, let us hurry up and leave. I can't stay here any longer. I just want to escape to the alternate world and lay low. All right, just take care of yourself. Zhong Zhengjing didn't press the issue further and continued to guide Enhao toward the Ability Space Pavilion. Before long, they passed through layers of guards and entered the interior of the Ability Space Pavilion. In the center stood a colossal magic circle, radiating a brilliant light. Chapter 63. I'm merely summoning a dragon to serve as a translator. Surely that's not too much to ask? Before the magic circle, Enhao retrieved the time-space token. To him, this token was the least aesthetically pleasing item Qin Yunlan had ever presented. Square and gray, it resembled an unremarkable brick, lacking any distinguishing features. While Enhao found it utterly mundane, Zhong Zhengjing was left utterly speechless. A gray time-space token? My heavens, the young lady is truly generous. The existence of the time-space token is, in essence, not a secret. To put it plainly, it is a tool that facilitates fixed travel to a certain alternate world. Typically, once an alternate world is discovered, it is divided among various factions, each establishing its own teleportation points. As for the time-space tokens, they are distributed in quantities ranging from hundreds to thousands. In the same alternate world, the more time-space tokens that are issued, the more crimson their hue becomes, consequently diminishing their value. Conversely, a gray time-space token signifies that an alternate world is marked solely by that particular token. In other words, Qin Yunlan has directly gifted Enhao an entire world. Even Zhong Zhengjing could not suppress a twinge of jealousy. What a fortunate lad. Zhong Zhengjing urged, hurry up. This young man brandished the token before his eyes, causing considerable annoyance. Oh, Enhao responded, swiftly placing the time-space token into the recess at the center of the magic array, then quickly stepping back. A piercing sound, akin to a horn, reverberated, and a tremendous surge of magical energy burst forth from the magic array, wildly flooding into the time-space token. Charged with energy, the time-space token flickered incessantly with a blue magical glow. After a brief moment, the token transformed from gray to a pale blue, levitating into the air. It was time. Enhao's expression grew exceedingly serious. Following the procedures previously taught by Qin Yunlan, he hastily bound the time-space token with a beast contract. Ding! A connection unlike any other was forged. As Enhao sensed it, he discovered that his mental energy had been directly depleted by 10 levels. Before he could ponder further, the time-space token began to swell and expand, growing larger and larger until, in less than 3 seconds, It reached a size comparable to a small house. Suddenly, the runes on the time-space token blazed to life, emitting a beam of blue light that enveloped Hao. In an instant, he vanished into the void. What the hell? I wasn't ready yet. An echo of Hao's voice lingered in the dimension of abilities. Kid, you must not disappoint the young lady's expectations. Zhong Jingjing muttered before turning to leave. When Hao regained consciousness, he found himself enveloped in darkness. What is going on? He reached out, feeling as though he was lying within something. At that moment, a peculiar lifeline within the beast contract trembled slightly. Upon sensing it, Hao realized it was indeed the time-space token. Am I currently inside the time-space token? Hao attempted to establish contact with the token, which responded accordingly. Inside the token, runes illuminated, transforming into mysterious symbols that penetrated Hao's body. Approximately 5 minutes passed, as messages flooded into his mind, Hao grasped the operational methods of the time-space token. Rise. At Hao's command, the front of the time-space token opened slowly like a hatch, and a radiant light filled his vision. Hao climbed out of the time-space token and stowed it away, then began to survey his surroundings. He discovered that he was situated in what appeared to be a forest. Strangely, the vegetation in this forest was a dark purple hue, suggesting it was far from a hospitable place. How eerie. Hao muttered, then summoned Jin Yonyo. As a premier mount-type beast, Jin Yonyo could traverse any terrain with ease. Furthermore, as a 6th-level high-grade magical beast, the Golden Fortune Pig excelled in defense, boasting commendable protective abilities even without employing skills. Hao inspected Jin Yonyo's information through the beast contract. Jin Yonyo. Species, Golden Fortune Pig. Combat level, mid-bronze. Species level, 6. Attribute, gold. Skills, golden shield, charge. Diamond armor, hardening. The skills were quite impressive, if only they could be utilized. Hao sighed, then extended his mental energy to begin sensing his environment. Under the influence of his mental perception, every blade of grass and tree became vividly clear. Simultaneously, Hao detected several malevolent gazes emerging from the underbrush, directed at him. 1 high-grade black iron, 2 low-grade black iron, and even 4 unranked? Hao was at a loss for words. Are the natives of this alternate world so arrogant? They dared to trouble him with such a lineup? The few natives lacked any tactical arrangement and simply charged forward. Now, Hao could see what they looked like. With dog-like heads and scaly skin, their ragged clothing adorned their forms, and they wielded an assortment of makeshift weapons, axes, wooden sticks, sickles, and even a spoon. These appear to be dog-headed people, Hao found it quite fascinating. This was his first encounter with creatures from an alternate world. The dog-headed beings surrounded Hao, contorting their faces into what they believed were fierce expressions, emitting howls in an attempt to intimidate him into surrender. However, their antics merely struck Hao as comical. If they intended to attack, they should just do so. What were they babbling about? He couldn't understand a word. Suddenly, a brilliant idea struck Hao. It is said that dog-headed people understand dragon tongue. Perhaps he could summon some dragon cubs to inquire. Beak, originally a member of the Short-Tail tribe, had been exiled to this place known as the Black Blood Forest for offending the chieftain's son. Along with Beak, several of his siblings were also cast out. Beak had naively believed that with his high-grade black iron strength, he could protect his siblings and survive in the Black Blood Forest. After all, there were only 3 high-grade black iron warriors in the entire Short-Tail tribe, and he was one of them, honored with the title of Dog-Headed Warrior. However, the reality of the Black Blood Forest was starkly different, teeming with high-grade black iron beings. Even the pinnacle of black iron roamed freely, and legendary bronze beasts were known to wander about. After several days, Beak and his companions had depleted their food supplies without managing to catch any game. Now, they found themselves at the end of their resources. Fortunately, they stumbled upon a solitary human. Although it was unusual for a lone human to appear in such a place as the Black Blood Forest, they could no longer afford to be choosy. Beak gripped his battle axe firmly, his gaze resolute. The surrounding dog-headed beings looked to him, awaiting his command. Wait, run. Beak's words transformed into a frantic shout for retreat as he beheld the human summoning a colossal creature. Beak now felt utterly foolish. How could a human capable of traversing the Black Blood Forest be so easily managed? What is happening? Watching the dog-headed beings scatter in terror, Hao was equally bewildered. I merely summoned a dragon for translation. It shouldn't be this extreme. Hereby, retrieve them all. Roared. Chapter 64. The Dog-Headed People's Ancestral Craftsmanship. None of the dog-headed beings managed to escape. With a single roar from Hereby, they were all petrified with fear, collapsing to the ground. Even the highest-ranked Beak was no exception. Dog-headed beings are inherently the servants of dragons. Although Beck had never beheld a true dragon, the moment he sensed the dragon's might, a voice deep within his soul incessantly echoed, "Kneel and submit." Yielding to his primal instincts, Beck knelt down. However, the entity to which he bowed was not the Blue Eyes White Dragon, but rather Anhao. Beck's intelligence evidently surpassed that of the average goblin. He recognized that Anhao, capable of commanding the Blue Eyes White Dragon, was undoubtedly a far more formidable presence. Great, fearsome, beautiful, and wickedly powerful being, Beck the Short Tail pays homage to you. I willingly submit and pledge my unwavering loyalty. Your power is akin to the sun, the moon, and the stars. Beck prostrated himself on the ground, desperately scavenging his mind for words of praise, clumsy flattery spilling forth in a continuous stream. Erbai translated Beck's words to Anhao. Submit to me? Anhao's expression turned one of disdain. With countless formidable minions at his command, why would he care about a mere goblin? Moreover, judging by Beck's recent demeanor, Anhao even suspected that his racial rank might not exceed level 2. What does a level 2 rank signify? On his home planet, it would be akin to offering it freely to the slovenly commoners, who might not even desire it, as they would have to consider their team composition. Enough of this chatter, let us swiftly inquire about the circumstances of this world. Initially engrossed, Erbai was compelled to interrupt Beck's flattery due to his master's imposing presence. Seeking information about this realm. Information about this world? Why did it seem as though they were not from this world? Although Beck was perplexed, he dared not speak further and hastily relayed all he knew. Anhao learned from him that this world was called the Karva continent, a realm of swords and sorcery. They currently resided in the westernmost part of the continent, known as the Black Blood Forest. The Black Blood Forest is renowned as the most terrifying forbidden zone on the Karva continent, famous for its uniquely toxic creatures. Here, poisonous plants and venomous beasts abound, both ferocious and malevolent, with blood that runs black, hence the name Black Blood Forest. Upon hearing Beck's account, Anhao could not help but feel a surge of anxiety. He had initially assumed that upon traversing to this new world, he would first settle in a novice village and gradually grow stronger, progressing toward higher-level territories. Instead, he found himself at the final destination straight away. What the hell? How is one to play this game? Wasn't it supposed to be about leveling up by slaying monsters? Erbai, quickly, ask about the Black Blood Forest situation. Also, what levels do the creatures here possess? Anhao urged. Roar. In the dragon tongue, he inquired. Beck swallowed hard, struggling to respond. My lord, the average level of creatures in the Black Blood Forest is the highest on the entire continent. Here, black iron tier beasts abound, and the peak black iron creatures roam freely, with even the legendary bronze beasts wandering about. Upon reaching this point, terror flickered across Beck's face, as if he had recalled something dreadful. Anhao felt a chill run down his spine at his expression. For a brief moment, he even contemplated whether Qin Yunlan had grown weary of him and wished to abandon him. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Anhao reinforced his mental fortitude, suppressing the terrifying thought of being forsaken by Qin Yunlan. Without her, he would lose tens of thousands in a day. He had 7 growing white dragons above him and 10 impending black dragon hatchlings below. And he also had a pig. Erbai translated Beck's words to Anhao. Upon hearing this, Anhao's expression brightened significantly. The legendary bronze. After confirming that Erbai had made no translation errors, Anhao let out a sigh of relief. I knew it. My dear Lanner is far too adorable to abandon me, huh? Turning back to Beck, Anhao couldn't help but feel irritated. Why such exaggerated expressions? Moreover, how could bronze be considered legendary? Damn clickbait. Even in this otherworldly realm, such nonsense persists. Anhao had already labeled Beck as a clickbaiter. Clickbaiters, I eliminate them on sight. As Anhao's gaze grew increasingly perilous, Beck immediately prostrated in supplication. Unable to comprehend his words, he babbled to Erbai, seemingly attempting to demonstrate his worth. Erbai was swayed. It pleaded with Anhao on Beck's behalf, explaining the rationale. What? He possesses such skills? Looking at the disheveled Beck, Anhao found it hard to believe. According to Erbai, Beck's clan of goblins had once served a ground-dwelling dragon. Although that era was long past, their ancestral skills had not faded. They were adept at trimming claws, scratching itches, and cleaning scales. Erbai wished to retain them to serve itself. Anhao stroked his chin, contemplating. As the dragonlings grew larger, he indeed felt somewhat overwhelmed. If these goblins could take on such tasks, it would certainly alleviate some of his burdens. Very well, let us give it a try. Anhao retrieved a collection of tools from his beast space. Nail clippers, scratchers, and metal brushes, all newly purchased, still in their packaging. Beck could not help but gulp at the sight of these tools, each exuding a dark metallic sheen, indicating their extraordinary quality, and they were merely ordinary household items. If common items possessed such attributes, one could only imagine the terror of weapons. With that thought, Beck's admiration for Anhao deepened further. He must seize this opportunity to secure a position of favor. With determination, Beck rose to kick the goblins sprawled on the ground. Stop playing dead. Get up and serve Lord Urbai. The goblins trembled as they rose, still displaying signs of fear. Beck paid no heed to their conditions, directly assigning them tools. Hurry. Get moving. Under Beck's urging, the goblins shakily approached the massive white beast. At this moment, Urbai had already settled on the ground, prepared for indulgence. Taking a deep breath, Beck feigned calmness, lifting a massage stick nearly half his height, and began to rub it against Urbai's scales. Roar! Urbai emitted a pleased growl. Unlike his master's rough and perfunctory approach, Beck's touch was gentle and meticulous, akin to treating a lover, with just the right amount of pressure, allowing Urbai to thoroughly enjoy the experience. Roar, roar. As Urbai expressed its satisfaction, Beck exhaled in relief. He continued to urge the remaining goblins. Why are you not hastening to offer your loyalty to Lord Urbai? With Beck leading the way, the other goblins eagerly joined in their tasks. Before long, they were all engrossed in their work. Some were trimming claws, others scratching itches, and a few bold souls even attempted to brush Urbai's teeth. Observing the goblins' performance, Anhao nodded approvingly. Not bad, not bad. They clearly hail from a lineage of nobility. Quite professional. Under the goblins' attentive service, Urbai half closed its eyes, nearly floating in bliss. By the time this otherworldly full-body spa concluded, over half an hour had passed. Urbai, feeling invigorated, stood up, stretching its wings and limbs, with its bones cracking in a symphony of sounds. Roar! With a ferocious roar, Urbai seemed to shatter some invisible shackles, unleashing an even more formidable aura that erupted from its being. The surrounding gnolls were so petrified that they collapsed to the ground, some even soiling themselves in fear. Had it truly broken through? Anhao found himself momentarily dumbfounded. Was this what they meant by training? How could a mere massage lead to such a breakthrough? Wait. If Urbai could achieve this, did it imply that Daba and the others could too? Anhao's gaze shifted to the remaining gnolls, and suddenly, his expression changed. Beak instinctively recoiled, sensing that something ominous was about to transpire. Chapter 65, Taming Dragons. The venomous beasts of the Black Blood Forest possess a combat prowess that surpasses that of creatures from other regions of the Kuvul continent, even at the same rank. Yet today, an astonishing event unfolded as the entire forest's venomous beasts fled in a frenzy, desperate to escape as if they wished they could sprout additional legs. A rampaging tyrant lizard stumbled and tumbled into a thicket. The moment its body brushed against the branches, it emitted a series of heart-wrenching wails, struggling as if it had encountered some unspeakable horror. After a considerable time, the tyrant lizard gradually calmed, cautiously surveying its surroundings, relieved that the monsters had not pursued it. Its constricted vertical pupils slowly relaxed, but the thought of those monsters still sent shivers down its spine. How terrifying! As a peak bronze-ranked creature with superior bloodline traits, it had reached the pinnacle of combat strength on the entire Kuvul continent. There should be no entity capable of matching it directly. Yet those monsters, any one of them, could effortlessly overpower it. Were it not for its intimate knowledge of the terrain, it would have perished in its own lair. Even more terrifying was the bloodline suppression it had sensed. How absurd. Wasn't it supposed to be the highest bloodline entity on the Kuvul continent? How could there exist a creature that surpassed it in bloodline? Enough of this. It was time to flee. This place was no longer safe. The tyrant lizard shook its head, preparing to depart. But suddenly, its heart seized, and goosebumps erupted all over its body. Before it could ready itself for battle, two elongated silver figures surrounded it, one in front and one behind. These figures were none other than Anhao. Accompanied by the 6th and 7th of the 7 azure-eyed white dragons, Lu Bai and Chi Bai. Hissing, the tyrant lizard flicked its tongue, releasing warning sounds. Yet its trembling body betrayed its facade of bravado. Lu Bai and Chi Bai exchanged mischievous glances. They seldom ventured out, and this time they intended to enjoy themselves. A quick kill would be utterly dull. The two dragons advanced slowly towards the tyrant lizard, relentlessly pressing on its nerves and relishing in its fear. Finally, unable to withstand the pressure, the tyrant lizard unleashed a torrent of green venom towards Chi Bai in a desperate attempt to break free. However, Lu Bai and Chi Bai were unwilling to relent and lunged at the tyrant lizard. To their surprise, the tyrant lizard feigned a strike, pivoting to escape in Liu Bai's direction. With Lu Bai having moved from its position, a gap emerged, allowing the tyrant lizard to successfully evade. Furious, Lu Bai roared and unleashed a destruction orb in pursuit of the tyrant lizard. Boom. In the aftermath of the explosion, the destruction orb missed its target. Yet the residual force inflicted considerable suffering upon the tyrant lizard, staining its back with black blood, though the source of the injury remained unknown. Nevertheless, for the tyrant lizard, this was inconsequential. It had preserved its life. Hearing the enraged roars of the two monsters behind it, the tyrant lizard sprinted away, leveraging its knowledge of the terrain to swiftly shake off its pursuers. Just when it thought it had eluded danger, an overwhelming pressure suddenly gripped its soul, paralyzing it with fear. The tyrant lizard awkwardly twisted its stiff neck and, like a marionette, slowly raised its head. There, hovering in the sky, was a silver monstrosity, its frosty wings shimmering with ethereal light. The creature in the tyrant lizard's gaze was none other than Daba. Roaring, Daba's bellow reverberated through the entire black blood forest, sending tremors through the very ground. Simultaneously, the immense sound penetrated the tyrant lizard's mind, causing it to roll its eyes back and faint. In no time, Lu Bai and Chi Bai caught up, furiously dispatching the tyrant lizard. Anhao, riding on Jinyo, appeared from behind, followed by 7 gnolls and 4 azure-eyed white dragons. Disembarking from the pig, Anhao unleashed a torrent of reprimands upon Lu Bai and Chi Bai. Play, play, play. All you do is play, and you let the prey escape. Do you even resemble true dragon tamers? If you continue at this level, you won't be better than the gnolls. Anhao's face flushed with anger. He was beginning to grasp the frustrations of his homeroom teacher, Zhong Jingjing. Those unruly children were indeed a source of exasperation. Among the 7 azure-eyed white dragons, Lu Bai and Chi Bai were the youngest and had seldom made an appearance. Once unleashed, they resembled untamed horses, obsessed with play rather than the serious art of battle, let alone the acquisition of combat techniques. The 2 dragons lowered their heads, appearing as if they were apologizing, yet their eyes wandered restlessly. This sight further incensed Anhao, and looking around, I'll tell you, you 2 will miss out on the gnoll massages this round. Upon hearing this, the 2 dragons grew frantic, pleading for mercy. Ever since experiencing the gnoll's ancestral techniques, all the azure-eyed white dragons had seen a slight elevation in their standing. Simultaneously, they had become hopelessly addicted. However, the gnoll's stamina was limited, allowing for only 2 rounds a day. Thus, Anhao had arranged for the dragonlings to take turns receiving massages. Each time it was their turn, the dragonlings were filled with joy, but it was too late for apologies now. Anhao turned away, refusing to acknowledge Lu Bai and Chi Bai any further. Seeing Anhao's coldness, the 2 dragons appeared as wilted eggplants, dejected and crestfallen. The other 5 dragons, however, were elated. With 2 fewer competitors, their turns would come sooner. Anhao continued. From this day forth, any poor performance in battle will result in missed massage turns, while those who excel will be rewarded with early privileges. Upon hearing this, the dragons immediately adopted serious expressions. They silently vowed to give their all in the upcoming battles. Lu Bai and Chi Bai's eyes ignited with fierce determination, resolved to reclaim their lost turns. Observing the dragon's newfound fervor, Anhao was at a loss for words. He felt as if he had become just like Zhong Jingjing, training students with no difference at all. Alas, one ultimately becomes what one despises. After reprimanding the 2 dragonlings, Anhao turned his attention to the gnoll Beak, who was leading a group of gnolls in dissecting the tyrant lizard to extract its useful parts. Over the past few days, Beak had become quite adept at this task, and before long, he had successfully removed the tyrant lizard's most valuable venomous fangs and gallbladder. One could not deny that the gnolls' professionalism in their tasks rivaled that of their massages. Under Beak's guidance, the gnolls knelt in perfect unison, proudly raising their spoils and proclaiming, "Presented to the noble and magnificent Lord Anhao." Though Anhao still struggled to fully comprehend their words, it did not hinder him from reveling in the moment. "Rise, my servants." The dog-headed folk may not have grasped the nuances at first, yet after several days, they became well acquainted with the operational procedures. At this juncture, their task was to rise to their feet and regard Lord Anhao with reverence in their eyes. Indeed, upon performing this act, a look of satisfaction graced Lord Anhao's countenance. The joy evoked in Lord Anhao filled the dog-headed beings with a sense of pride, eliciting smiles all around. Anhao finally comprehended why nefarious characters often surrounded themselves with sycophants. It was rather gratifying. He felt quite pleased with Becker's performance over the past few days. Not only had he facilitated the ascension of the dragon hatchlings, but he had also taken the initiative to assume perilous roles such as scouting and serving as bait. Were it not for his lackluster combat prowess, Anhao would have considered forging a contract with him. However, fortunately, there existed alternative means to bring him under his command, namely, the Dragonkin's vassal contract. Chapter 66, The Diligent Dog-Headed Folk. Upon learning he was to be transformed into a Dragonkin vassal, Becker was overwhelmed with emotion, his words tumbling forth in excitement. He bowed repeatedly to Lord Anhao, expressing his gratitude. As a dog-headed creature of noble lineage, Becker understood the profound significance of being a Dragonkin vassal. His ancestors had achieved greatness after becoming a vassal to an earth dragon, breaking through the legendary realm of bronze and becoming the sole dragon-blooded dog-headed warrior in the history of their tribe. Although these dragons bore wings and differed slightly from earth dragons, they were still dragons at heart, and he believed they would not be lacking in superiority. As long as he could become a vassal, he would be content. Ultimately, Anhao appointed Erbai as Becker's master. After all, Erbai was the first dragon to engage with Becker and was also the most earnest among the dragons during this expedition. A reward for such diligence seemed only fitting. Oh, being a guardian is truly no easy feat. Upon learning of Anhao's decision, Erbai was as elated as a child, thinking, hooray, now I can secretly have him work overtime for me. The Dragonkin vassal contract was not complex, and the Dragon Heritage provided a built-in operational guide. Following a resounding dragon's roar, Erbai drew a drop of dragon blood and let it fall upon Becker's forehead. The dragon's blood seamlessly merged with Becker's body, causing him to emit a pained cry as blood surged forth from his form. Simultaneously, Becker's combat level escalated rapidly, swiftly surpassing the high tier of black iron to reach its pinnacle. Upon reaching this peak, Becker's progress did not cease. Instead, it continued to ascend, charging towards the barrier of bronze. With a mighty roar, Becker summoned forth a tempest, and dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, as if pregnant with thunder. Suddenly, a surge of magical energy reverberated through the surroundings, and a cacophony of thunder erupted from the heavens. Becker let out a deep dragon's roar, and his stature surged, elevating him by 2 heads. He had broken through to the bronze realm. In disbelief, Anhao stood witness to this spectacle, utterly baffled. Just moments ago, he had also achieved a breakthrough, yet his experience had felt lackluster, akin to reheating leftover food in a microwave, an anticlimactic ding followed by silence. It was utterly dismissive. Anhao was furious. Indeed, he was genuinely incensed. How could a mediocre fighter break through to the initial stage of bronze with such ostentatious effects? He, who was 1,000 times stronger, had not even disturbed the air when ascending to the intermediate stage of bronze. What on earth was happening? What further aggravated Anhao was the profession of Beastmaster. During a breakthrough, he did not expect the skies to rumble or lightning to strike, at the very least. A semblance of excitement was to be expected. Even after a hearty meal, one might emit a satisfied burp. What was the meaning of such mundane tranquility? As Becker slowly opened his eyes, revealing his azure-slit pupils, he reveled in the pulsating power coursing through him. He felt as though he could single-handedly topple an enraged horned bull. Overcome with exuberance, he longed to let out a triumphant laugh to express his elation. However, as he began to part his lips, he caught sight of Anhao's somber visage. A chill ran down Becker's spine, and he instinctively prostrated himself before Anhao, trembling with trepidation, and said, "Great Lord Anhao, valiant Lord Erbai, I am eternally grateful for your generous gifts." Though Anhao was somewhat displeased, he had no intention of venting his frustration on Becker. He waved his hand to signal him to rise. As Becker was now a vassal of Erbai, he was also subject to Anhao's Beastmaster contract, yet he did not consume Anhao's mental energy. Anhao took a moment to inspect Becker's attributes. Becker the short-tailed, Beastmaster position, attached to the Master Beast, race, Azure-Eyed Dogman, race level, 3, combat level, initial stage of bronze, attribute, light, skills, deteriorating dragon power, deteriorating destruction blast, Azure-Eyed armor, dragon transformation. This was exceedingly subpar. He was relieved he had not forged a contract. Anhao clicked his tongue in disdain and proceeded to examine his own status. Long before the 4th dragon had ascended to the intermediate stage of bronze, the feedback from his beasts had elevated his mental power to 100. Yet the subsequent 3 dragons had failed to provide the necessary feedback for him to break through. It was only after Becker's breakthrough that a faint hint of feedback allowed him to pierce through that barrier. Following his own breakthrough, Anhao's mental power increased to 103, placing him at the level of an ordinary silver Beastmaster. The standard for ordinary silver beginners is 101. However, due to his mental energy being 5 times that of a conventional Beastmaster, he now stood at the intermediate level of bronze. After reviewing everything, Anhao patted Becker on the shoulder, offering him a few words of encouragement, regardless of whether he understood. "Keep up the good work. I have faith in you." Observing Becker's dazed expression, Anhao felt a twinge of irritation. How he wished for a conversational companion. Perhaps it was time to acquire a translation device or learn the languages of this otherworldly realm. Unexpectedly, Becker responded in broken Chinese, "Thank you, Master." You speak Chinese?" Anhao was taken aback. Erbai approached the Master, and after considerable effort, Anhao discerned the situation. While Erbai translated his words, Becker had diligently taken notes and studied. This dog-headed fellow was quite astute to be learning Chinese. Anhao felt a surge of joy and complimented him. "You're doing well. Keep it up." "Thank you, Great Lord of the Sun." Perhaps some phrases should wait until he could articulate them smoothly. "Very well, my lord." Becker's performance suddenly illuminated a revelation for Anhao. Why should he be compelled to learn the language of this foreign realm? Why must he accommodate these natives? If they wish to communicate with him, they ought to learn Chinese. Thus, On Hao issued a decree to the dog-headed folk. Anyone who mastered Chinese would be given priority for selection as a vassal. The newly appointed translator, Becker, promptly conveyed the message. The eyes of the dog-headed beings gleamed with excitement upon hearing the news. They had witnessed Becker's ascendancy to the bronze realm firsthand. Their aspirations were not overly grand, even if they could not reach bronze. Achieving the peak of black iron would suffice, as it was certainly better than remaining as nameless, lowly creatures. Seeing the dog-headed folk so eager, On Hao felt a swell of satisfaction. To facilitate their learning, he even offered them his mobile phone, allowing them to watch videos for study. Henceforth, the dog-headed folk served the great dragons by day and engaged in nocturnal studies, leading a life of industrious learning. Chapter 67. On Hao's new ambition. A month later. Beneath the dim light of the moon, several white figures descended rapidly, eager to present their catches to a human boy. Should any adventurer have been present, they would surely have been taken aback, for the creatures held in their mouths were the finest magical beasts from the Black Blood Forest. These beings were none other than On Hao's dragon offspring. The dragonlings deposited their prey and craned their necks in anticipation, awaiting On Hao's judgment. After inspecting the spoils, On Hao's expression grew serious. Now, let the results be announced. Upon hearing this, the dragonlings, already possessing long necks, stretched them even further, resembling students anxiously awaiting exam results. This time, Big White ranked first, Second White second, Sixth White fell to last, and Fifth White was second to last. According to the rules, Big White advanced 2 ranks, and Second White advanced 1. Conversely, Sixth White fell back 2 ranks, while Fifth White fell back 1. The remaining dragons maintained their positions. As On Hao declared the results, some dragons beamed with joy, while others hung their heads in despair, truly, a blend of joy and sorrow. Observing this, On Hao smiled faintly, suddenly feeling a sense of teacherly pride. In truth, this sensation was rather delightful, and he found himself somewhat addicted to it. Rubbing his hands together, he thought it was time to check on the kobolds next. Half an hour later, in the kobold learning area, chaos reigned. With a thunderous reprimand, On Hao slammed his palm onto the wooden table. "You are the worst class I have ever taught." His face was a mask of fury, reminiscent of a thunderstorm brewing. Seeing On Hao's wrath, the kobolds cowered in fear, trembling and apologizing profusely. Yet, On Hao was deeply engrossed in his role and would not relent. "With your current level of competence, do you dare to dream of joining the ranks? Dream on. Let me remind you, my Beastmaster team does not accept mediocrity. Tell me, if you do not study diligently, what future awaits you? Digging for or in the underground, living your life as an ordinary kobold, continuing to endure a life of hunger and cold? Wake up. If you cannot even master Chinese, how can you speak of world competitions?" Coughing slightly, he corrected himself. "If you cannot even master Chinese, how can you speak of ideals? Is it truly so difficult to practice 100 sentences in one season?" After his scolding, On Hao began to share motivational words. "My dear students, it has been said that those who do not strive diligently will have no complaints during exams, earn an extra point, and eliminate a rival. Why sleep more in life? In death, eternal slumber awaits. Of course, I recognize that you all approach your studies earnestly. However, education demands perseverance. Do not be disheartened, simply continue your efforts. Look at Felida. Did she not succeed in her endeavors?" On Hao pointed at one of the kobolds. The kobold he indicated was notably taller than the others, her upper body adorned with white scales, already resembling a dragonkin. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Felida immediately stood, exclaiming in fluent Chinese, "I am willing to serve Master On Hao." Felida was a newly recognized member of the Dragon Clan, under the command of Big White, currently holding the position of On Hao's second-in-command, second only to Big White. She possessed a remarkable talent for language, learning at a pace that astonished even On Hao. Nodding in approval at Felida's eloquence, On Hao remarked, "Well done, well done. You even know idioms. Thank you for your praise, Master." Felida stood tall, a proud expression illuminating her face. On Hao turned to the other kobolds. "You should all learn from Felida, do you understand?" The kobolds chorused in unison, "Understood." They cast envious glances at Felida, their hearts filled with admiration. Just a week prior, she had been the weakest among the 7 kobolds, even lacking a rank. Yet now, she had risen to become a formidable bronze warrior, boasting noble bloodlines. The kobolds silently vowed, "I will master this Chinese language. Even the gods cannot stop me." Seeing their enthusiasm, On Hao felt a surge of satisfaction. A thought suddenly dawned upon him. Could this be the life goal he had sought in this new world? I may not be able to save my home planet, but is it too much to spread Chinese culture? With this realization, everything became clear to him. His excitement grew. Indeed, spreading Chinese culture must be my mission and responsibility as a traveler. All right, from this day forward, I, Anri Tian, shall ensure that Chinese culture resonates throughout the entire multiverse. In an instant, Anhao felt the weight of this newfound responsibility, yet the sense of purpose invigorated him. Starting today, the use of chopsticks will be included in our assessments. The kobolds responded in confusion. What are chopsticks? A weapon? And so a month passed. During this time, the dragonlings honed their combat skills, growing increasingly powerful. Nearing the threshold of high-tier bronze, the kobolds' proficiency in Chinese improved remarkably, and they even learned to use chopsticks. Everything was progressing positively, save for one troubling matter: Golden Yonyo. For reasons unknown, Golden Yonyo had recently exhibited poor spirits. Not only did she refuse to allow Anhao to ride her, but she often retreated to a corner to lick the dirt. When questioned about her condition, she remained silent, maintaining a lethargic demeanor. Sitting within the tent, Anhao sighed to himself. Perhaps I should take her back to see a veterinarian. At that moment, Felita entered the tent, reporting, Master Anhao, I have recently captured an orc shaman nearby. He may possess a remedy for Lady Golden Nyonyo's affliction. Thanks to her fluent Chinese, Felita had risen to the position of Anhao's secretary, always at his side. Anhao hesitated at the mention of the orc shaman, then shook his head. No need. While shamans in this world are akin to doctors, I am reluctant to entrust Golden Nyonyo to such a dubious profession. His hesitance was not born of prejudice against shamans, but rather a complete disregard for the physicians of this foreign realm. It is better to return and consult a veterinarian. Sighing, he lamented, what a pity, I had just resolved to fulfill my mission as a traveler. Noticing Anhao's dejection, Felita, as his subordinate, sought to alleviate his concerns. She gathered her thoughts and suggested, Master Anhao, perhaps we could allow the orc shaman to examine Lady Golden Nyonyo first before making a decision. You mean merely to observe and not treat? Indeed, Master, that is precisely my intention. Anhao pondered for a moment, then conceded, very well, you may proceed. Yes, I shall take my leave. With that, Felita bowed and exited, her demeanor somewhat comical. Anhao's lips twitched in amusement. Has she gone a bit overboard? Chapter 68. Anhao's dreams shattered in the temporary camp of the kobolds. The orc shaman, Graygon, was confined within a makeshift enclosure. The barrier was exceedingly rudimentary, barely reaching the height of his calves. Evidently, the guardian exuded an air of confidence, convinced that Graygon could not possibly escape his grasp. Observing the three dog-headed humanoids at his side, Graygon felt a tumultuous unease within. As a shaman of a mid-sized tribe, he prided himself on his discernment. Yet, he had never encountered bronze-tiered dog-headed creatures before, let alone three of them at once. In contrast, the fact that these dog-headed beings wielded oversized brushes, scratching tools, and nail clippers as weapons seemed rather mundane. Esteemed dog-headed warrior, your valor blazes like a flame, your fortitude stands as resolute as a mountain, and your battle cry resounds like thunder. Might I inquire as to the illustrious name you bear? Graygon bowed slightly to one of the sentinels. The dog-headed creature merely displayed a look of disdain, ignoring Graygon's flattery. Unperturbed, Graygon offered a sheepish smile. He understood that it was customary for the strong to dismiss the weak. He continued to engage the remaining two dog-headed beings, but met with identical responses of scorn. Realizing he could not break the ice with the dog-headed creatures, Graygon slumped down in despondence. He closed his eyes in contemplation, replaying a series of bizarre events that had transpired recently. About a month and a half prior, a member of his tribe had suffered from water poisoning. Graygon had led a group to inspect the water source, ultimately discovering a venomous lizard upstream. This poisonous lizard was a highly toxic beast from the Black Blood Forest. While it might not be the most formidable creature in that forest, it posed a significant threat to orc tribes. Fortunately, when Graygon found the lizard, it was already injured. After sacrificing several brave warriors, Graygon succeeded in slaying the venomous lizard. For the orcs, vanquishing such a creature was a testament to valor, thereby enhancing Graygon's prestige within the tribe. However, Graygon felt no joy in this accomplishment. Unlike the ordinary orcs, whose minds were filled solely with brawn, Graygon sensed that this incident was far from straightforward. The poisonous lizard was ill-suited for survival beyond the confines of the Black Blood Forest. How had it ventured so close to their tribe? One must consider that their tribe lay at least 30,000 beast steps, approximately 33 kilometers, from the forest. Could something have transpired in the Black Blood Forest? If so, how significant might it be? Should the tribe consider migration? After weighing these thoughts, Graygon resolved to lead a team to the outskirts of the Black Blood Forest for further investigation. Upon arriving at the forest's edge, Graygon was met with a scene that left him utterly horrified. Monstrous spiders, ghostly pythons, phantom-faced frogs, and sticky earthworms. Countless uniquely toxic beasts of the Black Blood Forest were desperately fleeing, as if something terrifying pursued them. Graygon even caught sight of a terror lizard. The terror lizard, the apex of combat prowess on the Karva continent, could reach the legendary bronze rank upon maturity and potentially challenge the fabled silver rank. It was no exaggeration to say that a fully grown terror lizard could obliterate their tribe without sustaining a scratch. The moment Gragon laid eyes on the terror lizard, panic seized him. Yet, what terrified him more was the sight of the creature in a grievous state of injury. By the ancestors, what could have befallen the terror lizard to reduce it to such a condition? Gragon felt his scalp prickle, losing a few strands of hair in shock. His first thought was, migration. The tribe must migrate at once. He hurriedly urged his team to turn back. But suddenly, he noticed a crescent moon rising in the sky. How could there be a moon in broad daylight? Gragon looked up, his body freezing in place. That was not a crescent moon. It was a winged earth dragon. No, it was not an earth dragon. It was a being even more formidable, more noble, and more terrifying. He watched in disbelief as the mysterious giant beast folded its wings and swept across the ground like a gale, effortlessly snatching away the terror lizard as if it were merely picking up a twig. Following this, a tide of beasts erupted. The once ferocious and savage toxic monsters fled like frightened dogs, desperate to escape. By the time Gragon regained his senses, his team had been scattered, and he was confronted by a fleeing toxic beast that knocked him unconscious. When he next awoke, he found himself captured by the dog-headed creatures and imprisoned here. After recollecting these events, Gragon rubbed his throbbing temples. Though difficult to believe, this incident must surely be connected to these dog-headed beings. But who exactly were they? Did they have other forces backing them? Follow me. Just as Gragon was lost in thought, a voice suddenly rang out, articulated in the common tongue of the Karva continent. Gragon looked up to find another bronze-tiered dog-headed humanoid. Moreover, this one exuded an aura far more potent than the three who had been guarding him. Could she be the mastermind behind all this? Noticing Gragon's daze, the dog-headed humanoid, Felida, displayed her displeasure. Stop dawdling. If Lord Anhao is kept waiting, I shall have your head. Why yes, of course. Gragon hastily scrambled to his feet, following Felida. At that moment, a tempest of emotions surged within him. This dog-headed creature seemed unfathomably powerful. Just how formidable could the one she referred to as Lord be? Before long, Gragon found himself in the presence of the enigmatic Lord Anhao. To his astonishment, Lord Anhao was human. Gragon stood there, dumbstruck. Seeing Gragon's blatant disrespect, Felida, as Anhao's loyal aide, felt a wave of humiliation wash over her. Kneel before Lord Anhao, she barked. Snapping back to reality, Gragon immediately knelt, exclaiming, I humbly greet the esteemed Lord Anhao. Anhao began to scrutinize the orc shaman, noting that this was the second intelligent being from another world he had encountered. His assessment was unremarkable, nothing particularly striking, save for the fact that he was rather unattractive. Turning to Felida, Anhao instructed, inquire about his name. Yes, Lord Anhao. Yet before Felida could translate, Gragon eagerly interjected, esteemed Lord Anhao, I am Gragon. He spoke in his native tongue. Anhao was bewildered. Had he just imagined it? Did he truly hear the sound of Chinese? What did you say your name was? No. How do you speak Chinese? Anhao stammered, his words tumbling out in confusion. Gragon couldn't help but silently critique Anhao's apparent lack of intellect. Yet he maintained an expression of utmost reverence. This is an ancient divine tongue, said to be the language of the gods. Mastering it allows one to glimpse the powers of the divine. In the present day, only a handful of noble intelligent beings on the Karva continent possess such knowledge. Contemplating language, Gragon found himself puzzled. If Lord Anhao wielded the divine tongue, how could he be unaware of its origins? How strange. Upon hearing Gragon's words, Anhao's demeanor shifted dramatically. Deep within his soul, something named Dream shattered into fragments. Anhao was furious. Anhao was truly enraged. The ancestral star is far too powerful for me to rescue. So be it. Is merely spreading Chinese culture a task that others covet as well? Hello? Is this the Association of Transcenders? I wish to file a complaint. Not only was I not assigned a system upon my arrival, but I also received no main quest. What? The ultimate wealthy lady system? Working to raise pets? Damn it. I refuse to do this. Refund. Refund. After a fit of impotent rage, and Hao finally came to terms with reality. Well, at least this way. Communication will be a tad more convenient. He consoled himself inwardly. With that thought, and Hao summoned the golden piglet and began to inquire about its condition with Gragon. Chapter 69. Title Party and Unscrupulous Merchants, Strength and Weakness. As a pet caretaker of the tribe, Gragon had also raised dire wolves for the tribe's wolf cavalry. Among them, the most distinguished dire wolves could reach a racial level of 2. A pet beast of racial level 2 would be an extraordinary rarity even in a large tribe. Gragon had always taken pride in this achievement until he encountered the golden piglet. Gragon had never laid eyes on such a flawless pet beast. Its limbs appeared stout and short, yet were undeniably robust and powerful. It was evident that it could maneuver effortlessly across various terrains. Its body, seemingly plump, was in fact even more so, operating its internal magical energy in an illogical manner, thereby enhancing the efficacy of its spellcasting and prolonging its combat endurance. Moreover, the smooth and taut hide of the piglet was surprisingly elastic, capable of effortlessly absorbing the force from both sharp blades and blunt instruments. Its defensive capabilities were top-notch. What astonished Gragon even more was the fact that the corners of its mouth bore two nerves that remained perpetually taut. This enabled it to maintain a calm and composed smile, instilling great fear in its adversaries. Remarkable. It is known that even the mightiest of warriors cannot consistently uphold a serene demeanor. It is an inherent flaw of living beings. In life, there are invariably one or two matters that disrupt one's tranquility. Yet this creature had defied that principle. Ancestors above, what a noble, perfect, and powerful pet beast this is. Compared to it, the dire wolves I raised are nothing but utter rubbish. The spoiled kind. To encounter such a stunning pet beast is truly a privilege. Gragon circled around the golden piglet, his grin growing increasingly fervent. And how could no longer bear to watch? I asked you to examine it. Yet you're making that lecherous expression? It's truly distasteful. And how initially contemplated rushing over to slap Gragon, hoping to correct his expression, but ultimately restrained himself. Well, perhaps this is just how orcs express concern for their pets. Cultural respect must be upheld. Did you discern anything? And how inquired? Gragon gestured for him to remain silent, then slowly closed his eyes, seemingly deep in thought. Witnessing this, the dog-headed people were outraged, daring to show disrespect to Lord and Hao. They were about to teach him a lesson. Silence. And Hao barked sharply, halting the dog-headed folk, then turned to Gragon, awaiting his pronouncement. The dog-headed individuals fell silent, collectively waiting. After a lengthy pause, Gragon finally uttered two words, shock. The remaining half of the phrase, this pet beast is incredibly powerful, caught in his throat. Gragon then heard in Hao's furious voice, drag him out. Execute him. Huh. Gragon was bewildered. Before he could grasp the situation, a throng of dog-headed people grasped his shoulders and began to drag him outside the tent. The dog-headed folk wore expressions of schadenfreude. In the camp, who did not know that the term shock was Lord and Hao's most detested phrase? Previously, Captain Becker had inadvertently used it and was immediately dispatched to hunt. Everyone understood that this was tantamount to a form of exile. What could one possibly hunt in the Blackblood Forest? Those venomous beasts were inedible. Captain Becker was a seasoned veteran, renowned for his massage skills, praised by all the dragon lords. Yet, even such an experienced individual had been exiled. This illustrates the extent of an Hao's aversion to the term shock. According to Lord Bai, the reason for Lord and Hao's disdain was primarily linked to a mysterious organization that frequently opposed him. Their incantations often began with the word shock. Each time this organization was mentioned, Lord and Hao would fly into a rage. In Lord Bai's words, it was a fit of impotent fury. To provoke Lord and Hao to such an extent is unfathomable. One can only imagine how formidable this organization must be. The organization's name seemed to be something akin to the Tidal Party. Tidal Party. Hiss. Just the sound of it is terrifying. Lord and Hao, I implore you to grant me one more chance. I have discerned the situation with Lady Jean Nyonyo. Gragon pleaded desperately. However, and Hao paid him no mind, already preparing to pack his belongings to return to the ancestral star. The surrounding dog-headed individuals could hardly contain their laughter. It was rumored that the Tidal Party had a peculiar trait. They only recited half of their incantations, leaving the other half for the target to guess. The orc shaman's blunder was a precise detonation of a landmine. Even the dog-headed folk tasked with carrying out the orders couldn't help but shake their heads in exasperation. Brother, we can't even help you here. You've dug your own grave. As the dog-headed individuals were about to take action, Gragon grew frantic. He shouted, Lord and Hao, Lady Jean Nyonyo is pregnant, soon to give birth. Upon hearing this, and Hao, who had been tidying his belongings, stumbled, his eyes widening in disbelief. What did you say? Seeing in Hao's inquiry, the dog-headed individuals paused in their tracks. Gragon let out a sigh of relief. At this point, he dared not keep them in suspense any longer and hurriedly added, Lord and Hao, Lady Jean Nyonyo is indeed pregnant, and it seems she will give birth shortly. And Hao swallowed hard. Are you certain? Gragon nodded vigorously, affirming his certainty. To ensure and Hao believed him, he further insisted, if not, you may kill me. Is she about to give birth? And Hao murmured to himself. A whirlwind of emotions, shock, anger, suspicion, sadness, joy, flitted across his face before settling into a frown of concern. Shouldn't the birthing process for sows be relatively smooth? Yet, from her appearance, it seemed she was in distress. Gragon also paused for a moment. Indeed, aren't pigs renowned for their ease of breeding? Why does she look as though she is on the verge of a difficult labor? Though he pondered this, Gragon dared not voice it. He stammered. Perhaps Lady Jean Nyonyo's breed is rather precious. and thus differs from ordinary pigs? Breed? And Hao suddenly recalled something. He hastily opened his beast-controlling space and rummaged through several books. These volumes had been gifted to him by the shopkeeper Wang Erpang when he purchased the pigs. And Hao flipped through the pages rapidly. Postpartum care for sows, not this one. How to rapidly raise piglets, also not it. How to ensure sows maintain a cheerful mood during pregnancy. This one is too late. None of these are useful. After flipping through 4 or 5 books in succession, and Hao began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he had misjudged the situation? Suddenly, a small pamphlet slipped out from the cover of how to maintain a sow's emotional well-being during gestation. And Hao picked it up and discovered it was boldly inscribed, a guide to purchasing pregnant golden fortune pigs. He hurriedly examined its contents. The more he read, the grimmer his expression became, and by the time he finished, his face was clouded with a fury that seemed almost palpable. So that's how it is. Damn unscrupulous merchants. The surrounding crowd held their breath, terrified into silence. What kind of power did these unscrupulous merchants wield to incite such wrath from Lord and Hao? It seemed far from ordinary. Yet, it remained unclear who was stronger, them or the clickbait titles. Chapter 70. The Valley of the Evil Dragon. And Hao sat in a chair, his brow furrowed, repeatedly poring over the pamphlet. It mentioned that the magical energy circuits of the golden fortune pig were extraordinarily unique. Entirely composed of gold. During gestation, the golden fortune pig typically consumes gold to assist in constructing the magical circuits for its offspring. A single golden fortune pig requires at least 150 kilograms of gold during its pregnancy. Should the gold be insufficient, the consequences could range from a miscarriage with severe hemorrhaging to the loss of multiple lives. Now and Hao understood why Wang Erpang had sold golden Nyo at such a low price. On the ancestral star, 150 kilograms of gold would cost no less than 40 million. If golden Nyo gave birth to more than 9 piglets, each additional one would yield a profit of 4 to 5 million. Conversely, if things went awry, it would result in a loss of 4 to 5 million. The initial investment was too great, and the risks were exorbitant. A small establishment like Burning Hoof simply could not undertake such a substantial responsibility. Moreover, if anything were to happen to golden Nyo midway, they could potentially lose everything. This would spell disaster for Hao. Having already forged a contract with golden Nyo, if she were to meet an unfortunate fate, it would undoubtedly inflict a devastating blow to his mental prowess. Perhaps even lead to irreparable damage. The best course of action now would be to dissolve the contract swiftly, thereby minimizing the potential harm. But couldn't Hao bring himself to do that? Absolutely not. Once contracted, she was akin to his own child. How could he abandon her so easily? Yet, the pressing question remained. Where could he possibly procure such a vast amount of gold? And Hao felt utterly helpless. Should he seek out Qin Yunlan? No. That was out of the question. He forcibly dismissed that thought from his mind. Relying on Qin Yunlan for everything would turn his main quest into nothing more than pandering to a wealthy woman. This was far more degrading than merely working to support a pet. He had to devise a solution on his own. And Hao turned to the group of goblins and inquired, "Does anyone know where I might find some gold? Speak up, and I shall reward you handsomely." The goblins exchanged glances, their expressions revealing their ignorance. And Hao was not overly disappointed, given their original combat prowess. It was hardly likely they could lead him to any gold. What to do now? After much contemplation, and Hao ultimately recognized a stark reality. The fastest, most efficient, and safest route available to him was, regrettably, to seek assistance from Qin Yunlan. After a moment of silence, and Hao suddenly erupted into laughter. His amusement bordered on madness, startling those around him. And Hao had an epiphany. He truly had an epiphany. All the initial advantages of 7 dragons, celestial beauty, and unique beast mastering spaces paled in comparison to Qin Yunlan. She was the true cheat to his transmigration. As a traveler in this new world, what was wrong with utilizing his own advantages? Wasn't he that entirely reasonable? Yes, it was indeed reasonable. With this newfound clarity, and Hao felt a weight lift from his heart. He began to pack his belongings, preparing to return to the ancestral star and unleash his potential. Just then, an incongruous voice broke through the air. "Lord and Hao, I know where there is a gold mine." And Hao was taken aback. Just when he had set aside his dignity, ready to return and exploit his advantages, this voice chose to chime in. The speaker was none other than Glagon. This time, Glagon had learned his lesson and refrained from being cryptic. "Lord and Hao, the location of the gold mine is in the Valley of the Evil Dragon. A mere 100,000 beast fingers away. In kilometers, that translates to approximately 110 kilometers. However, that area is occupied by a ground dragon, which is rumored to have reached the legendary mythic Silver Realm." "Lord and Hao, I was thinking," Glagon began, but before he could finish, he was met with an Hao's glare, which promised dire consequences. Glagon found himself bewildered and fearful. What had he stepped into now? Yet, he believed he had conveyed all his information clearly. To his relief, and Hao chose to disregard him, taking a deep breath. And Hao exhaled slowly and then spoke with unwavering determination. A man of virtue born between heaven and earth cannot dwell in obscurity for long. Let us go to the valley of the evil dragon. Sunlight streamed down as morning dew slid from the leaves. The tranquil valley of the evil dragon welcomed several unexpected guests today. 7 goblins, 1 orc, 1 human, and a pulling terror lizard. This peculiar assembly would have even made the clumsy bird in the trees raise an eyebrow. The magical beasts within the valley cast curious glances at them. Was this truly the valley of the evil dragon? And Hao leapt from the cart, surveying the valley. Contrary to his expectations, although the valley bore the ominous name, it was far from barren. On the contrary, the vegetation was lush, and the biodiversity was abundant, particularly with dragon species among them. And Hao was particularly intrigued by the dragon vein creatures, the terror dragon 4, the claw dragon 4, the longfin dragon 4, the hammerhead dragon 5, and the tail chaser 3. These dragon vein creatures were only ones he had ever encountered in books. Dragon species are classified by their bloodline purity: true dragons, subdragons, dragon vein creatures, and dragon blood creatures. What people commonly refer to as dragon-type beasts typically include true dragons and subdragons, while creatures like Bake are categorized as dragon blood beings. As for dragon vein creatures, they trace their lineage back through generations to a true dragon or subdragon. On the ancestral star, dragon vein creatures have become exceedingly rare, as the regulation surrounding breeding dragon-type beasts has become stringent, preventing them from dispersing freely. As Hao observed the numerous dragon vein creatures, his professional instincts kicked in. Had he not been pressed for time, he would have been tempted to sketch a few. Perhaps he could revisit that thought later. Just as Hao prepared to proceed, 2 horned dragons charged towards them, clearly mistaking them for prey. The horned dragons, resembling carnivorous dinosaurs, had a fierce appearance and a massive horn on their foreheads, classifying them as dragon vein creatures. Initially, the 2 horned dragons intended to employ a flanking maneuver. However, as they neared completion, the group showed no intention of fleeing. The horned dragons were momentarily bewildered before anger set in. Are you looking down on us? You think you're so grand. They were ready to practice their newly learned technique. The lightning flashed double dragon drill. Suddenly, 2 figures descended from the sky and incapacitated them. Before the horned dragons could comprehend the situation, 5 hulking figures emerged around them. Oh no, they were not just hulking figures. They were massive dragons. Each of these formidable dragons bore a fearsome visage, their eyes glowing with a fierce light, indicating that they were not to be trifled with. The 2 horned dragons trembled in fear. When did these dragon creatures emerge on the continent of Calva? Hao also expressed interest in the 2 horned dragons. Dubai. Inquire whether they would be willing to pull a cart. The overwhelming odor of the Tyrannosaurus lizard was quite intolerable. Hao regretted capturing it. Upon hearing this, the others on the wooden cart stood in respectful silence. Truly, Hao is admirable. To ride in a cart drawn by a Tyrannosaurus lizard is a tale they could boast of for a lifetime, yet Hao found it lacking. Roar. Understood. Dubai excelled at this task. It flexed its robust biceps and cast its somber, teal vertical pupils towards the 2 horned dragons. Immediately, the 2 horned dragons knelt, expressing their willingness to submit. However, when Dubai mentioned the prospect of pulling a cart for a human, one of the horned dragons erupted in fury, leading to its demise. The remaining horned dragon, however, declared its willingness to serve, not just as a horse, but even as a dog. Thus, it gleefully embraced its new role as a working dragon, adeptly hauling the wooden cart, while the Tyrannosaurus lizard was left behind by Hao. Having served its purpose, Hao decided to set it free. With 7 dragons escorting their flying machine, the group swiftly arrived before a colossal cave, presumably the lair of the Earth Dragon. How could Hao locate it so quickly? The answer was simple. The threshold of the Earth Dragon's domain was the highest in the entire Evil Dragon Valley, towering 100 meters above the horizon, as if to announce its residence to all. This incident sparked an epiphany for Hao. Even when establishing his own power in the future, he must ensure his lair is concealed from prying eyes. Chapter 71. The assault came swiftly, like a tornado. Just as Hao was poised to strike, Felita intercepted him. My lord Hao, after all, that is an Earth Dragon. Would it not be unwise to act recklessly? Felita expressed her concerns earnestly. She was not mistaken. As Gregon chimed in, My lord Hao, perhaps we should exercise caution. Beck also volunteered, My lord Hao, why not allow me to scout ahead? Since the shocking incident, he seemed to have lost favor and seized the opportunity to prove himself. Although the others remained silent, their expressions indicated agreement with Felita and Gregon. On the continent of Calva, true dragons were absent. As a subdragon, the Earth Dragon was recognized as one of the most formidable magical beasts. While the azure-eyed white dragon appeared impressive, few believed it could surpass the Earth Dragon. Even the most knowledgeable Gregon considered that the azure-eyed white dragon could only achieve parity with the earth dragon, and only with their support would victory be plausible. Anhao chuckled dismissively. No worries, victory is assured. It is already frustrating enough to earn no profit. If I cannot even defeat an earth dragon, I would surely be incensed. Faced with Anhao's unwavering confidence, the group had no choice but to press on. Of course, Anhao was not blindly confident. As they entered the dragon's lair, he activated his mental perception. Should he detect that the earth dragon's combat level was excessively high, he would decisively retreat. Oh no, rather, he would return to strategize. The earth dragon's lair was rather prideful, featuring only a single pathway. Clearly, as the mightiest on the surface, the earth dragon did not perceive any threat from the world around it. After a short while, the group arrived at the entrance to the earth dragon's chamber. They concealed themselves behind rocky outcrops, peering into the cave's interior. There, they beheld a colossal beast resembling a small mountain, sprawled across the ground. Its brown scales enveloped its form, with sharp spines adorning its tail. This beast was indeed the earth dragon. At that moment, the earth dragon snored thunderously, lost in slumber. It's enormous. Except for Anhao, the hearts of the others sank. Was this a foe they could hope to overcome? Gregon began to reconsider his involvement. His ties with this group were not particularly strong, and he felt no obligation to risk his life for them. Just as Gregon contemplated a discreet escape, he heard Anhao speak. Silver tier, and it seems to have only recently attained this rank. Slaying it should require little effort. Upon discovering that the earth dragon's strength was not formidable, Anhao's previously raised smile contorted into an eerie curve. This grin sent shivers down the spines of those around him. My lord Anhao is truly terrifying. Gregon retracted his retreating steps and even edged closer. Anhao remained indifferent to their reactions. He merely expected the group to act as cheerleaders. Shouting 666 in support. Unfolding a magic array, Anhao summoned 7 azure-eyed white dragons, having previously kept them concealed to minimize noise. The 7 dragons soared to the cave's midair, successfully surrounding the earth dragon. Nevertheless, anxiety lingered among the group. The largest of the azure-eyed white dragons, Dabai, measured only 12 meters. A stark contrast to the 20-meter-long earth dragon, akin to the disparity between a child and an adult. Of course, victory was not solely determined by size. Altogether, explosive gale strike. At Anhao's command, the 7 azure-eyed white dragons began to channel their energy. Brilliant white light illuminated the entire cave as if it were daytime. The drowsy earth dragon squinted against the brightness. What is happening? I did not turn on any lights. Regardless, it thought, surely no one would dare disturb its peace. The earth dragon rolled over, attempting to resume its slumber. Yet, upon completing its turn, it still felt the blinding glare. What is going on? Could it be that someone truly has the audacity to challenge me? Do they not know I am the mightiest on the surface? Enraged, the earth dragon opened its eyes, only to find itself stupefied. What in the world? But by the time it comprehended the situation, it was too late to evade. 7 beams of white light, imbued with destructive energy, surged toward it. Boom, boom, boom. Rocks cascaded, dust billowed. The sound of explosions echoed, and the cave trembled as if on the brink of collapse. The group was startled by the commotion and hastily withdrew. Anhao brushed off the dust from his attire and coughed twice. How dusty? When was the last time this place was cleaned? The others could only respond with incredulity. Was this truly what he should be concerned about? Anhao gazed back at the battlefield, but the dust cloud obscured his view. Unable to resist, he quipped. Could it be that there is a law of smoke and no visibility at play? As it turned out, Anhao's worries were unfounded. Soon, Dabai sent a message through the beast contract. Roar, all done. Let us go take a look. Anhao beckoned the others. My lord Anhao, could there be dangers lurking? After all, we have yet to. Felita's caution was interrupted as Anhao had already set off. The others had no choice but to follow. Having advanced to the mid-tier of bronze, Anhao's physical prowess had significantly improved. In the debris-laden cave, he effortlessly navigated various obstacles, moving as swiftly as the warrior-like goblins. One by one, they arrived at the center of the cave. Just 10 minutes prior, the seemingly invincible earth dragon now lay lifeless. Its wide-open eyes betrayed its unwillingness to accept its fate. The swiftness of the encounter left even the goblins and Gregon questioning their existence. And even Anhao found it somewhat absurd. He had anticipated a lengthy battle with numerous minions, culminating in an epic showdown to conquer the boss. Yet it had concluded so abruptly. Anhao could only shake his head in resignation. This current boss is utterly disappointing. It succumbed without uttering a single line. Had I known, I would have summoned it to battle. What a letdown. Upon hearing this, the crowd was left utterly bewildered. It's a miracle we even triumphed. And you expect us to summon it? How utterly unreasonable. The rigid expressions on their faces lingered for quite some time. Suddenly, Someone shouted, Lord Onhao is invincible. And the others snapped back to reality. Indeed, we are, after all, the cheerleaders. What are we waiting for? Let the praises commence. Lord Onhao has a penchant for idioms. So let us utilize them. Thus, the crowd began to chant fervently, incorporating every conceivable phrase. All hail Lord Onhao. Lord Onhao the undefeated. Greed consumes the heart. Lord Onhao, resilient despite the odds. The more Onhao listened, the grimmer his expression became. Silence. The crowd fell instantly mute. Onhao scolded, what are you all learning? If you can't use these phrases correctly, refrain from using them. Return and rewrite your assignments. The crowd nodded in compliance. Onhao felt quite disheartened. The quality of his sycophants was rather lackluster. Look at Qin Yunlan, whose supporters are all from the esteemed Red Dragon Academy. Ah, truly enviable. The crowd shared a similar sense of discontent. They were still crafting their flattery when the battle concluded. Alas, one must blame the Earth Dragon for its lack of resilience. After collecting the Earth Dragon's remains into the beast space, Onhao instructed everyone to search for gold mines. It wasn't long before a goblin discovered an open-air gold mine. The mine appeared to have been excavated by the Earth Dragon for some time, its surface marred by enormous claw marks. They continued their search for gold. Lord Onhao, we found something, exclaimed Baker, who had uncovered a pit. Upon excavation, it revealed a trove of refined gold. The glimmering lumps were plentiful, with more seemingly hidden beneath the earth. Quick, unearth it all. Once everything was extracted, gold littered the ground. The crowd could hardly suppress their salivation. While many goblins remained in shock, Gragon had already uttered a flattering remark. Haha, this must be the treasure amassed by the Earth Dragon. What a boon for our lord. The crowd quickly caught on and offered their own compliments. After all, the abundance of gold bore no direct benefit to them. Pleasing Lord Onhao was paramount. Onhao's spirits lifted considerably. Ahem, this is all thanks to everyone. It is the combined effort of Lord Onhao and the esteemed White Dragon Lords. After a round of mutual flattery, Onhao summoned the golden piglet. At that moment, the piglet appeared listless and weak, instinctively maternal. It began to expend its own reserves of gold to construct magical circuits for its offspring. Onhao gently patted its head, reassuring it, it's all right now. There is plenty of gold. The piglet glanced up at him, its eyes filled with gratitude. Thank you. As Onhao sensed the message transmitted through the beast contract, he paused in surprise. This was the first time the piglet had initiated communication with him. He had previously assumed it incapable of doing so. Onhao couldn't help but recall the tale told by Wang Erpeo. Could it be that the story was true? He had thought it merely a sales tactic. He looked at the piglet. Indeed, it seemed that the piglet had a story to tell. Chapter 72. A good news and a bad news from the golden piglet. In the dragoness lair, an open-air gold mine was bustling with activity as a group of goblins prepared for their day's work. As the foreman appointed by Onhao, Baker was delivering a pre-work motivational speech. Standing atop a height, he raised his shovel and boomed. What are our 3 principles? The goblins, their faces flushed, bellowed in unison. All for Lord Onhao. All for Lord Onhao. All for Lord Onhao. Baker inquired again, what is our work motto? The goblins replied in chorus, dig a little. Bring home Lord Onhao's new favorite. Dig a little. Bring home Lord Onhao's new chariot. Dig a little. Make Lord Onhao's villa our new home. Baker nodded in satisfaction. Very well. Let us commence work. With a deafening shout, the goblins plunged into their tasks with fervor. From the oversight platform, Onhao observed the lively mining site, nodding in approval. Recently, Baker had re-entered Onhao's line of sight, primarily due to his commendable leadership skills and eloquent speaking ability. While Phillida possessed remarkable linguistic talent, her execution capabilities fell short. Baker was truly performing admirably, Onhao praised. Just as he finished speaking, Gragon rode in. Haha, that's all thanks to Lord Onhao's leadership. Especially this wolf-like corporate culture. It's simply a stroke of genius. I'm tempted to implement it in my tribe. Onhao intended to feign modesty, but suddenly recalled that this world was not entirely insular. If Qin Yunlan could traverse to him, perhaps others could as well. Wouldn't that lead to social embarrassment later? Thus, he promptly altered his response. Gragon continued to extol. Ahem, these are merely some rustic methods from my homeland. Nothing remarkable. Nothing remarkable. Lord Onhao, your humility is truly commendable. Onhao offered an awkward smile. Let us not dwell on it. This is no humble matter. He mused that these ideas had already been explored by predecessors who had crossed over. He had yet to witness the truly extravagant. Hey, Lord Onhao, do you recall that matter? Gragon rubbed his hands, hesitating. Onhao glanced at him, an expression of sudden realization crossing his face. Oh, which matter are you referring to? You remembered. Yes, I do. Let us wait a moment. Gragon paused, then anxiously urged, Lord Onhao, you promised. Onhao felt a bit exasperated. Can't you make a different request? How about I give you some scales from the Earth Dragon? You could craft a few sets of dragon scale armor, which would adequately equip your tribe. Gragon's resolve remained steadfast. Lord Anhao, I simply wish to join your ranks. Anhao sighed in resignation. Brother, the crux of the matter is, I truly do not desire you. Previously, Anhao had promised to reward anyone who provided a substantial amount of gold. As Gragon was the informant regarding the gold mine, Anhao certainly could not go back on his word. He had initially thought Gragon would ask for money or some magical beast. However, unexpectedly, Gragon requested to bring his tribe under Anhao's banner and to select outstanding children from the tribe to become dragon kin. Anhao naturally refused. In terms of battle, he had enough dragon offspring. He had no need for such miscellaneous dependence. The goblins became kin primarily due to their craftsmanship, helping care for the dragon offspring. But what could he gain from orcs? Were their loud voices and boisterous cheers truly of any utility? Anhao expressed that while he enjoyed flamboyant elements, they must be offered free of charge. Moreover, the creation of dragon kin by the dragon race was also subject to limitations. At present, the young dragon offspring remain in their juvenile stage, permitted to have at most 5 retainers. Exceeding this number could adversely affect their development. Observing that Anhao still remained unyielding, Gragon had a sudden inspiration and inquired, My Lord Anhao, have you ever heard of half-beasts? Half-beasts? Anhao's eyes gleamed with curiosity, as visions of various cosplays danced in his mind. Cat girls, bear girls, fox girls, rabbit girls, wolf women. Noticing Anhao's intrigue, Gragon eagerly pressed on. Our tribe boasts 2 half-beast maidens. And if you so desire, my Lord Anhao, they can be presented to you immediately. Just imagine, heh. Gragon's face twisted into a lecherous grin, making his already unattractive features appear even more grotesque. Anhao felt a wave of revulsion wash over him, and a flicker of doubt crept into his mind. Given his hideousness, could there truly be any appealing half-beasts in the tribe? With a shake of his head, Anhao dismissed the thought. Gragon, now anxious, pleaded, My Lord Anhao, at least take a glance. How can one know without seeing? I tell you, those despicable human nobles would go so far as to wage war for the sake of capturing half-beasts from our tribes. Suddenly realizing that the individual before him was also human, Gragon's heart sank. I beg your pardon, my Lord Anhao, that was not my intention. Those base individuals are clearly unworthy to be compared to you. Very well, Anhao replied, I am willing to take a look. But it must await the birth of Golden Nyo-Nyo's offspring. Anhao lamented the missed opportunity of not seeing them sooner. As for Gragon's disparaging remarks, he paid them no heed. He held no sympathy for the corrupt nobles. Haha, splendid, my Lord Anhao. As long as you are willing to grace us with your presence. Gragon exclaimed with unbridled joy. But do not rejoice too soon. If I do not get what I desire, you must present an alternative request. That is assured, my Lord Anhao, Gragon replied, though internally he was already reveling in delight. Haha, come what may, it shall be beyond your control. You may be powerful, but you are still merely human. As a human, one is bound to harbor selfish desires. Those human nobles are a prime example. Anhao waved his hand dismissively. You may leave now. I wish to rest. Understood, my Lord Anhao. Watching Gragon depart, Anhao scoffed. Does this fellow truly believe I am some lustful creature? Who does he look down upon? If not for my unwillingness to breach a contract over such trivial matters, I would hardly bother with you. The time for Golden Nyo-Nyo's delivery was swiftly approaching. Ever since the golden provisions became plentiful, she had regained her vitality and even gained considerable weight. As her delivery neared, Golden Nyo-Nyo was placed in a makeshift birthing chamber. Gragon, possessing some experience in childbirth, took on the role of midwife, while the others awaited outside. Anhao never anticipated that the first time he would find himself outside a birthing room would be under such circumstances. Half an hour later, Felita, acting as a temporary nurse, emerged from the chamber. My Lord Anhao, it has happened. There are 12 in total. Anhao immediately inquired, how is the lady? I mean, how is Golden Nyo-Nyo? Lady Golden Nyo-Nyo is in excellent condition and has already begun to consume gold. Anhao sighed in relief. As long as she is well. What was that you said afterward? She has already begun to eat gold. Still eating gold? Hasn't she finished yet? Anhao felt a pang of concern for his dwindling finances. Felita shook her head, uncertain of the situation. Anhao, puzzled, reflected on how he had allowed Golden Nyo-Nyo to indulge freely to ensure her safety. Unbeknownst to him, Golden Nyo-Nyo had already consumed nearly a ton of gold. That amounts to 400 million. Is she not yet satisfied? Through the beast contract, Anhao reached out to Golden Nyo-Nyo, who relayed both good and bad news. The good news was that she and the piglets were on the verge of evolution, with their species level set to ascend from level 6 to level 7. The bad news was that they required an additional 2 tons of gold to achieve this transformation. Anhao, Chapter 73, Uninvited Guests. Anhao entered the birthing chamber. where a cluster of golden piglets eagerly surrounded him, nuzzling against his feet. The piglets, with their pale pink skin adorned with golden stripes, wore expressions of syrupy confidence, appearing utterly adorable. Yet, this grin left On Hao feeling uneasy, as if they were mocking him as a great fool. I suppose I must continue feeding them. If they do not reach level 7, my previous investment of 100 million will surely be squandered. The race level of the beasts attaining level 7 would result in a meteoric rise in value. Rumors had previously circulated about a city where a blue-eyed white dragon egg had surfaced, with an initial bidding price of 87 million, ultimately selling for an astonishing 1.4 billion, highlighting the rarity of level 7 beasts. Surely I can manage to break even, On Hao reassured himself as he exited the birthing chamber. Upon stepping outside, he summoned his trusted aide Beck, his secretary Felita, and the astute strategist Gragon to discuss the forthcoming plans. Ultimately, On Hao resolved to divide their forces into 3 groups. The first group, led by Felita with 3 goblins, would remain at the gold mine to continue production. The second group, led by Beck with 2 goblins, would venture to the goblin tribe to recruit more workers to bring back to the gold mine and expand production. The final group, consisting of himself and Gragon, would travel to the orc tribe to experience the customs and culture of another realm. Thus, the plan is set. Let us proceed. Yes. To the east of the Black Blood Forest lay an expansive grassland, its soil rich and dark, hence its name, the Black Soil Prairie. Both Beck and Gragon's tribes were situated atop this prairie, with Beck's tribe to the north and Gragon's to the south. The rain-soaked black soil was treacherously muddy. Yet On Hao rode upon Golden Pig as though traversing solid ground. Had he not been waiting for Gragon behind him, he could have easily sped up to 120 miles per hour. Lord On Hao, wait for me. My riding wolf seems to have lost its footing. Hearing the cry for help from behind, On Hao was compelled to turn back. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that the front legs of the riding wolf had become ensnared in the mire. Could you not ride more carefully? On Hao complained. Gragon, feeling aggrieved, retorted. My lord On Hao, you are simply too fast for me to keep up. Clearly, it is your lack of riding skill. Look at me. I have encountered no such predicament. Gragon seethed in frustration. Have you reflected on why you have not faced such a situation? Suddenly, Gragon's eyes glinted mischievously as he cast furtive glances at the golden pig. My lord On Hao, what if? On Hao, well aware of Gragon's intentions, brusquely interrupted, away with such thoughts. Quickly free the wolf's legs. Are you jesting? Setting aside my beloved Nyo-Nyo's fastidiousness, do you truly think you, with that ugly visage, are worthy to ride alongside me on a pig? What nonsense. After considerable effort, the two finally extricated the wolf's legs from the muck. Unfortunately, it seemed that the wolf had sustained an injury. My lord On Hao, the wolf's leg is hurt. Perhaps we should. Gragon remained undeterred. On Hao, exasperated, replied, then we shall set up camp. I possess medicine. We will wait until the wolf recovers before continuing our journey. Gragon stood frozen in place, taken aback. What are you dawdling for? Hurry and help set up the tent. Nightfall approaches. Gragon, not daring to delay, hastened to comply. Until his departure, he muttered regretfully, what a pity, what a pity. The wounded Seat Wolf felt utterly wronged. When they attempted to capture me, they were so eager to offer food, yet once they succeeded, they disregarded me entirely. Alas, the ignorance of youth must ultimately be borne alone. Perhaps I should take the initiative to seek out food instead. Just as the Seat Wolf rose, a sharp pain shot through its forelimb. Ow! It exclaimed. Could you at least apply some medicine? Once the tent was pitched, and Hao kindled a campfire. The orange flames danced rhythmically, and Hao rubbed his hands before the fire, feeling a slight warmth. The nights here are indeed quite cold. Lord and Hao, Gragon advised, perhaps it would be prudent to extinguish the fire. Why? And Hao inquired, only to recall the reason behind Gragon's suggestion. This world is not Earth. It is inhabited by magical beasts. These creatures are not mere wild animals. Rather, the glow of fire does not repel them, but instead attracts their attention. Nonetheless, and Hao remained unfazed. A faint smile graced his lips as he pointed toward the sky. Gragon immediately understood. 7 dragons hovered above, eagerly anticipating a feast. Regrettably, and Hao's notion was only partially correct. The buffet prepared for the 7 dragons did not include humans. That night, within the confines of the tent, and Hao slumbered soundly. Ever since he whimsically decided to use a piglet as a pillow, the quality of his sleep had remarkably improved. He remained blissfully unaware of anyone entering the tent. The intruder was a short-haired female knight, her labored breathing and blood-stained armor indicating she had recently endured a fierce battle. Zymona ignited a fire starter, illuminating the tent. The faint light allowed her to survey the interior, and she was taken aback. There lay a fair-skinned youth on a soft mat, his head resting on a pig-shaped pillow. His serene profile, reminiscent of Cupid from a fresco, exuded an otherworldly beauty that was almost dreamlike. Heavens above, is this truly a human? Simona gasped, quickly covering her mouth. Cautiously, she glanced at the sleeping boy, and upon confirming he was still in slumber, she exhaled in relief. As her tension dissipated, Simona's mind raced with questions. How could there be someone here? It was common knowledge that one should not kindle a fire in the wild at night, lest they attract magical beasts. Yet, not only was there a fire outside the tent, but no beasts had approached. In fact, she had not encountered any for nearly 2 kilometers on her journey. What could this mean? Suddenly, Simona recalled her teacher's warning. If you enter a location and travel a considerable distance without encountering a single magical beast, caution is warranted. For you may have unwittingly entered the territory of a nightmare beast. These creatures excel in extensive illusions, transforming into the prey's most coveted desires to lure them into meticulously crafted traps, ultimately savoring their fear amidst their anguished cries. Could such a strikingly handsome boy truly be a magical beast? Gazing at the youth's sleeping visage, Simona found it hard to believe. Abruptly, she noticed the pig pillow seemed to stir. Did I imagine that? She wondered, rubbing her eyes. The pig pillow was indeed moving. Instantly, her hair stood on end, and she clamped her mouth shut to stifle a scream, mentally urging herself to remain calm. Stay composed, Simona. Calm yourself. The pig pillow opened its eyes, revealing a sinister grin. This sight was the final straw for Simona. A piercing scream echoed across the grassland. Chapter 74, Late Night Snack. Yunlon, did I not instruct you to refrain from meddling in my affairs? Have my words fallen on deaf ears? Do you have any notion of how you've embarrassed me before my friends? And Hao exclaimed, shaking off Yunlon's hand, his face aflame with anger. With tears streaming down her cheeks like snow on a pear blossom, Yunlon pleaded, And Hao, I was wrong, truly wrong. I will do anything if you can find it in your heart to forgive me. As if recalling something, she suddenly grasped Hao's hand and spoke rapidly. Money. I can offer you a substantial sum. How much do you desire? 10 billion, 100 billion, or even 1,000 billion. I will provide whatever you ask if you simply forgive me. To her dismay, Hao's fury intensified. Money, money, money. Is that all you think about? Do you truly believe I am so obsessed with wealth? I apologize, Hao. I was hasty, speaking nonsense. I am aware that you regard money as worthless. How about this? Yunlon produced an oversized key from thin air. The key appeared semi-transparent, adorned with intricate runes, exuding an extraordinary aura. And Hao, this is my father's newly acquired summer-class starship. You may take it for a joyride whenever you wish. With that, she offered the key to Hao. Hao hesitated as he accepted it. But I don't know how to operate it. What if I crash it? No worries, no worries. Yunlon waved her hand dismissively. The starship is merely worth 10 trillion Yinxiao coins. If it gets damaged, we can always construct another. Hao swallowed hard. 10 trillion. What, are you dissatisfied? Do you wish to pilot something even more extravagant? I can arrange that. Hao quickly shook his head, conceding, No, that would be wasteful. I'll just take this one. Yunlon's face lit up with joy. Hao, does this mean you forgive me? I suppose so. Hao replied after a brief pause, But I will be watching your behavior. That is wonderful. Yunlon exclaimed, dancing with glee like a swan in flight. Just as Hao prepared to embark on a journey through time with Yunlon, he received a short video. Out of curiosity, he clicked on it. The content was straightforward. A man and woman entered a hotel, proceeded to the same room, and soon the male lead was unmistakably himself. A chill ran down Hao's spine as he felt a palpable aura of malice enveloping him. At that moment, he heard the increasingly maniacal laughter of Yunlon behind him, growing louder until it pierced his eardrums. Loner, please let me explain. Hao shouted, jolting awake from his nightmare. Upon opening his eyes, he saw the top of the tent and realized it had all been a dream. What a fright. Thank goodness it was just a dream. He sighed in relief and sat up, only to find a short-haired woman standing inside the tent. A woman? The images from his dream flooded back. Alone with a woman in a confined space. If Yunlon discovered this, he would be doomed. The short-haired girl looked at Hao, and they exchanged a glance, both letting out a simultaneous scream. Hao regained his composure first. Who are you? However, Simona remained ensnared in the shadow of that sinister grin, convinced that Hao was merely an illusion conjured by a nightmare beast. After all, how could an ordinary person be so extraordinarily handsome? Die, monster! She cried, drawing her long sword and lunging at Hao, fuming. Hao could only curse under his breath, knowing he had no choice but to evade the attack. Utilizing his formidable mental acuity, he swiftly sidestepped the thrust with ease. Simona immediately transformed her strike into a sweeping motion, the blade once again aimed at Hao. Yet, in the face of Hao's keen perception, her movements appeared to be in slow motion. Hao leaned back, narrowly evading the incoming strike once more. Cease this at once, he bellowed in fury. However, Shimona was unyielding, swinging her sword towards him again. A surge of anger ignited within and Hao as he drew forth the backup claw of the dragon pet, preparing to retaliate. Clang, clang, clang. The clash of blades resonated as the two engaged in combat, exchanging blows over a dozen times, neither gaining the upper hand. Thus, they instinctively withdrew, poised for the next round of confrontation. After this bout, Hao's heart was profoundly stirred. The mastery of his opponent's swordsmanship was exceptional. With his mid-level bronze physique, supplemented by his mental acuity, he found himself evenly matched against her, who was merely at the initial stage of bronze. Unbeknownst to him, Ximingna was equally astounded. How could her opponent possess such strength? It was inconceivable. She had trained in Qi since the age of 5, reached the initial stage of Black Iron at 11, attained the pinnacle of Black Iron by 16, and at the tender age of 20, ascended to the legendary realm of Bronze, becoming the most prodigious talent in the Mallory family in a century. She even aspired to breach the mythical threshold, aiming to become the 5th silver myth in the history of the Storm Kingdom. How could there exist someone stronger than her? Ximingna's confidence was shaken. At this juncture, she no longer cared whether her adversary was a nightmarish beast. If she did not triumph over this individual, her mental state would suffer. Adjusting her grip on her sword, she sought to uncover her opponent's vulnerabilities. To her dismay, she discovered that he was rife with openings. This was precisely what vexed her the most. Though his stance was riddled with flaws, visible even to a novice swordsman from the Storm Kingdom, he seemed impervious to her attacks, like a wall of solid bronze. At this point, she resolved to employ her ultimate technique. Stowing her sword, she produced a conch from within her robe and declared, "I concede that you are formidable, but in the face of absolute power, all efforts are but futile." With that, Ximingna blew into the conch. The haunting melody of the conch echoed across the wilderness, instilling terror in many magical beasts, which began to flee in panic. A torrent of water surged forth from the conch, gradually forming a closed loop in midair, radiating a halo of magic. And Hao, taken aback, mused, could this be a summoning magic circle? Though the activation time is rather prolonged. To compel me to resort to this measure, you possess sufficient audacity. Ximingna smiled confidently, her poise striking. Arise, Lord of the Crabs from Golden River. The Overlord Crab, a massive crab, nearly 10 meters in length, crawled slowly from the magical circle. Its gigantic pincers glinting ominously. Due to the constrained space, it upended the tent in its lumbering entrance. Ha ha ha, are you frightened now? Ximingna let out a maniacal laugh. And Hao's expression turned to one of disappointment. He had anticipated a silver creature, only to find it was merely bronze. The 7 azure-eyed white dragons, who had been encircling the tent since Ximingna began her summoning, shared his disheartenment. Oh well, bronze is still edible. Let us feast. Let us feast. Azure-eyed white dragon 7, Ximingna, Overlord Crab, Gulto.